Livia Rokak, Israeli Terror in Europe, The Dawn, A.I. Fair. October 16, 1981. An Italian parliamentary inquiry confirmed Mossad efforts to aid the Red Brigades in an apparent effort to destabilize Italy. Roger Cohen, Reuters, Boston Globe, June 4, 1983. 298. Noam Chomsky. Quoted, Note 196, who cannot help remembering what was done to my people during the Second World War, and by a fair number of others who expressed their dismay in the press or in demonstrations. For many, there were chilling reminders of not-so-distant history when roles were reversed, extending concerns that had already been aroused, and clearly articulated, over developments in Israel and the occupied territories in the past few years. See Chapter 4. In a huge government-sponsored demonstration in support of Operation Peace for Galilee, one sign particularly struck reporters, standing out from the others with red letters and in many copies: "One people, one army, one government." A Hebrew-speaking journalist from a German television company immediately translated it to her friends, pointing out its similarity to the Nazi slogan, Ein Volk, ein Reich, ein Führer. The Labour Party journal reported. 200 letters appeared in the press from the generation of Holocaust survivors expressing fear and concern over what they felt was happening. 1. Dr. Shlomo Schmelzman was forbidden by the directors of the Yad Vashem Holocaust Memorial Center to conduct a hunger strike there. His son was serving with the paratroopers in Lebanon. He wrote a letter to the press announcing his hunger strike in protest against the Lebanon war. "In my childhood I have suffered fear, hunger and humiliation when I passed from the Warsaw Ghetto, through labor camps, to Buchenwald. Today, as a citizen of Israel, I cannot accept the systematic destruction of cities, towns, and refugee camps. I cannot accept the technocratic cruelty of the bombing, destroying and killing of human beings. I hear too many familiar sounds today, sounds which are being amplified by the war. I hear dirty Arabs and I remember dirty Jews. I hear about closed areas and I remember ghettos and camps. I hear two-legged beasts and I remember and dimension. I hear about tightening the siege, clearing the area." The reference is to Menachem Begin's statement in the Knesset, widely quoted in Israel and Europe since, interpreted as a description of Palestinians as two-legged beasts. The government of Israel protested that this is a misinterpretation, and that Begin's description is applicable to whosoever sinks to such moral depths that by killing or threatening to kill a Jewish child, he proves himself bereft of any semblance of humanity. My emphasis. This clarification elicited several bitter rejoinders, raising the obvious question. 201. Peace for Galilee. 299. Pounding the city into submission and I remember suffering, destruction, death, blood and murder. Too many things in Israel remind me of too many other things from my childhood. 202. Many agreed with Meir Pale, who saw disturbing signs that we are becoming spiritual slaves to the culture of physical force, or with Boaz Evron, who wrote that the true symbol of the state is no longer the menorah with 7 candlesticks. The true symbol is the fist. 203. Such voices will not be heard if supporters of Israel have their way, and those who choose not to see will continue to be responsible for much grief and suffering. Like Colonel Yermaya and many other soldiers, the paratrooper quoted above derides the talk about the purity of our arms and about our humane fighters. See Yermaya's comments cited on p. 278 on the false and sickening phrase purity of arms and the cynical lies about the humane Israeli soldier, repeated with much respect by Americans taken on guided tours by the Israeli military, for example, the inimitable Martin Peretz, who presents this truth on the authority of selected Israeli soldiers and an IDF education officer. dismissing evidence to the contrary on the grounds that Arabs exaggerate and the media are committed to deceit or are simply anti-Israel. 204 A comparable conclusion based on such evidence would be dismissed with ridicule in the case of any other state, always apart from one's own. But let us look further. The IDF education officer on whose testimony Peretz bases his conclusion about purity of arms is Shlomo 9, whom Peretz presents as a critic of Begin's policies, hence highly credible in this regard. What is more, this critic of Begin was invited to conduct fully free and open discussions with officers and ordinary soldiers at the front on various vexing topics, including whether it would be right or wrong for Israel to move against West Beirut. The army doesn't fear these discussions, Avinari informed Peretz, even though it knows that the officers who conduct them, being mostly intelligentsia, are mostly critics of the government or actually on the left. The fact that such a strong critic of Begin's policies as Shlomo Avinari is invited to discuss such vexing topics as an invasion of West Beirut surely demonstrates the unique leader. 300. Noam Chomsky. A cratic and open character of the Israeli army, according to Peretz. Unfortunately, there are some problems in this demonstration. And in reliance on Avinari as an authority on purity of arms, Peretz neglects to report the opinions of this critical dove. Others have, for example, Moran Benvenisti, see Chapter 4, Section 4.2, who, as an eye of lecturer, sat through Avinari's training sessions for these lecturers and reports their contents in an open letter accusing Avinari of lack of intellectual honesty. Avinari informed the IDF lecturers in July that under the given conditions there is no alternative to the conquest of Beirut by force, thus joining the hawkish wing of Likud and setting himself in opposition to the Labour Party. When asked about the political and human cost, he responded that this question is no concern of the lecturers. He furthermore explained that the Americans would agree after the fact to the conquest of West Beirut by force. When participants subjected to his shocking presentation, he burst out and insisted that whoever is unable to go out and to encourage soldiers to perform their duty, that is, the conquest of West Beirut, is not entitled to appear before them. 205 Once again, the facts that Peretz suppresses are highly relevant to the point he is attempting to establish. Recall the incident of the vacuum bomb, p. 215. Knowing the contents of Avinari's instructions to the IDF lecturers, one might draw a rather different conclusion about the significance of his being invited to discuss such vexing topics as the invasion of West Beirut, and about his credibility as an authority on purity of arms. It is worth noting that Peretz's demonstration of Israeli adherence to the doctrine of purity of arms is taken quite seriously in the US, even among liberal doves. Few have been so outspoken in criticism of Israeli expansionism as Rabbi Balfour Brickner, a member of the advisory committee of the peace group Clergy and Laity Concerned, GALC, and a peace activist for many years. In the Calc Journal he writes of his anguish over what happened in Lebanon in 1982, but not before establishing the ground rules. But I believe every word of what others have reported re Israel's conduct of the war and PLO atrocity. The most persuasive of these reports was Martin Peretz's Lebanon Eyewitness. I am Peace for Galilee. 301. Persuaded that Israel's soldiers practiced to enhance the morality of arms, with zeal and extreme sensitivity. I am convinced that they took great care to avoid abusing the strength their weapons gave them. Note that he remained persuaded even after the terror bombing and siege of West Beirut, and that the others who have reported do not include Israeli soldiers returning from the front or Israeli journalists, some already cited. He also writes that within the PLO only a small moderate element is prepared to support a two-state solution, clearly false, and that though the ceasefire was holding and had held for over a year, terrorists did continue to rain rocket fire on Israel's northern border communities. The second of these two inconsistent statements is false, except with reference to the clearly retaliatory strikes of May and June 1982, the first symbolic and after extensive Israeli provocation, including murderous bombardment, here unmentioned. As from the IDF soldiers, in the annals of military combat, their behavior is unique, with no abuse of civilian populations, no reported instances of looting, and a care not to needlessly destroy civilian property. 206 We have reviewed evidence bearing on the veracity of most of these claims, and will turn to the remainder in section 8.1. Though Shlomo Avinarai's views on the war, as presented to the IDF lecturers, are essentially those of Begin and Sharon, he is regularly presented here as a critical dove. A look at what he actually says is interesting. Writing to an American audience, this noted scholar explained that the Palestinians have always adopted the line of maximum no compromise with Zionism and with Israel, on the facts, see Chapter 3. Though their current willingness to consider a ceasefire may be the first sign of sanity, as contrasted with their strict observance of the July 1981 ceasefire, which caused such distress in Israel. With the decimation of the PLO in Lebanon, Israel can now afford to be more self-assured and more generous, achieving its legitimate Jewish liaison with Judea and Samaria and allowing the bulk of the West Bank and Gaza to be attached to Jordan, while the East Bank becomes the area in which the pales. 302. Noam Chomsky. Palestinian refugees could be rehabilitated. He subsequently explained that as long as the PLO held sway in Beirut, moderate Palestinians were effectively deterred by PLO threats and terrorism from coming forward with plans that did not mesh with the ideology calling for the destruction of Israel, such as, for example, the January 1976 plan for a peaceful two-state settlement prepared by the PLO. Others often regarded as doves agreed, for example, Ronan Weitz, the head of the Rural Settlement Department of the Jewish Agency, who proposed that water can be brought from the Litani River, in Lebanon, to arid regions in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, while Jewish settlement remains at least along the Jordan River, constituting a part of the State of Israel, and presumably in other areas of the West Bank and Gaza being settled under the auspices of the agency that he directs. 207. As for the government of Israel, it held fast throughout to its resolution that the fight against the PLO permits no compromise, because the PLO wants it that way. Compare the facts reviewed in Chapter 3, that the PLO threat is political no less than military, and that the PLO must not be permitted to exist as a political body. The PLO men who have entrenched themselves in the heart of residential West Beirut have again created acute danger to the safety of the Lebanese as well as Palestinian men, women and children from behind whom these PLO forces are sending out volleys of artillery and small arms fire against the Lebanese and Israeli forces in East Beirut and beyond in blatant violation of the rules of warfare. 208 The emphasis on the threat posed by the existence of the PLO as a political body is quite appropriate. One may plausibly read this as confirming evidence, from the highest source, for the thesis of Porritt and others concerning the origins of the war, already discussed. Reading this quite typical statement, one may also recall the regular indignation over the alleged refusal of the PLO, and Arabs generally, to accept the existence of Israel, the heart of the Middle East problem. It is commonly argued. One might have hoped, however, that the government of Israel would at least have stopped short of accusing the PLO of attacking Israeli forces in Beirut. Peace for Galilee. 303. Perhaps one can expect nothing more of the government. What then was the role of Israel's opposition party throughout the war? There should be few illusions in the light of its record when in office, particularly in the bloody 1950s and the expansionist post-1967 period. Noam Cohen gives a detailed accounting of the deliberations of the Labour Party leadership during the critical events of 1982, based on interviews with high-level officials, including the leadership itself. 209 Prior to the war, the leadership strongly opposed the military action that every knowledgeable observer knew was being prepared. Chamberlain stated on April 9 that the present conditions do not justify military action that will engage us in war, and Mordechai, another former chief of staff, wrote in Maariv that current tensions are not related only to terrorist activities but to the intention to change the political map of Lebanon. Yitzhak Rabin warned against actions that would disturb the ceasefire and oppose the massive attack against the terrorists in Lebanon. Israel should observe the ceasefire strictly, he wrote in Davao on May 14, as long as the terrorist organizations are observing it. 2 months before the war, Begin informed the Labour Party leadership of the large plan, conquest of southern Lebanon up to the Beirut-Damascus highway and a link-up with the Phalangists. A month later they were presented with a small plan, the pretense concerning a 25-mile security zone. Labour agreed to support Operation Peace for Galilee, though when the tanks began to move it was well known to the leadership where they were heading. Just as the officers and the soldiers knew. On June 5, Perez outlined to the Labour leadership the content of the large plan, which he and others knew was to be implemented. While some conveyed their objections internally, apart from Yossi Sarid and Shlomo Thaloni, Labour voted with Likud to support the operation, knowing perfectly well that the official explanation about the 25-mile limit was a fraud, at least, the leadership knew. For the first 2 weeks of the war, Labour was silent. They continued to support the war, with 2 qualifications. Labour opposed conflict with the Syrians, an aspect of the war to which I will turn in the next chapter, and the entry into Beirut, though even. 304. Noam Chomsky. In this regard there were exceptions, among them, Chaim Barlev, Secretary General of the Labour Party, who approved the invasion of West Beirut after the Gemayel assassination in September. 210. Throughout, Cohen continues, Labour anticipated that the consequences of the war for Israel would be grim in all respects, but they kept silent. One factor was their conviction that the US gave the green light and Haig was able to live even with an entry into Beirut. See section 4.7. Apart from that, nothing succeeds like success. Labour temporized, waiting to see how things would turn out. To oppose the war was considered politically impossible, given poll results indicating that 98% of the Likud and 91% of the Labour alignment supporters backed the war and regarded it as justified. The Labour alignment refused to take to the streets in support of those who demonstrated against expansion of the war. Rabin regarded the war as justified after the terrorists bombarded the Galilee settlements. In retaliation for the heavy bombing of Lebanon on June 45, such retaliation, after the unprovoked murder of several hundred people, evidently proves that the terrorists continue to be toe-legged beasts. In Begin's rhetoric. Chaim Herzog, elected president in March 1983, went so far as to favor even the conquest of Beirut. Ge was the strongest opponent of the war among the top leadership. He issued a public denunciation of the Labour leadership and the entire operation on August 20 in Haaretz. The attack on Beirut, he said, would prove to be an ineradicable stain, and the entire war, as it was conducted, was unjustified. The presence of the IDF, he wrote, was the primary factor in the election of Bashar Gemayel to the presidency of Lebanon, and whoever activates the IDF to such aims is capable of doing the same tomorrow in Israel as well, a concern about Defense Minister Sharon that had been voiced frequently before, even by Begin, it has been alleged. Yossi Sarid, along with Shlomo Thaloni and parts of Mapam, opposed the large plan strenuously and called for withdrawal of Israeli armed forces from all positions that had no direct connection with the security of the Galilee. But the leadership in general remained silent, apart from its general opposition to the conquest of Beirut. Peace for Galilee. 305. When things began to go wrong later, after the Sabra Shatla massacres, the Labour leadership changed its tune, as we shall see. All of this will again evoke memories among opponents of American aggression in Indochina. It is difficult to conjure up a picture of Labour as constituting a meaningful opposition, though one might reasonably argue that support for Labour is nevertheless justified when one considers what Begin and his cohorts are likely to do in the future. Cohen writes that if anyone thinks in error that from Abiban there will come salvation for the doves, disappointment awaits him. True, Ibn's views are extremely dovish, but he will not use his international prestige to express them in public. In fact, in his article in Socialist Affairs cited above, see note 135, Ibn writes that Begin solemnly promised the Knesset on June 8 that when we reach the 40 kilometers limit, the fighting will cease, a sign of his duplicity. Surely Ibn knew that the small plan had never been seriously entertained and that the Labour leadership was well aware of this fact from the start. 6.4 The American Scene. We have sampled the taste of victory among Lebanese and Israelis. It is superfluous to discuss further the reaction of the Palestinians. What of the United States? As noted earlier, Israel's direct aggression evoked only limited criticism within the US, though when the true objectives and the costs of the war became clear, the situation began to change. Some went so far as to claim that Syria and the PLO were the aggressors in Lebanon, not Israel, which simply uprooted them from where they had no right to be. 211 Though this commentator, Henry Fairley, does not tell us where the Palestinians had a right to be. Others did, for example, historian Barbara Tuchman, UX. He also avoids mention of the fact that Syria was present under an Arab League mandate that was to expire in July 1982, and that the US and Israel at least tacitly supported the original Syrian intervention in opposition to the Palestinians and their Muslim allies. 306. Noam Chomsky. Plain that although the invasion of Lebanon seems to me out of proportion and may not be the wisest course, nevertheless, let us put the responsibility for a solution where it lies. Let the Arabs solve the problem of the Palestinians, not those who occupy their former homes. 212 Since the Palestinians were the aggressors when Israel invaded Lebanon, it must be that Israel was acting in a peace-producing role, and so we are informed by ex-Senator Jacob Javits, who also points out that once before Israel had served in this peace-producing role in Lebanon, namely, in 1958, when Israel provided logistical support at the Haifa port for the landing of U.S. Marines in Lebanon. 213. Michael Walzer, the noted social democratic theorist of just wars, explained that I certainly welcome the political defeat of the PLO, and I believe that the limited military operation required to inflict that defeat can be defended under the theory of just war. Under his concept of just war, with its special provisions for the State of Israel discussed above, cp. 109, his conclusion is surely correct. Walzer also assures us that Israel's military practice in the south was a good example of proportionate warfare. The proof is that Israeli soldiers so informed him, and if later operations in Beirut put civilians at risk, we must understand that the responsibility for the risks lies with the PLO. 214 The official position of the Begin government, and yet another notable contribution to contemporary moral doctrine by this highly regarded social democratic humanist. Morris Abraham, formerly U.S. representative at the UN Commission on Human Rights, explained that the moral culpability for the loss of innocent lives in Lebanon, as in Dresden, Germany, and Norway. A review of his latest book, Boston Globe, March 20, 1983, describes Walzer as something of a national treasure. No reader of these essays, even one profoundly opposed to his democratic socialist politics, could fail to appreciate his humanism. In his previously cited Just and Unjust Wars, Walzer also relies on the testimony of Israeli soldiers to demonstrate the high moral level of the IDF, perhaps not the most objective source. It should be unnecessary to stress that evidence from the combatants of some military force is highly relevant when it is critical of its practices, of limited significance otherwise. No one would credit reports by Russian soldiers on the purity of alms in Afghanistan, though critical comment offered freely should be taken quite seriously. Peace for Galilee. 307. Mandy, in France, during World War II, rests primarily on those who initiated the terror rather than on those who ended it, that is, on the PLO, whose terrorism, surely to be condemned, hardly matched that of Israel. The pain of West Beirut was caused by the grip of the guerrillas who held it hostage. The war was regrettable, but it would never have occurred if the Arab states had resettled the Palestinians, who, in fact, insisted on their right to return to their homes, always failing to comprehend the point, so clear to American Zionists, that they had forfeited this right by their flight and expulsion, and must put the past behind them, while the Jewish people returns to the homeland from which it was exiled 2,000 years ago. 215. Just at the point when the siege and bombing of Beirut were reaching their peak of savagery, the well-known liberal columnist William Shannon expressed some distress over the terrifying violence while noting that something positive may yet come out of it, namely, the PLO and their Syrian patrons may be forced to recognize reality. Reality is that the PLO has sabotaged every effort to make some diplomatic or political headway on the problems of the Palestinian people, and that the PLO has murdered or intimidated into silence independent-minded Palestinians who wanted to explore different political possibilities, tolerating no divergence from its political line, tiresomely reiterated that Israel is unacceptable and must be destroyed. But it is not Israel's fault that a defeated PLO chose to hole up in West Beirut and use women and children as shields. For a generation, the PLO has been the aggressor against Israel, using every tactic from terrorist bombings to diplomatic stonewalling. Any nation placed in Israel's predicament would put an end to this aggression if it were within its power to do so. 216. As we have seen, reality is rather different from Shannon's reality. In the real world it is the US and its Israeli client that have rejected every effort, including PLO efforts, to reach a peaceful political settlement in accord with the international consensus, and it is hardly accurate to say that the PLO chose to hole up in West Beirut, to which it was driven by Israeli violence. These lies are particularly ugly ones, coming at the time they did and thus providing. 308. Noam Chomsky. A justification for Israel's terrorist attack on the defenseless civilian population then held within its grip. Soldiers who had participated in the attack on Beirut had a rather different picture of what was happening. We may, for example, compare Shannon's version with this one, from the scene. One Friday we stood on a high hill overlooking the Beirut airport. We had hundreds of cannons that we used according to plan, to bombard the refugee camps of South Beirut. Everything was calculated. Each unit received a definite area to bombard. For 4 hours we bombarded the refugee camps, which at the same time were being bombarded from the air and the sea. It is difficult for me to return to those 4 hours and to recount what I felt. From our position we could see our artillery strikes with the naked eye. We could see the sparks of fire every second. It was a terrible scene. 217. Evidently, things looked a little different from Boston. Once again, we should recognize the familiarity of the practice of Fairley, Walzer, Ibram and the rest throughout the history of the modern state-worshipping intellectuals, the annals of Stalinism being only the most obvious example. Recall Elmer Winter's admonition in the Jerusalem Post that American Jews have their work cut out for them. It is perhaps unfair to fault them, and others, for performing their tasks. CPP. 235, 15. Editorials in the nation's press took a similar stance. Echoing the wording of the Israeli embassy, cited above, the Washington Post argued that the PLO made West Beirut an involuntary battleground. Israeli guns did most of the damage to it, a deadly partnership. Employing similar logic, putting aside differences in the circumstances irrelevant. Shannon's gross errors of fact were immediately brought to his attention, with extensive documentation, but he had no interest in correcting them. As for the Syrian patrons of the PLO, who had entered the Lebanese civil war to attack the PLO, it was hardly necessary to provide Shannon with evidence. The same issue of the Globe contained a report by Michael Kennedy of the Los Angeles Times on battles between the PLO and Syria just prior to the Israeli invasion. Naturally, this and much similar evidence was also dismissed as irrelevant to higher truths. For another no less amazing example of the ruminations of this distinguished liberal columnist, see TNCW, p. 87. This one in the New York Times and concerned with the righteousness of another holy state. Peace for Galilee. 309. To the point at issue, one might argue, perhaps some Nazis did, that the British made Calais and Dunkirk an involuntary battleground, in a deadly partnership with Hitler's armies. The Post continues, the PLO must now find a political course that is reasonable and realistic in contrast to its former proposals for a peaceful two-state settlement in accordance with the international consensus. 218. In the eyes of the New York Times editors, American weapons were justly used to break the PLO. The Lebanese must understand that their liberation from the Syrians and the PLO is no license to resume civil war. And Israel must understand that though America will extricate them from Lebanon, and let its aid cover the costs, they must have respect for American interests in the Middle East. And yield something to America's view of the full autonomy jointly promised at Camp David. The Israeli invasion opened some promising political paths, as did the Argentine invasion of the Falklands at the same time. Though for some reason this fact was not adduced here in support for it, but the U.S. should not reward the PLO for the biggest hijacking in history. Half of Beirut is the hostage, in a coin they do not possess, the Israeli-held West Bank. The Gaza Strip seems to have been tacitly consigned to Israel. The civilians, the PLO, are using for cover are Muslim innocents. The PLO's final bet is on Israel's humanity and the sensibilities of civilized nations, and they must respect their enemies' restraint. When the PLO holds half a city hostage and shouts "pay my ransom or shoot your way" past these innocents, there is no special virtue in ceasefires that let the talks drag indefinitely. The U.S. recognition that the PLO demands as its ransom should be denied, since it would strengthen the PLO's extremists and would destroy the chances of negotiating true autonomy with fairly elected Palestinians in the West Bank, through the dismissed elected mayors. And even Israel's chosen quislings reject this true autonomy and insist upon an independent Palestinian state along with 98% of the population, who furthermore overwhelmingly advocate that this state be run by the PLO. With the final ceasefire, the PLO fighters who have held West Beirut hostage will finally evacuate without goading the IS. 310. Noam Chomsky. Rally attackers into ferocious house-to-house fighting that would have vastly increased the carnage. 219 etc., etc. Particularly of note, since the remainder is fairly routine in this style of journalism, is the notion that of course the U.S. taxpayer must willingly pay Israel for its achievements in Lebanon. Not everyone approved. Nathan Glazer and Seymour Martin Lipset described the war as ill-advised and urged that Israel grant the Palestinians real self-determination in the West Bank and Gaza. 220 some used stronger terms, though they remained a distinct minority. In fact, across a broad spectrum of articulate opinion, Israel's aggression received strong support. Crucially, it received the direct material and diplomatic support of the U.S. government. The Democratic Party expressed its sympathetic support still more forcefully. The administration stood by its recommendation for an increase in aid to Israel, and Congress, under the prodding of Liberal Democrats, demanded still further increases. The labor union bureaucracies strongly supported the war, as did most conservative columnists. The national press did too, though with some reservations. The familiar principles of official doctrine concerning Israel and the PLO were continually reiterated, as in the few examples just cited, truth being dismissed as the usual irrelevance. At the extreme left of mainstream politics, support for the invasion was no less fervent. The Santa Monica City Council, regarded as virtually a socialist enclave, passed a resolution, in essence, to support the right of Israel to defend its borders by invading Lebanon. The same resolution questions the Reagan administration's drifting away from commitment to the Camp David process, challenges the appointment of George P. Shultz as Secretary of State at such a grave time in Israel's existence, and calls upon Senator Alan Cranston to carefully examine at the Senate Foreign Relations Committee hearings Mr. Schultz's ties to the Bechtel Corporation and his ties and Bechtel's ties to Saudi Arabia and Saudi Arabian support for. The demand to examine Mr. Schultz's various ties would be fair enough, were it coupled with the demand to investigate the ties of others to Israel or to countries that support Israel, a meaningless demand given the U.S. role, thus highlighting the true significance of the concern over Mr. Schultz. Peace for Galilee. 311. The PLO. 221. The idea that it is Israel's existence, not the national, or simply human, existence of the Palestinians, that is threatened as Israeli military forces are systematically demolishing Palestinian society with U.S. support should be carefully noted. Not merely dismissed on the grounds of patent absurdity, it reflects, in the clearest possible form, the deep-seated racist assumptions that extend across a broad spectrum of U.S. opinion, including much of the left. Others too felt that Schultz might be a problem. Seymour Martin Lipset, speaking at the Hebrew University, warned that Israel's biggest problem is likely to be that Schultz is a do-good Christian with sympathy for the underdog and the oppressed. Israel's policies in Lebanon and in the territories are likely to arouse his moral indignation. 222. One can understand the concern over these possible character flaws. Few surpassed Tom Hayden and Jane Fonda in their support for the invasion. Well before, Fonda had announced that I identify with Israel unequivocally. This was on the occasion of her special prize from the Hebrew University for her contribution to freeing the prisoners of Zion in the USSR and for the freedom of immigration for Jews there. Fonda announced on this occasion that she is making every effort to explain to the government and the general population in the U.S. that world peace and certainly the security and future of Israel are threatened by moves in the U.S. to establish friendly relations with a state such as Saudi Arabia. I operate according to my conscience, and am attempting to convince President Reagan that the U.S. interest is bound up with friendship with democratic Israel, and not with feudal Saudi Arabia. This is one aspect of her commitment to continue with my work for human rights. 223. The ceremony took place just at the moment when the Sharon Milson oppression had reached its peak of violence. See Chapter 4, Section 5. If her work for human rights extended to those then being shot, beaten, humiliated a few miles from where she was speaking, the fact remained unrecorded. In July 1982, Fonda and Hayden toured Israel and Lebanon as guests of the Israeli Organization for the Soldier, in effect, the Israeli USO, reaching as far as Beirut, where they watched their 312. Noam Chomsky. Shelling from Israeli positions. Fonda expressed her identification with Israel's struggle against Palestinian terror, and her understanding for the Israeli invasion in Lebanon, which would remove the terror, and her support for Israel's struggles for its existence and independence, all feelings that naturally come to the fore as one travels past, probably not seeing, the rebel of Ain el-Hilwa, and witnesses the bombardment of Beirut. Israel has the right to defend herself from anyone who threatens to destroy her, she said, and not only when they are attacking her. Tom Hayden blamed the PLO for causing the Peace for Galilee operation, presumably by its regular and unprovoked shelling of the Galilee in the preceding year and its adamant refusal to consider a political settlement, despite Israel's enthusiastic efforts in this regard. The couple, Fonda Hayden, expressed their hope that the PLO would indeed leave Beirut, that further bloodshed would be avoided there, and that the affair will lead to a solution of the Palestinian problem in the spirit of Camp David, thereby taking their stand in explicit opposition to virtually all the inhabitants of the occupied territories. 224. Hayden laid the blame for the present crisis on the PLO, stating that the PLO, by its tragic refusal to recognize Israel's existence as being compatible with Palestinian nationalism, by its repeated calls for annihilation of the Zionist state, and by its use of terrorism, has made the current Israeli response inevitable. Compare the actual facts, discussed in chapters 3, 4 above. Though he said that he did not turn a blind moral eye to reports of massive and excessive civilian casualties or the use of cluster bombs, the familiar stance of many liberal supporters of American aggression in Indochina. He further stated that a direct Israeli invasion of Beirut would be understandable, thus lining up with Begin's Likud against the Labour Party, which opposed this final step, and he held that Israel won't be able to pull back without a PLO withdrawal. 225 as quoted, at least. He did not explain why the refusal of Israel to have any dealings with a political representative of the Palestinians does not justify Palestinian military action against Israel, given that the Israeli invasion is justified by the failure of the PLO to recognize Israel, putting aside the fact, which does not appear to be entirely irrelevant, that the PLO has Peace for Galilee. 313. Long agreed to the establishment of a separate state alongside of Israel, a position rejected across the mainstream of Israeli politics. At a luncheon at the Beverly Hilton for the new president of the fraternal organization which seeks to link American and Israeli Jewry, Fonda gave him a small menorah she had bought in Hebron, that is, in Kiryat Arba in the occupied West Bank, the settlement of the Gush Emunim racist chauvinist fanatics who at that very moment were carrying out the pogroms described in Chapter 4, during her visit to the Jewish state. The new president then joined with Vidal Sassoon and a number of rabbis in a strong endorsement for Hayden the State Assembly, noting the praise he had received from officials of the Begin government and the Labour opposition in Israel, and his views against the PLO and for Israel as a Zionist and Jewish state. 226, that is, a state based on the principle of a discrimination against the ethnic religious minorities, a principle that is effectively applied in the Jewish state, as we have seen, though the facts have been equally effectively suppressed in the country where one may make tax-free donations to these discriminatory programs. At a meeting in New York after the war, Fonda announced her unqualified support for Israel and condemned hypocrisy with One might note, in this connection, Irving has distress over Jewish boys and girls, children of the generation that saw Auschwitz, who hate democratic Israel and celebrate as revolutionary the Egyptian dictatorship, some of whom go so far as to collect money for Al-Fatah. About this I cannot say more. It is simply too painful. Political terrorism, hysteria on the left, ed, the New Left and the Jews. He gives no evidence that any such examples exist. If they did, they were sufficiently marginal as to pass unnoticed except by those seeking some means to discredit the activist movements of the 1960s, and surely did not typify the New Left, which was hardly enamored of Nasser and was largely dovish Zionist. See my article in the same volume for documentation. It is interesting to compare Howe's reaction to the alleged collection of funds by Jewish boys and girls, or anyone in the US, for Fatah, with his reaction to the by no means imaginary collection of charitable funds for Israel's national institutions, to be used for purposes deemed directly or indirectly beneficial to persons of Jewish religion, race or origin, not to citizens, including measures that effectively exclude Arab citizens from 92% of the land, legalized robbery of Arab lands, channeling development funds to Jewish rather than Arab citizens, etc. This is not too painful to discuss for an ardent, post 1967, supporter of Israel, though in this case the phenomenon is quite real. See chapters 2, 4 and references cited for discussion of the background for all of this. 314. Noam Chomsky. God to Israel in connection with the Lebanon War, which he attributed to anti-Semitism and to the subservience of liberals to Third World states, both phenomena of great moment in the United States. I love Israel, she said, and I believe that Israel is a loyal ally of the United States, and thus deserving of support, apparently with no further questions asked. She spoke with great emotion about the prisoners of Zion in the USSR, but not, as reported, about those who might be called prisoners of Zion in another sense of the phrase, in Ansar in Lebanon or in the West Bank villages terrorized by the settlers who were selling her a menorah, Halil for example, cp. 150. Israel rarely makes mistakes, she said, and when Israel makes a mistake, everyone, particularly Jews, shouts and screams. She asked, whoever made a criticism of Yasser Arafat, the head of the PLO? Surely no one in the American press, and who does he represent anyway? A question to which she might have heard some answers on her visit to Hebron, had she chosen to mingle with the local population, apart from her gracious hosts. She concluded that it is easy to sit here, Jews and non-Jews, and to make criticisms. But we do not live on the Lebanon border and we were not attacked Palestinian terrorists, so we have no right to criticize. 227 And by the same logic, those who have not lived in Palestinian refugee camps surely have no right to criticize the PLO. Not everyone in Israel is entranced by these observations, though most of the press, including the left-wing press cited, is quite pleased. The well-known Israeli dove Uri Avnerai, for example, writes, I have learned to despise Jane Fonda, who gained a reputation as a fighter for peace and human rights, and who now sells this name to various fascists, among them Israelis, in order to advance her career and that of her husband, along with some far harsher comments. A partial list of events in the vicinity of Hebron, about which Fonda could have learned with ease on her visit there, is presented by Rafik Halabi, who notes that until now their perpetrators have not been revealed and no one has come to trial for any of them. Included are a 1976 incident in which tens of Arab youths and students from Hebron were held prisoner in Kiryat Harbor, set upon by dogs so that several required hospitalization. The 1976 expulsion of a judge of a Peace for Galilee. 315. Muslim religious caught by the Kiryat Harbor settlers after they publicly humiliated him, killings, destruction of vineyards, looting and destruction of property in the house of a leading Muslim family, throwing of grenades at Arab houses, destruction of houses, etc., alongside of events of the sort described in Chapter 4, Section 5. Chamberlain, an Orthodox Jew himself, describes Fonda's Hebron hosts as Orthodox Jews for whom hate thy neighbor has become creed and a general philosophy. The knitted kippah, skull cap, their symbol, in Arab eyes, has become the badge of the bully and the thug, and I'm afraid I'm beginning to see it in the same light myself. 228. At the opposite extreme of California politics, newly elected rightist Senator Pete Wilson, virtually quoting Jane Fonda a few days earlier, said that he intends to follow a strongly pro-Israel line in the Senate because Israel is the only real hope that we enjoy of a strong, determined ally in the explosive Middle East. 229 On the views of California's other senator, Liberal Democrat Alan Cranston, CP. 10. In short, considerable unity, across the board. Jane Fonda is, of course, not alone in her contention that criticism of the war in Lebanon is an expression of anti-Semitism. Norman Podhoretz, among many others, makes the same allegation. Critics of the invasion, he holds, deny to the Jews the right of self-defense. Podhoretz is the editor of commentary, which I have avoided discussing here. For an example of what it contains, see Robert W. Tucker, Lebanon, The Case for the War, October 1982, which begins by denying that Israel had any well-developed plan to destroy the PLO presence in Lebanon. Rather, the IDF was, one might almost say, pulled to Beirut by unexpected lack of effective opposition, carefully avoiding extensive and quite compelling evidence to the contrary from Israeli sources, some cited earlier, and continuing at the same level of concern for fact. See, for example, p. 1. Tucker rejects the moral critique of Israel's aggression, writing that what has so often been presented as hard-headed political analysis is, when its surface is once scratched, moral preference masquerading as political analysis. He gives no examples, but the judgment holds of his affectation of hard-headed political analysis, a largely muddle-headed expression of his moral preference for the doctrine that there is nothing in reason or morality that enjoins a government to refrain from taking action against a threat to the state's security, that is, to engage in aggressive war, even in a case such as this, where the threat that united virtually all Israelis turns out to be the threat of a PLO state in the West Bank. His position is a familiar one. Hitler and Goebbels, for example, gave a similar justification for their resort to force. CP 234. It is not unusual for this moral stance to be represented as hard-headed political analysis. 316. Noam Chomsky. Which they exercised by invading Lebanon. What we have here is the old anti-Semitism modified to suit the patterns of international life. Why should Americans lend themselves to this disgusting maneuver? 230. Or Israelis, for example, those who pointed out the absurdity of appealing to the right of self-defense when in fact the PLO had scrupulously observed the July 1981 ceasefire. Others concocted lurid tales of how Lebanon was dismembered by Soviet-armed PLO terrorists and Syrian forces who have used its towns and villages as a battleground, leading to the death of 100,000 civilians. But the world stood by in silence while the PLO imposed a 7-year reign of terror on Lebanon and now condemns Israel for its recent campaign to uproot the terrorists from their bases despite its extraordinary precautions to prevent civilian casualties. And of course the bottom line, vital American interests are at stake. 231. The signers speak of the campaign of lies and distortions mounted by the terrorists and their supporters. An apt description of their own statement. It is easy enough to ridicule such pronouncements by comparing them with the undisputed facts about the civil war in Lebanon, or with the descriptions by Israeli soldiers, journalists and military experts. But to do so would be to miss the more important point, the efficacy of the big lie when the media are effectively disciplined in the illustration, yet again, of how easy it is for intellectuals to believe anything, however fantastic, in the service of some holy state and to produce apologetics for its atrocities, phenomena of no small significance in this terrible century. Some attempted more original arguments, for example, Arthur Goldberg, who offered this one. Free from the illusion, now demonstrated to be without foundation, that the PLO has the coherence, strength and support to act as the sole representative of the Palestinian people, and liberated from its terroristic acts and blackmail against Palestinian leaders, inhabitants of the West Bank, and other Arab countries, it should be possible to conclude an autonomy agreement with all deliberate speed. 232. It is not entirely clear who is said to be now free and liberated in this semi-coherent statement, but the idea appears to be that by Peace for Galilee. 317. successfully employing its overwhelming military might to smash the PLO. Israel has demonstrated that the PLO cannot claim to represent the Palestinian people, specifically those in Lebanon and the occupied territories who support it, even though it is not the world's fourth strongest military power. With a bit more understanding of the facts, and a rather different moral stance, Meir Pale put the point in these terms, presenting what he suggests may have been the real aim of the invasion, conveyed in the following message of vital import to the Palestinians in the occupied territories. Beware, you Palestinians living under Israeli rule. All that we have done to the refugee camps, the cities and towns and villages of South Lebanon, on the coast of the Mediterranean between Ras Shadi, Tyre and Beirut, we can do to you in Gaza, Judea, Samaria. And even perhaps in Bethlehem and Nazareth, within Israel proper. And we can do that now, especially given that there is no PLO or any other legitimate organized body that could be seen to represent the Palestinian cause. If you will bend down and follow our rules, it would be best that you accept the limited autonomy offered you as defined by Begin Sharon Milson. If not, your fate will be that of Ras Shadi, near Tyre, Ain al-Wa, near Sidon, or Beirut. 233. This message has a more literate version of what Goldberg is apparently trying to say, stripped of the deceptive rhetoric that only barely conceals the true meaning of his words. The former Supreme Court Justice and UN Ambassador has produced a most impressive contribution to contemporary thought. If some political entity can be destroyed by force, that demonstrates its illegitimacy and the right of the conqueror to determine the fate of those whom it had pretended to represent. This idea has not previously been advanced, to my knowledge, though its usefulness is evident, for example, to justify the Nazi conquests. Goldberg's article would also delight structuralist literary analysts with its intriguing formal properties. Thus, it begins by berating the media for joining the PLO in speaking of an invasion when Israeli troops encircle Beirut. How odd for them to do so. And it ends, with charming consistency, by referring to Israel's justified invasion of Lebanon. There appears to be one striking exception to this picture of a 318. Noam Chomsky. Broad spectrum of American discussion, namely, the publication here of Jacobo Timerman's harsh criticism of Begins Israel, the Longest War, and the reception accorded to it. 234. An earlier version was published in The New Yorker, a mass circulation journal that reaches a liberal intellectual audience, and it has been extensively reviewed, critically but also with respect, a most unusual occurrence with regard to a book that is critical of Israel, since 1967. This is true even in the New Republic, where passages in the book are described as stuff and nonsense and faintly nauseating, but it is nevertheless taken to be an eloquent personal testimony, and a contribution of lasting significance to the great debate on Israel. 235. The latter comment is a radical departure from the normal style of this journal in the case of people who presume to criticize policies of Israel, except within the limits of the tolerated form of critical support. More typical are the terms applied to Alexander Hoban, whose detailed factual and analytic commentary on the war and the Sharon Milson repression, in the Village Voice, was unique in American journalism in its insight, detail, and accuracy, and was thus a major irritant in New Republic circles. He is a nasty piece of work, despicable, with a double moral standard, admiration for the PLO and extreme tolerance of the Soviet Union. 236 charges flung without a shred of evidence or argument, and with a veracity that we expect in comparable descriptions of political enemies in the Daily Worker. Elsewhere too, reviewers and journals that rarely tolerate critical discussion of Israel have praised Timerman's book for its balance and integrity, while generally dismissing its contents. Why such exceptional treatment? Does this show that the spectrum of approved opinion is indeed far wider than I have suggested, in mainstream intellectual circles? The comment cited from the New Republic gives a clue to the mystery. The book is, indeed, a personal testimony, and can be tolerated as a contribution of lasting significance to the great debate on Israel, in fact as virtually the sole critical discussion to be admitted to this canon, precisely for this reason. It contains few facts and little analysis, but is primarily a cry of anguish, often quite harsh and eloquent. It is, therefore, fairly safe, one man's impressions, to be. Peace for Galilee. 319. Understood in terms of his personal history and psychology, and therefore an excellent choice to represent the side of the critics in the great debate. A further clue is given by the reference in every review to the book's balance. The New Republic, for example, begins by noting Timmerman's strong criticism of some modes of condemning Israel and of supporting the Palestinians, and his devastating indictment of the PLO sympathizers and the effect of their sympathy, quoted at length. These examples are cited as sharp bursts of shrewd insight, the only ones so honored. It is not easy to know to whom Timmerman is referring in these sharp bursts of shrewd insight, since this impassioned personal testimony is rather short on specifics, but there is little doubt that this balance contributes to rendering his criticism tolerable, alongside of the restriction to personal impressions and feelings. A closer scrutiny of the features of the book that permit it to be admitted into the great debate yields some insight into the contemporary ideological scene. As already noted, Timmerman repeats standard myths about Israel, for example, that the 1982 Lebanon War was the first war launched by Israel, CP 108. This is one notable contribution to balance, and there are numerous others. Consider the statement that the PLO started the 1975 war in Lebanon by arranging to have a busload of Palestinians killed by the Phalange in April, see section 3.1. Or the claim that the Peace Now demonstrators on July 4 were ready to withdraw this very day from Lebanon and negotiate this very day with the Palestinians, regardless of who represents them, for the establishment of an independent sovereign state on the West Bank. A serious misrepresentation of the facts. With some exceptions, the demonstrators took no such position, nor did Peace Now as an organization, but the picture is a useful contribution to images of Israel that are welcome here, regardless of the facts. Or consider the injunction to the Palestinians to abandon their terrorist strategy and sterile diplomacy and to organize politically, unaccompanied by any account of just how they were to organize politically under the regime imposed by the Labour Party and then begin, or why their willingness to accept a two-state settlement in accordance with the international. 320. Noam Chomsky. Consensus is sterile diplomacy, indeed it is. Given Israeli rejectionism, but that is not Timmerman's point. Such assertions, which help establish the balance that renders his condemnation of Israeli policies tolerable, go part of the way towards explaining the relatively favorable reception of the book. But let us look further. The book begins with a moving description of a lunch with Michael Walzer of the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton 3 months before the outbreak of the war, when the repression in the West Bank had reached its peak, a fact not mentioned. Both men knew that Sharon's war was soon to come. What could they do to stop it? Timmerman suggested that if the two of us decided to commit suicide and explained in our wills that we were killing ourselves to stop Sharon's war, perhaps we could succeed in stopping it. But the idea was rejected, since Sharon would not have found in his heart the images of so many Jews who believed in moving the conscience of mankind by the generous surrender of their own lives. What would the world, or Israel, or General Sharon himself, have done with our two bodies? We cut pathetic and ridiculous figures, Michael Walzer and I, in our search for logic and sober judgment, pathetic in their inability to find a way to prevent the tragic events that they foresaw. For Timmerman, Sharon's war began that very day. There are certain difficulties in this account. First, Walzer supported the war as a just war, as we have seen. Thus it is not clear why he should have contemplated suicide to prevent it. Indeed, in the light of his record, it is difficult to imagine circumstances in which he would take any action in opposition to policies of Israel, or even deign to recognize unpleasant truths about the state that he so loyally defends. Second, one can think of some less extreme measures that might have been useful, for example, writing an article warning of what lay ahead, an option that neither man undertook, though they have access to a wide audience denied to others who had the same perception. In fact, Heinemann considered the idea of organizing a petition among the men of Princeton, but rejected it on the grounds that Sharon and his associates would not pay attention to these men of Princeton who have written so many. Peace for Galilee. 321. Books and shared so many discoveries with mankind, which seems a bit facile, even if it would have been possible to mobilize the men of Princeton in an advance warning against the war. Let us turn to the devastating indictment of the PLO sympathizers which so impressed the New Republic reviewer. Heinemann bitterly condemns the Harvard, Princeton, and Columbia professors who went along with the PLO. For years they were allies or accomplices, or simply vain and frivolous academics who wanted to prove a thesis. The principal task of the academics should have been to confront Palestinian terrorism with a clear and convincing picture of the political reality, but instead they preferred to feel important glorifying an obsolete and reactionary image, that of terrorist machismo. More than one U.S. scholar considered it a privilege to review the world situation with Arafat. They seize upon the idea of the historical inevitability of a Palestinian state, while failing to work with the moderates among the Palestinians and the Arab world within the bounds of a political strategy. And with others, for example, Western Europeans, they allowed the PLO to avoid the issue with ambivalent insinuations that not even the goodwill with which some of us in Israel heard them could convince us that they accepted anything less than the destruction of our country. Had these miserable academics met their responsibilities, they could have forced the creation of a Palestinian state despite the obstructions of Israeli reactionary groups. Again, there are some problems. First, note the typical falsifications with regard to Arab moderates and political strategy. Thus it is unexplained, for example, why PLO support for a two-state settlement since the mid-1970s drove Israel into such a panic, and failed to convince those with Heinemann's goodwill that they accepted anything less than the destruction of our country. And as well, the typical falsifications with regard to Israeli opinion. It was not certain Israeli reactionary groups that opposed the creation of a Palestinian state, but the labor alignment, along with the Likud. As of 1980, only about 1/10 of the Jewish population in Israel unconditionally accepted Israel's recognition of a Palestinian nation, while half that number agreed to the establishment of a Palestinian state, and under 3% of the population, and 1/5 of the dovish leaders, agreed to. 322. Noam Chomsky. Recognition of the PLO as the Palestinians' representative. Even if they were, presumably, would have been willing to recognize a PLO-run Palestinian state in accordance with the wishes of the vast majority in the occupied territories. 237 We have already noted how images of the beautiful Israel have been cynically manipulated by American liberals to increase military support for Begin's policies of settlement and aggression. CP 119. Heinemann's fables about Israeli attitudes lend themselves to exploitation for these ends in exactly the same way, not his intent surely, but a part of the explanation for the relatively favorable reception of his critique. Still other questions arise. Just who are these vile professors? No names are mentioned. I cannot think of a single U.S. scholar, a single professor of Harvard, Princeton or Columbia, or elsewhere, to whom Heinemann's description even remotely applies, except insofar as some Palestinian scholars did presumably discuss the world situation with Arafat. Hardly a crime, one would think, particularly when one eliminates Heinemann's fanciful constructions about the views expressed. Recall Robert Tecker's Astonishing Fantasies, p. 1. There is one important qualification to this remark. Timmerman's description does apply, rather accurately in fact, if we replace a few words, Israel for PLO, Golda Meir for Arafat, etc. This is an important fact that could hardly be comprehended within the American intellectual community, apart from a few, or by Timmerman, it would appear. But let us keep to his version. Timmerman claims that these disgraceful academics, who risked nothing, pandered to the Palestinian, or Third World, taste for terrorism instead of patiently explaining to the PLO that this would lead to disaster. Again, some references would have been helpful. I know of none, though possibly a diligent search would yield a marginal example in some Maoist journal. These professors, Timmerman says, were obsessed by their competition with academics who supported Israel, who are subjected to no criticism by Timmerman, as if there was some great debate in academic circles, or anywhere in the United States, between supporters of Israel and supporters of the PLO, a ludicrous picture, as anyone familiar with the U.S. would know at Peace for Galilee. 323. Once, including his editors and reviewers, if not Timmerman himself. There were, in fact, a handful of critics of Israeli policies within the academic profession, no one of whom questioned the right of existence of Israel, to my knowledge. These few, who incidentally had few opportunities to publish here on these matters, consistently warned the PLO of the dangers of its resort to terrorism while sharply condemning this practice, and condemned the early rejectionist diplomacy of the PLO as intolerable on moral grounds as well as self-destructive. They needed no instruction from Timmerman on this score. I was in fact one of these few, so I will keep to my own writings on the subject, though there are few enough critics so that a full record would not be difficult. My first article on the topic appeared in Liberation and the New Outlook, Tel Aviv, in 1969, and is reprinted in Peace in the Middle East. As Chapter 1. It contains an extensive discussion of the suicidal and deeply immoral character of the resort to terror, drawing from Israeli devs who were making the same point. My next article, reprinted as Chapter 2 of the same book, was a talk given at a conference of the Association of Arab American University Graduates, AAG, in 1970, where I condemned the PLO reliance on armed struggle on moral and political grounds, emphasizing precisely its suicidal character for the Palestinians given the actual balance of forces, warning against romantic illusions about these matters, and also condemning the official PLO rejectionist program, which, even if it could succeed, which, as I emphasized, it could not, would be intolerable to civilized opinion. Exactly the same remained true in subsequent years, cp. 84-85, and is true of the handful of other critics of Israel's policies whose writings or public talks are familiar to me. Timmerman's story is fantasy from beginning to end. But useful fantasy, of a sort illustrated several times above. Like Irving Howe and others, Timmerman is relying on the convention that critics of established doctrine can be freely denounced without argument or evidence, or even explicit reference. Like Mark Halperin in the New York Times Magazine and numerous others, he invents a great debate and lambasts the non-existent advocates of the point of view of the enemy. This creates balance and allows the author. 324. Noam Chomsky. To take the middle ground of sanity while proceeding with the illusions and fabrications of current propaganda concerning the U.S., Israel and the Palestinians. Timmerman accuses Begin of girding himself for a typical Israeli political debate in which accusations require no proof and weigh more than ideas or analysis. I do not know whether this is a fair comment with regard to Israel, but it surely holds with regard to its supporters here, and to Timmerman himself. It should, however, be noted that in the case of Timmerman, these concoctions are, in a strange way, a contribution to truth. Had he not presented and emphasized them, his book, with its impressionistic but sometimes accurate critique of Begin's Israel, would have suffered the usual fate of work that lies outside the bounds of mainstream ideology or that presents factual material that tends to undermine it. The text would certainly not have appeared in the New Yorker or any other journal that reaches a substantial audience, and could not have been accepted as a contribution to the great debate, were it not for its tales about pro-PLO academics and its reiteration of familiar fabrications about Israel and the Palestinians, nor could it have been regarded as a contribution of lasting significance, or even recognized as existing. So, in a certain sense, one should welcome this remarkable record of falsification, given the ideological climate in the United States. For completeness, I should note that when we escape the confines of the U.S. ideological system, the contributions of this critical tract to Israeli propaganda do not go unnoticed. Thus, in London, Elfie Palace observes that Timmerman falls victim to Israeli mythology. Looking at the land of Kibbutz Jesser Hazif in Galilee, he reflects how in the past this was a desert. Galilee, of course, has never been a desert, and Kibbutz Jesser Hazif farms the fields that used to belong to the Palestinian villagers of Al-Zib, now refugees in Lebanon. Two-legged beasts living in nests of terrorists that must be cleansed, we may add. And again in London, David Gilmour comments on Timmerman's belief that Israel's crimes only began with Begin and that before him its moral integrity remained intact, listing Peace for Galilee. 325. A series of earlier examples that demonstrate the contrary, a few of them mentioned above. Gilmour also cites Timmerman's statement that for the first time Israel has attacked a neighboring country without being attacked, commenting accurately that even Begin no longer pretends that, cp. 110. He also takes note of Timmerman's approval of a letter that Professor Jacob Talman wrote to Begin, in which he said, "However lacerating are the pain and the shame we feel for the affronts that our perverse and anachronistic policy, which is devoid of a future, causes among our neighbors, much greater and even decisive, is the fear of the consequences of such behavior for us, the Jews, for our dream of a social and moral rebirth." 238. Gilmour comments, "There is something a little ridiculous about the sight of Ashkenazi intellectuals earnestly debating their own identity while Israeli airplanes are destroying Beirut with phosphorus bombs." 239. Timmerman's personal statement is not without value, and should be read, but it lends little support to the belief that a great debate is raging in the United States, or that more than a very narrow spectrum of opinion is represented here among the articulate intelligentsia. These examples give some idea of the range of opinion expressed as Israel conducted its attack on Lebanon, or, if one prefers the New York Times version, its liberation of Lebanon. These examples, however, illustrate the attitudes of elite opinion makers and may not be a reflection of prevailing attitudes among the population that is the intended target for indoctrination. Indeed, there is reason to believe that popular attitudes are rather different, to judge by personal experience and also poll results. One poll indicates that there appear to be two U.S. publics, one described as better informed and the other as less informed. The better informed feel that the invasion of Lebanon was justified, by 52 to 38%, the less informed hold that it was not justified, by 43 to 28%. One recalls the attitude studies that showed a correlation between educational level and support for the Vietnam War, or the current ones that show that nearly 3/4 of the general population regard the war as more than a mistake. It was fundamentally wrong and immoral, a position held by only 45% of opinion make. 326. Noam Chomsky. Errs, and probably by a far smaller proportion of the elite, to judge by earlier studies. 240. Such results are subject to various interpretations. One, which I think is plausible, is that the term better informed should be construed as more effectively indoctrinated, that is, more subject to the distortions of the ideological system. People who are less susceptible to its influences, perhaps because of lack of exposure, are more readily able to perceive aggression and massacre as aggression and massacre, not understanding them to be, in reality, self-defense and extraordinary precautions to safeguard civilians. As a case in point, consider the standard attitude towards the Russian invasion of Afghanistan. Few people know much about it, but it is overwhelmingly understood to be exactly what it is, a case of brutal aggression and massacre. Those subjected to effective communist indoctrination will regard this view as naive and deluded, as moral preference masquerading as political analysis. CP 306, accepting the more sophisticated interpretation that the leader of the socialist camp is fulfilling its internationalist duty to defend freedom and human rights from terrorists serving the interests of the CIA and Western imperialism. Our own systems of indoctrination, while quite different in form and technique, often have the same kind of effect on sophisticated opinion. A poll conducted by Decision/Making/Information, a research institute directed by White House pollster Richard B. Worthlin, indicated that 3/4 of the population favored the establishment of a Palestinian state, in accordance with the international consensus and in sharp opposition to the rejectionist stance of Israel and the U.S. government. 65% felt that there would be no peace in the Middle East unless a Palestinian state is established. The poll also revealed popular support for a Palestinian state has been expressed before. For example, a survey of participants in the Foreign Policy Association's Great Decisions 76 program showed that 66% approved of the right of Palestinians to an independent state, while 19% objected. New York Times, July 11, 1976. There is a survey of a number of polls by Alan C. Kellum, publisher of the Washington Report Mideast Observer, in the link, Age, New York, December 1982. Polls taken after the Beirut massacres showed that 50 to 60% were in favor of suspending or reducing arms sales to Israel, while over half favored a Palestinian state. Peace for Galilee. 327. Sharp decline in sympathy for Israel, down from 59% a year earlier to 39%, and increase in sympathy for the Palestinians, up from 13% to 23%. 69% disapproved of the Israeli invasion of Lebanon, and of those who felt that the invasion was justified by the PLO presence in Lebanon. Nearly half changed their minds when told that the Palestinians had observed the ceasefire while Israel had not. 35% felt that the U.S. should take unspecified disciplinary measures against Israel because of its invasion of Lebanon. 50% said no when asked if the U.S. should give aid to Israel, and the 44% yes vote decreased when in a follow-up question the actual quantities of aid were cited. 241 It would be interesting to see what the responses would be if it were known for what purposes the aid is used, or if information were provided about the nature and uses of tax-free charitable contributions, or other devices that are used to funnel aid to Israel. This poll was taken after the Beirut massacre, and State Department experts say it is not clear whether the shift in American attitudes is transitory or whether it is part of a more lasting trend. 242 It is, however, clear enough that the specialists in what Walter Lippmann called the manufacture of consent have their work cut out for them. These results are particularly striking in the light of the fact that virtually no one who can gain access to a large public advocates the positions that appear to be backed by most of the population: abandonment of U.S. Israeli rejectionism, and reduction or suspension of aid, particularly military aid. On the contrary, at this very time Congress was debating whether to increase aid to Israel even beyond the increase already proposed by the Reagan administration. If there was any articulate criticism of this strange spectacle, it was that the Reagan administration was politicizing the aid process by placing barriers before even further increases. And while the public appears ready to accept the international consensus on a two-state settlement, the government and most of articulate opinion continue to maintain the traditional rejectionist position, either supporting the Labour Party or Reagan's September peace plan. As noted earlier, public opposition to the Lebanon invasion was regarded by the Reagan administration as a problem that had to be somehow overcome. CP 328. Noam Chomsky. 240. It is rare for such a gulf to exist between articulate opinion and policy on the one hand, and public opinion on the other. The question merits a closer study, and may be suggestive for people who would like to see the issue truly enter the arena of democratic politics. 7. The critique of the media. 7.1 The American media. One interesting feature of the ideological scene in the summer of 1982 was the attack on the media as pro-PLO and anti-Israel. The charge had often been made before, CPP 1, 218, for some examples on the part of current New Republic editors, but it was renewed with considerable vigor as the Lebanon War began to appear on television screens and front pages. Television was a particular target of attack, particularly for its insistence on showing scenes of the siege and bombing of Beirut, not counterbalanced by equivalent scenes of the siege and bombing of Tel Aviv or of parts of Lebanon where peace reigned under military occupation. On the same grounds, one could criticize the British press after the bombing of Coventry for not featuring pictures of parts of the city that remained intact. In a rational world, one would simply dismiss the charge of pro-PLO and anti-Israel bias as absurd or paranoid, noting the overwhelming evidence of support for Israel, racist dismissal of the Palestinians, and suppression of unwanted history across most of the spectrum of opinion and analysis. But we live in this world, so let us consider the matter. Criticism of the media is certainly a legitimate undertaking, rarely pursued in a serious and intellectually responsible way. But the criticism in this case had some unusual aspects. Critical discussion of the media generally centers on editorializing, inexplicit opinion pieces, including editorials, and more important, internal to news reports, where it is often manifested in more subtle ways, or on the selection of items to appear, the emphasis given to various topics, the uncritical acceptance of material that serves ideological needs, the incredible standards of evidence that are erected in the Peace for Galilee. 329. Case of material that runs counter to these needs, and so on. There is ample material of this sort, and its significance is vastly underrated, in my opinion. But the criticism in this case was of a novel type. I do not recall a previous charge that correspondents on the scene were systematically misrepresenting what was happening before their eyes. On the contrary, even the harshest critics of the press in the past have always emphasized the generally highly professional standards of foreign correspondents in presenting what they found, though what they were looking for, and how they interpreted it, are often another matter. In the present case, however, we find such criticisms as this, emblazoned on the front cover of the New Republic. Much of what you have read in the newspapers and news magazines about the war in Lebanon, and even more of what you have seen and heard on television, is simply not true. 243. So we are informed on the authority of Martin Peretz, who was there, on a guided tour with an Israeli military escort. It is, of course, possible that the news presented here was contrived so skillfully that much of what we had actually seen, and what we had read in the reports of usually reliable correspondents, did not happen, but was fabricated for the occasion. One would want some rather strong evidence before accepting this conclusion, something stronger than I was there or the authority of Israeli soldiers, carefully selected, since as noted many such soldiers gave harrowing reports going well beyond what was published here, his reports of what he was told by Lebanese Arab friends who coyly explained that Arabs exaggerate, noted of such as Shlomo Avineri, CPP 299F, and his own observations, which are credible to the extent that he has demonstrated himself to be a credible commentator and observer. On the latter issue, we have already seen some pertinent evidence. 244 recall, for example, his treatment of the very examples he selected to demonstrate the perfidy of the press, the vacuum bomb story, pages 242 to 43, and the case of Professor Aveniri. This article contains much more. Note simply the scrupulous avoidance, once again, of the Israeli press, with its reports, some quoted above, by Joe. 330. Noam Chomsky. Nullists, military experts and soldiers, or the integrity, or, to be more charitable, the gullibility, of someone who can report that whomever I talk to on the streets, and there are many eager to talk, Christian and Muslim, in French or English or Arabic, pointed out that what the Israelis had targeted were invariably military targets, an incredible falsehood, from the first day of the bombings just prior to the actual invasion, and a claim startlingly at variance with the reports of Israeli observers. Recall the observation by the former chief education officer of the IDF, Mordechai Barant, that anyone who visited southern Lebanon during and even after the fighting could see that the target was not merely the PLO's military infrastructure but rather the very existence of the Palestinians as a community. At the very time that Peretz reported that the IDF was scrupulously limiting itself to only military targets, military historian Col. Ret. Meir Pale, former head of the IDF Officers Training School, was writing that the region that Peretz visited looked as though it had suffered a major earthquake in the best tradition of the destruction of the Vandal conquests in ancient times of the Mongols in the Middle Ages, a scene of destruction and ruin that will be the haunting memorial which points to Israel and the IDF as the inheritors of the Mongols in the Middle East. There are numerous other examples, some cited earlier from Israeli soldiers, military analysts and journalists, not to speak of the bombardment of Beirut, the character of which was already evident when Peretz wrote. Peretz seems to have visited a different country from the one these Israeli Lebanon eyewitnesses were describing, unless they too were secretly pro-PLO or intent on defaming Israel. To believe on the basis of Peretz's claims that large segments of the American and EU. Pale argues that there was a reasonable military explanation for all of this, given the goals of the invasion, as already described, and that the IDF observed the principle of purity of arms on its low and minimal scale, in the sense that there was no deliberate killing of civilian population, though there was contempt of that same principle on the national scale, for example, when the Air Force was directed to drop its bombs on unspecified targets, to devastate and raze the city and, apparently, to destroy the houses together with their terrorist residents, etc. 245 A number of soldiers quoted in the Hebrew press made the same point. Peace for Galilee. 331. European media were systematically lying which required quite a leap of faith, one easily taken by some American doves, cp. 299. As we have seen, p. 218, even before the war Peretz felt that Israel had lost the press years earlier, because most correspondents were so afflicted by the Vietnam experience that they always sympathize with those who call themselves guerrillas or freedom fighters. A person who could read the American press in this way has some credibility problems to start with. These mount further when we proceed to his indictment of television, in the same interview, because it fails to give the relevant background when it shows an Israeli soldier beating the head of a Palestinian boy with a club, one aspect of the Stronum methods that Peretz recommended, as implemented by his friend Menachem Milson, which he thinks should perhaps have been instituted from the start instead of the liberal enlightened administration of the preceding years. Peretz's criticism is that TV reporting, so tainted by superficiality, fails to explain that the Arab national character tends towards violence and incitement and that thousands would be massacred if the PLO ruled in the West Bank. without tarrying any longer over the reports of someone who is capable of speaking in this way about the Arab national character, and who holds that this belief of his about the PLO somehow justifies the scene portrayed, and who is responsible for material of a sort already described sufficiently. It should be noted that if Peretz is to be believed, the Israeli government regards him as too harsh a critic. Peretz asserts that the Israeli embassy in Washington contacted him with a request to circulate his Lebanon eyewitness, but requested first that he eliminate critical passages. 246. Peretz did not restrict his criticism to the media. He also extended it to opponents of the invasion, in ways that also reflect on his credibility. Take just one example. He refers to the fact that he signed an ad for Oxfam with the honorable goal of helping to alleviate the suffering of those Lebanese caught in the fighting. Recall that this ad by unexceptionable humanitarians contained the figures on casualties and refugees that he later claimed to have been fabricated by the anti-Israel media, a fact that raises some interest. 332. Noam Chomsky. In questions that might have been addressed somewhere. CP 222, also p. 243. But that is not the purpose of a new committee. That rounds up the usual suspects. Pro-PLO hardline in America, Edward said. Former Senator James Abresk, Noam Chomsky, old-line communist fellow travelers, Pete Seeger, Paul Robeson Jr., and the predictable goofies, Ramsey Clark, Dr. John Mack, Daniel Berrigan. The signatories seek relief money not for all the victims of the war in Lebanon, but only for those trapped in West Beirut without water, essential services, and medical supplies. What an odd humanitarian impulse to aid just West Beirut. The statement of the pro-PLO hardliners, fellow travelers and predictable goofies in fact reads as follows. Help the victims, including hundreds of thousands trapped in West Beirut without water, essential services and medical supplies. 247. More interesting than this convenient bit of rewriting is what follows. Who exactly is holed up there? There are none trapped at the PLO. So this is what I.F. Stone, after all his agonizing about bloodshed, has finally come to, asking his admirers to put up money so that the PLO can continue to fight, not simply against Israel, but against the possibility of a peaceful Lebanon. In fact, there were hundreds of thousands of people holed up there, either because they had nowhere to flee, or because the local forces under Israeli control would not let them leave, see section 8.2.3, or because it was their city, or because they stayed to help the victims. But to provide food or medicine to those who are being deprived of it by an Israeli siege while the IDF is in the process of blasting them to bits is obviously an intolerable act, more evidence of a double standard and a pro-PLO bias, if not outright anti-Semitism, in the eyes of the editor of this leading journal of America. On my pro-PLO hardline position CPP 94 and 322 and references cited. For Peretz, the position that Palestinians have a right to select whom they wish as their representatives, that is, the position that they have the same human rights as Jews, is what is intolerable, and counts as a pro-PLO hardline position. Peace for Galilee. 333. Econ liberalism, a fact that passes without comment here, again yielding some insight into the American cultural scene. Another major critique of the media was produced by the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith, ADL, in October. This time TV was the villain. The report consists of a documentary record of TV broadcasts with critical observations, and an analysis by the ADL. Subsequently, this was referred to by supporters of Israel as an indictment of the media, but a review of the documentation presented leads to no such conclusion. In fact, the study has its comic aspects. The primary criticism of the early evening news programs to which the study is restricted is that they gave reports with sources the ADL regards as inadequate. Thus on June 14, ABC and NBC cited casualty figures, attributing them respectively to the Lebanese police and the Lebanese government. Who are Lebanese police? Who is the Lebanese government? The ADL analysts ask. Apparently, their concept is that in reporting the crimes of their holy state in a TV clip one must provide an extensive scholarly apparatus. Similarly, CBS cited international relief officials in Beirut who reported casualty figures from Sidon. The ADL asks, who are these international relief officials, and if they are in Beirut, how could they be reporting on casualties in Sidon? Could they have received a message from Sidon? If such standards were applied generally to TV reporting, the 6 p.m. news would last until midnight if it could appear at all. Someone who proposed that such standards should be met in any other connection would be regarded as quite mad. The ADL also criticizes the figures cited from Sidon because this figure was later proven to be a gross exaggeration, yet no retraction was forthcoming. They do not provide the proof, but it appears to be Israeli government claims to the contrary, cited above. The ADL does not explain why Israeli government announcements prove that the figures provided by the Lebanese police and government and by relief officials are false, a conclusion that is particularly curious when we recall that the Lebanese sources were celebrating their liberation by Israel, according to ADL doctrine. The analysis continues at the same intellectual level. In fact, a review of their material shows, as would be expected, that American 334. Noam Chomsky. TV treated Israel with kid gloves. The ADL study contains one major specific charge of TV turpitude, namely, a June 13th report that there were 600,000 refugees in southern Lebanon, attributed to the Red Cross. The Red Cross later gave an estimate of 300,000 homeless, but the ADL study states, no network reported this update. 2 sentences later we read : On June 16th, John Chancellor of NBC reported a Red Cross estimate of 300,000 homeless. The example reveals rather nicely the contempt of the ADL for its intended audience. The next sentence reads, yet on June 19th, Jessica Savage, also of NBC, reported a figure of 600,000 homeless, showing that NBC was persisting in its evil ways. In this case, we do not have self-contradiction within 3 sentences, rather, gross misrepresentation. Turning to the documentary record supplied as an appendix, we find that in this report Jessica Savage stated, it is now estimated that 600,000 refugees in South Lebanon are without sufficient food and medical supplies. My emphasis. Recall that these are the only specific and marginally serious criticisms that appear in the report. The ADL study proceeds to criticize the networks for giving inadequate coverage to Israeli relief efforts, an extraordinary departure from the usual behavior of combatants and certainly newsworthy. It is quite true that the Israeli relief efforts described by Col. Yermaya were inadequately covered and newsworthy, but this fact merely reveals the normal pro-Israeli bias of the media, as the evidence cited earlier from Israeli sources shows clearly enough. CPP 271F. This conclusion will simply be fortified when we return, directly, to further reports from the Israeli press about these extraordinary efforts. The study also criticizes the networks because not enough attention was devoted to the fact that the overwhelming majority of Israelis solidly supported the Begin government. This criticism is interesting, given that the media were also regularly accused of the failing to report Israeli dissent against the war, which revealed that Israel had not lost its high moral values. How these requirements are to be jointly met has not yet been adequately explained. The ADL study concludes, finally, that TV coverage was unfair because the main sentiment which emerged from the coverage was one of review. Peace for Galilee. 335. Sign at the violence which was implicitly and explicitly associated with Israel. Scenes of violence were inevitably and reflexively linked to Israel. however inadvertently and however understandably in a situation where the media competes for scoops and graphic depiction of violent events. A majority of human interest stories shown were those which depicted scenes of great devastation and human suffering. 248 comments seems unnecessary, except, perhaps, to recall once again Meir Pal's observation on the Stalinist character assumed by the Zionist organizations under the influence of Golda Meir and the Labour Party in the post-1967 period, cp. 16. While the ADL study itself is merely embarrassing, it is of some interest, perhaps, that this document was taken quite seriously by the media. I saw no critical analysis of it, though its absurdity is obvious on even superficial reading, even putting aside the assumptions that underlie it. The Times had a fairly lengthy news report on its release, simply summarizing its allegations without analysis and quoting some responses by TV executives, for example, Reuven Frank, president of NBC News, who characterized the study as careful and quietly stated. 249. Earlier, Frank had commented, more accurately, that what Israel sees today is not an anti-Israel bias in the news coverage, but a reduction in the pro-Israel bias. He referred to the attack on the US media by the pro-Israeli PR establishment, partly their Israeli government, partly Martin Peretz, and said he is willing to bet that somebody in New York instructed David Shipler of the New York Times to write a critical piece on the PLO occupation of Lebanon, cited above, note 10. 250. It is interesting to ask why the media did not expose the self-contradictions, falsehoods and intellectual vacuity of the ADL critique and the astonishing moral values implicit in it. Perhaps they simply did not want to be charged with anti-Semitism, to be subjected to the kind of defamation and slander in which the ADL specializes. But there may be something else involved. It almost appears that the media relish this kind of criticism. There is evidence that that is so, in fact. The incident recalls an earlier one, a massive 2-volume critique of the media by Peter Brastrup produced under the auspices 336. Noam Chomsky of Freedom House, demonstrating, by the standards of its sponsor, that the media were unfairly critical of the American war in Vietnam, contributing to the failure of the US to achieve its, by definition, noble aims. The study impressed commentators in the press as conscientious and painstakingly accurate. New York Times, with its endless attention to accuracy. Dean John Roche of the Fletcher School commented in the Washington Post, "It constitutes one of the major pieces of investigative reporting and first-rate scholarship of the past quarter century and should lead to a congressional investigation of the press." See note 251. Harvard political scientist Michael Mandelbaum wrote, Daedalus, Fall 1982, that Peter Brastrup's exhaustive study of the American media's coverage of the Tet Offensive does show that the public received a distorted picture of the event. Others reacted similarly. In fact, the first volume, containing the analysis, grossly falsifies the evidence presented in the second volume, containing the supporting documentation, so even on internal grounds the study would at once be dismissed by any rational commentator. Furthermore, crucial documentary evidence is omitted and the study fails to raise even the most obvious questions. For example, how did news reporting compare with intelligence analyses available from the Pentagon Papers and elsewhere? When these elementary inadequacies are overcome, we see from Brastrup's own evidence, and what he omits, that the media accepted the framework of state propaganda and were more optimistic about the prospects for American arms than internal intelligence documents, not too surprising since the media tended to rely on public government statements, not know. See, for example, Colonel Harry G. Summers, New Republic, February 7, 1983, a review article based on the Yale University Press reissue, which typically regards the study as definitive, raising no questions about it. Summers claims that Brestrup was widely attacked both by supporters and opponents of the war and by the journalistic profession, citing no examples and giving no indication that there was any favorable reception prior to his own. He also, incidentally, expresses a point of view concerning the war and the U.S. involvement in it that merits attention. The review predictably ends with a comparison to the media coverage of the recent war in Lebanon, as was true with debt. The most damaging aspect of this reporting has been its effect on weakening the community of interest that is the bedrock of the American-Israeli alliance. Peace for Galilee. 337. In then what was being transmitted internally. The Freedom House case is narrow to begin with, that the press was too pessimistic. By Freedom House standards, one must conclude. The press must not only accept the assumptions of the state propaganda system but must do so in an upbeat and enthusiastic spirit in its news commentary and editorial analysis. When the shoddy and incompetent treatment of documentary evidence is corrected, nothing remains even of its remarkable charge, excessive pessimism. 251. What is interesting in the present context is that there was no exposure of any of this, apart from the reference of Note 251, which was ignored. Rather, both the media and scholarship regarded the study as exemplary, even those who argued against its conclusions concerning the media. Many agreed with the Freedom House sponsors that Brestrup's impressive results provide cause for concern about the anti-establishment commitments of the media. Even the simple fact of falsification of evidence, easily demonstrated, was considered irrelevant. One can readily understand why conformist scholarship should take this position. As for the media, one may perhaps conclude in this case too that the criticism was in a way a welcome one. Why should this be so? Anyone who has attended a university commencement or similar event where a spokesperson for the press elaborates on its source and tasks will understand why. Criticism of the press as anti-establishment and too critical of the government or of standard ideology, for example, anti-Israel, pro-PLO, provides an occasion for orations on the duty of the free press courageously to examine and confront established power and doctrine, and if it sometimes goes too far, we must understand that this is a problem inherent in our system, which encourages the media to undertake this crucial challenge, etc. On the other hand, a more accurate critique of the media as tending to be subservient to external power and established doctrine is most unwelcome, and is certain to gain no hearing. There is an obvious further point. If the conformist media and intelligentsia can be represented as anti-establishment and fiercely critical, then any genuine critical discussion, any attempt to approach our own society and institutions and practice with the same. 338. Noam Chomsky. Rational standards that we are permitted to invoke in the case of others, is at once undercut. There is, then, good reason on all sides to maintain the pretense. As I have documented extensively elsewhere, the device of feigned dissent has made an impressive contribution to indoctrination in the democratic societies. CTNCW and references cited for discussion. There was, in fact, another study of the media and the Lebanon War by a different anti-defamation group, namely, the American Arab Anti-Discrimination Committee, ADC, written by Eric Hoogland of the ADC Research Institute. Hoogland presents evidence of a consistent pro-Israeli bias in press coverage of the Lebanon War, shown by such phenomena as reference to the invasion as a reprisal, New York Times, June 5. Obviously false. Emphasis on Israel's right to protect its border towns from being indiscriminately shelled. Washington Post, June 7. Recalled the facts concerning the ceasefire and the violations of it. Dehumanization of the Palestinians, including racist cartoons that would arouse charges of a revival of Nazism if the targets were Jews, and so on. I noticed no comment in the press apart from a column by Washington Post Ombudsman Robert J. McCluskey, October 6, 1982, who referred to the study, ignoring its contents while noting the symmetry of the charges from the Jewish and Arab communities, from which the reader is to understand that we must be doing our job, in the words of cynical editors. Still another study, this time of both print and TV media coverage, was carried out by Roger Morris. His conclusion is that there is no evidence to establish the charges of a double standard leveled against the media, referring to the charges by Norman Podhoretz, Martin Peretz, the ADL, and the like. This conclusion he establishes with ease. The material he presents does, however, support the conclusion that there was a rather different double standard, namely, the overwhelming tendency, from the first day, to adopt the point of view and the general interpretations provided by the aggressor. Morris's own assumptions are revealed by his conclusion that TV news for the most part struck the balance carefully between the aggressor and the victim, though there were a few lapses, for example, an emotional portrayal on ABC News that left the impression that there. Peace for Galilee. 339. Israelis were dropping the brutal weapons on civilians. But, Morris adds judiciously, if non-combatants were now dying in the city, ABC at this early stage had an obligation to remind its viewers pointedly that the PLO had retreated into the heart of West Beirut, bringing the war with them like a plague, just as British troops had retreated to Dunkirk, bringing the war with them like a plague, as any fair-minded reporter had an obligation to emphasize in depicting scenes of Nazi bombing. 252. It would be a revealing exercise to take this defense of the media for their balance, replace a few names, and consider how it would read as applied to other wars. The charge that the American media were pro-PLO or anti-Israel during the Lebanon War, or before, is easily unmasked, and is in fact absurd. It suffices to compare their coverage of the occupied territories, the war, the treatment of prisoners, and other topics, with what we find in the Hebrew press in Israel, a comparison always avoided by those who produce these ridiculous charges. Again, the annals of Stalinism come to mind, with the outrage over Trotskyite critical support for the workers' state. Any deviation from total obedience is intolerable to the totalitarian mentality, and is interpreted as reflecting a double standard, or worse. 7.2 The broad-scale mass psychological war against Israel. In Israel too there was concern and surprise over the way the war was depicted. Reporting from Jerusalem, Norman Chomsky observes that Israelis, almost universally, a considerable exaggeration, were shocked to learn that large segments of world public opinion considered the nation's war effort to be high-handed, aggressive bullying and excessive. Blame was placed on journalists, whom Begin accused of hatred for Israel and anti-Semitism, his words in a Knesset speech. Critics say Israel's version of the war was not told effectively because of a failure of Hasbara, the Hebrew word that means literally explanation, but in usage comes out somewhere between publicity and propaganda. 253 Among others, former Chief of Military Intelligence Saharan Arif commented that he could not understand why so much ground in the Hasbara battle was lost so quickly to the other side. 254. 340. Noam Chomsky, the head of the Hasbara Department of the Foreign Ministry, Moshe Yeager, wrote a spirited defense against the charge of Hasbara failure, which was voiced early on, accusing correspondents of violating the most elementary norms of fairness and professional ethics in their reports and commentary. Some of them were busy spreading propaganda instead of writing fair, objective reports. The international media, he charged, suppressed information about the unparalleled IDF efforts to avoid or minimize ... civilian losses, even at the expense of its own soldiers. Note that this was written after the terror bombings of Beirut. And most foreign correspondents ignored what they were shown about the return of normal life in southern Lebanon and the warm reception given the IDF. Furthermore, unfortunately, international relief organizations helped disseminate these malicious anti-Israel reports, sometimes in order to stimulate contributions in their home countries. communist and leftist elements played a conspicuous role in stirring up hostility. The behavior of the international media amounted to a media pogrom, though in certain Latin American countries there was understanding, even sympathy and support. Presumably this was true in Chile, the recipient of much Israeli military aid, and in Guatemala, where the army chief of staff under the Nazi-like Lucas Garcia regime thanked Israel for the military aid it was providing, adding that the Israeli soldier is a model and an example to us, while the new Rios Montt regime, which is estimated to among Israel's gifts to the people of Guatemala under Lucas Garcia was a computerized system designed to monitor the use of water and electricity in private homes so as to detect the possible presence of anti-government elements, who could then be dispatched to their proper fate. Aharon Abramovitz, Marif. December 10, 1982. Benjamin B. Ptolemy observes that the Peace Now movement would not dream of protesting Israeli involvement in Guatemala, Haiti or the Philippines, because what others regard as dirty work aiding the Chilean junta or South Africa in Namibia, for example, Israelis regard as a defensible duty and even, in some cases, an exalted calling. The role of regional and global policemen is something that many Israelis find attractive, and they are ready to go on with a job, for which they expect to be handsomely rewarded, not unreasonably, considering that Washington is severely limited by world public opinion in such cases and therefore has every reason to appreciate Israel's contributions, which it sees as given with aplomb, enthusiasm and grace. Benjamin B. Ptolemy, op-ed, New York Times, January 6, 1983. See also Chapter 2. Notes 41, 42, 50, p. 123. Peace for Galilee. 341. Have murdered at least 5,000 Indians during the period of the Lebanon War while forcing over 200,000 to leave their homes, stated that we succeeded in the military coup that brought them to power, because our soldiers were trained by the Israelis. 255 Yeager singles out Martin Brits for his deeper analysis of the phenomenon of distorted reporting, namely the one discussed above, which, as noted, was still too critical by the standards of the government. 256 Even Brits was unable to resist communist influence completely, it appears. The Director General of the Department of Information of the World Zionist Organization, Yochanan Manor, agreed with the head of the Hasbara Department of the Foreign Ministry about the communist hand in this media pogrom. Manor comments on a symposium in December 1982 on war and the media organized by the Jerusalem Post. The symposium had its good points, for example, in bringing out the strong inclination of TV towards fabrication. But it missed a central fact. It concentrated on the shortcomings of professional journalists, but failed to understand that the difficulties journalists encounter in covering the war as professionally as possible, and this was especially true of the war in Lebanon and Israel television, are a direct result of the machinations of other professionals, namely, those involved in psychological and propaganda warfare, organized by the Kremlin. One participant hinted at this when he stated that the world press often falls victim to well-oiled systems of disinformation, but this hint was not taken up properly. In fact, the Soviet leadership immediately launched an extensive worldwide effort of psychological warfare using a classical strategy. First, to disqualify the Israeli military operation, bloody war, etc. Second, to provoke a vast reaction of disgust, triggering a peripheral pacifist reaction. And third, to search for ways of disseminating this pacifist reaction to vital Israeli centers, leading to a general paralysis and a closing of the options supposedly opened up by the operation itself. These active measures, a code word used by the Soviet leaders, were carried out through the vast network of organizations operated by the international section of the party and the international news services of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the 342. Noam Chomsky. Soviet Union, abetted by an alliance with the powerful and nefarious organization warfare, the official PLO news agency. The outburst last summer of a campaign which is not simply one of intimidation or of disinformation, but which has steadily assumed the dimension of an actual broad-scale mass psychological war, gives rise to serious concern, the Director General explains. 257 The phrase media pogrom thus understates the scale of the aggression against Israel in the summer of 1982. It was a psychological war. Now we can understand why the American and world press and television give such an incredibly distorted picture of the war, one so unfair to Israel. How could one expect simple Western journalists to resist the skillfully coordinated machinations of Wafa and the CP news services, or even to be aware of the dark forces that were controlling and manipulating them? Recall the New Republic expose of how UPI was snookered by a the Soviet news agency, when it gave a watered-down version of the vacuum bomb story that was presented in detail in the mainstream Israeli press, sure proof of the anti-Israel bias of the U.S. media, as editor Martin Britz triumphantly proclaimed. CP 243. The Director General of the Department of Information relies heavily on an amusing book by Annie Kriegel, which appeared in Paris in the fall of 1982. He identifies Kriegel, whom he mistakes to be a man, as a professor of sociology and an internationally known specialist on communist affairs. He does not add that she is a long-time functionary of the French Communist Party who recently took the familiar, and quite short step to the extreme right. Manner was cautious enough not to refer in the English language post to her theory of the Sabra Shatila massacres, to which we return, fearing perhaps that this would be taken as some bizarre form of Parisian parody by an American audience. The Hebrew press has. Compare the discussion of the alleged success of North Vietnamese propaganda in exploiting the vulnerability of American opinion in the New Republic Review of Brastrup's study, CP 330, an interpretation favored by a number of people who were seriously frightened by the partial breakdown of ideological controls in the 1960s. Peace for Galilee. 343. As usual, being less circumspect. Reading Manner's commentary and the book on which it is based, one who shares Manner's conception of the power of the international communist war system, especially when allied with Wafa, might be tempted to conclude that Kriegel is still working as an underground party agent, with the task of making the enemies of the Kremlin appear to be utter fools. There were, however, those who felt that even Manner understated the case, among them, Professor Moshe Sharon, chairman of the Department of History of Islamic Countries of the Hebrew University. Manner assumed that it was the Wafa-CP alliance that was responsible for the pogrom, or war, to which Israel was subjected in the summer of 1982, but Sharon points to a still more powerful agency, the U.S. government. Presumably nothing is left but God. He suggests that it was the American delegation in Beirut that was responsible for the exaggerated news reports that emerged from the Sabra Shatila massacres in September. One may also ask if the same delegation was not responsible for sending to the camps representatives of the American and world media who were already pumped up against Israel. Who, one may ask, was responsible for spreading like wildfire through the world press the exaggerated, unimaginative claim that thousands of women and children were killed in the camps. No references are given to these stories that flooded the world press. Perhaps they were written in invisible ink, a still more insidious war device. Sharon explains that it is entirely natural for the U.S. government to engage in such anti-Israel operations. After all, if one examines American attitudes towards Israel from 1948 until now, one finds that the Americans have almost constantly acted against the Jewish state, forsaking it in times of need and following what may be termed a Saudi policy, which goes back to 1945, though this Saudi foreign policy is very well disguised so as to appear even-handed. To add to the list of Sharon's rhetorical questions, we may ask why the U.S. gives such phenomenal quantities of aid to Israel. Could it not be that this is part of the disguise, a devious attempt to cover up its consistent opposition to the Jewish state? 344. Noam Chomsky. We may recall, in this connection, the accusation by Defense Minister Ariel Sharon in early August 1982 that U.S. Special Envoy Philip Habib and Robert Dillon, U.S. Ambassador to Lebanon, had misled the State Department and Reagan with false and exaggerated reports of Israeli military actions during the past few days, another demonstration of Professor Moshe Sharon's thesis concerning the unremitting efforts of the U.S. to undermine Israel. 258. It should be observed that the articles by Yeager, Manner and Moshe Sharon appear in the Jerusalem Post, a journal directed to an international audience, and that the writers are people of some standing in the government, Zionist institutions, and academic community. Yeager and Manner are, respectively, the chief officials in charge of information for the State of Israel and the World Zionist Organization. This fact reveals something about current developments in Israel that might cause a little concern among people who really have its welfare at heart. By late June, concern over the Hasbara failure was already considerable. Yoav Meridor, who is in charge of Israeli relief efforts in Lebanon, accused the Western press of poisonous lies in its accounts of the destruction, and Health Minister Ilza Shostak asserted that the International Red Cross was deliberately inflating casualty figures to tarnish Israel's name. U.S. Tel. CP. 340. In the Jerusalem Post, July 15, 1982. Rabbi Professor Ilza Berkovitz explained further that the self-righteous international condemnation of Israel should be treated with contempt. It has no moral significance. Nor should the International Red Cross be excluded from our contempt. Their monstrous propaganda lies against Israel have the familiar ring of medievalism. The criticism of Israel is explained by the moral decay engulfing the West, where everything is for sale: newspapers, TV stations, universities, national policies, ideals, the human conscience, the very future of man. As for Israel, there has never been an army in human history that has acted as humanely as the Israeli Defense Forces have in Lebanon. Those concerned with the truth will agree that the military action against the PLO was a classic case of self-defense. Not for nothing have the IDF been enthusiastically welcomed by the Lebanese as liberators, etc. Rabbi Professor Berkovitz is identified as the author of many articles and books on Jewish philosophy, theology and literature. Recall also that the IDF regarded the ICRC as a hostile organization whose relief activities must be blocked, as reported by Col. Yermeyer, CP. 273. Peace for Galilee. 345. A Vision coverage was blamed for Begin's, allegedly, hostile reception in the Senate, and the director of the Israeli government press office, Zef Chafetz, accused European news agencies of disseminating propaganda because of their Palestinian bias, also stating that some U.S. reporting had been inaccurate and harmful to Israel's cause. 259. His predecessor as government press chief, however, saw things differently. There was news management. It flopped miserably because it was impossible to manage news under these conditions. But the government thinks it flopped because it was not skillful enough. They keep looking for technical explanations. 260. Meridor was particularly incensed about what he called the lies reported by the media with regard to the bodily injury and physical damage caused by the Israeli attack, and insinuated that this is part and parcel of the media's regular policy of towing the PLO line. He reported the total number of Lebanese civilians killed in the war in the south, now completed, to be 314, 10 in Nabatai, 54 in Tyre and 250 in Sidon, including terrorists and the hostages. His words. He stated that fewer than 20,000 Lebanese lack shelter, and the IDF is looking after them, cooperating fully with the Lebanese authorities. 261 on how the IDF was looking after them. See the reports by Colonel Meyer, who was in the unit that was supposed to be caring for the population, pp. 271f. Recall that it was Murado whose sole orders concerning the Palestinians were drive them east. Surely was news management, leading to a debate in the U.S. concerning censorship. IDF officials in charge of press contacts report that they divided foreign correspondents into positive and negative, whose number was greater than the number of the positive ones. The negative ones who were judged hostile to Israel were given special treatment, either prohibited from entering the IDF-held areas completely or given unattractive travel conditions. 262 These procedures are likely to be considerably more effective than direct censorship, which is highly visible and therefore harmful in its impact. Journalist Spree. 346. Noam Chomsky. Presumably learned to be careful to avoid being categorized as negative, thus denied the opportunity to do their work. The greatest problem faced by the news managers, however, was that the war was also covered from the other side, where they had no control, as if the iniquity just surveyed were not enough. It turns out that Amnesty International had also joined in the international conspiracy to defame Israel, not for the first time, cp. 145. An AI letter requesting the government of Israel to conform to international standards in treatment of prisoners received the following response from the Attorney General of Israel. It is somewhat surprising that AI, as an impartial worldwide movement, independent of political grouping and ideology, has chosen to base its approach to the government of Israel upon press reports, especially when it has become patently evident that such reports have been grossly and, to a certain extent, even deliberately exaggerated and fabricated. Accordingly, we find it difficult to accept this reliance by AI upon such reports and consider them as not warranting substantive or serious reply. 263. To summarize, it is difficult to fault the Hasbara efforts, given the nature of the forces engaging in a pogrom or psychological war against Israel in the summer of 1982, the Kremlin and its immense international information system, the powerful and devious Wafa, the American and world press and television which were deliberately fabricating reports when they were not being deluded by the Wafa Kremlin Psy-war campaign, AI and the international relief agencies that were consciously falsifying the facts to raise more money. The U.S. government still pursuing its traditional Saudi policy with a fraudulent pretense of even-handedness. Small wonder, then, that much of the world thought that there had been a bloody war in Lebanon, not a humanitarian rescue effort to liberate innocent people held hostage by a gang of thugs. The Hasbara campaign was far from a total failure, however. Norman Kempster mentions Pulitzer's article Lebanon Eyewitness as a spectacular result of the showpiece of the Hasbara effort, namely, the guided tour of Lebanon in which visitors were shown the war from the Israeli point of view, citing his statement, quoted. Peace for Galilee. 347. Above, that much of what you have read in the newspapers and news magazines about the war in Lebanon, and even more of what you have seen and heard on television, is simply not true. Kempster notes that the guided tours were superbly done, at least from the standpoint of the public relations professional, avoiding signs of damage and arranging talks with selected Lebanese in Christian towns. See note 253. One staple of the criticism of the media was that the early casualty figures were derived from the PLO. We know now that the source was the PLO, which spread these figures as part of its psychological warfare campaign. 264. It was also commonly alleged that the media relied on the Palestinian Red Crescent, which it either failed to acknowledge as part of the PLO or confused with the Red Cross. These charges are false, as can easily be determined by reviewing the press record. See, for example, the Claremont Research Collection cited above, note 36. The usual source for figures was the Lebanese government or police, or international relief agencies. Palestinian sources were rarely used, and where used were clearly identified. Perhaps there were exceptions, but nothing has been produced to suggest a pattern of error or deception, as claimed. In contrast, Israeli sources were generally regarded as reliable, not by Israeli soldiers, however, cp. 252, and sometimes even considered authoritative, c. for example, p. 259, I noticed no charge that Israeli sources should be dismissed. Furthermore, as noted earlier, it now appears that the early figures were generally accurate, and summary estimates that confirm them are now cited in the Israeli media. Recall also that all the figures are very likely to be underestimates, given that months after the fighting ended, bodies were still being dug out of the rubble, and that many, particularly Palestinians, were killed without record, not buried or buried in mass graves. This conclusion seems quite plausible, unless we are to believe that the Israeli sources cited above, and the Lebanese government and police, are also part of the international conspiracy to defame Israel. With regard to the Lebanese, the assumption does not square too well with the doctrine concerning their joy at being liberated, as already noted, unless perhaps we invoke some British-style musings about the Arab national character. 348. Noam Chomsky. The storm over Hasbara failure elicited some ridicule in the Israeli press. An article in How Am Hayes asked, how are we to explain that an Arab child keeping next to his mother's body proves our justice? It goes on to comment on the use of the word Hasbara, explanation, for what is ordinarily called propaganda or psychological warfare. The assumption behind this curious usage, which appears to be rare among the nations of the world, is that obviously the Israeli government is right in all that it does. Therefore, all we have to do is to explain its motives, and then any sensible person should support it. Anyone who won't be persuaded by the Hasbara is anti-Semitic, if he is a Gentile, or self-hating, if he happens to be Jewish, like Austrian Prime Minister Bruno Kreisky, for example. This blind belief in the power of Hasbara is typical of all the Israeli establishment. If the Gentiles don't wholeheartedly support Israeli government actions and policies, then something must have gone wrong with Hasbara. Hasbara is at fault. Therefore the Hasbara must be changed, just as one changes a spark plug in a car. It reminds me of the cheated husband who catches his wife making love to his friend on the couch in his house, and decides to burn the couch. 265. The problem, however, is that no Hasbara can change basic facts, though much effort is devoted, often successfully, at least for an American audience, to proving otherwise. Israeli satirist B. Michael wrote a column expressing his views on the Hasbara campaign. The occasion was a celebrated incident in which President Reagan was reported to be distressed by a picture of a severely injured child, even placing it on his desk. The child was allegedly found, only slightly injured, a proof of the anti-Israel bias of the media and a great triumph for Hasbara. Michael's column is entitled, The Miracle Child. Mr. Reagan, look what we have found. A little boy with 2 hands. A perfect child. A real sweetie. He's like new. Just a little burned in the face, and one shoulder is out of joint. He was the best we could find. Now can you see what liars the Arabs are? We knew right away they were frauds, and we decided to prove it to you. Do you realize how much time we spent searching among the bodies, until we had found a little boy in such excellent condition? We did it all for you. Peace for Galilee. 349. This boy has not suffered one bit, on the contrary, he enjoyed all the noise and the fireworks. Just ask his father about it. No, sorry, don't, because his father was killed by the same bombardment that did not do any harm to this little boy. Ask his mother. She knows the truth. Only don't look for her in her home. Look for her in some other place, because her home was reduced by the bombardment that was such fun for the boy to the rubble which buried her husband. This will teach you to believe the media, Mr. President. You should have known that they are controlled by international petrodollar consortiums. Now go and put on your desk the new picture of the cute little boy who not only has 2 whole arms, but even 2 whole legs. Each time you are going to look at him, Mr. President, you are going to remember that nobody was killed in this war, no stone was loosened by it, no children were hurt and no homes were destroyed. You will recall that not a single family was made homeless by us. It's all propaganda. There were just a few traffic accidents. Some people had heart attacks and a crumbling building happened to collapse because of the weight of the ammunition stored on its roof. There was nothing else. And next time anyone sends you any nasty picture of a wounded baby, please let us know right away. We will send you by return mail a color photograph of a jolly, healthy child. 266. Perhaps if this had been taken as a model for reporting, even there. New Republic, Commentary, Jane Fonda, and the Anti-Defamation League would have been satisfied that the menace of anti-Semitism has been at least partially overcome. 7.3 The Israeli media. The Israeli media too were the target of attack, from 2 sources, in fact. As we have already seen, military correspondents were bitterly criticized by soldiers at the front for repeating government lies. CP 252-3. At home, the media were denounced for the opposite reason. The diplomatic correspondent of the Jerusalem Post writes that Mr. Begin reportedly took heart from a warm reception he received from worshippers at a Jerusalem synagogue on Yom Kippur, September 27, shortly after the Beirut massacres. His devotees may have drawn encouragement, too, from the report that a crowd of angry stallholders and shoppers in the Jerusalem vegetable market the previous day mobbed an Israeli radio van. 350. Noam Chomsky. Chanting begin, begin, and pouring out their wrath upon the media for bringing Israel to its present sorry state. 267. The press reports the same incident. The rioters kicked the Israeli radio van and then attacked the 3 radio employees inside. How much were you bribed to do the job for them? They shouted at one of their reporters. Radio technician Mordechai Maimoni, who had been held prisoner by the armed forces in Lebanon, said that the terrorists treated us better than did this mob. The mob blamed the radio reporters for the incidents in Beirut and cursed them for reporting the mass demonstrations of peace. Now. 268. The incidents in question were the massacres at Sabra and Shatila. Maimoni's use of the term terrorists for the Lebanese Shiite militia that was resisting the Israeli invasion alongside of the PLO deserves special notice. In fact, Lebanese who resisted the Israeli invasion did become terrorists officially, which makes sense, given that it was an operation to liberate the Lebanese from terrorism. It is, then, not too surprising to learn that many of the prisoners at the Ansar prison camp described earlier are Lebanese, almost half according to Lemon. 269. 8. The image problem. 8.1 In Lebanon. There was certain Hasbara problems in Lebanon too, or rather, there would have been, if anyone had cared. Israel's image was not improved, at least for the Lebanese, by the behavior of the forces that occupied Beirut. The entire 25,000-volume library of the PLO Research Center was stolen, along with a printing press, microfilms, manuscripts, archives, telephones and other equipment, while what remained was smashed. They have plundered a Palestinian cultural heritage, the director, Sabri Jirius, said. Jirius is a well-known Palestinian moderate, actually an Israeli Arab who left Israel when it was made clear that the alternative was one or another form of detention. The research center, established with the approval of the Peace for Galilee. 351. Lebanese government had diplomatic immunity. 270 In the same building, Israeli soldiers broke into the apartment of Professor Khalidi, chairman of the Department of Biochemistry at the American University of Beirut. They looted extensively, taking art objects, ancient pottery, cooking pots, tools, etc. Sculptures were thrown into the street. Lecture notes and books that were not stolen were put on the floor. Then soldiers defecated on them and broke raw eggs on the pile. The looting and vandalizing was stopped only through the intervention of Malcolm Kerr, the president of American University. The apartment of Khalid's 84-year-old mother was also looted and vandalized, as were others, as well as schools and stores. The urology office of a Lebanese doctor was looted and about $30,000 in Lebanese pounds was stolen. As Israeli soldiers were allegedly searching for weapons, Israeli trucks loaded with household appliances and furniture were seen driving south toward Israel, while flatbed trucks loaded cars, taking them presumably to Israel. Eyewitnesses reported that appliance and television shops were cleaned out, and the director of Lebanon's airline alleged that even the airport's computer reservation system was stolen. 271. At the College of Science of the Lebanese University, there was wanton destruction and looting of scientific laboratories and classrooms by Israeli soldiers. Lebanese report that private homes, universities, hospitals, and at least one mosque were looted and damaged. And in its thoroughness and the particularity of its targets, the vandalism seems to many Lebanese to have gone beyond what might ordinarily be expected from troops in wartime, living with both fear and boredom. The head of a study commissioned by the Lebanese Information Ministry gave a preliminary estimate of perhaps $100 million in damage. Apart from random looting and damage, he said, all major institutions connected with governments and friendly to Israel, including homes, embassies, cultural centers, banks, etc., were damaged in some way, either by being hit, looted, burned or otherwise damaged. An American diplomat confirmed that the U.S. government had been asked to intercede to have a $375,000 bulldozer returned to the Lebanese company from which it was stolen. American. 352. Noam Chomsky. Marines joined in a massive clean-up effort at the Lebanese University campus, but after 2 weeks, piles of garbage and broken glass lay 5 feet high in the corridors of the 5th floor, and many laboratories were littered with files that had been taken from drawers and thrown down, while laboratories were bare of equipment, much of it, according to professors at the college, having been taken or destroyed by the Israelis who moved into the college between June 15th and 20th. Apart from destroying lab equipment, the soldiers took the entire scientific library at the college, along with its archives, while taking much scientific material, including the contents of the only polymer laboratory in Lebanon. At the Berber hospital, which Israel had repeatedly shelled, doctors' clinics and apartments were ransacked during a 4-day period of Israeli occupation, according to doctors there. Chairs were broken, dirt and food spread everywhere. Soldiers had drawn on carpets with lipstick, defecated in pots and pans, stolen lecture tapes, cameras, etc. A mosque on the main east-west thoroughfare was desecrated. Many of its rugs were stolen. Others were defecated upon, and beer cans were scattered about the floor, according to people who live near the mosque. 272. Conquering armies are rarely well behaved, even those able to enter a virtually undefended city after it had been mercilessly bombarded and besieged. See Chapter 4, Note 41. Few such armies, however, are provided with a corps of admirers in the country that finances their operations, who marvel at their unique moral standards, purity of arms, incredibly polite behavior with no reported instances of looting. Rabbi Balfour Brickner, who is far to the critical end of the American spectrum, in a religious pacifist journal, see pages 300 to 1. etc. The behavior of this conquering army will no doubt be long remembered by the liberated Lebanese, alongside of the treatment of captured prisoners, the bombardment of undefended civilian areas, and the denial of food, water and medicine to civilians. 8.2 Solving the problem. The image problem was a rather serious one in the United States, naturally enough, given Israel's dependence on the U.S. for financing. Peace for Galilee. 353. Its settlement activities in the occupied territories and its selfless efforts to liberate its neighbors. The measures that were taken to deal with the problem are of some interest. We conclude this discussion of Operation Peace for Galilee by reviewing several of them. 8.2.1 Extraordinary humanitarian efforts. From the beginning of the war, occasional concerns were voiced in the U.S. over Israel's harsh treatment of the population that was theoretically being liberated. In the first few days of the war, the press reported that Israeli military authorities have ordered the United Nations peacekeeping force in Lebanon to stop donating and delivering food to Lebanese civilians caught in the fighting. From Sunday to Tuesday, the Israeli army refused to allow any United Nations relief convoys to cross the border into Lebanon, and the civilians' situation became desperate, according to United Nations officials. The UN stated that UNIFIL, UN peacekeeping forces, largely West European, teams trying to help and assess the needs of victims were told to pull out, and that all humanitarian questions would be handled by Israel. UN observers provided detailed accounts of civilians, including small babies, stranded without food and water. One reason for the Israeli decision to ban the United Nations appeared to have been to prevent reports of the situation from getting out, including reports of the immense suffering that appears to have been inflicted on the Lebanese population. 273 As to how Israel handled the humanitarian questions in South Lebanon, we have seen the reports of Colonel Dofir Meyer, who served with the military force responsible for the civilian population, CPP. 272 F. The image problem only became worse as the war went on, particularly with the siege of Beirut, where too many journalists were present for the facts to be controlled by Hezbollah. One of the devices used to deal with this problem was to focus attention on the efforts organized within Israel to respond to the needs of war victims in Lebanon. As noted, the Anti-Defamation League objected to the failure of the TV networks to give proper attention to these extraordinary efforts. Letters also appeared in the press objecting to the failure of the media to report them. Little has. 354. Noam Chomsky. Been noted about Israel's humanitarian efforts for the Lebanese people. The national president of the largest volunteer women's organization in Israel wrote in several newspapers. Describing these efforts, she wrote that there is no greater demonstration of Israel's eagerness to live in peace with its neighbors than this people-to-people effort to help repair the ravages of war. 274. It is quite true that little was reported about these programs. For example, I noticed no report here that the Israeli army had blocked distribution of supplies collected by humanitarian groups in Israel. See the testimony of Colonel Dofir Meyer, pp. 272 f. There was also no notice of the fact that Kibbutz Dalia sent a parcel of clothing and household items to Tovineta, a Jewish woman who was discovered in the destroyed Rashida camp, after the Israeli press had published the story of Tova and her husband Abdullah, who had lost all their belongings and the roof over their head when their home was destroyed in the war, by some unknown hand, a package received with joy and excitement, the left-wing Israeli press informs us. 275. There was, however, occasional notice. A dispatch from Haifa reported that 10 trucks set out in a convoy on June 16 to distribute blankets and clothing for refugees, returning the same night after a mixed reception. In the Rashidia refugee camp, the first target of Israel's assault, the distribution was disrupted by women whose relatives had been detained by the Israelis as suspected terrorists. "We don't want your clothes," they screamed. "We want our sons." The mission left the camp with the rest of its stock and turned it over to a welfare agency and 2 orphanages in Tyre and Sidon for distribution. 276. Nothing is said about the reaction of Tovinator and her Arab husband. Turning to the Hebrew press, we find a somewhat fuller account of this episode, under the title "The Jewish Heart Functioned Without Common Sense." 277. This humanitarian endeavor of the Magen David Adon, the Israeli equivalent of the Red Cross, suffered numerous disappointments. The first disappointment awaited us a few kilometers south of Tyre, in the Rashida refugee camp. There was no intention to stop in this camp, since it contained the remnants of a Palestinian. Peace for Galilee. 355. Community, not Lebanese, and it was not yet known that there was a Jewish woman there, but after we met a foreign television crew across the border, it was decided that it would be a good idea if TV would film the distribution of supplies in a refugee camp. In the camp, where purification from terrorists lasted 4 days, the IDF was preventing the refugees from returning to their homes, or what was left of them. Almost all the men had been taken to Israel for interrogation and identification, and the women and children who remained lived in a nearby orchard, from which they were later driven when the army became concerned that they were being filmed by TV crews, as Col. Yermaya reported. CP. 275. Refugees approached the convoy, leading to the first of many scenes that put us to shame. The refugees refused to permit the Israelis to distribute supplies even when the Magen David Adon's own TV cameraman asked them to open at least one package. Then began the tumult. Women gathered round and began to shriek and to curse. "We do not want your supplies, take them back, we do not need anything, we only want our husbands and brothers back." With much embarrassment, the representatives of the Magen David Adon decided to depart from this place, leaving a few packages of clothes. One person whispered to the journalist that they would sell the clothes to buy food, which they badly needed. The embarrassment, of course, was caused by the presence of the foreign TV crew for whom this humanitarian effort was staged. A few kilometers away, the head of the convoy decided to stop at a Magen David Adon installation. At that point a little girl about 5 years of age appeared among the trucks. Soldiers said that she shows up now and then to beg for military rations. Who knows, perhaps even in Sidon they will refuse to accept the packages, so we had better film the little girl with the clothes so that there will at least be pictures, the Magen David Adon people say, and do so. First, they look for a suitable place for the picture. Dan Annan, head of the international office of the Magen David Adon, requests that the picture be taken against the background of an ambulance that was a gift from England, so that it will be possible to send them the picture. They take a large box from the trucks and the photographers move the girl into every. 356. Noam Chomsky. Possible position to record the historic moment for eternity. They load her up with clothes until they cover her face, though the package that was opened includes women's clothes, slips, dresses and bathing suits. But what will one not do for a good picture? The child seemed amused at the symbolic role that was assigned to her, but soon she ran away carrying the large pile of clothes, dropping them one by one along the road. It occurred to no one to pick them up, but in a few minutes 3 other children came by and the picture repeated. The representatives of the Magen David Adon said, perhaps seriously or perhaps as a joke, "We already have pictures. Now we can return to Tel Aviv." The picture of the little girl holding the clothes appears along with the article, under the heading, "The little girl who served as an example and held clothes for the purposes of a picture." A picture of one of the children holding the clothes appears in the Jerusalem Post, but with no account of the actual events. This, of course, is an English-language journal, which will be reaching an international audience. As we have seen several times, it is not uncommon for the Post to present a sanitized version of what is reported in the Hebrew press, and in fact in its Jubilee edition the Post observes that this was its earlier practice, cp. 159. Much the same, incidentally, is true of the documentary record published in Hebrew. The diaries of Prime Minister Moshe Sharett, cited several times above, are one example. There was concern in Israel when it was learned that these were to appear in English, since there are many unpleasant revelations, but the concern was misplaced, since their contents have been suppressed in American journalism and scholarship with the single exception of the 1955 proposal by Chief of Staff Moshe Dayan, in accordance with Ben-Gurion's ideas, to create a Haddad as a device to take over southern Lebanon and establish a Christian protectorate in what remains too good to overlook, apparently. Similarly, the important study by Ed Yari, Egypt and the Fedouin, based on captured Egyptian documents that reveal Egypt's efforts to avert the impending Israeli attack in 1956 by keeping the border quiet, has been loyally disregarded by American scholars. The same is true of official military histories and much else. 279. The practice is common elsewhere as well, of course. Consider Peace for Galilee. 357. For example, the fate of the Pentagon Papers, an unusually revealing record of high-level government planning, therefore largely ignored in respectable scholarship, except for its bearing on tactical questions of limited significance. Returning to the mission of mercy, after the somewhat unfortunate efforts to impress the foreign TV crew near Rashida, the convoy went on to Tyre. The Jerusalem Post reports that the closer the convoy got to the city of Tyre, the more impressive the destruction grew. Everything along the road had been burned, wrecked, crumpled, blown to pieces. But they found no recipients, so Annan instructed that packages be left in the center of Tyre in some ruin. The convoy went on to Sidon. In the light of the earlier bitter experience, Annan decided to avoid the refugee camps. 8 trucks were still full, and he announced that we will not return with them to Tel Aviv. It was finally decided to distribute the supplies at an orphanage. At one, no clothes were needed, but they were left anyway. At the second, the orphans said, "Who needs clothes? We need food." So the mission ended. It is true that this impressive story was not properly reported by the American media, another indication of their anti-Israel bias, or perhaps their control by Wafa and the international communist conspiracy. 8.2.2 Flowers and Rice. Another contribution to the image problem was the story, widely reported and generally accepted at face value in the United States, that the Lebanese greeted their Israeli liberators with warmth and. The Beacon Press edition of the 4-volume Gravel edition is the only readily accessible source for something close to the full record, plus some additional material. It contains an index volume, Volume 5, with critical essays and an index, which is obviously indispensable for anyone expecting to use the documents. By the end of 1982, 2,700 copies of this volume had been sold, many, presumably, to people who were interested in the analytic articles by American, Vietnamese and French scholars and journalists. The conclusion is that even universities, let alone others, do not intend to have the material available for research. Quite apart from its insight into Vietnam War planning, this material is quite unusual for what it tells about the workings of government and long-term strategic planning. Material of this sort is rarely available until many years have passed or at all, apart from captured enemy archives. 280. 358. Noam Chomsky. Enthusiasm. In continental Europe, which has some experiences of its own, reactions were often a bit different. In Copenhagen, for example, Knesset member Yosef Rom told a television audience that Israeli soldiers were greeted in Lebanon with flowers and rice. The interviewer interrupted him with the following words, "Do not tell us in Denmark about flowers and rice." Nazi Germany also had pictures of how the Danish people greeted the April 1940 conquest with flowers. 281. See also p. 259. The story was also regarded with some skepticism in Israel. Soldiers described the Lebanese villagers who waved to them with a frozen expression. One was reminded of a scene from Joseph Heller's Catch-22 where an old man says that he is not interested in politics. He is willing to become a communist, a fascist or a capitalist, as long as his life is not in danger, the soldier said, and those villagers are the same. 282 Colonel Dofir Meyer, reporting his experiences traveling through the streets of Beirut in June, writes that the looks that accompany us are not particularly friendly, but are indifferent or hostile. Only the Phalangists wearing IDF uniforms play the game of faithful collaborators. My impression is becoming stronger that all the talk and our propaganda about the enthusiasm of the Lebanese for our presence in their land and about the liberation that we brought are only our own heart's desire. One of the rare skeptics to be published in the United States was Jacobo Timerman, who describes his tour through Tyre with the Israel military escort provided to all visitors in these terms. Those of us who have been in prison know how to speak with our eyes so that we can be understood when forced to talk in the presence of guards. This is how I know that what a cordial and pleasant Lebanese is saying is contradicted by what I see expressed in his eyes. His English is clumsy, his phrases stereotyped. Whoever has. See his war diary, cited in note 164. Recall that Jeremiah wanted very much to believe this story. He reports the complaint of Lebanese who were initially cooperative that you are destroying all of our goodwill. Why? And asks himself, what can I answer? That we have become animals. This was on June 23, in a discussion about the brutal treatment of prisoners who were Lebanese, not Palestinian. Peace for Galilee. 359. Being a prisoner or being forced to surrender knows how degrading this moment can be, describing the scene of people who greet us with shouts of shalom in Hebrew. Timerman writes, throughout the ages, how many times have people learned the language of the conquerors, imitated their gestures, and tried to divine their intentions and moods? How many times must the Jews have done this? I do not fraternize with those I have subdued by force. 283. These are the remarks that were described by Conor Cruz O'Brien in his New Republic review cited above as faintly nauseating and stuff and nonsense, in contrast to Timerman's impressive insights about PLO sympathizers in the United States. O'Brien's own conclusion is that most Lebanese, including Muslims and Druses, as well as Christians, were glad that Israel invaded Lebanon, and regarded the damage and loss of life incurred as unavoidable. Most people did not refer to these at all, presumably regarding them as a small price to pay for the pleasure of being attacked by Israel. In his Lebanon Eyewitness, Martin Peretz asserts that everyone I did meet, including no one rich, was relieved that the Israelis had lifted from them the burden of the PLO. That everyone he met expressed gratitude to Israel is quite possibly true, perhaps a tribute to the spectacular effectiveness of the public relations stunt that was the showpiece of the Hasbara campaign, CP 332. That the attitudes expressed to Peretz and O'Brien are in fact the attitudes of the Lebanese they spoke to, let alone most Lebanese, would seem perhaps questionable. Though again one should not underestimate the effectiveness of the means used to achieve Abu Ibn's rational prospect as well as other factors we have reviewed. As for the true attitudes of Lebanese approached by Westerners, especially those whose passionate pro-Israel sentiments were surely not difficult to discern, who arrived with an Israeli military escort in a country under Israeli military occupation, we can only speculate. Evidently, the difference in the perceptions of Timerman and Israeli soldiers cited on the one hand, and O'Brien and Peretz on the 360. Noam Chomsky. Other are uncertain matters of judgment. A person who describes a perception different from his own on this matter as faintly nauseating and stuff and nonsense simply expresses thereby his intent to disqualify himself as a serious commentator, given the nature of the evidence, the circumstances, and the ratio of fact to interpretation. It might be true that those who have undergone the experiences of the war are pleased that Israel invaded, or perhaps they feel that it would be best, under military occupation, to say one thing with the voice and another with the eyes, when confronted by a Peretz or an O'Brien. It may be that the attitudes articulated over a broad range of Lebanese opinion, as reviewed in section 6.2, do not reflect the real feelings of many Lebanese, or one may draw a different conclusion. I once spent many hours interviewing refugees in Laos who had just been flown by the CIA to a miserable refugee camp near Vientiane after a CIA mercenary army had overrun the plain of Jars, where they had lived, if that is the correct word. There were few young men among them, presumably because most were with the Fateful guerrillas. They had been subjected to years of secret American bombing, secret, in that it had been concealed by the U.S. press despite ample evidence, so intensive that they were unable to leave their caves and holes in the ground to farm, except sometimes at night. Everything in the area had been destroyed by the time it was overrun. Virtually every refugee told me that they hated the Fateful, who were oppressive, for no reason, perhaps because they are just crazy. Some said that they did not mind the bombing at all, even when their homes were destroyed and their children killed. They also assumed that I was an American soldier in. O'Brien's clinching argument to prove that most Lebanese welcomed the Israeli invasion is a statement by a British journalist that the invasion brought peace to Beirut by ending the civil war, though in the thankless manner of human beings. Few Lebanese want the Israelis to reap the political prize of a Lebanon under Israeli influence, an unfortunate character flaw. From this we are to conclude, apparently, that the Muslims of West Beirut are delighted that Israel destroyed their homes, killing and maiming thousands and placing power in the hands of their bitter enemies who proceeded at once to acts of kindness to which we return. Recall the assessment of the Time bureau chief on the scene that all over Beirut Lebanese want to see Israel defeated. CP 289. Peace for Galilee. 361. Civilian clothes. 284. Perhaps they really did hate the Fateful and enjoyed being plastered with bombs and rockets, or perhaps something else was in their minds. Again, it is a matter of perception and judgment. In Laos, in Lebanon, in Afghanistan, in the Russian Gulag, and many other places where very much the same differences of perception may be found among foreign observers, including those who feel entitled to determine what is best for the natives by invading their country and leaving a trail of ruin and destruction with tens of thousands killed and wounded, all for their own good. There is something farcical about a debate conducted in the US or Europe as to whether or not the Lebanese welcomed their liberation. The assumption underlying the debate, presumably, is that if they were really glad that Israel invaded Lebanon, as the new republic would have us believe, then the invasion was justified. Let us assume that they did welcome the invasion, all of them, the orphans wandering in the streets of Tyre, the children at the Sidon school where hundreds were killed in a shelter who still shudder, 7 months later, when planes fly past, the people digging for bodies inside and 2 months after the fighting stopped, the members of the Shiite militia who fought alongside the PLO, the Druze who were allied with the PLO in the civil war and turned to passive resistance, given the force of the Israeli attack, the impoverished Shiite refugees from the south who were driven out of their hovels by those presented with the victory in the civil war, the cripples searching the rubble of their homes in Beirut to try to discover who may have survived, the doctors whose homes were looted and vandalized after their hospitals were destroyed by bombing, the patients driven from the hospitals closed down by the liberators, the Lebanese prisoners being clubbed by Israeli guards in concentration camps, the children wandering in the blood-stained wreckage of the bombed mental hospital in Beirut. Let us suppose that all of them welcome the liberation, just like B. Michael's miracle child. Does this justify the invasion? No one will claim that Israel was invited in by the government to accomplish this necessary task. On the contrary, the invasion was bitterly condemned from the start by the representatives. 362. Noam Chomsky. Of the government, including the Christian UN ambassador who saw his country martyred and crucified, the Muslim prime minister who was reappointed after the liberation, the Druze leader Walid Jamalat, the Sunni leader Absalom who called on Israel to provide reparations for its savage aggression, the spokesman for the two major Muslim religious groupings. So we are therefore asked to believe that it was legitimate for Israel to invade Lebanon, in the face of outraged condemnation by those being liberated, on the grounds that passionate Western supporters of Israel later determine, to their own satisfaction, that the invasion was welcomed. Still assuming that their judgment is correct, let us proceed with the argument. On these grounds, it is legitimate for Israel to demolish the society of the Palestinians, killing thousands of them and imprisoning the adult male population, dispersing the refugees and leaving them without homes, food, defense, social services or any prospects for an organized existence. Even the most fanatic supporters of Israel do not claim that they welcomed their liberation. Let us put aside international law, which makes no provision for judgments by the conqueror, or his cheering section, concerning the attitudes of those he decides he is liberating. Then the military action is justified, on the assumptions just granted. If we add one further principle, the Palestinians are to mention, with only superficial resemblance to human beings, not even deserving of the treatment accorded to animals. They sacrificed any possible right to be considered human by fleeing in terror from their homeland or being driven from it by a superior race, and therefore whatever is done to them is legitimate. On this assumption, perhaps the argument justifying the invasion goes through, but not otherwise, even if we grant everything to its proponents. Whatever the facts may have been about the reception of Israeli soldiers in the areas to which the guided tours were taken, the situ. Unfortunately, the statement is not quite correct. Recall the assurances of David Price Jones in the New Republic concerning the attitudes of Palestinians towards the PLO, the Israelis and the Christians. C.P. 232. Peace for Galilee. 363. Asian a few months later was characteristically described by soldiers and Israeli journalists in a rather different way. It is not pleasant today to be a soldier in Lebanon, Yaakov Perez writes. Even in Tyre and Sidon, or the Christian town of Dama where Israel's Chamanist allies were restored by the IDF. A convoy of IDF soldiers is necessary, pointing their guns outwards during the journey to anticipate any possibility of an ambush or snipers. Israelis in the various sections of Lebanon are subjected to much tension. The Lebanese inhabitants, Christians and Druze, Muslims and Palestinians, do not present smiling receptions. Our soldiers feel as if in an enemy country. 285. Meanwhile, the number of daring attacks on Israeli soldiers in Lebanon is increasing weekly, as other casualties, Trudy Rubin wrote in January 1983. Since Israeli troops pulled out of West Beirut at the end of September, 17 Israelis had been killed and more than 90 wounded, not considering the building collapse in Tyre in which 76 Israelis were killed, allegedly as a result of a gas leak. The incidents are increasing in intensity, with half of the casualties since December 1st, and 13th incidents in the first week of January 1983. The perpetrators are reportedly Palestinians infiltrating back into South Lebanon, Lebanese leftists, as well as, in one case, Lebanese Shiite Muslim adherents of Iranian leader Ayatollah Khomeini. 286. Hirsch Goodman reports that the IDF is conducting live-fire patrols. To ensure that no terrorists are waiting in ruins or in orchards along the way, that is, shooting randomly as they drive along Lebanese roads in what is called defense against terrorism by occupying armies. 287 The U.S. Marine commander in Lebanon criticized this reconnaissance by fire in the southern Beirut sector patrolled by his troops. He stated that for the last 2 months Israeli soldiers had come down the Sidon highway and, without having been fired upon, they just fired great numbers of rounds, endangering his troops. We told them to cease and desist the indiscriminate fire, he said, so they now fire only on the side of the highway away from U.S. Marines. A Lebanese official said at least 5 civilians had been killed by indiscriminate Israeli fire. 288 The number of Israelis killed in Lebanon in 364. Noam Chomsky. Just over 3 months after the war's end is approximately the same as the number of Jews killed in the course of terrorist operations in the 2-year period 1980-81, according to Israeli figures, CP 86, and approaches the number killed from 1967, if we add to the account those killed in the Tyre explosion. We return to the immediate aftermath of the war in the next chapter. 8.2.3 The biggest hijacking in history. Perhaps the most elegant device designed to deal with the Hasbara problem was the image of the PLO holding Beirut hostage and hiding behind its civilian population, a popular one among American commentators on the war, as we have seen. New York Times columnist Flora Lewis even went so far as to allege that Yasser Arafat, never quite direct, almost admits he is holding the people of West Beirut hostage to win points for his cause, the PLO's familiar tactics but on an unimaginable scale. 289. This intriguing notion illustrates a familiar technique of the manufacture of consent, employed in a rather clumsy way by Goebbels and Stalin and refined to a more subtle art in the democratic societies, when you have absolutely no case at all. Accuse your enemies of the crimes you carry out or support. To put it a shade more crudely, if you are caught with your hand in someone's pocket, cry thief, thief. This may at least shift the terms of the debate. Thus, when the U.S. attacks the peasant society of South Vietnam, debate rages over the profound question of whether it is wise and proper to defend South Vietnam from North Vietnamese aggression. And we solemnly debate the question of whether the American defense of South Vietnam is justified under the right of collective self-defense against armed attack, established by international law. It is a matter of minor consequence, of concern only to emotional extremists, those who indulge in moral preference rather than hard political analysis. In Robert Tecker's contemptuous words, that there were no North Vietnamese troops engaged in this aggression when the U.S. Air Force began extensive bombardment and defoliation in South Vietnam in 1962, or, so far as was known, when the U.S. initiated the bombard. Peace for Galilee. 365. Meant of North Vietnam and, at 3 times the level, the regular bombardment and then direct invasion of South Vietnam in early 1965. There are many other examples, no less noteworthy. In the present case, America's Middle East client had driven the PLO, along with hundreds of thousands of Lebanese and Palestinian refugees, to West Beirut, then surrounded it, shelled it mercilessly, and cut off food, water, electricity and medical supplies, holding the city hostage in an effort to compel the PLO to withdraw completely, as it did, to save the city from total destruction. In short, the biggest hijacking in history. Half of Beirut is the hostage, in the words of the New York Times editors. What then is more natural than that these editors and others should accuse the PLO of the very crime they supported, holding West Beirut hostage, while assuring Israel that we will graciously fund this endeavor if Israel would only be so kind as to recognize our interests in the region. CP 305. We would be falling into the usual trap by discussing the merits of the case that it was the PLO that was holding the city and its population hostage. But, exactly as one was compelled to do in the comparable case of aggression in South Vietnam, and many others where power sets the rules of the game. Let us proceed to do so. To establish the argument, it would be necessary to show that the PLO, having elected to concentrate its forces within West Beirut, refused to let the population escape, so that it could hold them hostage for its nefarious design of preserving itself as a political force, what U.S. spokesman said they could not tolerate, as we have seen. Unfortunately for this thesis, there is no evidence that the PLO blocked the escape of the population. On the contrary, the reports of Western journalists in Beirut and others indicate that people could freely leave, if the besiegers would permit it, and that they did not consider themselves PLO hostages. 290 There is, however, evidence that Israel blocked their exit by means of the forces it armed and controlled. At the same time, it claimed to want civilians out of West Beirut so that the area can be attacked with less hesitation. But, Trudy Rubin continues, a large number of West Beirut residents have proven resistant to departure. While thousands have fled, others have. 366. Noam Chomsky stayed to protect their homes and businesses or simply because they have nowhere else to go. Almost all Palestinians trying to exit West Beirut are being turned back or detained by authorities in East Beirut. John Yema reported. 291 Falangists were regularly observed turning back Palestinian civilians, although in any case most Palestinians here, vividly remembering the bitter civil war, would be afraid to venture into territory controlled by the Christians. Israeli officers were standing off to one side of the checkpoint where Palestinians were refused exit, and Falangist militiamen threw out bottled water, fresh fruit and bread that people were attempting to take back into the besieged section of the city. 292 Marvin Howe reported that the Falangists refused exit to anyone without friends or relatives in Christian East Beirut, and that no Palestinians, either civilians or Palestinians with Lebanese passports, were being allowed out of West Beirut. When asked why Palestinian women and children were not allowed to leave, Amin Gemayel, now president, whose car was the only one allowed through the crossing, shortly before noon, said with bitterness, "Ask the Israelis, they are the ones who command here, deciding when and if to open the crossing point and for how long." UNICEF left, however, because the lack of food, electricity and water were intolerable and they were prevented from bringing in food or other relief by the liberators. 293. But it was the PLO who were holding West Beirut hostage, according to the official version. A number of Israeli commentators observed that this was a strange sort of hijacking. B. Michael remarked that the concept, invented by an American journalist, presumably referring to Martin Peretz, is very pleasant for my government. But, he said, there is something extremely strange about it. The rescuers inform the hijackers that if they do not yield at once, they, the rescuers, will massacre the hostages. A remarkable innovation in the theory of high. Recall that while the Israel-backed Christian forces virtually eliminated Palestinians and Muslims from the areas they controlled, in the PLO-controlled areas Christian villages remained in sometimes uneasy coexistence. See pages 205-6. Peace for Galilee. 367. Jacking. Meanwhile the rescuers kill and starve the hostages, warning the hijackers that still worse is to come if you continue to be stubborn. We will continue until none will be left, and we will be freed of concern from the lives of the miserable victims, the innocents whom you have captured and we have killed. And then, we will kill you too, miserable and evil creatures that you are, without any fear that, God forbid, the hostages will be harmed in the course of the operation. 294 Nothing similar disgraced the American press, to my knowledge. There was still worse infamy, though again, the American reader was thoughtfully spared. In an interview on the siege of Beirut in early August, Military historian Mir Pale compared it with the Arab siege of Jerusalem in 1948, in which 2,000 Jews were killed, about a third of all those killed in the war. He estimated, fairly accurately, as it turned out, that about 5,000 must have been killed by then in Beirut by the vastly heavier firepower used by the IDF, including 10,000 artillery shells in one day, not to speak of bombing, naval and tank shelling. During the Jerusalem siege in 1948, the Israeli army also prevented civilians from leaving the town, and the two military centers were situated in the midst of the civilian population in response to another familiar canard. Note that the word also is out of place in this statement, according to the eyewitness reports of Western journalists, quoted above. Pale pointed out that naturally military headquarters are at the center, that is, in populated areas, something that was especially true of the Haganah under the British Mandate, when the Israeli military network ... was pushed under the cover of the legal civilian center, such as the Jewish Agency and the Histadrut, labor union. Military orders were that everyone should remain in the city. The army prevented civilians from escaping, because civilians are an organic part of the city just as its buildings are. Haganah posts were placed on the roofs of houses. In this connection, G.H. Jansen states that the PLO first moved anti-aircraft guns into the camps because in the late 60s, when the PLO had little relative strength, these camps had become particular targets for the Israeli Air Force. 295. 368. Noam Chomsky. Andrew hostile fire. Most of the residents of Jerusalem were from the old community, people who fought very little and caused much trouble. In fact, many were anti-Zionist. Recall that the first recorded terrorist act of the Haganah was the murder of a religious Jew organizing among them in 1924, CP 193. Out of 100,000 inhabitants, the Haganah managed to organize only 2 battalions of 800 men each. Israel's tactics in Beirut, he observes, are the standard ones, those used by the Red Army in World War II, for example, surround the city and pound it, hoping for surrender, because urban fighting leads to too many casualties of the attacking troops. CP 250. Jerusalem was a disappointment to the Arab besiegers because the city did not surrender. Beirut is a disappointment similar to the Arab disappointment with us in 1948 in Jerusalem. 296. The resistance during the siege of Jerusalem is one of the heroic stories of the founding of Israel. The resistance during the siege of Beirut reveals the miserable cowardice of the PLO, whose gunmen hold a civilian population hostage in the biggest hijacked plane in history, while the cowardly PLO hides behind women and children. 297. So is history designed by its architects, sitting in safety, far away, laboring in the service of their favored state. 8.3 The image of the fighters. 8.3.1 The Palestinians. From close by, things look different. Israeli soldiers described their admiration for the Palestinians as brave fighters. 298 In a June 26th entry of his war diary, see note 164, Colonel Yeremiah writes that the terrorists fought with a stubbornness that is unlike anything that proceeded in Israel's wars with the Arabs. In this war a new generation was born and a new era opened that will be remembered in the history of the Palestinian world as a heroic era, in the light of which the coming generations will be taught. Mordechai Baron, former IDF Chief Education Officer and no admirer of the PLO, CP 295, observed that the PLO's desperate and heroic fight has, in addition to its other accomplishments, brought it glory in the eyes of the Palestinians. It. Peace for Galilee. 369. Is already clear that even those moderate leaders who had been somewhat reserved towards the PLO leadership and methods, today feel impelled to express their admiration for the heroism of their brothers in Lebanon. 299 As we have seen, p. 61, Reactions in the occupied territories after the war tend to confirm this judgment. Israeli journalist Victor Kegelman drew the same conclusion from his survey of opinion in the occupied territories. 300 The London bureau chief of Newsweek gave his impressions from Beirut at the war's end as follows. The Palestinians leave here as victors in their own minds and in the eyes of the Arab world. As all of their leaders have said, they fought off one of the most powerful armies in the world. I have no doubt, having seen the intensity of the bombing and shelling of West Beirut, that the Israelis wanted to get into West Beirut to kill or drag the PLO fighters off into captivity. Despite what Ariel Sharon, the Israeli defense minister, might say, I do not think Israel spent billions of dollars, sacrificed hundreds of its young men and blackened its name in the civilized world just so that Yasser Arafat and George Bush and their men could fly off as heroes to the capitals of the Arab world. Triumphant. The guerrillas now spreading out across that Arab did what all the combined Arab armies have never been able to do. They denied Israel its victory. For the first time after an Israeli-Arab war, the ending is not recorded in pictures of long lines of Arab troops marching off to captivity and humiliation with their arms over their heads. The world is seeing triumphant soldiers carrying their arms and their flags to new battles. For the first time an Arab-Israeli war has produced a cadre of veterans who know what it is like to face the full strength of the Israeli army, navy and air force, and to stop them dead in their tracks. 301. Earlier, Chris Drake of the BBC, describing the ferocious bombing of August 1st, referred to the PLO, which can rightfully claim to have fought a tremendous battle against overwhelming military opposition. 302. An Israeli journalist, a reserve sergeant in the paratroops, wrote that the PLO fighters fought bravely in Beirut confronted with the Israeli machine of destruction. They continued to fight, in spite of the fact that they had no military chance, just as was. 370. Noam Chomsky. The case for the Jewish fighters 40 years ago in the Warsaw Ghetto, in 1943. 303. When Israeli troops overran the Ain el-Hilwa refugee camp after 5 days of fighting, they are reported to have found many of the defenders had committed suicide, a grisly Palestinian replay of the fate of the ancient Jewish warriors of Masada. 304. Courageous American editors deride the PLO for its theatrical flourishes and guerrilla theater, egged on by the camera crews in Beirut. The PLO now play acts the rituals of victory because it has little else to show for its defeat and its expulsion from Lebanon. 305. Nothing is easier, of course, than to march in step behind the big battalions, singing their praises. Much of the world, including the people of the occupied territories and many Israeli soldiers at the front, appear to have seen a war that barely resembles the one concocted by the editors of the New Republic and the like. Whether the PLO will be able to maintain the image of heroism with which it left Beirut is another question. It may be then dispersed and controlled by various Arab states. It will become discredited, just as it was in a sense discredited by the massacres in Beirut after it departed in the naive belief that US promises were to be trusted. It had failed to protect its people from the murderous gangs organized by the conqueror and sent into the camps as soon as they were left undefended. Furthermore, the often sordid and politically stupid behavior of the PLO in southern Lebanon, and the failures of its diplomacy, for which it bears only partial responsibility, may in the long run discredit it further. Or, as Israel and its partisans desperately hope, the PLO, under conditions of dispersal and disarray, may return to random terrorism and abandon its dangerous posture of political accommodation. About these matters, we can now only speculate. The Warsaw Ghetto and similar images were repeatedly invoked in Israel during the war. Critics objected bitterly that the analogy is inaccurate, as it is, in many respects. Israel evidently cannot be compared to Nazi Germany. Its armies are, furthermore, in a sense mercenary armies, since they are supplied and financed by a foreign power that funds their military operations generously. There are also points of similarity, to which those who invoke the analogies want to draw attention. Peace for Galilee. 371. If the PLO is eventually discredited and nullified by the vastly superior military forces ranged against it, we can safely predict that in some circles this consequence will be taken to have demonstrated the validity of the new Arthur Goldberg theory of political legitimacy. A crushing defeat by superior military force demonstrates that the vanquished had no political standing. CPP 283. 8.3.2 The IDF. Putting aside until later the Syrian phase of the war and longer-term consequences, consider finally just the military aspects of the attack on the Palestinians. Israeli assessments indicate that even in these narrow terms the war was less of a triumph than it appeared to be at first. Military historian Martin van Grieveld of the Hebrew University presented a detailed and rather pessimistic analysis in the Jerusalem Post magazine. He concludes that the IDF's performance in Lebanon was not the unqualified success it first appeared to be, despite the fact that from a military point of view, the war in Lebanon was a relatively easy one. Israeli forces enjoyed overwhelming numerical superiority throughout, both against the Syrians and, obviously, against the Palestinians. The Israeli superiority in equipment was even more overwhelming in both the Syrian and, again obviously, the Palestinian phases of the war. As for the latter, the PLO, despite official Israeli attempts to prove the contrary, possessed very few of the heavy weapons crucial to the conduct of modern war and hardly any of the logistic and technical infrastructure required to maintain and deploy them, the general conclusion of serious military analysts, as noted earlier. Yet in spite of this, as the casualty figures show, the campaign was no walkover. He states that the casualties during the active phase of operations were at about the same level as on the Egyptian front in 1967, where Israel was facing major armed forces. The IDF's overwhelming military superiority dictated its tactics. Wherever problems arose in the war, the IDF solved them by the application of overwhelming firepower. Why waste men, or even thought, if you have a virtually unlimited supply of shells to fire and bombs to drop? It was possible. 372. Noam Chomsky. To avoid any kind of military thought while spewing forth vast amounts of ammunition to destroy the country which the IDF had allegedly come to save, a familiar phrase from Vietnam days. In human terms, however, the results were disappointing. The traditional superiority of individual Israel troops and crews over their opponents took a nosedive. One cannot prove this conclusively, he says, because the Defense Ministry is naturally anxious to hide the shortcomings of Israel's most unpopular war to date. But it is indisputable, he believes, that the IDF's morale in Lebanon has been lower than during any other Israeli campaign, a fact reflected in the very high number of psychiatric casualties already noted. Some aspects of the IDF's performance should serve as a warning rather than as an example, he concludes. 306. This is the complementary side to the interpretation of the war that appeared to be current among the Palestinians, and others, as it came to an end, still considering only the narrowest aspect of the Peace for Galilee campaign. We return to border aspects in the final chapter. 6. Aftermath. 1. A chapter of Jewish history. On the eve of the Easter festival of 1903, mysterious rumors were set afloat in Kishinev, capital of Bessarabia, telling of the murderer of a Christian servant girl, whose death was ascribed to the Jews. The goings-on in Kishinev on the eve of that Easter bore the earmarks of an energetic activity on the part of some secret organization which was hatching an elaborate fiendish scheme. Printed handbills were scattered about in the city, telling the people that an imperial ukaz had been published, granting permission to inflict a bloody punishment upon the Jews in the course of the 3 days of the Christian Passover. The police made no attempt to suppress these circulars, for, as was subsequently brought out, they were in the conspiracy. On the eve of the festival of Passover, the representatives of the Jewish community waited upon the governor and the chief of police, praying for protection, and received the cool reply that the necessary instructions had already been given and that the proper measures for their safety had been adopted. The conflagration which was openly prepared by the incendiaries broke out at the moment determined upon. On Sunday, April 6, the first day of the Christian Passover and the 7th day of the Jewish holiday, the church bells began to ring at noontime, and a large crowd of Russian burghers and artisans, acting undoubtedly upon the given signal, scattered all over the town, and fell upon the Jewish houses and stores. The banns were preceded by street 373. 374. Noam Chomsky. Urchins who were throwing stones at the windows. The rioters, whose number was swelled by these youthful fighters, seeing that the police made no attempt to interfere, began to break into the houses and stores, and to throw the contents on the street where everything was destroyed or plundered by the festive crowd. But even then the police and soldier detachments who were stationed on the streets remained passive, and made no attempt to arrest the rioters. This attitude served in the eyes of the mob as a final proof that the rumors concerning the permission of the Tsar to beat the Jews were correct. An immense riffraff, in a state of intoxication, crowded the streets, shouting death to the Zides. Beat the Zides. In the evening looting gave way to killing. The murderers, armed with clubs and knives, assailed the Jews in the cars, on the streets, and in the houses, wounding them severely, sometimes even fatally. Even then, the police and military remained inactive. Only when in one place a group of Jews, armed with sticks, attempted to drive off the murderers, the police stepped in at once and disarmed the defenders. At 10 o'clock in the evening the looting and killing were suddenly stopped. Rumour had it that the general staff of the rioters were holding a meeting concerning the further plan of military operations, and were making arrangements for a systematic butchery. The army soon received the necessary orders, and in the course of the entire day of April 7th, from daybreak until 8 o'clock in the evening, Kishinev was the scene of bestialities such as find few parallels even in the history of the most barbarous ages. Throughout the entire day, wagons were seen moving in the streets, carrying wounded and slain Jews to the hospitals which had been converted into field lazarets. But even this sight did not induce the police to step in. The governor of Bessarabia, von Raben, who, on the morning of the second day of the pogrom, was waited upon by a Jewish deputation begging for protection, replied that he could do nothing since he had received no instructions from St. Petersburg. At last, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, a telegram was received from Plev, and at 6 o'clock large detachments of troops, fully armed, appeared on the central streets. No sooner had the crowd no aftermath. 375. Ticed that the soldiers were ready to act than it took to its heels, without a single shot being fired. It is needless to point out that had this readiness of the police and military to attend to their duty been displayed in Kishinev at the inception of the pogrom, not a single Jew would have been murdered nor a single house destroyed. As it was, the murderers and rioters were given a free hand for 2 days, and the result was that 45 Jews were slain, 86 severely wounded or crippled, 500 slightly wounded, apart from cases of rape, the number of which could not be determined. As against the enormous number of Jewish victims, there were only 2 fatalities among the intoxicated rioters. 1. A cry of horror rang throughout Russia and the more or less civilized countries of the world when the news of the Kishinev butchery became known. Leo Tolstoy wrote of his burning feeling of pity for the innocent victims of the cruelty of the populace, amazement at the bestiality of all these so-called Christians, revulsion at all these so-called cultured people who instigated the mob and sympathized with its actions. But I felt a particular horror for the principal culprit, our government with its clergy, which fosters in the people bestial sentiments and fanaticism, with its horde of murderous officials. The crime committed at Kishinev is nothing but a direct consequence of that propaganda of falsehood and violence which is conducted by the Russian government with such energy. Like the Turkish government at the time of the Armenian massacres, it remains entirely indifferent to the most horrible acts of cruelty, as long as these acts do not affect its interests. Meanwhile, the revelations in the foreign press were of a nature to stagger all Europe and America. There was a judicial investigation, but trial was conducted behind closed doors. By this act, the blood-stained Russian government refused in advance to rehabilitate itself before the civilized world, which looked upon it as the instigator of the catastrophe. Only the hired assassins and plunderers from among the lower classes were tried and condemned, while the organizers of the butchery and the ringleaders of the mob were escaping justice, though one had blown out his brains before the beginning of the trial. Some were sentenced to 376. Noam Chomsky. Hard labor or penal service, but the real ringleaders in the government, army and police were never sentenced by any court, again scandalizing the civilized world. 2. And naturally the other principal culprits, the clergy and others who conducted the propaganda of falsehood and violence that instigated the mob, escaped unscathed, firm in their conviction of moral rectitude and honored in their society. The catastrophe had a long-lasting effect upon the Jews of Russia. Neither the pogroms at the beginning of the 80s, nor the Moscow atrocities at the beginning of the 90s can compare, in their soul-stirring effect upon Russian Jewry, with the massacre of Kishinev. Dubnow writes, "It was a major factor in the great wave of emigration of Jews from Russia in the following years, primarily to the United States, but also to Palestine, including the teenage founding fathers of Israel." 3. The greatest poet of the Hebrew national renaissance, Chaim Nachman Bialik, wrote a series of famous poems in which he portrayed his people's agony, scourging the craven, dumb submission of the victims and calling forth the very indignation of heaven, for expressing his anguish and despair over this barbaric massacre, in which 45 Jews were brutally murdered under the watchful eyes of the Russian army and police after they had been assured by a higher authority that the proper measures for their safety had been adopted. In one of these poems Bialik wrote, "And if there is justice, let it show itself at once. But if justice show itself after I have been blotted out from beneath the skies, let its throne be hurled down forever. Let heaven rot with eternal evil. And you, the arrogant, go in this violence of yours, live by your bloodshed and be cleansed by it. And cursed be the man who says, avenge. No such revenge for the blood of a little child, has yet been devised by Satan. Let the blood pierce through the abyss. Let the blood seep down to the depths of darkness, and eat away there, in the dark, and breach all the rotting foundations of the earth." 5. The phrase "no revenge for the blood of a little child" has yet been devised by Satan has been repeated many times in Israel in the past. Aftermath. 377 years, by Menachem Begin and many others, with reference to the terrorist acts of the two-legged beasts. Memories of the barbarous Kishinev massacre with its 45 victims were soon to be aroused in Israel as the Lebanese war came to an end. 6. Though not in the United States, which had assured the people of the Sabra and Shatila camps, praying for protection, that the necessary instructions had already been given and that the proper measures for their safety had been adopted. And surely not by the clergy and intelligentsia who had, for so long, fostered bestial sentiments and fanaticism in their propaganda of falsehood and violence, of which the massacres were a direct consequence, as American peacekeeping forces withdrew in violation of their pledge to protect the defenseless population, and the Israeli army at once invaded West Beirut in violation of its pledges and immediately dispatched its minions to conduct a slaughter of Palestinians for which the proper words are lacking if, indeed, The cowardly and brutal murder of 45 Jews in Kishinev was an act with few parallels even in the history of the most barbarous ages. On the contrary, the principal culprits kept silent, or blamed someone else, even the Palestinians, or rushed to the press to assure the world that nothing they had done could have helped form policies and attitudes towards the Palestinians that allowed these events to occur. Within Israel itself, there was a real and meaningful expression of anguish on the part of certain sectors of the population. As we have seen, this reaction had the practical effect of reinforcing the trends towards militarization of Israeli society and domination of the occupied territories as it filtered through the ideological and political structures of the United States, which bears primary responsibility for the events we have described, and those to which we now turn. 7. To a glorious victory. 2.1 The achievements of Operation Peace for Galilee. As the end of August 1982 approached, the government of Israel could look with some satisfaction at its achievements. Its domestic. 378. Noam Chomsky. Opposition was quiet and Begin's popularity was at an all-time high. As Labour cheerlessly observed, nothing succeeds like success. The opposition-Labour alignment was effectively neutralized by the widespread understanding that the US had given the green light. Those who had qualms, and they were many, were unwilling to be more critical of state policy than the paymasters, though there were others who did not bend to this principle and continued to oppose the war with courage and honor, some refusing to serve in the hideous concentration camps or to serve in Lebanon altogether. In the occupied territories, protest over the invasion and resistance to the forthcoming extension of Israeli sovereignty remained high, but the Israeli leadership hoped it was not likely to be effective given Israel's proven capacity for harsh repression throughout the period of the 15-year occupation, and, crucially, given the submissiveness and discipline of articulate American opinion, which had permitted all of this to pass virtually unnoticed, even to be lauded as a benign experiment in Arab-Jewish cooperation that was but one aspect of a magnanimity unique in history as Israel marched forward to realize the democratic socialist dream. The US government remained solidly behind Israel's actions despite occasional disclaimers, and the flow of military and economic aid was actually scheduled to increase, as it soon did. As for public opinion, all was not as it should be. But the main bastions were holding solidly. Much of Europe was appalled. The Socialist International, which had bent over backwards to support Israel in the recent past, 8 sent a delegation to Beirut that returned with words of harsh condemnation. Mario Soares of Portugal, who headed the delegation, described their impression of horror at what they saw in Beirut, adding that the pictures we have seen on French television are less than the reality in a city that Israel had used as an experimental ground for new techniques of bombardment. The French representative, National Secretary of the pro-Israel Socialist Party, stated that one cannot imagine in France, in Europe, what the bombardments of Beirut were like. He also had the impression that the bombardments were selective, aiming at such targets as the places of residence of. Aftermath. 379. The French ambassador and of journalists and political figures, as part of a methodical strategy. 9 But the French Socialist Party was soon to return to its protective stance, and in any event, Europe matters little as long as American opinion remains properly disciplined. In Lebanon itself, the situation also offered much reason for satisfaction on the part of the government of Israel. Its favored candidate, Bashar Gemayel, had been elected president under Israeli guns. Some were concerned that those who had carried out this semi-coup were capable of doing the same in Israel as well, among them, former Chief of Staff Mordechai Ger of the Labour Party, CP. 291, but their voice was that of a shrinking minority. With the PLO removed from Beirut and the political and cultural center of Palestinian nationalism demolished, the problem of increasingly visible PLO moderation, the veritable catastrophe that was causing such panic, might well be on its way to solution, and there might even be some hope that the PLO would return to the tactics of hijacking planes, terrorist bombing, killing many Jews, and other actions more welcome to the government of Israel, according to the rather plausible analysis of Yehoshua Porat, Danny Rubinstein, and others, CPP. 224. Furthermore, it should now be even easier than before to dismiss the allegiance of the West Bank Samaitan to the PLO and their insistence that the path to a negotiated settlement is through Beirut. The few remaining political figures still tolerated by the occupying Red Army, such as Elias Fridge, might continue to repeat that the PLO is the official representative for the Palestinian Arabs, but with the PLO in disarray, little heed need be given to such minor noises from below, particularly as long as they are unheard or dismissed in the United States. 10 Soon the Samaitan would be nothing more than drugged roaches in a bottle, as the Chief of Staff was to explain shortly after, CP. 148. The situation in Lebanon offered still more cause for self-congratulation. In the course of the civil war, a balance of force had been created between the Muslim-Palestinian coalition and the Israeli-backed Maronite and Haddad forces. The removal of the PLO destroyed this balance. Power now rested in the hands of Israel's 380. Noam Chomsky. Clients, though it still remained to eliminate the last elements of the Muslim-Palestinian coalition, as was done shortly after the departure of the PLO fighters, with the conquest of West Beirut in violation of the agreement under which the PLO had left. Israel's clients would now be free, it could be hoped, to impose their will by the methods at which they had proven so adept in the past, as in Karantina, Qiyam and Tel al-Salata. Things seemed well on their way to the new order in Lebanon to which Israel aspired, and the danger of Palestinian self-determination in the occupied territories, the feared dagger poised at the heart of Israel, also seemed to have been overcome. As for the government of the country that had officially been liberated, it announced casualty figures of close to 20,000 killed and over 30,000 wounded, almost 7,000 in Beirut, where about 8,000 and 90% were civilians, very likely underestimates for reasons already discussed. The wounded included a large number of amputees and many victims of cluster and phosphorus bombs, a tribute to American technology and munificence. Many thousands, including much of the remaining teenage and adult male population of Palestinians and also many thousands of Lebanese and others, were in Israeli concentration camps in Lebanon and Israel, where they could be brutalized in peace, with little concern in what are now called the more or less civilized countries of the world. In the south of Lebanon, the refugee camps had been destroyed by bombardment or bulldozed after the refugees had been removed. The two-legged beasts who had infested the area, most of them since 1948 when they had fled or were driven from their homes, had once again been demoralized and dispersed, their villages demolished. They remained without sustenance, shelter, health and social services, or protection after the male population had been removed. The Army of Occupation had no plans for them at that time except to drive them east, in the words of the responsible senior official, Iwakef Meridor, who was busy denouncing the US and European media, following the regular policy of towing the PLO line, for their lies about casualties and destruction, and aftermath. 381. Could not concern himself with the fate of the people in his charge. Many had, in fact, been driven east. In these respects too, then, there was ample reason for satisfaction. Meanwhile, Israeli troops were moving into positions well north of Beirut from which they could launch an attack on Palestinian and Lebanese terrorists who had not yet been eliminated, and on the remaining Syrian troops to the north and east. As few could fail to observe, Damascus was within range of Israeli heavy artillery. Further bombings in September destroyed the strategic Beirut-Damascus highway behind Syrian lines, effectively cutting off Syrian troops west of the central mountain chain from reinforcements and supplies. 11. The basis had been laid for the next stage in dispersing the refugees and extending Israel's regional power, through the plans were soon to be upset by unanticipated factors. 2.2 The Syrian phase of the war. In this connection, something should be said about a topic so far put aside, the Syrian phase of Israel's Lebanon war. The nearest that we have to a definitive account of this topic was provided in a series of detailed articles by military analyst Zef in Haaretz. He dismisses the claim, a new invention offered in justification for Operation Peace for Galilee after the fact, that Syria was planning an attack on Israel that was forestalled by Israel's preemptive move. Defense Minister Sharon's claims to this effect, he argues, entirely lack foundation. It is known today that the Syrian command had no such plans under present circumstances, and were emphasizing defensive measures. Falangist initiatives had led to a Syrian response to protect their lines of communication, something that no army could have failed to undertake. It was the view of Israeli intelligence and others that these Falangist provocations had the intention of causing us, Israel, to come into military conflict with the Syrians. Further conflict resulted from Sharon's large plan, namely, to impose his new order in Lebanon by driving the Syrians out of Lebanon and installing Bashar Gemayel, the head of the Falangist Lebanese forces, as 382. Noam Chomsky, President, blocking Syria's anticipated attempt to place its favorite, former Maronite President Suleiman Frangieh in power as it had done 6 years before with Elias Sarkis. Recall that the election was scheduled for August to September, quite probably a factor in the timing of the Israeli invasion, a conclusion that SIF does not draw here, but CPP. 218, 227, but that is reinforced by his analysis. Syria made efforts to avoid conflict with Israel, but was unable to do so, because of the very nature of Sharon's large plan, which was put into effect at once, as the Labour opposition was aware despite a pretense of shock and outrage at Begin's duplicity. See Chapter 5, Section 6.3. Israel could easily have avoided conflict with Syria, SIF continues, concentrating its attack on the PLO in the western sector, a project that he seemed to regard as legitimate. The Syrians would have curbed the terrorists in the areas they controlled as they had done before. Before the war, they warned the terrorists to refrain from actions that would bring Israel into conflict with them, Syria, and they would have persisted in this policy. The war was not limited in this way because of Sharon's intention to drive the Syrians from Lebanon in accord with a large plan, the establishment of the new order. Despite its efforts to avoid conflict, Syria was forced to respond to Israel's attacks, just as any other army would have done in their circumstances, as Israel moved to surround the Syrian army in the Bekaa Valley. In fact, the Syrian High Command did not comprehend that Israel was bent on attacking Syrian forces. They only understood too late that the war was not for South Lebanon but rather for all of Lebanon, not limiting itself to terrorist targets. Syria did not even undertake a mobilization of reserves until June 9 and orders were given not to fire or even to respond to Israeli shelling, SIF asserts. Israeli forces advancing on Syrian positions barely met with artillery fire at first. The Syrians remained in defensive positions from the first moment, and if we had wished we could have avoided any large-scale ground fighting against them. There is no truth to Begin's assertion in the Knesset on that Syria rejected Israel's ceasefire request, ni. Aftermath. 383. Necessitating an Israeli response. Syria even refrained from employing its missiles against Israeli aircraft, until they were attacked directly on June 9, not when missile was fired against our aircraft, which were operating freely in great numbers in Lebanon. The Israeli attack against the Syrian missiles was unprovoked. It was motivated by the large plan, since Israeli troops attacking Syrian forces would require air cover. In all of this there may be military logic, but it is the logic of Sharon's larger strategic plan, aimed at removing the Syrians from Lebanon along with the PLO and placing Bashar Gemayel in power. This plan in its very essence necessitated an intentional military attack against the Syrians, who, it may be recalled, were in Lebanon under an Arab League mandate that was to expire in July 1982, having initially been at least tacitly welcomed by the US and Israel because they were fighting against the PLO Muslim coalition. 12. With this background, Israel's actions on the northern and eastern fronts in late August and early September take on a certain significance. In fact, a rather broad significance, to which we will return in the next chapter. With regard to Sif's analysis, 2 points should be noted. In the first place, he is generally considered to be Israel's most knowledgeable military correspondent and is a military historian of a distinction, who has followed the affairs of the IDF at close range from its origins. In general, he is considered the prototypical moderate who holds the middle ground, journalist Noam observes, noting that when Peres and Begin appeared in a television debate on the eve of the 1977 elections, they chose Sif to be the moderator. Second, Sif regarded the war in Lebanon as a disaster for returning soldiers, told much the same story in the Israeli press. See, for example, Yedioth Ahronoth, July 5, 1982, Israeli Mirror, where Moshe Savia, who had been among the conquerors of Beaufort Castle in South Lebanon, reports on the lies told by the Begin Sharonite and Triumvirate, among them the radio appeal to the Syrians to refrain from opening fire, an appeal made after we had already been given orders to draw the Syrians into the war and to settle accounts with them, irrespective of what they themselves did. See also p. 253. 384. Noam Chomsky. The State of Israel. Sharon, in his view, is ruining Israel. Sharon might be a proper commander for the Tartars who overran Asia and Eastern Europe under Genghis Khan, but not for Israel. 13. 2.3 The West falls into line. Returning to the state of affairs as of late August, the situation in the United States was not as favorable as Israel's leaders might have hoped. Despite the green light, the projected aid increases in recognition of Israel's achievements, and the range of apologetics across the broad spectrum already discussed. There had been some erosion of the automatic support for Israeli actions and neglect of its atrocities, a fact that aroused much outrage in circles accustomed to more complete obedience and committed to the doctrine that control over thought and expression must be total, so that even slight deviations, even mere reporting of some of the facts, is an intolerable affront, evidence of a double standard if not outright anti-Semitism. But despite the slight departure from the norm, the situation was, in fact, well under control. The basic assumptions of Israeli propaganda were quite widely accepted. Israel had the right to invade Lebanon in self-defense, to demolish Palestinian population centers, to destroy what must be destroyed and arrest whoever must be arrested, in the words of the Chief of Staff, CP 180, to scatter the remaining population, and to bomb Beirut to drive out the PLO hijackers, who were holding the civilian population hostage. The subsequent fate of the two-legged beasts aroused little interest or comment here. If Israel had been driven to harsh actions, it was the fault of the PLO, which had never veered from its single-minded commitment to the destruction of Israel and the fostering of international terrorism, always rejecting U.S. Israeli offers of a fair political settlement. In the occupied territories, Israel was organizing moderate elements, now free from PLO intimidation, and the radicals were being silenced. Dissent in the United States was unprecedented, but the center, and a very broad one at that, was holding. In fact, in the West quite generally Israel was being granted the dispensations ordinarily reserved for Western violence. For example, Aftermath 385. Few eyebrows were raised when Henry Kissinger rambled on in his charmingly empty-headed fashion in the London Economist, explaining how thanks to the war some reasonable Palestinians might finally come to a Sadat-like insight that they must coexist with Israel in some form, though surely not the PLO, which had come to that insight years before, though Kissinger could no more comprehend that fact than he could understand Sadat's peace offer of 1971 or the stance of the Arab states at the time that he was successfully blocking State Department moves towards a political settlement, CPP. 756, while as for the PLO, the Reagan plan must not be turned into a subterfuge for rehabilitating it or for introducing the PLO in its present form and with its present concepts on the West Bank, where these concepts, as discussed in Chapter 3, include a two-state settlement in accordance with the international consensus. One particular sin of the PLO is its persistent attempt to upset the equilibrium on the West Bank, that is, to oppose the Israeli occupation that Kissinger helped to implant, a clear demonstration of PLO radicalism. Of course, we should return to the overwhelming majority of Arabs living on the West Bank and Gaza a controlling voice in facing their own future, while blocking the rehabilitation of the PLO, which they regard as their political representative, even those officially designated as reasonable, for example, Elias Farage. In short, self-determination along the lines of the traditional American conception, namely, in the form that we will determine, since we are plainly the authentic representatives of the Palestinians, as of the Filipinos, the Nicaraguans, the Greeks, the Vietnamese, the Chileans, the Salvadorans, and many others who have been privileged to enjoy our beneficent attentions. Kissinger also warned that opposition to Israel must not become a congenital feature of our foreign policy, an imminent threat as all can see. We should not permit Arabs to gain the impression that across-the-board opposition to Israel is built into us, so to speak, as they might conclude, for example, by looking at the flow of aid. We might harass Israel into emotional and psychic collapse unless it feels compassion on our side, maybe even affection. 386. Noam Chomsky. Rather than unremitting pressure. Furthermore, some Arabs now seem to imagine that they can achieve their maximum program, that is, destruction of Israel, in return for nothing more than simple recognition of Israel, a pronouncement that appears to mean that some Arabs feel that they can achieve their goal of destroying Israel by nothing more than recognizing it, a most intriguing concept. And so on, all regarded with at least mock seriousness by his sophisticated international audience. 14. Kissinger argues that we should oppose the creation of another radical state with irredentist aims towards both Jordan and Israel, a Palestinian state dominated by the PLO, as irreconcilable with the stability of the Middle East. A saner view, expressed by Assistant Secretary of State Violets, is that a Palestinian mini-state would look at Jordan and Israel as superpowers. 15. Though from this rather different perception he draws the same conclusion, we should oppose such a mini-state as harmful to stability, now because of its weakness rather than its irredentism. We see here an example of the beauty of political orthodoxy, as of certain other religious doctrines, since the desired conclusions are necessary truths. They can be derived from whatever premise we choose to put forth. While support for Israel at all three levels, diplomatic, material and ideological, remained high, nevertheless the purposes of the invasion were well understood, at least in some circles. In foreign affairs, the Israeli-American military historian and strategic analyst Amos Perlmutter wrote that Begin and Sharon share the same dream. Sharon is the dream's hatchet man. That dream is to annihilate the PLO, douse any vestiges of Palestinian nationalism, crush PLO allies and collaborators in the West Bank and eventually force the Palestinians there into Jordan and cripple, if not end, the Palestinian nationalist movement. That, for Sharon and Begin, was the ultimate purpose of the Lebanese war. He does not add that the dream entails crushing the overwhelming majority of the population of the West Bank, the allies and collaborators of the PLO, but perhaps that is implicit, or that the same aftermath 387. Dream is shared in essentials, and was being implemented by the Labour Party, a fact commonly ignored. In the same issue, Harold Saunders, Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern and South Asian Affairs under Carter and previously a member of the National Security Council staff with responsibility for Middle East matters, writes that, with a fragmented and dispersed PLO, Israeli leaders foresaw the Palestinian population in the West Bank and Gaza, deprived of outside moral support, coming to accept permanent Israeli control there, in a situation in which much of that Palestinian population could be induced, or gradually coerced, to migrate across the Jordan River into Jordan. Thus, the Israeli-Palestinian war, in Lebanon, was fought mainly over whether an organized Palestinian movement would survive in order to negotiate peace between Israelis and Palestinians as two people with equal rights. It was not fought only to determine how many Palestinian fighters should be where in Lebanon. The Israeli invasion of Lebanon, to repeat, was designed to destroy once and for all any hope among the people of the West Bank and Gaza that the process of shaping the Palestinian people into a nation could succeed. It was designed to break any final resistance to total Israeli control and to pave the way for making life so difficult for those who valued their freedom and political self-expression that they would eventually leave for Jordan. By the late 1970s, he adds, there is little question that support for a West Bank Gaza state in land from which Israel had withdrawn under Security Council Resolution 242, remains the mainstream view of the Palestinian people as endorsed by the Palestinian National Congress of the PLO, a position reinforced by the Lebanon War. 16. Perlmutter envisages a virtual partition of Lebanon, with an Israeli-backed alliance dominated by the Phalange and Haddad holding 2/3 of Lebanon and Syria holding the rest, and a prolonged Israeli military presence since the Christians cannot survive as a political force without the protection and presence of Israel. This might provide an opportunity for a Syrian-Israeli rapprochement. Syria is a status quo power, as revealed by its passive acquiescence in the Israeli conquest. In fact, Rabin's Labour government had somewhat reluctantly encouraged Syrian occupation of parts of Lebanon and 388. Noam Chomsky encouraged Syria to come close to Israel's northern border so as to pacify the Israeli-Lebanese border in the same way that the Israeli-Syrian border had been pacified after 1973. As for Sharon, he ousted the Israeli settlers from the Sinai because, pragmatically, a quiescent Egypt was needed for any future course of action in Lebanon, and by the time he took over the defense ministry, Israeli generals were already busy planning a large-scale invasion of Lebanon, planning to reach Beirut from the first moment of the war. As for the scope of Sharon's new order in Lebanon and for the Middle East, Perlmutter believes that it virtually excludes a stable Lebanese central government, an unlikely prospect at best because of Lebanon's internal strife, and so-called New Order, when looked at imaginatively and correctly, provides some leverage for the United States to turn Syria towards the Western camp and to reassert some U.S. control over events in the Middle East. The U.S. should not, however, act as the PLO's Salvation Army in West Beirut, he wrote in the summer of 1982. Saunders looked forward to U.S. efforts to bring about an Israeli-Palestinian peace process, but with little hope, it seems. So matters stood in late August. In summary, the government of Israel had good reason, in its own terms, to feel satisfied with its achievements, at home, in Lebanon, and also in the United States, despite some residual problems. The euphoria was not to last very long, however, and the events of the subsequent weeks were to impose at least a change of timetable, if not of longer-term plans for the new order for Lebanon and for the Middle East. We turn to these longer-term questions in the next chapter. 3. The taste of victory turned sour. The events that followed in September 1982 were traumatic and complex. The construction that seemed so pretty in late August began to crumble, temporarily at least, Reagan's peace initiative, announced on September 1st, seemed to steal the fruits of victory from the Israeli government. It called for a freeze on new settlements, some vague form of autonomy short of self-determination for the inhabitants of the occupied territories, and a Jordanian solution. These. Aftermath. 389. Proposals were sharply in conflict with one primary war aim of the government of Israel, to lay the basis for the extension of Israeli sovereignty over the territories. Meanwhile, conflicts were developing between Israel and Bashar Gemayel, who was assassinated shortly after. Israel at once invaded West Beirut, violating the terms of the agreement negotiated by Philip Habib under which the PLO had left. This aroused only mild criticism in the United States, where the U.S. pledged to Lebanon and the PLO that Israel would not enter Beirut was quickly forgotten, but the massacres that followed were harshly condemned. The crumbling labor opposition in Israel hoped to receive a new lease on life, and its image as upholding peace and justice and conciliation was hastily resurrected by American supporters of Israel. If only Begin and Sharon, who had destroyed the beautiful Israel, could be removed, then all would be well. Let us now turn to a closer analysis of these crucial events and their significance. 3.1 Reagan's Peace Plan. Reagan's peace plan called for a settlement freeze and stated that the U.S. would not support new settlements during the transition period. The transition was to lead to a form of autonomy in which domestic authority would be transferred from Israel to the Palestinian inhabitants of the West Bank and Gaza. At best, the call for a settlement freeze would have been of limited significance, as was quickly noted in Israel, because of the character of the settlement programs that had been instituted, in part under Reagan's Initiative. 17. Reagan's program was explicitly rejectionist. It excluded the PLO, that is, denied the right of the inhabitants of the territories to select their political representative, thus undermining its own rhetoric concerning self-government. It also opposed the establishment of independent Palestinian state in the West Bank and Gaza, thus rejecting the international consensus and the near-unanimous sentiments of the inhabitants of the occupied territories, including even Israel's chosen quislings. It also stated that the U.S. will not support annexation or permanent control by Israel, exactly what the U.S. had been supporting and continued to support after September 1st. 390. Noam Chomsky. With the newly increased military and economic aid, the self-government to be achieved would be in association with Jordan. The question of boundaries was left vague. 18 As discussed earlier, Reagan's proposal was somewhat analogous to a hypothetical proposal of 1947 offering autonomy to the Jewish community of Palestine, but without a state or the participation of the Zionist organization, and under the rule of some European country in which their experience had been less than happy. Nevertheless, this rejectionist program was considerably more favorable to the Palestinians than the alternatives that had previously been advanced by those with real power in the region, primarily the U.S. and Israel. Given the objective constraints established by U.S. power, a case can perhaps be made that the wisest course for the Palestinians would have been to accept the Reagan proposals, thus committing national suicide, but at least raising some obstacles to the U.S.-backed Israeli takeover of what remains outside Israel's complete control in the occupied territories. Reagan's proposals were rejected angrily by the Begin government, which announced that it would have absolutely nothing to do with them. The Reagan plan was therefore stone dead from the first moment, unless the U.S. would have chosen to put some pressure on Israel, or more accurately, to withdraw its material support for Israel's settlement programs in the occupied territories. The U.S. at once made clear that it would not limit this support, and in fact extended it shortly after, increasing aid to new heights while maintaining the unique arrangements that permit U.S. aid to be used without supervision, hence for settlements in the occupied territories, in violation of the aid legislation. In short, the U.S. and Israel immediately killed the Reagan plan. Obviously, the actual facts do not constitute an acceptable version of history. Rather, it must be, whatever the facts, that it was the fault of the Arabs, particularly the PLO, that this noble American endeavor failed, though it is also permissible, within the doctrinal system, to assign a portion of the blame to the boorish begin with his Oriental Jewish constituency. Crucially, no blame may be attached to the United States or to the Western-oriented labor. Aftermath. 391. Party, which is preserving the legacy of the beautiful Israel. These tasks were carried out with customary dispatch and elegance. In the subsequent months, the burden of discussion in the U.S. was shifted to the PLO and Hussein, on the assumption that the fate of the Reagan plan rested on PLO authorization of Hussein to take part in negotiations over the plan that Israel had rejected out of hand with American support. The required conclusion was established without noticeable difficulty while the actual facts of the matter were dispatched to their deserved location, Orwell's memory hole. A few points of clarification may be in order. First, Israel would have been more than pleased to have Hussein join negotiations over the plan it had rejected, thus tacitly accepting the crucial Israeli principle that the Palestinians have no national rights, that they are not a party to the conflict as Israeli courts have ruled and have no role to play in any peace settlement, in the words of Labour Party Devableben, CP. 57. Then Israel could have proceeded to take over the territories, with constant U.S. support, while the negotiations dragged on meaninglessly, or perhaps its extension of sovereignty might even be ratified in some form. No other outcome was possible, given American support for a greater Israel, which persisted, in fact was reinforced in the months that followed. Second, it should be noted that if the PLO had adapted itself more successfully to the norms of Western hypocrisy, pursuing a more intelligent diplomatic course, this would have marginally complicated the task faced by American propagandists, namely, to show that the failure of the plan was the fault of the Arabs and the PLO. The problems they would then have faced would have been comparable to the problems posed by Sadat's 1971 peace offer or the two-state settlement proposed by the PLO and the Arab states in January 1976, that is, it might have taken a day or two to restore the party line to full effectiveness. It is difficult to imagine any other outcome, despite much nonsense that has been written about the matter. Let us now review the subsequent events, which followed their predictable course. Reagan's proposals, while flatly inconsistent with a Likud program, did lend themselves to an interpretation that is at least partially. 392. Noam Chomsky. In accord with Labour's rejectionist stance, and were received with cautious approval by the Labour opposition. As we have seen, the leaders of the Labour Party also made it clear that the programme was completely unacceptable to them, but this conclusion was expressed either in the Hebrew press or in circumlocutions which, it was rightly assumed, would be ignored by their well-disciplined American audience. The plan also evoked a partially favorable response by a number of Arab states and the PLO. The Palestine National Council, the governing body of the PLO, met a few months later, in February 1983, and reached a compromise position on the matter. One senior PLO official quoted in the New York Times described the council's stance as saying yes and no at the same time to the Reagan plan. PLO spokesman Ahmed Abdelrahman said that the PLO would continue to support the Arab peace plan adopted in Fez in September 1982, which endorsed the international consensus, calling for a two-state settlement and peaceful coexistence among Israel, the Palestinian state in the West Bank and Gaza, and the other states of the region. The Council also declared that it envisages the future relationship with Jordan to be a confederation between two independent states, one Palestinian and one Jordanian. 19. In fact, the PLO reaction was rather similar to that of the opposition Labour Party in Israel, neither acceptance nor outright rejection, with room for maneuver to adjust the terms of Reagan's proposal to their own wishes, the international consensus in the case of the PLO, the rejectionist Dylan plan in the case of the Labour Party. Furthermore, the PLO position appears to be closer to the literal sense of the Reagan plan than the rejectionist stance of the Labour Party. Through the plan is so vague that one cannot state this with any security. Commentary on the Reagan plan in the United States was highly favorable, including such predictable responses as that of the New York Times, explaining that the U.S. government is now working to persuade the Arab states and Palestinians who will listen that the PLO's rejection of Israel and reliance on terror at a bloody dead end, and that such extremists as the PLO must no longer be held out by the Arab League as the sole negotiators for Palestinian aftermath. 393. Rights. A brief look at their own files would have sufficed to reveal the intellectual and moral quality of these remarks, and the fuller history should not have been entirely beyond their reach. As for Israel, its true spirit would be revealed, the Times assured its readers, if the Arab leaders offer Israel firm security guarantees in exchange for an unthreatening Palestinian domain in the West Bank and Gaza. The certainty of the Times editors was undiminished by the fact, which once again they suppress, that any such notion has consistently been rejected in the clearest and most unequivocal terms by both major political groupings in Israel and also by the U.S., as in the case of the U.S. veto of the January 1976 Security Council resolution to this effect, a resolution backed by the confrontation states and the PLO. Actually prepared by the PLO if we can believe the current president of Israel, its 1976 UN ambassador. The Israelis who marched into Lebanon have never heard the word peace except from Egypt, the Times added, with comparable veracity. See Chapter 3. The Times's harshest critic of Israel's expansionist policies, Anthony Lewis, wrote that in its wisdom and shrewdness, Reagan's initiative has set the agenda for peace, and that it should appeal to the sensitive democracy of Israel as shown by the fact that it was quickly welcomed by the leader of the Labour alignment, Shimon Peres. However, though Lewis and others who commented similarly did not discuss the point, Peres was adamantly and unequivocally opposed to the program as Lewis outlines it, namely, transition to Palestinian self-rule in the West Bank and Gaza Strip without Israeli control over that land. In fact, Peres regards any proposal that entails loss of such control as threatening Israel's very existence. CP 88, among many other statements to the same effect, a position from which he has never deviated. Thus Peres welcomed the plan in a rather special sense, with an interpretation that is quite inconsistent with its meaning, at least as Lewis understands it. Comment elsewhere was similar. Reagan's peace proposals, whatever they meant exactly, never mind the details, as the Times editors put it, were taken as the basis for further discussion among right-thinking people. The general response served to eliminate their 394. Noam Chomsky. International consensus with its intolerable assumption that Palestinians have the same human rights as Jews, while removing from sight the actual diplomatic history with its record of the extreme rejectionist stance of both Labour and Likud, and crucially, the United States. But that, by now, is familiar fare. The PLO National Council met in February and gave its official response to the Reagan plan. And in April Jordan announced that it had not received PLO authorization to represent the Palestinians and therefore would not enter the negotiations. These events gave the media a further opportunity to display their assumptions and insights. After the February PLO National Council meetings, the New York Times delivered an editorial reprimand under the heading "The PLO versus the Palestinians," declaring that what the PLO really rejects is reality, diplomacy and, as always, Israel. It has once again betrayed the cause of the Palestinians. A Palestinian state in the occupied territories, if ever attainable, is certainly not attainable now. By demanding the impossible, the PLO continues to obstruct the plausible, self-government for 1 million Palestinians. What the term may mean, the Times does not say, never mind the details, especially when it is someone else's life that is at stake. The international consensus is thus dismissed as impossible, as indeed it is, in the face of US rejectionism. The Times adds that even if a small, new Palestinian nation were desirable, it could only evolve over time. There is no Palestinian nation, the Times pronounces, echoing the Likud and Labour Party, mimicking Arab extremists who reject Jewish claims to national rights. A small, new Jewish nation may not be desirable, some anti-Semite might declare. The PLO is irrelevant, since it does not conform to US wishes. 20. What the Times fails to say is as revealing as its own words. Thus, Israel is not irrelevant even though its rejection of the Reagan plan is far more extreme than that of the PLO. The Labour opposition is not irrelevant indeed, it is the hope of the future, even though its reaction to the Reagan plan is approximately on a par with that of the PLO, and its position is in clear and explicit contradiction to the self-government for 1 million Palestinians which the Times pro. Aftermath. 395. Fesses to advocate. The United States is not irrelevant, though it gave the coup de grace to the Reagan plan by continuing, in fact, increasing, its support for settlement in the occupied territories. Other commentary in the press was not very different at the time, and remained so in coming months. The Times editors might argue that to criticize them along these lines is unfair, since a crucial premise has been omitted which serves to eliminate the absurdities, distortion of the historical record, egregious double standard and blatant inconsistencies, namely, that the task of the newspaper of record is to be a servant of external power, an outlet for state propaganda. On this assumption, the stance of the editors makes perfect sense. The US government has determined that Israel is to be supported as a strategic asset and that the inhabitants of the conquered territories have no valid claim to the human rights accorded to Jews. Given the overriding principle just enunciated, then, the Times' reaction is quite logical. The Times cannot fairly be accused of a double standard, as in the previous comments, since it is consistently following its single standard of service to the state. On April 10, 1983, Jordan announced that it had not received the authorization it has requested from the PLO, and that we leave it to the PLO and to the Palestinian people to choose the ways and means for the salvation of themselves and their land, and for the realization of their declared aims in the manner they see fit. The New York Times pronounced the Reagan plan worthy but tragic failure. King Hussein rejected coexistence not with Israel but with the PLO. He proved Yasser Arafat incapable of compromise. Israel, which had predicted failure for Mr. Reagan's plan from the start, now feels vindicated for its resistance to a West Bank deal. In the news columns, where editorializing is more effective since it is slightly concealed under a mask of objectivity, David Shipler explained that no tangible alternative exists to their Israeli government's determination to hold the West Bank forever. Various Labour Party spokesmen are quoted as saying that there's no one to yield the West Bank to. Jordan still hasn't succeeded in disconnecting herself from the extremist Arab world, etc. The moderate noises in the Arab world. 396. Noam Chomsky. Have been shown to be meaningless, Shipler concludes. And in Israeli government circles there was a strange irony of bitter satisfaction in having known all along, more clearly than the Americans could ever understand, that the Arabs were too hateful to negotiate with and recognize Israel. Begin is vindicated, there is nothing now to challenge him. He stands surrounded by a vacuum. Obviously, in New York Times news reports, it cannot be observed that there is in fact someone to yield the West Bank to, and also the Gaza Strip, long tacitly conceded to Israel by the Times, namely, the population, which has clearly indicated that its political representative is the PLO. Similarly, it cannot be reported that the Reagan plan, which according to Shipler was torpedoed by Arab intransigence, was in fact torpedoed by the US when it at once confirmed its intention to support Israel's rejection of its own rejectionist plan. The Times also added a lesson in political theory and history. Israel's assault in Lebanon, the editors explained, had dramatized the impotence of the PLO, a version of the new Arthur Goldberg theory of political legitimacy, CP 317. Nevertheless, the PLO remains frozen in fantasy of victory over Israel culminating in a Palestinian state. Like all other Arabs, Sadat was at first loyal to the pan-Arab cause, and in the service of this ideological commitment, he went to war in 1973, establishing himself as the faithful heir of Nasser's pan-Arabism. Only then could he escape the ideological stranglehold of the PLO and break ranks with the Arab League. But the other Arabs, and crucially the PLO, refuse any settlement short of victory over Israel, so that Americans, for all their zeal for political accommodation, can do nothing. Since these are the facts as determined by the party line, it is irrelevant that Sadat offered Israel a peace treaty in 1971, with no mention of Palestinian national rights, during the period when he still could not escape the ideological stranglehold of the PLO, an offer rejected by Israel with US backing. That Sadat went to war in 1973 after warning repeatedly that the US and Israel gave him no choice with their refusal of a political solution and with the Labour Party settlement program in northeastern Sinai, that the Arab states and the PLO subsequently made repeated offers. Aftermath 397 of political settlement, for example, the January 1976 two-state proposal prepared by the PLO, furiously denounced by Israel, and vetoed by the US, etc., as described in Chapter 3. All of this is beside the point. It is as irrelevant as the PLO, or the Palestinians in the conquered territories, for the loyal priesthood of the state religion. The New York Times does permit itself to refer to Israel's rejection of the Reagan Plan, though the US is above criticism. In contrast, the New Republic attributes the failure of this bold American initiative entirely to the PLO, which will be satisfied with nothing short of the surrender of Tel Aviv, and to Hussein's cowardice. Naturally, it cannot mention the Labour Party's interpretation of the Reagan Plan. To understand it would require half a minute's thought. But it is interesting that it cannot even bring itself to mention the government of Israel's rejection of the plan. Nor is the United States subject to any criticism for offering still another rejectionist plan and then offering Israel full support for its immediate rejection of it. The failure was no fault of the United States. The editors further explain that only a willful misreading of the facts could lead to the paradoxical idea that the US should invoke economic sanctions to stop Israeli settlements on the West Bank, to translate into real-world terms, that the US should stop paying Israel to establish these settlements. These settlements are not an obstacle to peace in the Middle East, but are rather Hussein's overriding inducement to enter negotiations. It presumably follows that we should offer Israel even more support for its rapidly expanding settlement program, to strengthen the inducement. 21. These reactions approximately delimit the range of articulate reaction to the failure of the rejectionist Reagan plan that had been killed in early September by Israel's rejection with US support. The task of constructing a more acceptable history was therefore successfully concluded, with admirable efficiency. 3.2 The Israeli response. Returning to September 1, 1982, it was to be expected that Israel would undertake some action to deflect any pressure to consider. 398. Noam Chomsky. The Reagan proposals and to reduce the likelihood of conciliatory Arab moves that would induce the usual panic. There were, in fact, two immediate responses, one well publicized, the other less so. 3.2.1 The incorporation of the occupied territories. The well-publicized response of the Begin government was its immediate announcement that in defiance of Reagan's request, many new settlements would immediately be established in Judea and Samaria. Within a few days, a headline in Haaretz read, "The construction of 7 new settlements has been authorized in Judea and Samaria," while the subheading reports the government's announcement that with no connection to the Reagan plan, a new settlement will be established in the northern part of the Gaza Strip. On September 2nd, Amos Levav reported in Maariv that a new city and 4 towns will be established in Samaria. In fact, just prior to the announcement of the Reagan plan, the Ministers of Finance and Development, Mr. Yaron Marid and Professor Yuval Ne'eman, worked out yesterday methods of raising 500 million shekels for development activities in Judea and Samaria. In a SIG. Similarly, on the same day that Jordan announced that it would not join in Reagan's peace initiative, Israeli officials revealed plans for massive Jewish settlement in the occupied West Bank in defiance of Reagan's call for a freeze on new outposts, while expressing a bleak satisfaction that the Reagan peace process has suffered a severe blow. The plan, formulated by the World Zionist Organization, called for 57 new settlements in the West Bank and Gaza within 4 years, and was announced 2 days after the US indicated it would pressure Israel to halt settlements to get Hussein into the Mideast peace process. Congress responded in the customary fashion. A House Foreign Affairs subcommittee headed by Democrat Lee Hamilton voted to increase the military and economic aid requested by the Reagan administration for 1984 to even higher levels, without opposition. The administration made no effort to block the increase. Yuval Eliezer, Boston Globe, April 11, Jerusalem, New York Times, April 14, 1983. For further details on the World Zionist Organization plan, see David Richardson, Jerusalem Post, April 10, 1983. The plan is intended to bring the Jewish population of the West Bank to 1.3 million in 30 years, by vast government subsidies and severe restrictions on construction in Israel's main urban centers. It is, of course, tacitly assumed that the American taxpayer will bear the cost. A reasonable assumption, given the history and the U.S. government reaction. See also p. 75. Aftermath. 399. Significant parallel move. Justice M. Ravid ruled categorically that Israeli companies registered in Israel but operating primarily in the territories are exempt from taxation. 2 new settlements, 1 kibbutz, were announced in the Golan Heights, and 5 new paramilitary settlements were announced in Samaria. 22. Levav reviewed plans laid down by the Zionist Organization Settlement Branch to settle 400,000 Jews in Samaria by 2010. In the planned city and towns, there were 5,000 at the time. The Arab population is expected to reach 5,700,000. The development plan includes 6 highways that will break up the area, circumventing Arab cities such as Nablus. The Arab population will be confined in a limited area in the heart of the region, at double the current population density. Various measures will be adopted to prevent the expansion of Arab towns and villages, including road construction, building bans, and intensive efforts to purchase lands for Jewish settlement. A Defense Ministry official in charge of settlement confirmed that these plans were already being put into effect in Judea and Samaria. A few months later, the government announced another step towards putting these plans into effect. The Green Patrols will be extended to the West Bank. 23. The Green Patrols were established under the Rabin, Labour, government with alleged ecological concerns, under the Authority for the Preservation of Nature headed by General Rees Avraham Yoav, a greater Israel enthusiast. They were directed by Ariel Sharon during his tenure as Minister of Agriculture under the first Begin government, gaining notoriety for their cruelty as they turned to terrorizing Bedouins in the Negev, Israeli citizens who serve in the armed forces, for what that may matter, to prevent them from encroaching on national lands, that is, lands reserved for Jewish use. Working together with the border guards and police, They forcibly evacuated Bedouins from their homes to areas where they are to be concentrated, terrorizing women and children, shooting animals, destroying tents, and in general behaving in the manner that has typified the bloody and brutal career of their director from its origins in the early 1950s. 24 Now they are to turn their attention to the West Bank as well. There are reports that they will be 400. Noam Chomsky. Concerned with illegal construction by Arabs in state lands or areas intended for Jewish settlements. The state lands are those that have been taken over by Israel under one or another legal ruse to satisfy the needs of American civil libertarians. Shortly after, the government announced that the new Land Patrol, similar in character to the Green Patrol, will take action to destroy structures built without an appropriate permit. Permits are regularly denied to Arabs, and to prevent the increasing Arab movement of settlement on state lands, which are to be reserved for Jews in Judea and Samaria. See Note 23. It can be predicted with fair confidence that these patrols, operating in their customary manner, will expedite what the approved history books will describe as the voluntary sale of lands by Arabs who have so far proven recalcitrant, and in general will act to ensure that Israel will take what it wants from the helpless Samidin, while the US remains silent and provides the funds. In a statement on Israeli radio dismissing the Reagan plan immediately after it was announced, Defense Minister Sharon stated, "Not only will Israel not accept it, it will not discuss it. Reagan's plan has no chance," Sharon continued, "and the United States could have saved itself a lot of embarrassment and frustration by not proposing it. In the end, the United States will have no choice but to back down because its plan cannot be implemented." Meanwhile, Jordanian and PLO sources, while expressing interest in the plan though with reservations, remained skeptical about the administration's determination. One Jordanian stated that unless the United States showed the same forcefulness in acts that Mr. Reagan had shown in words, nobody in the region will take it seriously. Another added the following comment, reflecting official Jordanian thinking. "The crucial question is whether Mr. Reagan has the will and the power to back up his words. If Sharon starts a new series of settlements tomorrow, will Washington stop arms supplies or financial aid to Israel? Will it go to the Security Council, recognize the PLO 25? The question was surely rhetorical, and the answer to it was given very quickly. Israel started a new series of settlements, going out of its way to express its contempt for the settlement freeze. Aftermath. 401. Quest. And Reagan responded, as we have seen, by advocating an aid increase while maintaining the arrangements that permit the funds to be diverted to settlement in the occupied territories, as they would be, in some manner, arrangements or not, only to have the terms of the aid improved still further by congressional liberals. The rational response to these events, given a few weeks later, has already been quoted from the Jerusalem Post. The American government has been financing the very policies it denounces with such consistency that one doesn't have to be an Arab to wonder if the denunciations are sincere. 26. The following months led to increasing conflict between Israel and the US at the rhetorical level and even occasional direct military confrontation between US Marines and the IDF in Beirut. The verbal response of the US government was critical, while at the same time it proposed that the phenomenal level of military aid for 1983 be maintained for the fiscal year 1984, thus indicating its true intentions, while Congress moved to increase the aid still further as usual. In case Americans didn't get the point, Reagan's settlement freeze request evoked a virtual frenzy of announcements and advertisements about new settlements and other developments in the occupied territories. By the year's end, the projected population in Judea and Samaria by 2010 had risen to 1.3 million, according to the calculation of the head of the Jewish Agency's Settlement Department, Mattiyahu Troubles. This should yield a Jewish majority, he added, when we take into account the expected emigration of Arabs from the territory. In early December, the government announced its plans to build 35 additional urban settlements in Judea and Samaria in addition to those already publicized, and shortly after, Deputy Minister of Agriculture Michael Dickel raised this figure. Bernard Weinraub, New York Times, February 5, 1983. CP 398. The timing of the proposal for the 1984 fiscal year was striking, coming as it did at a point of considerable diplomatic conflict between the US and Israel over the fate of Lebanon, and immediately after a well-publicized incident when an American Marine drew his pistol to stop movement of Israeli tanks into an area that the Marines understood to be under their control. 402. Noam Chomsky. Into 42 new settlements, most of them urban, in the next 4 years. 27 Meanwhile, Minister of Science and Development Yuval Ne'eman announced that Samaria will become Israel's Silicon Valley, with the most advanced section of Israeli industry concentrated there, and a new science city established near the new town of Ariel in the center of Samaria, where the Arab population is concentrated. Other industrialists are also streaming into Samaria, including a French-financed electronics factory, military industry, and many others. Industry is encouraged to move by the easy development loans and even grants from the government, ultimately, the U.S. government. Amnon Rubinstein demonstrated that all of this is in contradiction to the Fourth Geneva Convention, which Israel signed. 28. But such considerations may be left to those who are now derided in Israel as beautiful souls. Meanwhile, other regions were not being neglected. On the first anniversary of the virtual annexation of the Golan Heights, Haaretz observed that 1,000 settlers had moved in and efforts were being made to bring 5,000 more in 4 new settlements now planned. And in the Gaza Strip, about 800 million shekels of the national budget have been invested in the past 6 years for 8 settlements with 300 settlers, with a 9th being planned along with a large tourist center. Asked at a press conference about the huge investment for so few settlers, Housing Minister David Levi responded that there are national political aims which a state may invest in not on the basis of the number of settlers, but according to its need to develop these places in our country. 29. A policy that may be undertaken with particular dispatch when the investment is provided by a generous donor from abroad. The fate of Gaza is generally ignored in discussion of the occupied territories, perhaps because it has already been tacitly granted to Israel. The Gaza region was pacified with extraordinary brutality by Ariel Sharon under the Labour government in the early 1970s. Since then, Israel has ruled with an iron hand. As an indication, the military courts opened 3,853 new cases in the year April 1980 to March 1981, having found 3,458 people guilty and 180 innocent in the preceding year. The domain of the military courts under what is aftermath. 403. Called the civilian administration is quite broad, extending, for example, to merchants who refuse to pay special value-added taxes that they regard as reflecting Israeli claims to sovereignty. Half the working population, about 40,000 people, travel to work in Israel, some with a working day from 3 a.m. to 8 p.m., because, although Arabs are encouraged to perform the dirty work at extremely low wages in the Jewish state, in fact, conditions are designed so that there are few alternatives. They are not permitted to sleep there. See pages 161-2. These official figures are surely an underestimate, as is indicated, for example, by the occasional study of illegal child labor. The Gaza Strip is vastly overcrowded and the population is rising rapidly. No opportunities are provided for development. On the contrary, the only land reserves have been expropriated for potential Jewish use. Since the only means of survival are service in Israel's cheap labor force, and since regular commuting is virtually impossible, workers find ways to sleep illegally in Tel Aviv and elsewhere. In Tel Aviv, Each worker is picked up by the police several times a year on the average. Workers sleep in fruit stalls in the open markets or in rotten rooms or cellars in slums where they are lined up wall-to-wall or sleeping in their work clothes with no sanitary facilities or showers, waiting for the knock of the police. The rough estimate is that thousands of Arab workers live this way, though no one knows. While the police are empowered to prevent Arabs from sleeping in Tel Aviv, there are no laws establishing minimum conditions for their survival. Within the Gaza Strip itself, the most serious problem is water. Local sources are already overused, leading to increase in salinity and other contamination which threatens to become a catastrophe. To prevent this catastrophe, water utilization is controlled and local Arabs are punished if they go beyond their ration or dig wells. But, Raphael Gunn reports, the law concerns only the former, that is, Arab residents of the region. The new settlers, Jews, that is different. Danny Sidkani, Dava, January 16, 1983. There is little reporting from the region, as Sidkani explains, in part because the military administration regards journalists as the enemy and keeps them away. His report is based on official information of a sort rarely released. 404. Noam Chomsky. Story entirely. For their projects, for example, profitable raising of fruit for the European market, local water supplies are provided in quantities far beyond anything available for Arab agriculture or other Arab use. Apart from the profitability for the Israeli economy, to which the captive market also contributes, this has the added advantages of compelling local Arabs to serve as a super-exploited labor force for Israeli enterprises, including kibbutzim, and of permitting foreign visitors to be amazed by Israel's remarkable achievements in making the desert bloom. In short, the usual story, for the Arab citizens of Israel itself, the drugged roaches in the occupied territories, and perhaps, before too long, the residents of the North Bank as well. 30. Like the industrialists, many Israeli citizens are being drawn to Judea and Samaria with their empty spaces, the Arabs being properly confined to limited areas, cheap land, and generous government loans and grants. Leah Egger describes how, particularly since Reagan's call for a settlement freeze, the roads to Samaria are clogged as families drive out to tour the area on the Sabbath, a national sport, in endless rows of cars. There are many Arab villages, but one driver said that there is no reason to be afraid of them. Once they threw a stone in Kalkilia, and after that got their market closed down for 2 weeks. Now they don't even peep outside. Just an trying to hold onto what they have left as the strangers walk through their walls. Besides, there are plenty of border guards, so the pleasant family outings will not be disturbed. Many of the families are searching for land or houses in the new settlements that are springing up everywhere, so rapidly that often only the local Arabs can direct the drivers to them. One particular tourist attraction is a mansion on a hill belonging to Moshe Sir, a wealthy graduate of a religious youth movement. Tourists watch the Arab workers rushing back and forth, carrying mountains of cement. The rabbis have no doubt found an appropriate dispensation to permit the beasts of burden to work on the Sabbath. Here and in the surrounding areas buyers are helped with government funds. Whenever the money runs out, the defense minister comes to visit us with a group of Americans, one middleman in the new settle. Aftermath. 405. Mentiv Karnai Shomron explains. He climbs on Moshe Sir's hill and shows them how near Netanya, in Israel, is to the guns. That persuades them and they pull out the checkbooks. In such ways wealthy American Jews are enabled to fulfill their fondest dream, to contribute to turning Israel into South Africa. Israeli soldiers, meanwhile, continue to report their current activities and the attitudes of their officers: arbitrary search and imprisonment, looting, punishment, degradation, general harassment of the population. An IDF officer, a man of considerable culture, breaks into a discussion of a Mala Symphony with this comment to his troops: with regard to the local Arab population. There are two alternatives: to live with them or to destroy them. Personally, I hate them. They stink. They do not share our culture. They sleep with goats. It is necessary to vaporize them, to turn them to a gas. 31. Once again one observes the curious, almost pathological drive to imitate the posturing of those we do not dare to mention by name, as Ableben put it in his comments quoted earlier, to the point of grotesque caricature. The reaction to all of this in the United States was to increase the funding that makes it possible. One reason is that what is hap. Israel has recently devised a method to enable them to fulfill this dream more directly. At a meeting organized by Americans for a Safe Israel in New York in March 1983, Israeli government officials outlined to 300 prominent American Jews the ways in which they could purchase land on the West Bank themselves, without moving there. A brochure entitled "Purchasing Land in Samaria" explains how Arab lands can be bought by Americans through an Israeli institution established in the West Bank in areas to be developed in the near future. It is a good investment, given the vast government, ultimately, U.S. government, subsidies and the cheap land, which will remain cheap and available, thanks to the land patrols, the border guards, and other mechanisms of persuasion, no doubt. The State Department professed to be shocked. Roland Evans and Robert Novak, Boston Globe, April 9, 1983. In a letter to the Boston Globe, 3 officers of Americans for a Safe Israel deny that any Israeli government official discussed the program. It was a private organization, they claim, and state that Arabs in Judea and Samaria are jumping at an opportunity to sell their lands. Michael I. Teplow, Mark Espinola, and Joseph E. Teplow, letter, Boston Globe, May 2, 1982. On the facts concerning the willingness to sell land, CP 116. 406. Noam Chomsky. Burning in the occupied territories is not really happening, as Jean Kirkpatrick explained after a visit to Israel. Contrary to what has been reported at length in the Israeli press, the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations said Israeli settlements on the predominantly Palestinian West Bank were not on the verge of changing the region's character. 32. Another reason may be the one explained by Henry Kissinger: we must show Israel compassion and maybe even affection, or we might harass it into emotional and psychic collapse. Fortunately, the Samiden are a tougher breed, so no such solicitude is required with regard to them. The fact that Israel reacted to President Reagan's call for a settlement freeze with a huge expansion in the settlement program was partially reported here. It must have made the president feel rather powerful, given that the only precedent for such an upsurge in settlement was in response to his earlier pronouncement that settlement in the occupied territories is not illegal, as had previously been maintained. See also p. 398. 3.2.2 The March on West Beirut. There was also a second Israeli response to the President's peace initiative, one of much greater short-term significance than the expansion of settlements. On September 3 and 4, Israeli forces crossed the ceasefire lines, violating the Habib agreements that had just been reached under which the PLO had departed from Beirut. They moved towards the Sabra and Sheitla refugee camps, actually urban neighborhoods, now surrounded by the expanded city of Beirut. The Israeli forces cleared mines and established observation posts overlooking the camps, which had been heavily damaged by the bombardment from early June. Observers noted that the Israeli road clearing operation might have been aimed at clearing a path for a later advance by an armored column on the Sabra and Sheitla refugee camps. On September 2, Lebanese National Police had taken control of most of West Beirut peaceably as leftist militiamen voluntarily withdrew. Lebanese forces rumbled through the bombed-out. Aftermath. 407. Streets in trucks, collecting ammunition and weapons from Palestine Liberation Organization depots, now abandoned, though some had been turned over to the Lebanese Muslim Rabitown militia. The commander of the Mrabi town, Ibrahim Kolat, said he had agreed to withdraw and dilute our military appearance in an attempt to give national reconciliation a chance, though his men would not turn in their weapons until Israel pulled out of Lebanon. 33 years was soon to be learned. The Israeli penetration beyond the ceasefire lines was not an innocent one. It was largely ignored at the time, and also in the reconstruction of events after the subsequent massacres. It is, for example, not mentioned in the Israeli Government Cohen Commission report, to which we return. Israel was not satisfied with the new arrangements in West Beirut. Israeli officials have said that the Mrabi town, the largest Muslim paramilitary organization here, must leave the Lebanese capital because it is the PLO's staunchest Lebanese ally. Muslims were outraged by the Israeli demand and rallied to the Mrabi town's side. Muslim leaders, including moderates such as former Prime Minister Salam, said Israel wanted to empty Lebanon of its Muslim inhabitants. 34. Salam's reported comment is too strong, but its general input was to the point. What Israel wanted was to leave the terrorists, a term now extended to Palestinians and all Lebanese who were allied with them, under the domination of its Lebanese clients, the murderous Phalange, Haddadists, Guards of the Cedars, and Chamonist forces. With the PLO gone and the balance of force that had been achieved broken, the Muslim population was now to be at their mercy. In the new order, Israel's insistence on disarming the last remaining paramilitary force of the terrorists would remove the final obstacle to a renewal of massacres such as those at Karantina and Tel al-Zlata in 1976, or Qiyam in 1978, the last directly under Israeli military occupation. The demand that PLO allies leave Beirut simply reflected Israel's not-so-hidden agenda in Lebanon, to ensure the rule of minority Christian groups allied with Israel, a goal that dates back to the first days of the establishment of the state, indeed before, as we have seen. 408. Noam Chomsky. The significance of Israel's moves was well understood by the potential victims. The Sunni-dominated Muslim national movement held that its weapons were needed for the struggle to end Israeli occupation here. The leading Shiite Muslims have expressed a similar settlement. Hijaziads. Nabi Berri, head of the Shiite militia Amal that fought alongside the PLO, has said that if the Israelis do not leave, we would become the new Palestinians who will fight them. A genuine Lebanese is the one who fights Israel, he added, warning that a peace treaty signed under Israeli guns would lead to partitioning Lebanon. And the spiritual head of the Shiites, the largest of Lebanon's religious groups, issued a religious edict declaring that collaboration with Israel is a sacrilege. Once again, the people who had just been liberated were failing to express their gratitude for their salvation, though as we have seen, true believers here continued to uphold staunchly the doctrines of the faith, as convinced about what they had seen on their guided tours as were earlier visitors observing happy peasants in the Gulag. See Chapter 5, Section 8.2.2. 3.3 Ungrateful clients. Meanwhile, things were not going well between Israel and its chosen candidate for president, Bashar Gemayel. Whatever else Gemayel may have been, he was a Lebanese nationalist and intended to maintain Lebanon's position within the Arab world. There had long been a split within the Lebanese Maronite community over the question of alliance with the Zionist movement against the local Muslim majority, dating back 40 years, as we have seen. The split appears to have re-emerged in August 1982. Although the Phalange had welcomed the Israeli invasion, they had held back from direct participation in it. There were two probable reasons. The first is that it was much more convenient and safer to rely on their Israeli mercenaries, in Zefsif's phrase, with their overwhelming firepower rather than to face Palestinian fighters directly. Their courage could be manifested later after the fighting forces had departed. The second reason is that Gemayel probably did intend, as aftermath. 409. He asserted, to unify Lebanon with Muslim support. Israel had assumed that Gmail, whom they had placed in power, would be the man. By early September, however, only a few days after his election as president, disappointment was increasing in Jerusalem concerning Gmail. The Israeli press reported, for several reasons, he had refused to sign an imposed peace treaty and had threatened to bring Major Saad, Israel's puppet in the south, to trial on charges of desertion from the Lebanese army. 35. Citing informed security sources, Zef reported that the threat of the new Lebanese government to bring Major Haddad to trial is a hint to Israel that the new regime under Bashar Gmail strongly opposes Israel's plans to establish a military presence in southern Lebanon in the future or to extend the Haddad enclaves, over which Israel rules indirectly. Falangist sources alleged that Israel had caused the rift with the Phalange by its insistence on extending the area of Haddad's rule in southern Lebanon and preventing Falangist forces from penetrating the south. Official sources indicated that Gmail's new government, which includes Muslim and Druze elements of various circles, is unwilling to accept a definite Israeli presence in southern Lebanon as it had been in the Haddad enclaves. They also reject imposed security arrangements. Israel's assessment is that Gmail will not refrain from a conflict over this matter, which will strengthen his position among Muslim circles in Lebanon and with the moderate Arab governments. 36. Government officials in Jerusalem stated that a harsh discussion had taken place between Begin and Gmail, the central issue being the Lebanese refusal to sign a peace treaty in the near future and primarily their refusal to permit the establishment of a security zone ruled by Saad Haddad in southern Lebanon in a 40-50 kilometer strip. Begin made clear that Israel would not permit Haddad to be removed from the Lebanese stage after his significant activities. The same sources stated that Israel's intention is to keep their southern region under the arrangements that prevailed before Operation Peace for Galilee, that is, under the control of Saad Haddad's forces, with Israeli direction and support but not direct Israeli command, without deployment of major Israeli forces in the region. 37. 410. Noam Chomsky. These are essentially the arrangements that the Lebanese government was compelled to accept a few months later, CPP. 498f. As for the harsh discussion, this took place in Nahariya in northern Israel according to Israeli radio. It appears that Gmail was summoned to the meeting, and that the fact was then leaked to cause him embarrassment. He denied that the meeting had taken place after his refusal to go along with the demands of the new overlords. A further sign of Israel's displeasure with its ungrateful client was the banning by Israeli authorities of a rally of Christian followers of President-elect Gmail in Sidon after they refused to come out publicly in favor of a peace treaty with Israel. The rally had been called to celebrate the PLO's evacuation from Lebanon. A Falangist official interviewed on Israeli TV in Sidon said the Israelis pressured the Christians to include words of thanks to the Israeli army in their speeches for driving the PLO out of the city, and to call for a peace treaty with Israel, but the official stated that peace is not something that can be forced on the Lebanese people. Further evidence of Phalange ingratitude was the failure of President-elect Amin Gmail to invite IDF personnel to a celebration to mark the unification of Beirut after the Israeli soldiers withdrew. Invited were the US Marines, the French and Italian army personnel, everyone, in fact, with the exception of the army that had paid such a heavy price in blood in the Lebanon War, the Israeli army, so the American Jewish press lamented, clinging to the official doctrine of Israeli liberation and unconscionable Lebanese ingratitude. 38. Shortly after his election, Bashar Gmail had had a historic and apparently successful meeting with the leader of the Muslim coalition, former Prime Minister Salam, and the Muslims rebuked and virtually disowned former President Suleiman Frangieh and former Prime Minister Rashid Karami for their outright rejection of the new regime. 39. In the 3 weeks between his election and his murder, Bashar Gmail managed to persuade many Muslim leaders Frangia and Karami are allied to Syria, whose army controls their domains in North Lebanon. Aftermath. 411. Notably the former Prime Minister, Sebsalam, leader of West Beirut's mainstream Muslim politicians, to accept the Falanist victory for the sake of Lebanon. 40. In short, in Lebanon too the grand design was beginning to crumble. We have already cited the subsequent reporting in Israel indicating that Bashar Gemayel was no friend of Israel, contrary to what had been hoped, and perhaps was no better than his brother Amin, who replaced him after the assassination. CP 203. No doubt, in response to these developments, Sharon announced on September 4 that Israel might establish a special status security zone in southern Lebanon if Gemayel refused to sign a peace treaty. Shortly after, Major Haddad stated that his Israeli-backed militia intends to control a 30-mile deep strip of territory north of the Israeli border until the Beirut government signs a peace treaty with Israel, adding that there are no regular Lebanese army units allowed in this area, and no members of the Falanist militia. 41. These arrangements had in fact been evident during the fighting itself. By mid-July, it was announced that Haddad's forces would rule the area up to the Uni River just north of Sidon, 55 kilometers north of the Israeli border. Haddad had already established his office in the rooms of the former Lebanese authorities for the Sidon region. A few weeks later, Yehudit reported in Al-Hamishmah that Israel is not only helping him to take control of this but is preventing the Falanists from penetrating the region under Haddad's control as part of the struggle for the establishment of a new order in Lebanon. Even here, in the Journal of the Dovish Left of the Labour Alignment, the term is used without comment or embarrassment. Adds that the Haddad forces are the only Lebanese elements to have cooperated with Israel in the fighting. It should be noted that in the early days of the Beirut siege the Falanists attempted to attack a terrorist position, but were driven back, and in the battle a number of Gemayel's soldiers were killed. From then on they refused any involvement in active fighting. 42. Their turn would come later. In short, during the fighting Major Haddad had already been established as overlord of all southern Lebanon south of the Uli. 412. Noam Chomsky River, which runs just north of Sidon. He is Israel's creation, entirely dependent and therefore entirely dependable. Israel had permitted the civilian Lebanese administration to remain in Haddad's territory because it barely functions, but to ensure Major Haddad's authority, Lebanese army troops have been ordered out of their barracks in southern towns, disarmed and replaced by the Haddad militia. Israel was thus acting to ensure that no central Lebanese authority could exist except under its control, a crucial aspect of the liberation. Small wonder, then, that there are strains between the president-elect, Bashar Gemayel, and his Israeli sponsor. 43. For the invasion of West Beirut. 4.1 The Gemayel assassination. On Saturday, September 11th, the last units of the force of U.S. Marines that was to guarantee the safety of the Palestinians after the departure of the PLO were withdrawn. The decision to withdraw the Marines led to the departure of the rest of the international force, 2 weeks before its 30-day mandate had expired. On Tuesday, September 14th, Bashar Gemayel was assassinated by a bomb that demolished the Central Phalange headquarters. Muslim leaders denied any part in the assassination, as did his known Maronite enemies. The Economist reported that the building was the most heavily, and until now the most efficiently, guarded place in all Beirut, so that the assassins needed the support of an insider. There was also a heavy Israeli troop presence visibly nearby. The Economist speculated that some Maronite group, perhaps a group within the Phalange that is more pro-Israeli than Gemayel, might have planted the bomb. Hellenecon reported that others also suggested that Phalangists close to the Israeli Haddad-Shammam axis may have been responsible. Numerous other suspicions have been voiced. The Phalangists subsequently announced that the assassin had confessed. He is reported to have unspecified foreign connections, possibly Syrian, Palestinian, Libyan or Soviet, while other reports allege that he was in the Falangist security apparatus. The Phalange appear to have settled on the conclusion that he. Aftermath 413 was under Syrian direction. The Phalange investigation was carried out by Lee Hobaker, who Israel identified as the officer responsible for the Beirut massacre. 44 Existing evidence is too untrustworthy to hazard any judgment. The truth will probably never be known. 4.2 To prevent bloodshed and acts of revenge. At about 10:30 p.m. on Tuesday, Israel received confirmation that Bashar Gemayel had died, after a SPM report of the explosion. According to testimony presented before the official Israeli inquiry, the Cohen Commission, Begin at once advised that the IDF should enter West Beirut in order to prevent acts of revenge by the Christians against the Palestinians. Defense Minister Sharon informed Chief of Staff Raphael Itin that evening that the Phalange would enter the Palestinian refugee camps, not the IDF. At 3:30 a.m. on Wednesday, the 15th, Itin informed the Phalangists of the invasion plans and their intended role. At 5 a.m. the Israeli invasion began. At 8 a.m. Sharon gave the orders to send the Phalangists into the camps. At 9:30 a.m. Prime Minister Begin informed U.S. Envoy Morris Draper about the Israeli move, undertaken in order to prevent bloodshed and acts of revenge, in his words. At 10 p.m. General Drery, the senior commander in Lebanon, met with the Phalangist leaders to arrange final plans. He stated to the official inquiry that he warned them to act humanely, and not to harm women, children and old people. 45. We return to what happened, merely noting now the precise character of the story that was finally settled on after numerous trial balloons. Israel entered West Beirut to prevent acts of violence by the Phalange against the Palestinians, and therefore decided from the first moment to send Phalange troops into the Palestinian camps, now defenseless. Even the governor of Bessarabia and Gaza were not that brazen, but then, they could not count on their supporters abroad to applaud on command, whatever story they might concoct. The official Israeli justification for the invasion, issued on Thursday, September 16, was that Israeli forces entered West Beirut in order to prevent the danger of violence, bloodshed and anarchy. 46 Up to that point, there had been no violence, bloodshed, anarchy, or 414. Noam Chomsky. Even disorder, and the Lebanese government expressed its firm belief that peace could be maintained under the control of the Lebanese army, which, according to Sharon, was under orders from the Lebanese Prime Minister to open fire on Israeli soldiers entering West Beirut. 47 The Lebanese army did not do so, for obvious reasons. As an Israeli colonel stated, if they, the Lebanese army, shoot at us, we will kill them. 48 Another phrase of the liberation begins. Beirut's moderate Muslims pleaded for some response from Washington. The Prime Minister said, "We are waiting, the whole world is waiting." The Muslim leadership was infuriated. Said Salam, the elder statesman who had worked closely with the United States on the plan that led to the PLO's evacuation from Beirut, sent President Ronald Reagan a personal letter, saying, "We urge you to halt the Israeli army and to protect the population of Beirut." Both Salam and Prime Minister Watson stated that Washington had assured them that Israel would not invade West Beirut and would not bother Palestinians in the refugee camps when Yasser Arafat and his forces had left Beirut. 49 Assurances that they apparently believed, with startling naivety. Recall the assurances of the governor of Bessarabia. Given the speed with which explanations replaced one another in the face of international reaction to what happened next, it is useful to recall that in announcing its original intention to enter West Beirut, the Israeli government added emphatically that the military thrust was aimed solely at maintaining order following the Gemayel assassination. This has nothing to do with the terrorists still there, A government official stated: As far as Israel is concerned, the evacuation ended with the departure of the last board. 50 The terrorists still. There were an alleged 2,000 PLO guerrillas who have cropped up repeatedly in Israeli Hezbollah, but have not been discovered elsewhere. This story was abandoned in the flurry of attempts at self-justification and evasion of responsibility after the subsequent massacres. Sharon referred to the official government statement, cited above, as a camouflage for something else, insisting that our entry into West Beirut was in order to make war against the infrastructure left by the terrorists, that is, the remnants of the Palestinian. Aftermath. 415. Community and their Lebanese Muslim allies, one must assume. Sharon's admission caused a furor in Israel and is regarded as having embarrassed the government, not because it is false, but because it is undiplomatic to expose such truths. 51 The same explanation of the decision to invade West Beirut was repeated matter-of-factly by the military command itself, for example, by Major General Amir Drari, the senior Israeli commander in Lebanon. 52 The IDF quickly conquered the area, killing or scattering the lightly armed, largely teenaged defenders, leaving 88 killed and 254 wounded, according to the independent Lebanese journal Nahar, an estimate supported by a New York Times survey. 53 Its instructions were clear enough, in the words of Chief of Staff Hitton, already quoted: "What must be destroyed, we will destroy. Whoever must be imprisoned, we will imprison." 54 Israel then proceeded to disarm the Muslim militias and to the cleaning out of terrorist nests, in Sharon's words in his parliamentary testimony. The Lebanese government demanded that Israel withdraw, as did the UN Security Council by unanimous vote, specifically noting Israel's violation of the ceasefire agreements and previous Security Council resolutions. The Israeli delegate made clear his country had no intention of obeying any council demand for an immediate withdrawal, in accordance with Israel's customary practice since 1948 of defying UN resolutions, stating that Israeli troops will relinquish their positions in West Beirut when the Lebanese armed forces are ready to assume control over these positions in coordination with the Israeli Defense Forces in order to ensure public order and security. He also maintained that it was the PLO, not Israel, that had violated the Habib agreements, referring to the mysterious 2,000 terrorists. 55 By this time, the first official explanation for the invasion had been quietly abandoned and forgotten. Israel had attempted to enter West Beirut on August 1 under cover of a 14-hour land, sea and air bombardment that was the fiercest, so far, of the war, at a time when, according to Maronite President Elias Sakis, negotiations for the evacuation of the guerrillas were moving ahead. The Israeli attack, led by tanks, began pushing towards the Palestinian refugee camps, but was halted after a few. 416. Noam Chomsky. 100 yards by a combined force of Palestinian guerrillas, Syrian troops and Shiite militiamen fighting alongside the Palestinians. 56, that is, terrorists in official jargon. On August 4, the IDF again attempted a ground attack but withdrew after heavy casualties, including 19 soldiers killed, CP 278. After that, it kept to safe tactics, bombing and shelling of the defenseless city. Now, however, the PLO had been evacuated as a result of the Habib negotiations and the IDF could enter a largely undefended city, encountering little return fire. 57 The IDF broke into the Soviet embassy grounds, seizing the consulate building and holding it until late Friday. 58 A gratuitous provocation that was passed over a bit too casually here. We return to the matter. Israeli armor also surrounded the Sabra and Sheitla camps, where the population was now completely defenseless. These two camps, along with the third major Palestinian camp, Jal Brajna, had been mercilessly bombarded from June 4 when Sabra and Shatila were subjected to a 4-hour attack with many casualties, CP 220, in alleged retaliation for the attempt by an anti-PLO group with not as much as an office in Lebanon to assassinate Israel's ambassador to England. The Sabra and Shatila refugee camps had been so battered by Israeli attacks in the last 3 months that most people found them uninhabitable, though thousands had returned to their shattered huts in the last few weeks. 59 Shatila and Jelbrajna had also been the main targets of the 10-hour non-stop air raids of August 12, when the Israelis poured high-explosive bombs onto the 2 Palestinian camps in West Beirut yesterday in an apparent attempt to destroy them before Palestinian guerrillas begin to evacuate the city. From the weight of bombs dropped over Shatila and Jelbrajna camps, it was difficult to imagine how anyone could survive the raids, which included bombs never previously seen over such heavenly residential districts, projectiles that streaked from the aircraft and exploded at 50 feet intervals in the sky in clouds of smoke, apparently spraying smaller bombs in a wider arc around. The raids were so severe that the newscaster of the Lebanese radio broke down while recalling the events of the morning and screamed, "The Israelis are neo-Nazis." Aftermath. 417. And they are murdering our people. The Prime Minister, who with the President had appealed to President Reagan to intervene, shouted, "If the Israelis want to kill us all, let them do it and let us get it over and done with." 60. It may be recalled once again that these are the people who, according to Conor Cruz O'Brien and others in the New Republic, New York Times, and elsewhere, were welcoming their liberation, though they were too ungrateful to allow the liberators to reap the fruits of the humanitarian rescue mission. The official justification for the raids was that they were necessary to drive the PLO from Beirut, a goal assumed in the US to be the legitimate prerogative of the Israeli army. Many journalists, however, noted that this was a cynical fraud, even if one accepts the remarkable conception of Israel's rights, since negotiations were reaching their final stage, and as the Lebanese Prime Minister observed, "We have offered all the concessions requested from us for the PLO evacuation, and we have even reached the stage of defining the PLO's departure routes." 61 Shatila and Jelbrajna were declared unfit for human habitation, the latter almost completely destroyed, which means that the 24,000 Palestinians there are either dead or, for the most part, living now as squatters in northwestern Beirut, where they were also subjected to vicious bombardment by IDF pilots, much admired here for their heroism in bombing undefended civilian areas. The smaller camps were also not spared. Colin Campbell reports that a refugee camp at Mar Elias, a small camp inhabited by Palestinian Christians who had fled or had been expelled from their homes in 1948, was struck more or less incidentally by Israeli forces advancing on West Beirut on September 15. Israeli tanks blasted away at a school and destroyed the homes of 35 families, who took refuge in a virtually demolished Lebanese army barracks after the liberators had passed through with a typical exhibition of the doctrine of purity of arms. Elders of the Greek Orthodox Church nearby agreed with camp presidents that there were no guerrillas and no armed guards, no weapons or munitions, as an Israeli patrol searching the area confirmed, and no fire from the camp. Refugees remained without water or electricity and only a few days' food, and pleaded with visitors for 418. Noam Chomsky. Help. Among them were victims of the Israeli-backed Phalange attack on Tel al-Zata in 1976, in which thousands were massacred. 62 The refugees at Mar Elias were the lucky ones, however. 5 A chapter of Palestinian history. Nothing further appears to have happened in the ruins of Jelbrajna, where the Lebanese army had taken control, but matters were different at Sabra and Shatila, which was sealed off by the IDF so that no one could move in or out and under direct Israeli observation from nearby command posts. 63 Extensive and detailed reporting by many journalists tells essentially the following story. On Thursday, September 16th, truckloads of Phalange and Hadar troops entered the camps, coming from behind Israeli lines to a staging area that Israel had established and following carefully prearranged and marked routes. The Phalangists appear to have been drawn largely from the Daimri Brigade, which had been operating behind Israeli lines since June. These units consisted of some of the more extreme elements in the Christian militia, with a well-documented record of atrocities against Palestinian civilians, coming from villages that had suffered brutal PLO retaliation for Phalangist massacres in 1976. The Hadad militia is virtually integrated into the Israeli army and operates entirely under its command. 64. The forces that Israel had mobilized were sent into the now defenseless camps for mopping up and to clear out terrorist nests. Sharon. For anyone with a minimal acquaintance with the circumstances, it was not hard to imagine what would happen, and by Thursday night it was clear that these expectations were being fulfilled, with ample evidence that a massacre was in progress. Throughout Thursday night, Israeli flares lighted the camps while the militias went about their work, methodically slaughtering the inhabitants. Phalangists allege that apart from providing flares, Israeli artillery also supported them on Thursday night by softening up a problematic area in the camp where there had been some resistance. They also claim that they were accompanied by Israelis in Phalangist uniforms. See One Day in the Life of a Phalangist, Haaretz, February 18, 1983, translated from Der Spiegel, February 14, 1983. CP 463. Aftermath 419. The massacre continued until Saturday, under the observation of the Israeli military a few hundred yards away. Bulldozers were used to scoop up bodies and cart them away or bury them under rubble. One mass grave that has been specially bulldozed was directly below an Israeli command center, with a view from an Israeli rooftop position directly onto the grave and the camp beyond. IDF troops stationed less than 100 yards away had not responded to the sound of constant gunfire or the sight of truckloads of bodies being taken away from the camps, and told Western journalists that nothing unusual was going on while mingling with Phalangists resting between missions inside the camps. 65. On Friday afternoon, Chief of Staff Itten and Generals Dre and Yaron met with the Phalangist command. Itten congratulated them on having carried out good work, offered them a bulldozer with IDF markings removed, and authorized them to remain in the camps for another 12 hours. The killing continued. At 5 a.m. Saturday morning, the murderers began to leave the camps, and after 36 hours, the slaughter ended. On Saturday morning, reporters entered the camp long before any Israeli soldiers, 66, and the full story began to reach the outside world. In fact, according to Defense Minister Sharon's report to the Knesset, Israeli soldiers did not enter Sabra until Sunday, well after news of the massacre had reached the outside world, and did not enter Sheikla at all, a fact that did not prevent the Israeli government from officially taking credit for bringing the massacre to a halt. When the international response began to come in, see below. It is obvious from the circumstances and the troop deployments that the IDF was well aware of what was happening in the camps to which it had dispatched the gangs of murderers it had organized, just as the Zaz police and army could not have failed to know what was happening in the Jewish quarter of Kishinev. Military correspondent Hirsch Goodman of the Jerusalem Post reported that the senior command of the IDF knew on Thursday night that civilians were being killed by Phalange troops in the Shatila refugee camp. IDF Commander General Liran received a radio communication from the Phalange commander in Shatila stating that 300 civilians and 420. Noam Chomsky. Terrorists have been killed, one of a series of facts that are in direct contradiction to public statements by Defense Minister Sharon and Chief of Staff Hitton that there were only suspicions until Saturday morning. 67 Further evidence that Iran was aware of the massacre by Thursday evening was provided by the Cohen Commission of Inquiry, to which we turn below. According to the Jerusalem Post, American intelligence provided hard intelligence information ... confirming that Israeli military officers in Beirut were well aware of the brutal killings many hours before the Israeli Defense Forces actually went into the camps, which was well after journalists had done so. They simply sat on their hands, one well-placed U.S. source said, referring to high-ranking Israeli military authorities waiting outside the camps in West Beirut. They did nothing to stop the carnage. U.S. officials said that Sharon and Hitton regarded the operation as justified because of the supposedly greater need to purify all of the Lebanese capital of terrorists. If innocent people have to die, that's the price of all wars. 68 Perhaps the Zaz officers harbored similar thoughts. By 10 p.m. Thursday, medical workers reported that 2,000 terrified civilians had reached their hospital seeking refuge and crying Falanists had at Israel, pointing to their necks to indicate that people were having their throats cut. By 5:30 a.m. Friday morning, Israeli intelligence received further information that 300 civilians and terrorists had been killed, transmitting the information to the Defense Ministry. By 8 a.m. Israeli soldiers informed their commanding officers that they saw Falanist soldiers killing civilians in their homes, while others were being beaten and kicked. The soldiers were informed by superior officers, "We know, this isn't to our taste, but we are not to become involved." 69. By Friday, journalists were reporting the atrocities. Lauren Jenkins of the Washington Post reported that although a tight Israeli army security cordon tried to keep outside observers from the Palestinian refugee camps in the southern suburbs, there were reports by civilians who managed to escape of violent reprisals by the militiamen, giving details. 70 Colin Campbell of the New York Times reported on Friday that aftermath 421. With Israeli tanks standing guard outside, Israeli-backed Falanist militiamen moved by foot and jeep into the battered Sabra and Shatla camps. Automatic weapons fire could be heard from within, and women weeping hysterically began appearing in downtown West Beirut and saying that their husbands and sons had been taken away by armed Falanists. 71. On Friday morning, Zef learned of the atrocities and reported the fact to government officials, though he did not make it public. "It is not true," he wrote subsequently, "that the crime was known to us, as official sources claim, only by noon on the Saturday after the reports of foreign correspondents in Beirut. On Friday morning when I learned of the slaughter in the camps, I passed the information on to a high-ranking official, Minister Mordechai Zipori, and I know that he acted immediately. In fact, he informed Foreign Minister Shamir, who claimed before the Cohen Commission that he did not understand the message. Zif added that this affair will haunt us. Now it will be claimed that we disarmed Imraba town and the leftist militias and detained the Palestinian men in order to enable the Falanists to annihilate their children, women and old people without resistance." 72. While the atrocities were in progress, only the soldiers in the Israeli observation posts had a view of what was happening. Friedman points out that the mass graves could be seen with the naked eye from the site of the telescope and binocular-equipped Israeli observation post, but whether the Israelis actually looked down and saw what was happening was unknown. What is known is that IDF soldiers lounged about ... reading magazines and listening to Simon and Garfunkel music. It is not clear whether the Israelis had any inkling of what was happening in the camps, although from their observation posts it would not have been difficult to ascertain not only by sight but from the sounds of gunfire and screams coming from the camp. 73. It is also not clear whether this is intended as irony. Newsweek correspondent Ray Wilkinson measured the distance from the Israeli command post to the camps at 250 paces and examined the line of sight from the Israeli command post. The camps are plainly visible, he reported, down to the smallest detail, with 422. Noam Chomsky. Binoculars. Israeli soldiers equipped with high-powered binoculars could observe what was happening from this command post atop a 7-story building and from a Lebanese army outpost which provided a view straight down into the camps. There they watched and stood by as the murderers dug a 50-square-yard mass grave and dumped Palestinian bodies into it, all within the direct line of sight of the Israeli observation post, while bulldozers rumbled out of Sabra, their scoops filled with bodies. 74. This was before Chief of Staff hit an authorized provision of another bulldozer, with IDF markings removed, on Friday afternoon as he sent the phalange back into the camps to continue their good work. During the slaughter, Newsweek correspondent James Pringle was prevented from entering the Sabra camp by Israeli soldiers and Haddad militiamen. As rifle fire crackled inside the camp, Pringle asked one of Haddad's men what was going on. "We are slaughtering them," the militiaman replied cheerfully. Nearby an Israeli colonel who identified himself only as Eli said that his own troops would not interfere to purify the area. Asked whether he was afraid that Haddad's men might commit atrocities, the colonel replied, "We hope they will not do anything like that." 75. Loren Jenkins of the Washington Post stood on top of a mass grave looking up at the Israeli Army main observation post. A place where, before their own advance into the city, they had set up giant telescopes for spotting snipers. And as I stood the Saturday morning looking up, there were 6 Israelis looking straight down at me. They stood and watched throughout this whole horrible tragedy as people were brought here, shot, dumped in this grave and packed up. This was a basically undefended civilian camp. ICRC representatives in Shatila and Lebanese army soldiers also commented that it is impossible to imagine that the IDF could not see what is happening here. It is right under the Israelis' noses. And soldiers reported that on Thursday evening, Palestinian women hysterically told them that the Phalangists were shooting their children and putting the men on drugs. The commanding officer, informed of this, responded, "It is okay, do not worry." 76. Aftermath. 423. The reader might want to keep these eyewitness investigations and reports in mind, as we turn to the much-lauded report of the official Cohen Commission of Inquiry later on. An investigation by ABC News revealed that at least 45 Israeli officers knew by Friday afternoon that a massacre was in progress, that is, at the time when the Chief of Staff was authorizing the Phalangists to return to the good work for which he congratulated them. On Friday afternoon, Palestinian women who escaped from the camps were filmed pleading with Israeli troops to intervene to stop the massacre, but were told by the soldiers that they could not leave their posts. The women were sent back into the camps. A few hours earlier, Norwegian journalist John Hambro attempted to enter the camp but was blocked by a bulldozer with a scoop filled with dead bodies. An Israeli officer confirmed that it is certain, beyond any doubt, that by Friday afternoon everyone knew. "I know that on Friday afternoon it was already known that people were being killed in Shatila." A doctor at the nearby Gaza hospital reported that the patients, the victims, are virtually all women and children, suffering from gunshot wounds. 77. Testifying before the official Commission of Inquiry, General Amos Siron, who commanded Israeli forces in the Beirut area, described the replacement of the Phalangists with fresh troops Friday afternoon and indicated that Den showed no reluctance to allow the militia units to remain in Sabra and Shatila until the next morning. He testified that the main reason the Phalangist units were ordered out of the camps on Saturday, September 18, was not fear of civilian deaths but because unnamed American officials were pressing the Israelis to have them removed. 78. US officials were in fact pressing Israel to stop the massacre. Shortly after the Phalange troops were withdrawn but before the journalists entered the camps, US Special Envoy Morris Draper demanded that "You must stop the massacres. They are obscene. I have an officer in the camp counting the bodies. You ought to be ashamed. The situation is rotten and terrible. They are killing children. You are in absolute control of the area and therefore responsible for that area." 424. Noam Chomsky. The evening before he had warned of horrible results already achieved if the Phalangists were permitted to enter the camps. 79. General Iran's testimony indicates that the IDF did make an effort to rescue people from the gangs of murderers it organized and sent into the camps. He testified that at 6 a.m. on Saturday he saw a group of people with blonde hair being taken away by the Phalangists, doctors and nurses from the Gaza hospital. General Iran ran to them and ordered them to free the prisoners at once. 80. It would, then, be quite unfair, further evidence of a double standard if not outright anti-Semitism, to assert as some do that Israeli forces made no attempt to stop the slaughter. Without pursuing the matter any further, and this merely scratches the surface, it suffices to remark that the similarity to the Kishinev massacre is uncanny, apart from scale, and putting aside the preceding 10 weeks of increasingly severe bombardment alongside of which the Sabra Shatila massacres pale into insignificance. What was the scale of the operation and the casualties? After many falsehoods and evasions which we may omit, the government of Israel finally conceded that it had sent Phalangists into the camps, settling on a figure of 150 according to the Gun Commission. The final official story was that they were sent in for the purpose of cleansing the camps of 2,000 heavily armed terrorists left by the PLO in violation of the Habib agreements. In Haaretz, B. Michael comments, "So heroic as this are the Christian fighters." Edward Walsh reports begins official reply to the Commission of Inquiry in which he reiterated his assertion that there was no reason to anticipate a massacre and said the government had authoritative information that about 2,000 Palestinian guerrillas were concentrated in the area. Walsh comments, but no one has publicly explained how the Israelis expected 100 to 130 Phalangists to defeat such a force of Palestinians. Robert Suro of Time magazine visited the camps a few days before the attack, and found no military presence. The 81 The 2,000 terrorists have proven elusive indeed. Of course, there are some other questions too, beyond the one that Edward Walsh raised in the Post. It is claimed that the 150 aftermath. 425. Phalangists were sent in to avoid IDF casualties in what was expected to be fierce fighting. How credible is this claim, considering the size of the force that was introduced into the camps? And once this claim is dismissed as the obvious nonsense that it is, what remains as the plausible explanation for Israel's decision to send Phalangists of the Daymarie Brigade and Hadad troops to enter defenseless Palestinian camps, knowing perfectly well what they had done in the past, and would do again? Recall again the official claim that Israel invaded West Beirut to protect Palestinians from Phalangist terror. The 2,000 heavily armed Palestinian terrorists seem to have been singularly inept. The 150 Phalangists sent in to overcome them reported to killed exactly the number of casualties suffered by the murderers at Kishinev. By macabre coincidence. 82 It is, in fact, unclear whether these two were killed or wounded. See below. Turning to the number of casualties suffered by the 2,000 terrorists, Defense Minister Sharon testified that based on the figures of the Army Intelligence Branch, between 700 and 800 people had been killed. 83 Almost 20 times the scale of the Kishinev massacre. 375 terrorists for each Phalange fighter. This figure was accepted as the most probable estimate by the Gun Commission, relying on Israeli intelligence and ignoring Lebanese sources. The Lebanese government alleges that 762 bodies were actually recovered and that 1,200 more were buried privately by relatives, so that the death toll would be about 2,000. Perhaps these are the 2,000 terrorist sense of Israeli Hasbara exercises. 84. Thomas Friedman subsequently found that it has now become clear that at least a quarter, and possibly many more, of those killed were Lebanese Shiite Muslims, and that most of the Palestinians came from Israel's Upper Galilee and Jaffa in 1948, which means that they were very likely expelled by force. 9 Jewish women were also reported killed. 85. Citing Palestinian and independent medical sources, Friedman added that several hundred men rounded up during the massacres were removed to the Israeli prison camp in Ansar. There had, in fact, been earlier indications that this was so. 426. Noam Chomsky. As the massacres came to an end, the IDF at once displayed the efficiency of which it is capable when it so desires, turning its attention to those who had somehow survived the slaughter. Early Saturday morning, as the killing ended, Israeli troops outside the camps are reported to have used loudspeakers to order survivors to a nearby stadium where they were separated into small groups and interrogated, witnesses said. Most were released, but some, called PLO suspects by the Israelis, were detained. A few days later, the State Department indicated there was a new source of administration concern over reports that, after the massacre of the Palestinians in the Beirut camps, Israeli forces rounded up a large number of Arab men in West Beirut, presumably on suspicion of being Palestinian guerrillas, and deported them to detention camps in southern Lebanon. Israel confirmed that yes, there have been interrogations and, yes, there were large numbers of people held. At the same time, heavy weapons captured by the Israeli army in its invasion of Muslim West Beirut are being turned over to the Christian militia forces whose units have been implicated in the massacre of Palestinian civilians in the capital's Sabra and Sheikla refugee camps. 86. One wonders whether the Tsar could have carried it off with such grace and elegance. Zef reports an authorized investigation after the massacres which showed that they were not a case of revenge killings after the Gmail assassination, a rather implausible assumption in the first place, since it was hardly credible that the Palestinians had killed Gmail, but were a premeditated attack which was designed to cause a mass flight of Palestinians from Beirut and from the whole of Lebanon. David Shapiro reports that as early as mid-June, Israeli officials were speaking privately of a plan, being considered by Defense Minister Ariel Sharon, to allow the Phalangists to go into West Beirut and the camps against the Palestine Liberation Organization. The calculation was that the Phalangists, with old scores to settle and detailed information on the Palestinian fighters, would be more ruthless than the Israelis and probably more effective. 87. As noted earlier, p. 411, the Phalangists did make one such move, but quickly with aftermath. 427. Drew in the face of PLO fighters, much as the IDF itself did. It is likely that Sharon's plan was now implemented, once the impediment, armed resistance to the terror, had been removed. Israel's first response to the reports of atrocities by journalists on Saturday, September 18, was that we do not know anything of these alleged massacres, IDF spokesman. The expression of anger by the US over the killings in the camps was denounced in Jerusalem as hypocrisy. Subsequently, a variety of excuses were attempted. The Phalangists entered through an area not under Israeli control, etc. But these were soon dropped as it became evident that there were simply too many credible eyewitnesses. Worldwide outrage was extensive. The General Assembly of the United Nations voted 147-2 with no abstentions to condemn the massacre, the United States and Israel alone in opposition as usual. 88 But in the United States too there was outraged condemnation, to which we return, as there was in Israel as well, most notably, in the huge protest demonstration with a reported 400,000 in attendance, which was quickly exploited in the US to increase American support for Israel's new settlements in the occupied territories and its military actions in Lebanon, as already discussed. The charge of hypocrisy leveled by spokesmen for the government of Israel has considerable merit, once again. There had been no such anger over the murderous bombardments of the camps from June 4, which caused far more casualties than Israel's replay of the Kishinev massacre on a far larger scale, or over the war itself. What is more, earlier massacres in the aftermath of Israeli aggression, as in Gaza in 1956, evoked no outrage, though in that case it was IDF soldiers themselves who did the killing, cp. 111. Hence it is unclear, at first, why the Beirut massacres should have evoked such expressions of horror. In scale, the massacre falls into the category of other recent examples that have not exactly seared the conscience of the West, for example, the Kasinga massacre in Namibia in 1978, when over 600 people were killed by bombing by French-built Mirage jets and by paratroopers transported in U.S. built Hercules troop carriers. 89, or the Rio Simple massacre in El Salvador in May 1980, which signaled 428. Noam Chomsky. The onset of the mass murder of peasants that constituted one of the final chapters of the Human Rights Administration. 90, or the massacre of 300 unarmed villagers by U.S. built fighter bombers and crack U.S. trained counterinsurgency forces in San Vicente province in El Salvador in late August 1982, leaving a mountain of people, children, old people and women, according to survivors. 91, or the massacre of 300 Indians on July 17, 1982 by Guatemalan troops arriving by foot and in helicopters, thanks to the US, and to their Israeli arms suppliers and advisors, who killed every man, woman and child in the village except for 3 men who managed to hide in the woods, according to interviews arranged for the press by Roman Catholic priests. 92, in none of these cases was there any noteworthy response. The message is clear enough. Israel had violated a cardinal rule of international etiquette. If you intend to engage in mass murder, then do so when there are not too many reporters in the vicinity or when the editorial offices at home understand the virtues of silence. When Israel speaks of Western hypocrisy, it has a powerful case. As for the Soviet reaction while Russian forces are massacring at will in Afghanistan, or that of the Arab states, for example, Syria, which had just successfully murdered thousands in Hama, or the blood-stained murderers who run Iraq, or Khomeini's Iran, nothing more need be said. The story finally settled upon, as noted, was that some 150 militiamen were sent into the camps to root out 2,000 heavily armed Palestinian terrorists, with replacements on Friday afternoon to consummate the task. As for the constitution of these forces, there is dispute, since everyone insists that they were not involved. There seems little doubt that the forces were primarily Phalangists, with some Haddad troops as well. Perhaps 1/3 or 1/4 of the attacking force, though on this matter reports vary, and Israel has repeatedly insisted that these forces, which are virtually part of the Israeli army, were not involved. Israeli sources alleged that the Phalange troops were commanded by Ali Hobeker, chief Phalange intelligence officer, who had previously commanded the so-called Dama Commando, A. Aftermath. 429. Reconnaissance unit which killed Palestinians in revenge for the murder of thousands of Lebanese Christians in the town of Dama, south of Beirut, in 1976. 93. The figure of thousands murdered in Dama appears to be an invention of Israeli propaganda. In the New York Times, David Shipler again identified Hobeker on the basis of Israeli and Lebanese sources, describing him as the architect of the Tel al-Zata massacre, who had assembled a special unit of commandos, among them former members of the Damouri Brigade, which included Christians whose families had been massacred in Dama and who were bent on revenge. He was well known to the Israeli Mossad and the CIA. Shipley reports. 94 Citing highly placed sources, the ABC News investigation reported that 3 Phalange leaders bear direct responsibility for the massacre: Fadi Frem, Phalange military commander; Hobecker, Phalange chief of security and military intelligence; and Joseph Ed, leader of the elite Phalange commandos. Of all Phalange factions responsible for the massacre, those who emerged from the wreckage of the Christian town of Dama are perhaps the most vengeful. 95 Loren Jenkins of the Washington Post concluded that the main actor was Hobecker, the chief contact of the Lebanese forces, the Phalange, with Mossad, the Israeli Secret Service, as well as with the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, and that along with Hobecker's special security units there was also a handful of men who appeared to belong to the militia of Saad Haddad. Frem and Hobecker are reputed to be the leaders of the most strongly pro-Israel section of the Phalange. Thomas Friedman provides extensive evidence from which he concludes that Haddad forces were involved, along with the Phalange. 96 Survivors attributed the killings primarily to Haddad forces. Every refugee interviewed by the Christian Science Monitor insisted the massacre was carried out by the forces of Major Saad Haddad. 97 And numerous other sources report their direct participation, among others, the U.S. State Department and General Sharon, who testified before. Colonel Yermeyer gives the figure of 250 killed in his war diary. See Chapter 5, Note 164. 430. Noam Chomsky. The Commission of Inquiry that Haddad forces had committed acts of murder or harmed the population in the camps, and that one Haddad militiaman was killed and 2 others taken prisoner by an IDF paratroop unit outside the camps. 98 A Danish TV crew filmed militiamen wearing Haddad uniforms on Friday outside of Shetla, preventing women from leaving the camp, herding them into trucks, and capturing Lebanese army regulars who approached the camp. 99 Residents of the camps taken to the nearby sports stadium claim to have been interrogated by members of Haddad's militia, and a Lebanese army officer of the post overlooking the camp identified Haddad forces, as did a Norwegian surgeon at the Gaza hospital who had served in the south and was familiar with the distinction between Phalangists and Haddadists, and other medical personnel there, who stated it was Haddad's militia that had ordered them out of the hospital. A Shiite girl at the Acre hospital identified a Haddadist from her own village in southern Lebanon. Scores of survivors said that the militiamen spoke with southern Lebanese accents and used typical Shiite Muslim names. There are few if any Shiites in the Phalange forces, but about half of Haddad's militia are southern Shiites. 100 David Lamb and others report that terrified refugees were screaming Haddad is coming back when rumors circulated that the militiamen were returning, repeating the one word that to them is synonymous with death: Haddad. One Palestinian boy was reported to be sitting on a Haddad Land Rover, his cheeks slashed by bayonets, forced to reiterate his crime, "I am a Palestinian," before being killed. 101 Villagers in the south in Haddad areas reported that trucks and jeeps marked with Haddad's militia's insignias began pouring into a village to turn down an Israeli army-controlled road that leads to Israeli military positions near the airport. 102 As noted, Israel denied that Haddad troops participated, claiming that none were in the area of Beirut, while the Israeli TV military correspondent reported that the Phalange killers wore Haddad uniforms to conceal their identity. Chief of Staff Fitton also denied that these forces were involved. 103 We return to the Commission of Inquiry interpretation of the evidence of participation of Haddad forces, of which the above is a small sample. Aftermath. 431. The exact truth will probably never be known. What is clear is that the atrocities were carried out by militiamen brought in by Israel who, furthermore, had a well-documented history of atrocities against Palestinian civilians, a fact which raises a question: as Israeli Commander Major General Amir Duri conceded. 104. The exact constitution of the forces is hardly of crucial significance. As David Bernstein comments in the Jerusalem Post, in the final analysis, the question is largely irrelevant, as both Hadad and the Phalange are Israel's creatures, having been armed and trained over the past 8 years by the IDF. 105. That they were under IDF control as they were organized to enter the camps, and under its observation as the operation was carried out, is hardly in serious doubt. Not everyone is convinced. Parts of the Israeli press have suggested a rather different version of what took place. The Labour Party press, Dava, ran a story in early November under this headline: "The massacre in the refugee camps was organized by the KGB in order to persuade the world of Israel's guilt." The story is by the Dava Paris correspondent, Jidram Katz, and is based on an exciting new book that had just appeared in Paris and his interview with the author, a well-known Jewish historian and journalist, Annie Kriegel, who explained to him her theory that the killings in the camps were organized by the KGB, who were also responsible for the Gmail assassination, and carried out by German terrorists associated with the PLO. The American intelligence agencies are aware of all of this, but are keeping quiet, because they are interested in bringing down the Begin government and removing Israeli forces from Beirut. The purpose of the KGB organized massacres in the camp is plain. They assumed correctly that Israel would be blamed. This was a part of the general Soviet commitment to international terrorism and the undermining of Israel, a program in which they are aided by the educated classes in the democracies, who, as the author writes in her book, have abdicated all capacity of intellectual and spiritual resistance in the face of verbal aggression aimed at destroying Israel, including the campaign of intimidation and disinformation directed by the USSR, which has taken 432. Noam Chomsky. On the dimensions of a veritable psychological war launched against Israel in the summer of 1982.106. As noted earlier, in addition to the qualifications just mentioned, Kriegel is a recently converted high functionary of the French Communist Party, known as a hardline party loyalist, who had made the familiar and, from an ideological point of view, quite easy switch to the extreme right. Dava reports that a book was published with extreme rapidity by the well-known French publisher Laf, and, thanks to the Jewish origin of the publishers, as a national duty. It will be recalled that it was Kriegel's impressive study that convinced the Director General of the Department of Information of the World Zionist Organization that the media had been duped by the powerful forces of Wafa and the international communist conspiracy. See pages 341-2. As far as the book itself is concerned, it is of interest only to those who are amused by the latest antics of Paris intellectuals. More interesting, perhaps, is that it could be taken seriously in Israel, though they were realistic enough not to use this fascinating material for Hasbara beam to an American audience. 6. Who is responsible? 6.1 The background for the inquiry. When the reports of the massacre reached the outside world, Israel denied any knowledge of what had happened. This pretense was quickly dropped in favor of outraged denial of any responsibility. The official reaction of the government was announced on September 19, and appeared in a full-page advertisement in several American newspapers. 107 The heading was Blood Libel, a reference to traditional anti-Semitic incitement. It is a reflex reaction to accuse critics of Israel of anti-Semitism, a device of proven effectiveness to deflect any rational discussion of the issues. See pages 17-8. The official government statement then went on to assert that there was no position of the Israeli army in the area where a Lebanese unit entered a refugee camp in order to apprehend terrorists hiding there. It claimed further that as soon as the IDF learned of aftermath. 433. The tragic events, Israeli soldiers put an end to the slaughter and forced the Lebanese unit to evacuate the camp. These shameful lies were silently abandoned later on. The second is not only contradicted by the eyewitness reports of numerous journalists, but also by General Sharon's direct testimony in the Knesset a few days later. As already noted. 108 The IDF entered Sabra long after the killings ended and did not enter Sheikla at all. The only alleged intervention cited by Sharon was a Friday order to the Falangist liaison officer to stop the killings. Even if one can believe Sharon's statement, it merely deepens the responsibility of the IDF. Since at a later meeting that day the Chief of Staff congratulated the Phalange on their good work and sent them back into the camp to complete it. As for the claim that there was no position of the Israeli army in the area completely surrounded by IDF soldiers who could not only observe what was happening but were so close by that they must have heard the screams of the massacred all night, 109 No comment is necessary. Subsequently, there was a temporary pretense that the camps had been only partially encircled by the IDF and that the militiamen must have entered, unknown to the IDF, through the unguarded eastern sector, but this too was dropped as the press, including the Israeli press, reported the opposite, even citing earlier official IDF statements that the camps were completely encircled. 110 Shortly after, the full range of pretenses was dropped, as unsustainable in the face of massive counter-evidence. Apart from a few journalistic holdouts and Paris ex-Stalinists performing their national duty, the basic facts were soon uncontested. The refusal of the Begin government to permit a full independent inquiry raised a new furor. Sharon, in his Knesset testimony, accused the Labour opposition of simply playing politics when it called for an investigation. A look at the Labour critique tends to confirm his judgment. In his speech to the Knesset the same day, Labour alignment leader Shimon Peres qualified his call for an investigation in the following terms. And in the name of the unity of the nation, I call upon all members of this House to exclude the Israel Defense Forces from this discussion. Let us leave aside our sons who are serving the nation. 434. Noam Chomsky. Faithfully. Let us not include the great and important organization that carries out orders, and which is blameless altogether. Let us leave them out of this painful political controversy. We are sure that the Israel Defense Forces did not lend its hand to this spilling of blood. 111. In short, the full independent inquiry that the Labour opposition was calling for according to the American press was to exclude the IDF, which is blameless a priori, and to keep to political controversy, that is, to the role of the Likud government. An inquiry that excluded the role of the IDF in organizing the militias and sending them into the camps it had encircled, standing by in the manner of the Zaz police while they did their work, would be no inquiry at all, but rather, merely an attempt to score political points against the Likud. Within a few days, the opposition to a serious inquiry on the part of both Likud and Labour was swept aside in the political currents within Israel, and the Commission of Inquiry headed by Chief Justice Yitzhak Cohen was established. We return to its report and the reception it received, an interesting story in itself. 112. Note that the issue was not whether IDF forces were involved in the massacre. No credence was ever given to the occasional reports from Lebanon intimating that Israeli soldiers participated, though one well-known apologist, Martin Peretz, claimed otherwise, stating, "I resent the alacrity with which some people have rushed to arrange the facts so that it seems the Israelis did the murdering, not the Christians." 113. It is always a useful device, when in difficult straits, to concoct an opponent who can be refuted easily, as when critics of orthodox ideological distortions are refuted on the pretense that they are pro-communist, or when opponents of a strategic weapons. Walter Lacre, for example, fulminates that the inability to accept the permissible limits of rewriting history was the undoing of Cold War revisionists, adding that it is one thing to admire Stalin, It is another to depict him as a great humanist whose sole aspiration was to cooperate with the West in a spirit of goodwill, peace and mutual benefit. Visions and Revisions, Times Literary Supplement, March 5, 1982. He cites no examples of rewriting of history, admiration of Stalin, or the rest. As noted several times, it is a convention of scholarship and aftermath. 435. Ilder dismissed with arguments against unilateral disarmament. But the conditions that Labour attempted to impose on the inquiry went far beyond the non-issue that Pritz raises, a fact that was overlooked in the outrage focused upon Begin and Sharon. 6.2 The charges. The government of Israel blamed the Phalange for the massacre. Sharon, in his Knesset testimony, argued that Israel cannot choose our neighbors in the Middle East. If they are savages, it is not Israel's fault. As Begin put it in a widely quoted statement, Goyim kill Goyim, and they immediately come to hang the Jews. 114 Another sign of the ineradicable anti-Semitism of world opinion. The U.S. government blamed the Christian militias, assigning Israel indirect responsibility for failing to do enough to prevent the massacre. The Labour opposition blamed Begin and Sharon. American supporters of Israel also rushed to blame Begin and Sharon, who had defiled the beautiful Israel of earlier years. The Arab states and the PLO blamed the U.S., which they regarded as directly responsible for Israel's actions, virtually a partner in them. The efforts of the Israeli government to dissociate itself from the work of its hired guns have already been discussed. The other charges merit further examination. Before examining them, it is worth noting that each of these charges had a clear purpose. The Labour alignment hoped to discredit the Likud government. The huge post-massacre demonstration was the first one supported by the Labour Party, which maintained its silence, with the exceptions already noted, throughout the earlier carnage. Supporters of Israel who had watched similar or worse atrocities in silence in the past, blaming the Palestinians when they are oppressed or massacred, had to find a way to justify their long intellectual life in general that no evidence is necessary in denunciation of those who dare to question higher truths. For Likud, that unlike the Soviet Union, the U.S. does not want to convert anyone to a specific political, social, or economic system. Likud and Charles Krauthammer, New Republic. March 31st, 1982, etc. For some further examples of his interesting doctrines, see Chomsky and Herman. Political Economy of Human Rights, Volume I, pp. 87 f. TNCW, pp. 48. 190. 436. Noam Chomsky. Standing practice that helped lay the basis for this unusually visible atrocity, which, again, did not compare in scale to the slaughter of civilians by Israel's bombardment of defenseless civilian targets in the Sabra and Shatila camps and elsewhere, a few weeks earlier. The American government hoped that if Labour were returned to power and the Arab states could be brought into line, Reagan might succeed in imposing the American plan for the region, including the peace plan already discussed, thus bringing about the long-sought regional strategic consensus under American power. As for the Arab charges, in this case they strike uncomfortably close to home. 6.3 We and They, Defiling the Beautiful Israel. The attempt to focus blame on Begin and Sharon took various forms. The New York Times was positively ecstatic about the fact that the people of Israel have broken the resistance of their government to force a full and fair inquiry, ignoring the attempt by the Labour alignment to forestall such an inquiry. By doing so, the Times editors continued, Israelis have affirmed their humanity, shame D, the killers of their own children, expose D, the hypocrisy of many of their critics. 115 We have already seen how the genuine revulsion of many Israelis over their government's role in the massacre was converted by supporters here into a device to intensify settlement in the occupied territories and militarization of Israeli society, CP 121. Commentary of the sort just quoted made its effective contribution to this process. Within days after the report of the massacre, the U.S. press was flooded with letters and statements by people who had accepted what came before with silence or acclaim, in some cases, with occasional qualms during the Begin Sharon intensification of the oppressive practices of the Labour government in the occupied territories and the Peace for Galilee operation. Daniel Bell, Irving Howe, Seymour Martin Epset and Michael Walzer wrote that all of us must now say to the Begin Sharon government, you are doing grave damage to the name of Israel, long associated with democracy, conciliation and peace. 116. On the same day, Howe added in a separate statement that this has not changed my aftermath. 437. Toward Israel, but it has certainly confirmed and strengthened my opposition to the Begin and Sharon government. The following day, in his third statement on the massacres in 2 days in the New York Times, Howe explained the difference between we, opponents of Begin Sharon, and they, the evil bear. We believe in negotiating with any Palestinians who openly acknowledge the legitimacy of Israel, in the hope of reaching a settlement that secures Israeli borders and grants Palestinian rights. They regard the Palestinians simply as the enemy to be smashed and mopped up. Such differences point to a fundamental divergence within Jewish ranks. We are experiencing a conflict between the values of democratic conciliation and the goal of imperial domination, between the visions personified by Chaim Weizmann's liberal Zionism and Vladimir J. Botinsky's ultranationalist Zionism. We are in the midst of a struggle over the character of Jewish life, both in Israel and the diaspora. It is the bad policies and misconduct of Begin Sharon that provide the most substantial help to the enemies of Israel. So this is where some of us stand, warm friends of Israel, open critics of Begin Sharon. 117. Just before the massacres, Nat Hentoff, who had been sharply critical of the Israeli invasion of Lebanon and the silence of American Jews concerning it, had written, from the start of the Jewish state, there has indeed been a tradition to purity of arms or morality of arms, in a committed civil libertarian who has written widely on civil and human rights issues in the U.S. and abroad, taking a strong and uncompromising stand. Hentoff writes here of his fear that Israel will not remain a Jewish state if it continues to rule over 1.3 million Palestinians. It is apparently his view, then, that there is no problem in its being a Jewish state with a smaller minority of non-Jewish citizens, say 15%. One wonders whether he would have the same attitude towards a proposal to convert the United States into a white state or a Christian state, with a legal and administrative structure of the sort that defines Israel as a Jewish state. To my knowledge, he has never addressed this issue in his many writings on Israel and Zionism, a standard oversight among civil libertarian supporters of Israel, not to speak of those who simply deny the facts. See TNCW, Chapter 9, for some examples. It is also noteworthy that Hentoff has expressed great admiration for committed opponents of civil rights, Alan Dershowitz of Harvard Law School, for example, as long as this opposition is restricted to the Israeli context. See Chapter 4, pages 164-5 and notes 145, 107. 438. Noam Chomsky. The Israeli Armed Forces. Until now, Israeli soldiers had to be very, very careful about injuring civilians, let alone killing them. 118. A Boston Globe editorial explains. There is little understanding of the way in which Begin's right-wing revisionist Zionism differs from the Zionism of a David Ben-Gurion or even a military man like Moshe Dayan. Traditional Zionism sought peace between Arab and Jew and empathized with the Palestinian quest for a homeland. 119. Addressing the Knesset after the massacre, Shimon Peres stated. But the Prime Minister and the Defense Minister were struck dumb. Their silence thundered as it pained. The fate of Israel, David Ben-Gurion said, is dependent on its strength and its righteousness. Righteousness, not just strength, has to guide our deeds. 120. This statement appeared in the New York Times, evoking not shock and amazement but respect and general dismay over the passing of the righteousness of Ben-Gurion's Israel. Examples can be freely multiplied. The fact that such statements as the ones just quoted could be made, and regarded seriously, once again provides evidence of the remarkable successes of our system of indoctrination, of what Walter Lippmann called the manufacture of consent, among the intelligentsia who are its agents and, not infrequently, its most credulous victims. Enough has already been said to dismiss the claim that the name of Israel has been associated with conciliation and peace, or that the Zionism of the Labour Party empathized with the Palestinian quest for a homeland. One can only hope that someday, honesty will lead to the recognition of the contribution made by such outlandish claims as these to allowing both Labour and Likud to undertake their policies of consistent rejectionism and oppression, exactly as Israeli devs have been lamenting for many years. As for house we and they, he fails to mention that they include the Labour Party governments of which he was an ardent supporter, and the current Labour opposition as well, which he continues to support. Labour has never departed from its refusal to deal. Aftermath. 439. With any Palestinians on any political issue or to negotiate with the PLO, even if it were to renounce terrorism and recognize the State of Israel. While in power, Labour rejected every peace proposal that offered the hope of reaching a settlement that secures Israeli borders, even ones, for example, Sadat's in 1971, that made no mention of Palestinian rights, and has maintained the same positioning since, even criticizing Begin for agreeing to abandon the northeast Sinai settlements that Labour established. It has called for transfer of Arabs to east of the Jordan. It supports continued settlement, which Labour initiated, as long as it falls within the framework of its planning, and says little about severe repression, also its legacy, in the occupied territories, etc. Hence we are a small group indeed. It is, in fact, difficult to see how the Irving Howe of the years 1967-82, whose contributions were discussed above, can form part of this we. Howe's implied message is that if only they can be removed and the Labour Party returned to power, then we can proceed to realize the vision of Weizmann's liberal Zionism, as he construes it, an illusion that flies in the face of the entire history of the political grouping that he contrasts to Begin Sharon. Furthermore, Weizmann's liberal Zionism had breathed its last by 1946. When Weizmann returned to London from the 22nd Congress of the World Zionist Movement, beaten and embittered. It was the end of an epoch. Militant Zionism had come out on top after a decade-long struggle between giants. 121, a struggle between Weizmann's liberal Zionism and the militant Zionism of Ben-Gurion, the leader of the Labour Zionist faction that House sees as we. What is more, a look beyond the obvious would reveal the true nature of Weizmann's liberal Zionism, Weizmann's legacy, as Zionist historian Seymour Flapan termed it, with its lasting impact, namely, the rejection of any Palestinian rights within the land of Israel, except as part of some temporary tactical maneuver. On Weizmann's legacy and the actual positions taken by the liberal Zionism of Weizmann and the militant Zionism of Ben-Gurion, CP 57, and further discussion in chapters 3, 4, and references cited. 440. Noam Chomsky. In the same connection, the journal that Howe edits, Dissent, subsequently cited a 1975 interview with Ben-Gurion, published after his death, in which he called for return to the pre-1967 borders so as to ensure an unassailable Jewish majority in Israel. The Arabs drastically outbreed us, and because the country belongs to two races, the Arabs of Palestine and the Jews of the world, each of whom, first the Jews and then the Arabs, have controlled it for some 1,300 years apiece. This is published under the heading Ben-Gurion on Peace, presumably justifying the association of Housby with the Labour Zionism of Ben-Gurion. Whatever one thinks of Ben-Gurion's 1975 statement, it hardly serves the purpose. Ben-Gurion's political career ended in the early 1960s. In the 1961 election, he was an electoral liability, and by then he was to all intents and purposes ... a defeated man, Lucas observes. He resigned from office in 1963 and was expelled from MAPI, the Labour Party, in 1965. In the course of the Six-Day War, 1967, his biographer Bazoha writes, Ben-Gurion grasped that his active involvement in Israeli politics was at an end, and by 1970 he withdrew from public life completely. His estrangement from his former Labour Party associates was further revealed by the statement quoted in dissent, which placed him in complete opposition to their outspoken rejection. 122 While the citation given was quite beside the point, it would have been in place to cite Ben-Gurion's views while he was the leading figure in the Labour Party. For example, his position that the indigenous Arab population had no particular tie to their homes and hence no real place in Palestine, so that transfer would be quite in order on moral grounds. His commitment to a greater Israel that could be created by one or another method, not excluding conquest, after the tactical and temporary acceptance of partition had laid the basis for state power, his plans to dismember Lebanon, etc. Nothing of this has appeared in dissent, though it would surely be relevant to a proper understanding of we and they. Some further attention should be given to Howe's demand for acknowledgement of the legitimacy of Israel as a precondition to negotiation. The wording is so common here as to pass unnoticed. Aftermath 441. But a little thought will show that it constitutes still another device of American and Israeli rejectionists to block any possibility of a peaceful political settlement. There is no relevant concept of legitimacy or right to exist in diplomatic interactions or international law. States are recognized because they exist and function, not because they are legitimate or have a right to exist. The U.S. would certainly not declare that the USSR is legitimate or has a right to exist in its present form, or that the governments of its satellites are legitimate. In fact, the U.S. officially rejects the forcible incorporation of the Baltic states into the USSR to this day. Nevertheless, the U.S. recognizes the USSR and its satellites. There are others who regard no state as legitimate, but they do not thereby oppose the mutual recognition of existing states with whatever rights are accorded them within the existing international system, though no abstract right to exist. Note that the demand that Palestinians recognize the legitimacy of Israel goes well beyond the demand that Israel recognize the PLO as the sole legitimate representative of the Palestinians, as Palestinians have insisted with remarkable near unanimity and as Israel has of course always refused to do. One can recognize that some group regards a particular institutional structure, state or organization, as its legitimate representative without thereby according it legitimacy as an institution. There is no more reason to expect Palestinians to accept the legitimacy of Israel, that is the legitimacy of their dispossession from their homes, than there is for Israel to accept the legitimacy of Syria under law-ite tyranny, or for Mexico to accept the legitimacy of the United States, which stole much of its land, etc. To impose this unprecedented demand is simply to place still another barrier in the path of eventual negotiations and political settlement. Israelis may regard their state as presently constituted as legitimate, and Palestinians may regard the PLO as their sole legitimate representative, but these commitments need not be adopted by others who, nevertheless, recognize the fact of these commitments and accept the right to self-determination, whatever their attitude towards the institutional structures that result from the fulfillment, partial and distorted as always, of this right. 123. 442. Noam Chomsky. What of the idea, expressed by Hentoff and Perez, that prior to begin and Sharon Israeli soldiers had to be careful about injuring civilians, or that David Ben-Gurion insisted on righteousness not merely strength and, as is implied by Perez's remarks, would have been appalled at the efforts of Begin and Sharon to evade responsibility for what happened in Beirut. Do these statements give a fair assessment of the period since 1948 when we struck the civilian population consciously, because they deserved it, in Zefsif's paraphrase of the remarks of the Chief of Staff, a relative of, or of Ben-Gurion's doctrine that it is necessary to strike defenseless innocents mercilessly, women and children included, in reprisal actions? 124 American Zionists may plead ignorance of the facts. Perez, however, knows them very well. Perez knows, for example, that this is not the first time that an Israeli government has been forced to resort to such deceit to cover up the terrorist violence of Ariel Sharon. The first well-known occasion was in October 1953, when Unit 101 commanded by Sharon attacked the Jordanian village of Kibia in alleged reprisal for the killing of a mother and 2 children in an Israeli village. Jordan had condemned the murders and offered its cooperation to track down the criminals. The murderers had no known or suspected connection with Kibia. UN military observers who reached the scene 2 hours after Sharon's commandos had finished their work described what they found: bullet-riddled bodies near the doorways and multiple bullet hits on the doors of the demolished houses indicated that the inhabitants had been forced to remain inside until their homes were blown up over them. Witnesses were uniform in describing their experience as a night of horror, during which Israeli soldiers moved about in their village blowing up buildings, firing into doorways and windows with automatic weapons and throwing hand grenades. 125. The Kibia attack evoked harsh condemnation, with even the American Jewish and strongly pro-Israel press comparing it to the Nazi massacre at Lidus. In contrast, the massacre is lauded as a major achievement in the official Israeli history of the paratroopers, which states that it washed away the stain of earlier defeats that bear. Aftermath. 443. IDF had sustained in reprisal operations. The public stance was different. Concerned over the international reaction, Ben-Gurion, speaking in the name of the government of Israel, rejected the ridiculous and fantastic claim that Israeli military units were involved in the raid. It was, he claimed, a spontaneous retaliation by border settlers in Israel, mostly refugees, people from Arab countries and survivors from the Nazi concentration camps, who attacked the village of Kibia that was one of the main centers of the murderers' gangs, the kind of reprisal that Israel had feared. Foreign Minister Sheret was opposed to the deception, feeling that no one in the world will believe such a story and we shall only expose ourselves as liars. He felt that the stain would stick to us and will not be washed away for many years to come. 70 corpses were found in the rubble, according to Ben-Gurion's biographer Bar-Zohar, including dozens of women and children. Ben-Gurion later said to one of his confidants that he had lied. Bar-Zohar continues, but justified this act with a literary reference, Victor Hugo, to a nun who had lied to protect a hunted prisoner. Bar-Zohar also repeats the standard Israeli claim that it never even entered the paratroopers' minds that they were unwillingly perpetrating a massacre as they blew up house after house in the undefended village, just as the political and military leadership never dreamed that the Phalangists they sent into Sabra and Shatila might not behave as perfect gentlemen. Recall what was found by the UN military observers. 126. Purity of arms, care about injuring civilians, conciliation and peace, righteousness, not just strength, and pain at the evasion of responsibility. I said that Kibia was the first well-known example of Sharon's terrorist career. It was not the first example. We find out more from Hebrew sources, for example, the history of the paratroopers, where we learn that Sharon was involved in the abduction of 2 Syrian officers in the early 1950s, and that the first attack of his Unit 101 was in August 1953. The target was the El Bureig refugee camp south of Gaza, with 50 refugees reported killed according to the Israeli history. Other sources give lower numbers, 15 or 20. UN.com. 444. Noam Chomsky. Manda Major General Wagenbenag, reporting to the UN Security Council, described how bombs were thrown through the windows of huts in which the refugees were sleeping and, as they fled, they were attacked by small arms and automatic weapons. Again, the justification was reprisal. 127. See also p. 117. Kibya is the incident that at once comes to mind, as it surely came to Shimon Peres's mind, when tales about purity of arms, conciliation and peace, righteousness and honor are told to contrast begin with his Labour Party predecessors. El Bureig and Kibya launched Sharon's career. Conceivably, the Beirut massacres may end it. His career includes many ugly episodes in between, for example, the repression in Gaza and the brutal treatment of the inhabitants of northeastern Sinai under the Labour government. The responsibility of the Israeli army was far clearer and more stark in the earlier case of Kibya than in the Beirut massacres, as was the deception. The same is true of the massacres in Gaza after the 1956 war, and much else, crucially including the huge slaughter of civilians in Sabra and Shatila, and elsewhere in Lebanon, in June to August 1982.128. When Sharat feared that the stain would stick to us and will not be washed away for many years, he was wrong. In fact, the record has been erased from memory, as the quotes just given indicate, or successfully prettified. Thus, the well-known Israeli-American military historian Amos Perlmutter, writing in the New York Times magazine, describes the activities of Sharon's Unit 101 in the following terms. Every time terrorists were captured in Israel, they would be interrogated to determine where they had come from. Then an Israeli force would return to the terrorists' villages and retaliate against them, an eye for an eye, or, more often, 2 eyes for an eye. 129. Hardly a proper account of the Kibya operation, or many others. The implications of Perlmutter's account are in some ways even more appalling than the reality, which is that Israel's retaliations were undertaken largely without concern for the source of the terrorism, as in Kibya. Terrorists are not known to tell their interrogators where they had come from, except under torture. Note furthermore that even in his version, the victims of the retaliation are innocents. There is also the usual question of the chicken and the egg. Aftermath. 445. Today, Israel's leading journal, Haaretz, writes that the stain of Sabra and Shatila has stuck to us, and we shall not be able to erase it. This reference to the Sabra-Shatila massacres repeats virtually the very words used by Moshe Sharet after the Kibya massacre 30 years earlier. Citing this statement, Newsweek adds that the Beirut tragedy caused a wound to Israel's soul that went deeper than lamentation over a massacre, a feeling among many Israelis that over the years their country had strayed somehow from the ideals of Zionism, a feeling that its military successes had sapped its moral authority, transforming the nation from an underdog into a bully. 130. The same issue of Newsweek has a picture of Ben-Gurion, who endorsed the Kibya massacre, among others, and sought to conceal it with lies. He is depicted as a man of peace, casting a light unto the nations. Recall the highly selective and politically irrelevant reference to Ben-Gurion's views in dissent, cp. 440. It has been no service to Israel to wash away these many stains, and to have established the conditions under which new and greater ones will appear. It is no service now to pretend that Begin and Sharon have introduced something radically new into Israeli social or political culture or military practice in West Beirut, or before. There are differences between the Likud and its predecessors, Important ones, but they are nothing like those presented in contemporary debate. By laboring to cover up the real history of Israel, and the U.S. contribution to it, its supporters have encouraged precisely the tendencies whose fruition they now deplore as the facts become too well publicized to suppress. The crucial point, already copiously illustrated, is that over the years Israeli political elites have learned that they will be protected from exposure in the United States, and that, as the New York Times editors recommended once again while much of West Beirut was being smashed to rubble, the U.S. will pay for their exploits, as long as U.S. interests are protected. Given this historical experience, Begin and Sharon had every reason to believe that the same tactics would work once again when they sent the forces they mobilized into the refugee camps. Their judgment may in fact prove correct, as memories fade in the inevitable reconstruction of recent events. 446. Noam Chomsky proceeds, a process that was well underway within a few months of the massacre, as we shall see directly when we turn to the report of the Cohen Commission of Inquiry and its reception. 6.4 on Moral Idiocy. The typical reaction in the U.S. to the Beirut massacres was as just illustrated, criticism of Begin Sharon, resurrection of fantasies concerning the beautiful Israel that was, of course, what its supporters had been backing all along, euphoria as Israel showed its profound moral convictions by lamenting the massacre, and to celebrate the triumph of humanitarianism, an aid increase for the further militarization of Israeli society and for new settlements in the occupied territories. There were, however, other reactions. Norman Podhoretz bewailed the great slide down the slippery slope to moral idiocy on the part of those who began denouncing the Jews when Christians murdered Muslims for having murdered Christians. Essentially begins reaction. At the same time, the moral idiots were facing the responsibility of Yasser Arafat, who was directly responsible for the deaths of the Lebanese babies behind whom he hid his forces in Beirut, just as his followers had murdered Israeli babies at Malot, on the Malot killings, cp. 209, above. Recall also how the Jewish Defense Force, Haganah, hid behind Jewish babies during the Jerusalem siege and before, see pages 367-8. The moral idiots failed to see that it was, once again, the PLO, far more than Israel, who bore a major responsibility for the Sabra Shatila massacres. 131. There was also a reaction from Elie Wiesel, who is much revered internationally and in the United States for his writings on the Holocaust and on moral standards, and has been proposed many times for the Nobel Peace Prize for these writings, again for 1983, by half the members of Congress according to the Secretary of the Norwegian Nobel Committee. Wiesel's position was that, I don't think. In 1983, Wiesel was awarded the 1983 International Literary Prize for Peace in Liege, Belgium, perhaps in recognition of his observations through 1982 on Israel's policies in the occupied territories and in Lebanon. Boston Globe, April 24, 1983. He was selected as chairman of the Holocaust Memorial, as the only. Aftermath. 447. We should even comment on the massacre in the refugee camps, since the Israeli judicial investigation is still on. We should not pass judgment until the investigation takes place. Nevertheless, he did feel sadness. For the first time, he explains, nothing that had happened before in the occupied territories or in Lebanon had evoked any sadness on his part. And now the sadness was with Israel, and not against Israel, surely not with the Palestinians who had been massacred or with the remnants who escaped. Furthermore, Wiesel continues, after all, the Israeli soldiers did not kill, this time at least. They had often killed at Sabra and Shatila in the preceding weeks, arousing no sadness on Wiesel's part, even sadness with Israel. Therefore, Israel is basically exempt from criticism, as with the Tsar and his officials, military forces and police at the time of the Kishinev massacre, by his exalted standards. Recall Wiesel's unwillingness to criticize Israel beyond its borders, or to comment on what happens in the occupied territories, because you must be in a position of power to possess all the information. Generalizing the principle beyond the single state to which it applies for this saintly figure, as we should if it is valid, we reach some interesting conclusions. It follows, for example, that one person of sufficient stature. In his speech at the April 1983 gathering of Holocaust survivors, he emphasized support for Israel in the face of military and political threats. Washington Post, April 12, 13, 1983. Wolf Blitzer comments from Washington in the Jerusalem Post, April 15, 1983, that the organizers were always careful, in their public statements, to characterize it as a non-political event. But from the start, those involved in the operation fully recognized the automatic political spin-off for Israel. Israeli officials and sympathetic American Jewish political activists agreed that raising public awareness of the Holocaust was bound to generate heightened sympathy and support for Israel. Only the most fanatically pro-Arab and anti-Israel advocates could fail to appreciate the relationship. The organizers chose a low-keyed approach. They did not have to use a sledgehammer to press their point for strong U.S. backing for Israel. Thus, without much advertisement or fanfare, Israel's cause automatically received a major boost. Israeli diplomats were very well aware of the fact. He goes on to explain how U.S. government officials hesitated to criticize Israel and its West Bank settlement policy because of the Holocaust gathering, joining Wiesel in their silence. Recall Noam Goldman's remarks on exploitation of the Holocaust for political ends, an act of sacrilege. CP 106-7. 448. Noam Chomsky. Critics of the Holocaust while it was in progress were engaged in an illegitimate act, since not being in positions of power in Nazi Germany, they did not possess all the information. At a rather different moral level, the Israeli novelist A.B. Yehoshua responded to the massacre by saying that the German soldiers also did not know what was happening. What happened in the refugee camps in Beirut is the logical consequence of all that took place in the past months. A logical consequence, and almost an unavoidable one. What can one say? Even if I could believe that IDF soldiers who stood at a distance of 100 meters from the camps did not know what happened, then this would be the same lack of knowledge of the Germans who stood outside Buchenwald and Treblinka and did not know what was happening. We too did not want to know. Others too were unwilling to accept facile evasions of the Elie Wiesel type. For example, Professor Yeshai Aulgovitz of the Hebrew University, editor of the Encyclopedia Hebraica, who wrote, "The massacre was done by us. The Falangists are our mercenaries, exactly as the Ukrainians and the Croatians and the Slovakians were the mercenaries of Hitler, who organized them as soldiers to do the work for him. Even so have we organized the assassins in Lebanon in order to murder the Palestinians." 132. Historian Barbara Tuchman reacted to the massacres by recalling her earlier concern that Israel's determination to wipe out the Palestine Liberation Organization in pursuit of its justifiable aim of elimination of the PLO threat would encounter difficulties, because the complications of the Arab world are not such as the Israelis can control. As quoted, she had no further comment on the massacres except to say that what concerns me is the survival and future of Israel and of Jews in the diaspora, myself among them. In contrast, Rabbi Arnold Wolf was crushed and terrified by the massacre, adding that I think all of us have bloody hands. 133. Aftermath. 449. 6.5 Putting a snake into a child's bed, the United States and its commitments. 6.5.1 The defenseless remnants. Consider finally the last of the series of charges of responsibility cited above, the charge of U.S. complicity. recall the feeling of the Labour opposition during the war itself that they could not act after the US had given the green light for the invasion. The initial US response to the Israeli entry into West Beirut was tempered. White House spokesman refrained from condemning the move, describing it as limited and precautionary, and Israeli diplomatic sources expressed satisfaction last night over the moderate American reaction to the Israeli move into West Beirut, in violation of the Habib agreements and the US pledge to the Lebanese and Palestinians. Despite persistent questioning, however, US officials declined to criticize the movement of Israeli troops into West Beirut or to insist on their quick withdrawal. 134 The president, in fact, explained that what led Israel to move back in, was the attack after the assassination of the elected president by some of the leftist militia that is still there in West Beirut. Reagan's justification for the Israeli move stunned officials in Washington, who commented privately that even the Israelis hadn't made that claim, though White House Press Secretary Larry Speakes conjured up some private claims by the Israelis that they were provoked by some fire by leftists. One can sympathize with the officials whose job it is to cover up after the president's various random shots. Reagan also dismissed questions concerning Israel's partial occupation of the Soviet embassy. "Oh, you know the Russians. You can't believe anything they say." 135. Israeli officials maintained that the privately expressed US view was considerably less demanding of Israel than the public statement Thursday accusing Israel of violating the agreement under which the Palestine Liberation Organization withdrew from West Beirut. They expressed anger over the official statement, which came only hours after a much more understanding American line had been presented by Mr. Draper in private. The Israelis firmly 450. Noam Chomsky. Believe that the private position is the authentic one, and that the tough statement is for show, because of Arab pressure. 136. The Israeli interpretation is not at all implausible. We have seen the same pattern with regard to settlement in the occupied territories, the invasion of Lebanon, and the sharp intensification of the attack on West Beirut in August. Throughout, Israel has held, not unreasonably, given the concrete facts of diplomatic and material support, that whatever public show of anger there may be, they are being privately informed to proceed. The official US reaction to the massacre was also quite restrained. After the massacre reports had been made public, US officials assigned Israel indirect responsibility for having failed to stop the massacre, and the president's official statement noted only that Lebanese army units were thwarted in their effort to establish control by the Israeli occupation that took place on Wednesday. 137. Israel was blamed for having failed to prevent the tragedy, not for its role in implementing it. At the UN, the United States stood alone against the entire world, along with Israel, in refusing to condemn the massacre. CP 427. US perfidy on this matter is in fact far deeper. During the Habib negotiations, the United States gave explicit assurances to the Lebanese and Palestinians that the safety of the Palestinians would be guaranteed after the departure of the PLO fighters. Habib wrote the Lebanese Prime Minister that my government will do its utmost to ensure that these assurances, on the part of Israel, are scrupulously observed. Citing the Habib letters, Milton West observes that the American commitments were crucial to the PLO's agreement to evacuate Beirut, leaving the civilian population unprotected. The text of the agreement had been quoted earlier by Alexander Coburn. The governments of Lebanon and the United States will provide appropriate guarantees of the safety of law-abiding Palestinian non-combatants left in Beirut, including the families of those who have departed. The U.S. will provide its guarantees on the basis of assurances received from the government of Israel and the leaders of certain Lebanese groups with which it has been in contact. 138. Aftermath 451. An implied commitment was that Israel would not enter Beirut after the peaceful withdrawal of the PLO. The American peacekeeping force had the dual obligation of overseeing the departure of the PLO and safeguarding the civilian population, in accordance with the explicit American commitment. It withdrew after the first of these tasks was performed, 2 weeks before its original mandate ran out, effectively terminating the multinational commitment to protect the civilians left in peril. The ABC News close-up investigation cited earlier states, the multinational force is committed to protect civilians for 30 days, but the Americans insist on leaving Beirut 2 weeks ahead of schedule, which forces the French and Italians to pull out as well. Shortly after, the IDF moved into Beirut and the massacre took place. The killers are called Israel-backed, Coburn comments, but they should, with equal accuracy, be termed U.S. sanctioned since their onslaught on the camps was only possible in the event that the U.S. flouted a specific guarantee. This was informed by the State Department that the U.S. had never formally lodged a protest, either for the occupation of Beirut or for what happened at Sheikha and Sabra. 6.5.2 The brought-in. This also cites a second Habib letter, no less significant, concerning Palestinian prisoners, urging that they be accorded humane treatment. American officials acknowledge, nonetheless, that very little has been done to follow up on the letter's pledges. According to Vest, the Israeli government announced that there were 8,000 such prisoners in Israel in addition to the 7,000 in Lebanon. Note that this estimate accords with the Red Cross figures reported by Israeli journalist Danny Rubinstein, CP. 251. Thus cites a Red Cross spokesman who stated that the Israelis have permitted no. The many thousands of people carted away to Israeli prisons and concentration camps are not referred to as prisoners, which would raise questions about international conventions and other human rights considerations. Rather, a new Hebrew word has been coined to refer to them. They are the ones brought in. 452. Noam Chomsky visits of facilities in Israel, and otherwise declined to cooperate with the Red Cross, so it has no idea of what it is happening there. We have already had a glimpse of what is happening in the Lebanon concentration camps, as Israeli eyewitnesses term them, where the Red Cross does have some access, and in the Israeli military command post in Sidon. The State Department could cite no specific case of American intercession on the prisoner issue, despite the Habib commitment. In a sense, this is not surprising, since the American press, public, and even humanitarian organizations have also shown no signs of concern over this major atrocity, the exact dimensions of which are not yet known, and may never be known. It should be noted that reports months after the war from European groups concerned with the scandalous issue of the IDF's prisoners have been shocking. I know of no reports from American groups. They incidentally cite credible information that apart from the wholesale roundup of the male Palestinian population and many Lebanese men, women were also imprisoned, some possibly tortured. This additional atrocity was revealed when Israeli lawyer Felicia Langer appealed for the right to visit Miriam Abdel-Jalil, who had been detained and interrogated in the Israeli military compound in Tyre and then removed to a women's prison in Israel after her arrest on November 1982 at a refugee camp near Tyre where she was a teacher and social worker. Palestinians imprisoned in the Peace for Galilee operation, and subsequently, are not granted the right to see lawyers, or to be visited at all, another fact that arouses no interest among the American civil libertarians and humanists who are helping to finance these operations. According to the same sources, she was secretly released after Langer's inquiry and found in a Tyre hospital, in a physical and mental condition that indicated that she had been brutally treated. Since then other cases have been discovered. The same sources also allege that in a number of cases the women arrested and deported were the last remaining support for the families who survived in the devastated camps. 139. Dr. Israel Shahak, chairman of the Israeli League for Human and Civil Rights, reports that according to information he has aftermath 453. Save the total number of prisoners at the end of 1982 may have reached 1920,000, more than 3/4 of them Lebanese. The 4,500 Palestinians were all in the Ansar camp in Lebanon, apart from 7 women in the Neve Tirza women's prison in Israel. The Lebanese appear to be held in camps scattered in remote areas in Lebanon, under atrocious conditions. There were thousands of prisoners in Israel a few months earlier, as was reported, but with few exceptions they were returned to camps in unknown locations in Lebanon, or freed after the brutal treatment that they have reported on their release. See Chapter 5, Section 5.3 for a few examples. Many Palestinian men have disappeared in the zones controlled by Israel's client Major Haddad. Given the general lack of interest in this matter by Westerners who would be concerned if the victims were human beings rather than Palestinians, and who would be evoking images of the Nazis if the victims were Jews, it is impossible to offer a fuller accounting. 6.5.3 More on hypocrisy. Returning to the charge of hypocrisy expressed by Israel with regard to angry U.S. unofficial reactions, one can again perceive its merit. The initial U.S. response encouraged Israel to proceed into West Beirut, and it was only reasonable to expect that some version of Sharon's procedures would be implemented once the population was left defenseless by Israeli military operations. The essential point was expressed quite accurately by Moran Ben-Venisty, the former deputy mayor of Jerusalem whose research on the settlement programs was discussed in Chapter 4. What's our army if not the product of American aid? Didn't Reagan proclaim Jewish settlements on the West Bank not illegal? Personal communication. For more information, see the references cited in Note 139 and Chapter 5, Section 5.3, also Women at Risk, Middle East International, March 4, 1983. Describing the techniques used to force women left alone with their families to inform on their husbands or pressure them to surrender to the Israelis. For example, the case of Abu al-Hassan, taken to an Israeli prison leaving her 4 children, 1 an unweaned infant, 1 a mongoloid, without care. 454. Noam Chomsky. Didn't Haig sanction the first phase of the Lebanese invasion? Everything that has happened in Israel until now has carried the stamp of American approval, or at least it was tolerated by your governments. If the genie is out of the bottle, it was Washington that helped to turn him loose. 140. His remarks are just. It is, he correctly says, just too slick to say that Israel has lost its soul and leave it at that. It will not do for Americans to blame the Phalange, or begin Sharon, or their silent partners in the labor alignment, or Israeli rejectionism, expansion and oppression over many years. Without crucial American support at every level, matters would have been quite different, not only in the past few months. In short, the circle of responsibility cannot be so narrowly drawn, convenient as it may be to do so. Commenting on the massacre, the Israeli writer Amos Selan makes this observation. A man who puts a snake into a child's bed and says, "I'm sorry. I told the snake not to bite. I didn't know snakes were so dangerous." It's impossible to understand. This man's a war criminal. 141. He therefore judges Begin and Sharon to be war criminals, as did a number of other Israeli commentators. The argument cuts deeper, however. What about those who gave the green light when Israel invaded West Beirut, or when Israel invaded Lebanon in the first place to clean out terrorist nests? Or those who applauded these and earlier ventures or remained silent about them? Did they not know that snakes are dangerous? 6.6 The principal culprits. At the time of the Kishinev massacre, Tolstoy extended the circle of responsibility to the principal culprits with their propaganda of. See also the comment by Zefsif, Whoever allowed the Phalangists to enter the refugee camps on their own can be compared to one who allows a fox into the chicken coop and then wonders why the chickens were all eaten. New Outlook, October 1982. Also Tales of Foxes and Birds, Dava, September 29, 1982, by Zasmilansky, one of Israel's outstanding novelists, responding to the radio comment by Minister Yosef Berg. Christians killed Muslims. How are the Jews guilty? Aftermath. 455. Falsehood and Violence. One of Israel's most courageous journalists, Uri Avnerai, did the same. Every child now killed in the bombardment of Beirut, every child buried under the ruins of a shelled house, is being murdered by an Israeli journalist, he wrote during the bombing of Beirut. His reasoning extends to the present case as well, and applies with no less, perhaps more, force in the United States than in Israel, where many outstanding journalists have in fact reported much that has often been concealed and distorted here, over many years. Avnerai's point is that in Israel the Palestinians have been thoroughly dehumanized, as when the press announces that terrorist nests have been bombed and shelled in Beirut, knowing that it is a lie and that the bombs hit civilians, women, men, children and the aged. Furthermore, terrorists have no nests. Animals have nests, birds too. People, good or bad, have houses, offices, headquarters. The original sin of Israeli journalists was the very use of the word terrorist, or to be more precise, the new term, Ma'ablim, invented for the purpose to include all PLO fighters and later all PLO members, diplomats, officials, teachers, physicians, nurses in the Palestinian Red Crescent, and finally the whole of the Palestinian people, so that we bomb terrorist camps, meaning Palestinian refugee camps in which PLO fighters may or may not be located. When Palestinian refugees become terrorists, they can be bombed, shelled, expelled, denied their humanity. The ruins of Beirut, with the bodies of the women, men and children buried underneath, serve as the memorial of this journalistic practice. 142. A.B. and Oshwa made the same point after the Beirut massacres, 6 weeks later, when they speak of extermination and cleansing, when they call the Palestinians two-legged beasts. It is no wonder that a soldier permits such horrors to take place right next to him. The point had been made before by others, among them a group of Israeli doves who published a statement in June entitled Life and Death in the Hands of the Language, which discusses such phrases as nests of terrorists, like nests of insects, purification of these. 456. Noam Chomsky. Nests, with its religious connotations, understood by every Israeli, extermination, as of insects, and two-legged beasts for the terrorists inhabiting the nests, expressions that have been devised and used to dehumanize the Palestinian enemy and justify whatever has been done to them. Again, a practice that is not without its antecedents in Jewish history, with roles reversed. 143. The effect was once again evident in the following weeks. The ideological support for Israel in the United States, with its systematic falsification of the historical record and its practice of defaming the Palestinians and ignoring their torment, merits similar words. The Palestinians have been deprived of their humanity and left as fair game for the atrocities that they have suffered, and will continue to suffer. Nothing is easier than to shed responsibility, to condemn the crimes, often real, of someone else. There is much that could have been done to present a fair and honest picture of what was and had been happening, and to change the U.S. policies that have predictably led to the rise of a greater Israel that is a threat to its own citizens, to those subject to its military power, and to many others as well, and that lie behind the specific events of 1982. To the extent that we do not do what can be done, we have only ourselves to blame for the consequences. If these are truisms, and they are, they nevertheless will bear repetition so long as they are ignored. 6.7 Reactions, Israel and elsewhere. Israel surely suffered a deterioration in its image abroad as a result of the war, A dramatic example was given by Joel Marcus of Haaretz, who regards the war from its beginning to its end, which is not yet on the horizon, in October, as the fulfillment of the most terrifying prophecies that one could imagine. He reports on a visit to South Africa, where he had expected to find the last island of popular sympathy remaining for us in the world in our second most important ally after the United States. The bombings of Beirut were condemned, and also the massacres. Who would have believed that even in the eyes of the state that is denounced as the most immoral in the world, Israel is regarded as immoral? We carry out a policy. Aftermath 457 of apartheid. We oppress the blacks, not giving them a decent education, and their wages are miserable, but we do not murder women and children, he was told by a South African editor. 144. Marcus exaggerates, in the United States, and Europe as well, the strongly pro-Israel bias of the past, and the dehumanization of the Palestinians persists. A clear indication is the lack of concern for the thousands of people taken to Israeli concentration camps, or the fate of the Palestinians whose civilian society was demolished by the conquering Red Army, or the Samnitan of earlier conquests. Within Israel itself, reactions were mixed. As noted earlier, support for Begin and Sharon ran high by late August, when the successes of Peace for Galilee seemed considerable. An early September poll showed 82% satisfied with Begin's performance, while 78% approved of Sharon's, figures that dropped to 72% and 64%, respectively, after the Beirut massacres. As choice for Prime Minister, no other candidate even came close to Begin in popularity in a poll taken after the massacre, CP 294. The support for Sharon immediately after the massacre that he had engineered is particularly striking. The huge anti-government demonstration called by the Labour Party, estimated by some as reaching 400,000 people, revealed the strength of anti-government feeling on the part of a significant sector of the population, but as historian Jonathan Frankel observed, the protest movement represented not the exposed tip but almost the entire bulk of the iceberg, while another, separate, and larger iceberg remained intact, albeit submerged. The massacres made a far greater impact on the formal political world, the government, the Knesset, the media, than on the mass of the people, the silent majority. Others drew the same conclusion, observing that Premier Begin's supporters have not been shocked by the revelations of the Beirut massacre that have emerged so far, and they are unlikely to be shocked by future revelations. 145. After the reports of witnesses in the open sessions of the Com. This is, of course, a lie, though Marcus does not mention the fact. For just one example, CP 427. 458. Noam Chomsky. Mission of inquiry began to appear. Joel Marcus wrote a column entitled "The Commission Will Finish, the Government Will Remain," giving his assessment. In the matter of Sabra and Shatla, a large part of the community, perhaps the majority, is not at all troubled by the massacre itself. Killing of Arabs in general, and Palestinians in particular, is quite popular, or at least doesn't bother anyone, in the words of the youth these days. Ever since the massacre I have been surprised more than once to hear from educated, enlightened people, the conscience of Tel Aviv, the view that the massacre itself, as a step towards removing the remaining Palestinians from Lebanon, is not terrible. It is just too bad that we were in the neighborhood. 146. The attitude towards Palestinians has taken on the form of race hatred in significant circles in Israel. It is, I think, too facile to consider the cause to be simply Palestinian terrorism. The scale of Israeli terrorism over many years is one of many reasons to question this conclusion. No PLO terrorist act in Israel compares with Kibbutz, to mention only one example. I suspect that the roots are deeper. As long as any trace of an organized Palestinian presence remains anywhere nearby, the legitimacy of the Israeli national rebirth may somehow appear to be in question. We cannot stand a symmetry of claims, Moran Benveniste remarks. Israelis have a profound feeling that once they accept the symmetry that the other side is also a legitimate national movement, then their own feeling about their own right and legitimacy will be dimmed. 147 Benveniste deplores this sentiment, which has often been voiced over the years. Rabbi David Hartman rejects Benveniste's view that Israelis should accept the legitimacy of the claims of the indigenous population that they have displaced. He argues that there is no reason for him to feel morally responsible to someone who denies my own existence, and since the Palestinians refuse to concede that the Jewish people are indigenous to this land, then don't ask me to enter into a moral dialogue with them. Every society has its ugly extreme, here exemplified in the case of Israel, the religious moral philosopher standing with his boot on someone's neck and complaining that his victim does not recognize his legitimacy. In the New York Times, Hartman is highly regarded. He is identified as a philosopher who has spoken of the need for morality in public policy. See note 147. His thoughts on integrating Judaic morality with national power and the renewal of the moral health of Israeli society with the Guggen Report. Aftermath. 459. Israelis know well that it is possible to cherish memories of one's homeland for a long, long time, if an organized social existence remains somewhere. Therefore it must be extirpated, just as even the rubble of the hundreds of deserted Palestinian villages in Israel must be removed from sight, and from memory. Any manifestation of the cultural life or independent political structures must be eliminated in the territories under Israeli occupation, and even beyond. Nothing may remain, except insofar as this may serve Israel's policy, to which we return, of intensifying communal strife within Lebanon, or, of course, insofar as the Arab labor force from Gaza, the West Bank, and perhaps later on the North Bank, is to be exploited as a cheap and unorganized labor force, in the manner already described. Despite Marcus's comment, there is no doubt that much of the population was appalled by the war and particularly the subsequent massacre, and expressed this sentiment in many ways, in demonstrations, press conferences, public statements, refusal to serve in a war of aggression. Examples have already been cited, and there were many more. References to the early days of Hitler Germany were not uncommon. Among the many statements of protest, one was a letter describing the war in Lebanon as a moral disaster, written by 35 members of the elite military unit that carried out the Entebbe rescue. In an interview along with Uri Avnerai in Paris, General Mattiyahu Beld stated that the Israelis have become the Mongols of the Middle East, who sowed destruction and misery, while condemning the labor opposition for supporting Sharon. Avnerai's newspaper ran without comment diary excerpts based on a book by a German officer on the Nazi invasion of Poland in 1939. Later Beld and Avnerai, along with PLO spokesman Issam Sartori, called on American and European Jews to pressure Begin and Reagan to lift the siege of Beirut and withdraw Israeli forces from Lebanon, citing Arafat's endorsement of the principle of mutual recognition. Are spelled out further in his article The Covenant in Israel, and he is again featured on the same day in Shipler's Israel, Voices of Moral Anguish, New York Times Magazine, February 27, 1983. 460. Noam Chomsky. By Israel and the PLO. 148. A number of Israel's leading intellectual figures, including the philosopher Isaac Asher, novelist Smelansky, and many others, spoke out strongly against the war. Soldiers, including many officers returning from the front, were among the most outspoken and influential in conveying a picture that had been withheld by censorship and distortion. Just prior to the news of the Beirut massacres, A.B. Yehoshua, the well-known Jerusalem-born novelist, wrote that now there are no more complaints against Begin in connection with the Yasin. he succeeded in involving all of us in a different kind of Yasin. Yehoshua also comments that it is possible to say many harsh things about this government, but one thing it is impossible to say about it, that it is an innovative government. In fact, it was following the traditional Labour policy from the years when Golda Meir was in power. Do not move, do not speak, do not change anything. Israeli rejectionism does not derive from Begin and Sharon. As for Israel's claim to be a light unto the nations, they have felt our light in Beirut, the light of the bombings and the flares dropped by the planes. Like other Israeli doves, Yehoshua had some harsh words for the Jews of the diaspora, who sit and wail about anti-Semitism when anyone says a word of criticism about Israel, which for them is like a second home, against which it is forbidden to say a single critical word, no contribution to the health of Israel, he believes. As for the politically motivated Lebanon war, its deeper purpose was to return the Palestinians in the West Bank in political terms to their status in the days of the Turks. 149. He was far from alone in these feelings, and after the massacres, they received still more articulate expression, some already quoted. Other views were also expressed, for example, those of a long list of Israeli rabbis for whom what had happened was the true sanctification of God's name in the world, while the latest wave of anti-Semitism, in the guise of moral indignation directed at us for an act of vengeance committed by one Gentile community against another, is but one link in the centuries-old chain of anti-Semitic expression, the source of which, as Maimonides explained, is jealousy of our aftermath. 461. Unique sanctity and true ethical superiority, a sanctity and superiority that find special expression in the wars we have waged, wars whose essence has been the demand for fairness and righteousness and the eradication of evil and injustice. 150. A group of more than 1,000 American rabbis chimed in, urging Begin, Sharon and Eaton to be faithful to their task and continue to save Israel, dismissing the traitors of the Peace Now movement, mocked with a childish distortion of their name, and the labor alignment who cooperate with the worst among the enemies of Israel and are attempting to destroy Israel with their poisonous propaganda, etc. 151. It is not at all impossible that they really do speak for the silent majority, as they allege. Which of these voices will prove to have a significant impact on policy in Israel will depend, in large measure, on the response in the United States, as always. At least some notice should be taken of the protests among the Arab citizens of Israel in the wake of the Beirut massacres. In this case, the response of the authorities was somewhat different. Scores of Israeli Palestinians who protested the Sabra and Shatila massacres, from Ern al-Farm to Acre, are still in jails and police detention centers, 1 month after the wave of protests swept the Galilee and Triangle areas. They face charges of demonstrating, inciting, stoning military vehicles and supporting the PLO. 152. 6.8 The Commission of Inquiry, the Cohen Commission. The report of the Israeli Commission of Inquiry into the Beirut massacres appeared on February 8, 1983, see Note 112. It evoked new raptures among the faithful. The New Republic wrote that this great and grim document set a sublime standard of moral and political action in this extraordinary country, this brilliant democracy. It was a philosophical and political triumph, with its moral seriousness and intellectual scrupulousness. Under the heading Cry of Conscience, the New York Times wrote, painfully and convincingly, Israel has raked through the horrors of Sabra and Shatila and judged itself, harshly, by the fundamental principles of the civilized world. 462. Noam Chomsky. How rare the nation that seeks salvation by revealing such shame. 153. Now that this cry of conscience has been expressed and salvation has been found, the U.S. can proceed with no qualms to pay the costs of the Lebanon invasion as the Times had recommended while the attack was reaching its peak of ferocity. meanwhile also funding the concentration camps and prisons, the settlements in the occupied territories, the oppression there, and whatever will come next. The Times is incidentally quite correct in saying that Israel acquitted itself nobly by the standards of the civilized world. For example, the standards adopted by the Times with regard to U.S. aggression in Indochina, the U.S. overthrow of the democratic government of Guatemala and its support for a series of neo-Nazi murderers since, and much else. By civilized standards, however, a rather different judgment may be in order. The Cohen Commission stated that the main purpose of the inquiry was to bring to light all the important facts relating to the perpetration of the atrocities. It therefore has importance from the perspective of Israel's moral fortitude and its functioning as a democratic state that scrupulously maintains the fundamental principles of the civilized world. The central section of the report, dealing with a direct responsibility, opens as follows. According to the above description of events, all the evidence indicates that the massacre was perpetrated by the Phalangists. The section goes on to state that no other military force aside from the Phalangists was seen by any one of the witnesses in the area of the camps. It can be stated with certainty that no organized military force entered the camps at the aforementioned time beside the Phalangist forces. No basis was found for the rumors that Haddad forces were involved. Indeed, columnists Jack W. Germond and Jules Whitcover observe that Israel's supporters hope that the report will help arrest the waning of enthusiasm toward Israel in Congress, and make it easier for friends of Israel in Congress to give their support and encourage Americans to do the same. Boston Globe, February 15, 1983. It may, then, serve the same function as the demonstrations in Israel after the massacres, when filtered through the American ideological system. Aftermath. 463. This is inconceivable, and there is no hint of their cooperation with the Phalangists in the venture. We can therefore assert that no force under the command of Major Haddad took part in the Phalangists' operation in the camps, or took part in the massacre. As noted earlier, the participation of Haddad forces would be a considerable embarrassment for Israel since they are virtually a part of the Israeli army and are expected to play a central role in the new order that Israel intends to establish in Lebanon. The opening sentence, quoted above, is true but rather misleading. In the above description of events, and apparently in its deliberations as well, the Commission was scrupulous in avoiding the evidence that runs counter to Israeli government claims on this issue, apart from a few passing phrases dismissing it without inquiry. As we have seen in what was only a partial review, there is extensive evidence of the participation of Haddad forces, and where the Commission did choose to investigate, it regularly found that the government's claims were false, and indeed that its incorrect and imprecise reports intensified the suspicions against Israel and caused it harm. The Israeli witnesses also proved to be of limited credibility, as the Commission noted. The proper procedure, clearly, would have been to review the evidence of Haddad participation and inquire directly into the composition of the forces that entered the camp by interrogating the leadership and even the participants, a task that one of the witnesses, British Dr. Paul Morris, who worked at the Gaza hospital, subsequently alleged that his testimony was ignored and distorted by the Commission. In an interview with the Beirut Weekly Monday morning, he stated that he had testified that IDF soldiers at the forward command post had told us repeatedly that the armed irregulars were Haddad men. He also claims to have provided evidence that Israeli soldiers were with the irregulars who entered the camp, and that the IDF soldiers could see everything in the camps with the naked eye or with binoculars and night sight devices. The Commission, he charged, selected words and phrases from my testimony for their report and avoided other parts that could possibly suggest that the IDF has a direct responsibility for the deaths of innocent people in the camps. My testimony was deliberately ignored, willfully left out in order not to implicate any Israeli national in any of the murders in the camps. Israel and Palestine, Paris, March 1983. CP 418. 464. Noam Chomsky. Should not have been beyond feasibility, given that we could give them orders, as Chief of Staff it stated with reference to the Phalange while explaining why they were chosen to enter the camps instead of the Lebanese army. The Commission simply avoided the topic, apart from hearing the testimony of Haddad, who, like everyone else, denied participation. Perhaps an honest inquiry into these facts would have led to the conclusion that although there is extensive circumstantial evidence based on a wide variety of eyewitness reports that Haddad forces were involved, nevertheless the conclusion is incorrect. Instead of inquiring into the matter, the Commission chose to renounce any intent to bring to light all the important facts, and to make it clear from the outset that it was abandoning its mandate. The Commission was careful to lay out the ground rules for its investigation. With admirable caution, it refrained from concluding that from a legal perspective the territory occupied by the IDF in West Beirut was occupied territory. Thus the IDF is absolved from any of the legal obligations of occupying armies. The Commission also states that there is no basis for the accusation that the IDF had prior knowledge that a massacre would take place. There is no doubt that no individuals from the Israeli political echelon or from the military echelon were engaged in any conspiracy or plot with the Phalangists with the aim of perpetrating atrocities in the camps. On the basis of assurances provided by these echelons, the Commission determined that what they said was true. We assert that in having the Phalangists enter the camps, no intention existed on the part of anyone who acted on behalf of Israel to harm the non-combatant population, and that the events that followed did not have the concurrence or assent of anyone from the political or civilian echelon who was active regarding the Phalangists' entry into the camps. It need hardly be observed that to assert this on the basis of the evidence they review, testimony from the people involved, simply serves as a further indication that the report is not intended to be taken seriously among rational people. To underscore the latter point, the Commission provides a fair amount of evidence that higher authorities did indeed expect mass aftermath. 465. Seika. The intelligence unit in closest contact with the Phalange, the Mossad, heard things from Bashar Gemayel that left no room for doubt that the intention of this Phalangist leader was to eliminate the Palestinian problem in Lebanon when he came to power, even if that meant resorting to aberrant methods against the Palestinians in Lebanon. Similar remarks were heard from other Phalangist leaders. There were also reports of Phalangist massacres of women and children in Druze villages, as well as the liquidation of Palestinians carried out by the intelligence unit of Eli Hobiger, who was assigned the task of entering the camps by the IDF. These reports reinforced the feeling among certain people, and especially among experienced intelligence officers, that in the event that the Phalangists had an opportunity to massacre Palestinians, they would take advantage of it. Chief of Staff Fitton expected an eruption of revenge and thought there might be rivers of blood. If the IDF was not present, it would be an eruption the likes of which has never been seen. I can already see in the Phalangists' eyes what they are waiting for. They have just one thing left to do, and that is revenge, and it will be terrible. The whole establishment is already sharpening knives. The Commission also cites reports in the Israeli military journal that the refugee camps were liable to undergo events succeeding what had happened at Tel al-Salata, the worst massacre of the Civil War. The Commission itself observes that no prophetic powers were required to know that concrete danger of acts of slaughter existed when the Phalangists were moved into the camps without the IDF's being with them in that operation. The sense of such a danger should have been in the consciousness of every knowledgeable person who was close to the subject. They also cite Prime Minister Begin's official statement that the IDF entered West Beirut in order to protect the Muslims from the vengeance of the Phalangists, a statement that simply leaves no doubt that at the highest level, it was clearly understood what would happen if Phalangists were sent into a Palestinian camp. In short, the Commission presents sufficient evidence that the top leadership fully expected a massacre when they sent the Phalange into the camps. They justified the entry into West Beirut as an effort. 466. Noam Chomsky. To prevent a Phalange massacre, and then proceeded to send the Phalange into the homes of their worst enemies, but with no intent to harm the population, the Commission asserts without equivocation. Again, one can only conclude that the report is designed for true believers, not for people capable of independent thought. The Commission incidentally reveals its own moral standards when it states that it was not incumbent upon the Prime Minister to object to the Phalangists' entry into the camps or to order their removal, even though he sent the IDF into West Beirut in order to protect the Muslims from the vengeance of the Phalangists. In short, though the Prime Minister fully expected a massacre, it was not his duty to do anything to prevent it. Truly an expression of sublime moral standards. The Commission also determined that events in the camps, in the areas where the Phalangists centered, were not visible from the roof of the forward command post. It has also been made clear that no sounds from which it could be inferred that a massacre was being perpetrated in the camps reached that place. That takes care of the reports of journalists who investigated the scene, for example, those who stood at the site of a mass grave and looked up to the Israeli command posts where they saw IDF soldiers watching them. It takes considerable talent to be able to refute on-the-scene investigations in Beirut from chambers in Jerusalem. In fact, when we look back to see what was actually determined, we find that it was carefully circumscribed. The Commission determined, as is no doubt true, that it was impossible to see what was happening within the alleys in the camp from the roof of the command post. But this was not the evidence cited by journalists on the scene who concluded, as was no doubt also true, that the IDF observers on the command post could see that a massacre was in progress, watch the bodies being dumped into the mass graves, and so on. See the direct reports sampled above. No less interesting is the explanation of why the IDF sent the Phalangists into the camp. The decision was taken with the aim of preventing further losses in the war in Lebanon, to accede to the pressure of public opinion in Israel. Aftermath. 467. Which was angry that the Phalangists, who were reaping the fruits of the war, were taking no part in it, and to take advantage of the Phalangists' professional service and their skills in identifying terrorists and in discovering Red Arms caches. These considerations are reiterated later, and described as weighty, perhaps sufficiently so as to justify sending the Phalangists into the camps even in the expectation of a massacre. The phrase further losses refers to Israeli losses. As we have seen, Israel had made attempts to enter West Beirut in August but withdrew after heavy losses, turning to terror bombings instead, then entering the city after the PLO fighters had departed with an American guarantee that Israel would not enter West Beirut and that the defenseless population would be protected from harm. Some 150 Phalangists were sent into the camps, a clear indication that the IDF expected no serious resistance, and in fact, journalists who had visited the camps had seen no indication that there could be resistance in these heavily bombed civilian areas. The talk of 2,000 terrorists can hardly be taken seriously, and as we have seen, was ridiculed by Israeli journalists who noted the size of the Phalangist force. As for the Phalangists' professional skills, the only such skills that they had revealed were in murdering defenseless people. However, journalists and others had been much impressed by Israel's extensive infiltration of the Palestinian and Lebanese resistance movements as well as the Arab communities in Beirut and elsewhere, which provided remarkably detailed knowledge of what was taking place in Beirut and in the camps. It is difficult to see why these and similar professional skills would not have sufficed in the undefended Palestinian camps, where, it will be recalled, the Phalangists suffered 2 casualties, 2 killed, One part of the report says, 2 injured, another part indicates, quite possibly the same 2. As for the Commission's sense of public opinion in Israel, it virtually reeks of anti-Semitism. The Commission is stating that Israeli public opinion would be satisfied somehow if the fox were sent into an undefended and heavily bombarded chicken coop to clean out terrorist nests, after having refrained from taking part in the actual fighting. CP 454. 468. Noam Chomsky. The Commission states that the IDF received heavy fire from Shatila and light weapons fire from both camps when it entered West Beirut. Contradicting itself, it also reports without comment the IDF spokesman's announcement that the entry of the IDF forces was executed without resistance and the Chief of Staff's report to begin that there was no resistance in Beirut. If evidence existed of heavy fire from the camps, thus confirming the claims about the 2,000 terrorists, it is reasonable to suppose that it would have been presented. It does not appear to have been reported in the press, and the Commission offers no evidence. The Commission also claims that there were armed terrorist forces in the camps, possessing red arms that they had used against IDF forces. It is possible to determine that this armed terrorist force had not been evacuated during the general evacuation, but had stayed behind to protect the civilian population, clear proof of their terrorist intent, and to renew terrorist activity later on. No evidence is provided to support any of these claims. Nor is there any explanation of why these armed terrorist forces that were directing heavy fire against the IDF were unable to resist or even inflict more than token casualties on 150 Falangists who previously had been noted for their strict avoidance of combat. CP 411. Again, it is difficult to believe that any of this is intended to be taken seriously. Recall that in addition to asserting, in defiance of its own evidence and plain common sense, that there was no intent to harm the civilian population when the murderous gangs were sent in, the Commission also asserts that the events that followed did not have the concurrence or assent of anyone from the political or civilian echelon who was active regarding the Falangists' entry into the camps. They pointedly exclude here the military echelon, though without drawing any specific conclusions from this exception. They also make the unqualified assertion that no intention existed on the part of any Israeli element to harm the non-combatant population in the camps. My emphasis. Let us look further into how the selection of evidence to which the report restricts itself bears on these assertions and exceptions. Aftermath 469. The Commission recognizes that the Chief of Staff told the Minister of Defense things about the conduct of the Falangists that could have led the Minister of Defense to understand that the Falangists had perpetrated the murder of civilians in the camps, though he expressed his satisfaction with the Falangist operation and agreed to their request to provide them with tractors so that they could complete their operations, also authorizing them to stay on in the camps on Friday afternoon, at a time when the massacres were common knowledge. As noted earlier, the Commission discovered that on Thursday evening, September 16th, shortly after the Falangists had entered the camp, Brigadier General Amos Sheeran, who was in command in the Beirut area, received information that the Falangists were killing women and children in the camps. It became known to Brigadier General Sheeran that the Falangists were perpetrating acts of killing which went beyond combat operations, and were killing women and children as well. Beyond alleged warnings to Falangist liaison officers, he did nothing to stop the killing. No order was issued to prevent the Falangists from replacing forces on Friday, and in fact the Chief of Staff ordered this replacement Friday afternoon. What was the evidence available to General Sheeran, according to the Commission? 1 hour after the Falangist entry into the camps at 6 p.m. on Thursday, an Israeli officer intercepted a radio message ordering the killing of 50 women and children and transmitted the information to General Sheeran at once. An hour later another radio communication indicated that 45 people captured were to be killed. At the same time, 8 p.m., a Phalange liaison officer told various people that about 300 people had already been killed by the Phalangists. Later he reduced it to 120. About an hour later the divisional intelligence officer of the IDF presented his intelligence survey in which he said that the impression is that the Phalangists fighting is not too serious. They have casualties, as you know, 2 wounded, 1 in the leg and 1 in the hand ... And they, it turns out, are pondering what to do with the population they are finding inside. On the one hand, it seems, there are no terrorists there, in the camp, Sabra. 470. Noam Chomsky. Camp is empty. On the other hand, they have amassed women, children and apparently also old people. He added the report from a Phalange officer indicating that these people should be killed. Note that the elusive 2,000 terrorists had pulled their disappearing act once again, refuting what had been determined by the Commission, as just quoted, namely, that the armed terrorist force had not been evacuated. On Friday, additional evidence of atrocities was accumulated, as revealed in a report that the Phalangists had butchered civilians, early Friday morning, and direct observation of Phalangist murders. The murderers were then sent back in to complete their work. In fact, they were ordered to leave the following morning only due to American pressure, according to the Chief of Staff. In short, it is quite impossible to believe that there was no concurrence or assent in the events that followed the entry of the Phalangists into the camps on the part of the military echelon, and the defense minister, from the political echelon, had been apprised of the facts. The picture that emerges from the Cohen Commission report is therefore quite clear. The higher political and military echelons, in their entirety, expected that Phalangists would carry out massacres if they were admitted into Palestinian camps. Furthermore, they knew that these camps were undefended, so they were willing to send in approximately 150 Phalangists known for their unwillingness to engage in any conflict with armed men. Within 1-2 hours after the Phalangists had entered on Thursday at 6 p.m., clear evidence reached the command post 200 meters away from the camps and overlooking them that massacres were taking place, and that there was no serious resistance. At the command post, the IDF and Phalange commanders and their staffs, including intelligence and liaison, were present and in constant contact. The IDF then provided illumination, and the next day, after receiving further corroboratory evidence that massacres were in process and that there was no resistance, sent the Phalange back into the camps, with tractors, which the IDF knew were being used to bury bodies in the mass. Aftermath. 471. Grave which they could observe, the latter fact is ignored by the Commission. The Phalange was selected for this operation because, as the Chief of Staff stated, we could give them orders whereas it was impossible to give orders to the Lebanese army. And in fact, the IDF did give the Phalange orders, from the moment they sent them into the camps to conduct their murderous operations, to the time when they were sent back in on Friday afternoon to complete them, to Saturday morning when they were withdrawn because of American pressure, at which time the IDF began rounding up those who had escaped and sending them to Israeli concentration camps. Again, this fact is not discussed by the Commission. That is the story as it emerges from the Commission report, with the exceptions noted. What will a rational person deduce from this record? Despite the overwhelming evidence of higher-level planning and complicity in the massacre, in the advance planning and as it was running its course, the Commission rejected these conclusions. It did, nevertheless, assign some limited indirect responsibility, basing its recommendations on the obligations applying to every civilized nation and crucially, the fact that the Jews in various lands of exile, and also in the land of Israel when it was under foreign rule, suffered greatly from pogroms perpetrated by various hooligans, and the danger of disturbances against Jews in various lands, it seems evident, has not yet passed, so it is only prudent to note the responsibility of authorities who do not kill with their own hands. One may be interested in comparing the tempered and limited critique given by the Commission with the passionate denunciations of those who stood by while hooligans murdered 45 Jews in Kishinev, or of British authorities during the Hebron massacre, or of Nazis who let Ukrainian and Croatian anti-Semites rampage. One might also compare the rapturous response to the Cohen Commission's recommendations with Dubnow's report of the horrified reaction of the civilized world to the Zaz judicial inquiry, which was conducted with a view to obliterating the traces of the deliberate organization of the Kishinev pogrom, and to court proceedings that sentenced a score of murderers to hard labor and penal service, but 472. Noam Chomsky. Not those who instigated or failed to halt the crime. We derive a certain measure of the progress of civilization in the past 80 years. The Commission states that all concerned were well aware that combat morality among the various combatant groups in Lebanon differs from the norm in the IDF, that the combatants in Lebanon belittled the value of human life far beyond what is necessary and accepted in wars between civilized peoples. There was no more of a war when the Phalange entered Sabra and Sheikla than when Sharon's Unit 101 entered Kibya, or when IDF forces massacred hundreds of people in the Gaza region after hostilities ended in 1956. Nothing more need be said about the norms exhibited during the destruction of Ain el-Hilwa, the siege and bombing of Beirut, while there was a war of a certain sort. So much for civilized peoples. Israel's responsibility, the Commission determined, is exhausted by the failure to give adequate attention to the possibility that there might be massacres, though the weighty considerations already noted might have justified sending in the Phalangists even in the light of such expectation, and the failure to take proper heed of the reports that something unpleasant might be happening. No complaints could be addressed to Defense Minister Sharon for sending the Phalange into the camps if such a decision had been taken after all the relevant considerations had been examined, and no responsibility should be imputed to the Defense Minister for not ordering the removal of the Phalangists from the camps when the first reports reached him about the acts of killing being committed the Friday evening. The Commission alleges, that is, well after numerous journalists, officers and soldiers knew of the facts, an incredible conclusion. It was not Sharon's duty to order the Phalange to leave the camps even when he learned of the facts, again a demonstration of sublime moral standards. One might ask, as several Israeli journalists had already done, whether the IDF would have taken a similarly casual attitude, with the support of the Distinguished Commission, if it had learned that PLO terrorists were killing hundreds of Jews in Kiryat Shimona or Tel Aviv. The Commission recommended that Sharon resign, as he did. Aftermath. 473. To be replaced by Moshe Renz, who basically shares his views, remaining in the cabinet as minister without portfolio and joining two important committees, the Steering Committee directing the negotiations with Lebanon and the Ministers' Committee for Security, a decision that led Haaretz to comment editorially that the government managed to sabotage the most important recommendation made by the Commission of Inquiry. As for Chief of Staff Hitton, who expected massacres and ordered the Phalange back into the camps well after he learned that his expectations had been fulfilled, the Commission made no recommendation, on the grounds that he was soon to retire. General Yaron, who knew of the killings Thursday evening and did nothing, was to be relieved of field command for 3 years. Shortly after, he was given a higher-level appointment as head of Army Manpower and Training. The Director of Military Intelligence is to step down. So justice is done. Israel has achieved salvation and again demonstrated its sublimity. The Commission recognizes that some will not be satisfied with its report, those who have prejudices or selective consciences, but this inquiry was not intended for such people. It is certainly true that the inquiry was not intended for people who have a prejudice in favor of truth and honesty, but it will more than suffice for its intended audience, as the reaction to it illustrated. A number of commentators were quick to point out that the report would help to broaden support for Israel in Congress and among the public, as it did. CP 462. If one may deduce intent from rational expectation of consequences, then it would seem fair to say that the intent of the Commission was realized. The logical conclusion from the episode is that Israel would be well advised to arrange further massacres than to produce a editorial. Haaretz, February 21, 1983, Israeli Mirror. Amir N predicts that Sharon will be returned as defense minister, citing the opinion among the leadership that the Guggen Commission report did not exclude this possibility and their reported analogy to soccer matches, where a player can be penalized but then returned to his position. Kotrat Rashid, February 23, 1983. On Iran, see New York Times, May 17, 1983. 474. Noam Chomsky. Cry of conscience of the sort just reviewed, so that military and economic aid can be increased still further in recognition of its sublimity and salvation. One can learn a good deal more from the report. The historical section is quite revealing. It describes the civil war that began with clashes inside and between the Christians and Palestinian terrorists. The reference is presumably to a Lebanese army operation against a strike of Lebanese fishermen in Sidon shortly before the event that actually initiated the civil war, an attack by the Phalange on a busload of Palestinians and Lebanese in a Beirut suburb in April 1975, which goes unmentioned. The war was waged primarily between the Christian organizations on the one hand, and Palestinian terrorists, Lebanese leftist organizations, and Muslim and Druze organizations of various factions on the other. Throughout, the participants are, on the one hand, people, Christians, Muslims, Lebanese leftists, Druze, and on the other hand, terrorists, that is, Palestinians, as the quotes just given illustrate. This usage reflects again the race hatred and profound indoctrination already noted. To the Commission, Palestinians are not people, as distinct from Christians, Muslims, Lebanese, Druze. This passes unnoticed in the commentary on the report, simply because the assumption is so widely shared. Israel breaks no new ground in this respect. Thus, Israel's Guatemalan friends refer to the victims of the death squads and army terror operation as subversives, while the Russians in Afghanistan, like the Americans in Greece in the late 1940s, refer to the resistance simply as bandits. Jews have also been subjected to such usage in the past, with consequences that we recall. The history continues at an equally revealing level. It refers to the fact that there were massacres in the Civil War, giving the example of Dama, where Christians were killed by Palestinians, but, in the typical Israeli propaganda style, omitting the fact that this massacre was in retaliation for Christian massacres in Quarantine and see Chapter 5, Section 3.3.1 and references cited. Also James A. Riley, Israel in Lebanon, 1975-82, Merit Reports, September, October 1982. Aftermath. 475. Elsewhere, it states that Bashar Gemal's forces became the central element in the Christian forces, not mentioning how this was done, by murdering the Maronite opposition, or who supported him, Israel. Haddad Zami is simply a separate armed force in South Lebanon, nothing about its auspices, origin, or command structure. The Israeli role throughout is ignored. Turning to the 1982 war, little is said, though it is noted that during the weeks of negotiations on the evacuation of the terrorists and Syrian forces from West Beirut, various targets in West Beirut were occasionally shelled and bombed by the IDF's air force and artillery. This stunning and shameful comment would suffice in itself to discredit this report beyond repair among civilized people. The immediate post-war background to the massacres is also ignored. Thus, as noted earlier, the Commission makes no reference to the fact, reported at once in the press, that in early September Israeli forces violating the ceasefire agreements advanced on the camps, clearing mines and setting up observation posts, a fact that does not seem obviously irrelevant to what transpired next. See section 3.2.2. This is only a small sample of what might have been reported by a commission that took its announced mandate seriously. Also interesting is the statement by Israeli intelligence, reported without comment by the commission, that the IDF's entry into West Beirut was perceived as vital not only by the Christians but also by the Muslims, who regarded the IDF as the only factor that could prevent bloodshed in the area and protect the Sunni Muslims from the Phalangists. This is absurd. Recall the outraged denunciations of the Israeli attack on West Beirut from all segments of the Muslim population, p. 414, also pages 407 to 8. But the Commission is willing to believe anything that reaches it on high authority, so it appears. The reaction in the US, indeed the West quite generally, to this dismal performance should be carefully noted. It reveals, once again. I have omitted the critical commentary on the report, for example, by Samson Krupnik, Jerusalem correspondent for the liberal Jewish Post and Opinion. The report was extremely unfair, he concludes, since it ignored completely the totally immoral tactics of the PLO terrorists within the camps wherein civilians, if any, including women and children may be armed and working closely with. 476. Noam Chomsky. How easy it is to believe what it is convenient to believe. In the US, it is crucial to believe that Israel is one of us, a Western democracy, though not all would consider it so brilliant as the new Republic acolytes, therefore capable of no wrong, only error. The Palestinians are inherent to be removed. The reaction to the Cohen Commission report is entirely predictable, given these facts, just as from comparable facts one can deduce the reaction in the West to the Bertrand Russell Tribunal on the US in Vietnam. It should, incidentally, be noted that in the more honest world of Israeli journalism, the obvious absurdity of the conclusions drawn by the Commission from its evidence did not go unnoticed. An excellent analysis by Uri Avnerai, see note 153, reviewing the evidence surveyed above, reaches the only plausible conclusion: no one believed the fable of the 2,000 terrorists. The Falangist units were organized and sent into the camps with the expectation that they would commit murderous acts in order to cause a mass flight of Palestinians. Recall that the international response was surely unanticipated. The IDF, intelligence, and the political echelons cooperated in the massacre throughout, at the command post and elsewhere. Repeating Amos Seelan's image, Avnerai observes, when someone places a poisonous snake in the bed of a child, and the child dies after it is bitten, there is no need to prove that whoever put the snake there wanted the child to die. The burden of proof is on someone who denies this intention. The Commission did not accept this burden of proof, but simply adopted unquestioningly the hypothesis that those who put the snake in the child's bed were insensitive and failed to give adequate attention to what the terrorists. The Commission appears not to have a sufficient appreciation of the house-to-house fighting necessitated in these camps, with everyone there either a PLO terrorist or a collaborator and potential combatant. Furthermore, the Commission failed to consider that Friday was a short working day for staff, and was also the eve of Rosh Hashanah, and obviously a day difficult to reach all parties quickly. The Commission has blown this minor battle of the Phalangists versus the PLO terrorists far out of proportion. It was minor in character. The correct conclusion is that reasonable care was exercised by all concerned. Those so inclined might want to determine whether any of the Tsar's apologists sank to this level of degradation at the time of the Kishinev massacre during the Easter holiday. Aftermath. 477. Should have known. Those who accept this reasoning, or regard it as sublime, reveal a good deal about themselves. One additional point should be made, however. Despite the fact that the Cohen Commission report is disgraceful from an intellectual and moral standpoint, Still, it is rare for any country to produce even a document of this sort in connection with atrocities for which it bears responsibility, or which it conducts outright. In the United States, for example, only the My Lai massacre, which was merely a footnote to the record of American atrocities, merited a governmental inquiry in the course of the Vietnam War, and even that is more than one could expect from most states, including those that are civilized by their own account. 7. Elsewhere in Lebanon. One aspect of the propaganda that has accompanied the Commission of Inquiry is the contrast regularly drawn between Israel's seeking, then attaining, salvation through critical self-analysis and the complete failure of the Falangist government that had been placed in power by the Israeli conquest to do the same. This is supposed to illustrate the sublime moral qualities of Israel as contrasted with the evil Arab nature. A few points are missed in this comparison. For Israel to resist an inquiry would have been impossible, given its reliance on material and ideological support from the US, and the inquiry was sure to carry little cost, indeed, to serve to restore some of the prestige that had been lost by the much too visible massacre in September, exactly what ensued. For the Falange government to conduct an inquiry into the atrocities conducted by the Falange militia, which now dominates the sectors of Lebanon under central government control as a result of the Israeli conquest, would have been a task of a rather different order, quite evidently. In fact, it would have destroyed what minimal possibilities may exist for the restoration of a Lebanese state. Perhaps one can draw some conclusions from there. Other questions too come to mind. The forces sent into the camp were under Israeli, not Falangist orders, if we can believe the testimony of Chief of Staff Fitton and others, so it should be the responsibility of Israel to judge those who. 478. Noam Chomsky. Fact that the forces to whom Israel turned over effective control of Beirut will not permit an inquiry into their bestial acts, but these will not quite be the usual ones, drawn in American commentary that contrasts the behavior of the Israeli and Lebanese governments. 7.1 The South. In West Beirut, there were many reporters present when the massacres took place, and they also witnessed and reported the considerably more brutal massacres carried out by the IDF in the preceding months. But few reporters ventured to southern Lebanon, and few international aid officials were present either. Conditions they were not very different from West Beirut after Israel had eliminated the PLO and its Lebanese Muslim allies. As noted earlier, the few reports indicate that virtually no males of ages 16-60 are to be found. The Palestinian camps had been destroyed by the advancing Israeli army, though many refugees had drifted back to the ruins, having nowhere else to go. At least temporary control over the area had been handed over to Haddad's forces, supervised by the regular Israeli army to the extent that they chose to exercise their control. Early in the war, the Israeli press reported that Haddad's soldiers pass from house to house in the villages which were conquered by the Israeli army and exterminate the last nests of terrorists. Haddad's soldiers were reported to be very busy since they were awakened to life with the beginning of the Peace for Galilee War. And do not ask in what they are busy. 154 Since few have asked, one can. Killed with their own hands, at least, if Israel wished to rise to the level of theirs as judicial inquiry. Certainly Israel knows who were the officers in charge, and according to former intelligence chief Shlomo Gazet, it also knows the names of 10-20 of the direct murderers, Marif, April 10, 1983. It would of course be difficult to subject any of these men to judicial proceedings while avoiding the responsibility of the political and military echelons within Israel. They might plead that they were simply following orders, like the officers on the West Bank who were charged with brutal treatment of civilians, CPP. 146f. In general, no state is in the habit of charging its own war criminals. It might be noted, incidentally, that the majority of Israelis regard the Cohen Commission's conclusions as too harsh, specifically with regard to Sharon and Itten, Sarah Honig, Jerusalem Post, April 1, 1983. Aftermath. 479. Only speculate. Israel Shayhak offers one speculation. A killing of the Palestinians in Lebanon, especially of males, has begun and is being carried on. There is very little doubt that many of the Palestinians who were arrested or who disappeared will not be seen again, and their very existence will be denied. 155. Shayhak recalls the fate of the Lebanese village of Qiyam, subjected to Israeli bombing from 1968. Its population finally reduced to a few dozen people who were massacred by Haddad forces in 1978 after the IDF swept through the area. 156. There were no reporters in Qiyam, so all of this passed in silence, as would have happened in Sabra and Shaitla too had they been better placed. Shayhak's speculation does not appear to be too far-fetched. We know very little, 9 months after the war's official end, about the Palestinians in the south or the thousands of Palestinians and others brought in by the IDF, and the little that is known is hardly very reassuring. On August 7, 1982, Falangist gunmen had set fire to the homes of Palestinians, mostly Christians, in the Mia refugee camp near Sidon. Several thousand fled. The camp had put up no resistance to the Israeli onslaught and was undamaged. Israeli troops nearby made no effort to prevent the Falangists' assault. The Red Cross and UNRWA know about the attack, but are staying quiet. They already face severe harassment from the Israelis, who want as few independent observers as possible in the region and have therefore done all they can to limit international relief operations. The aid agencies fear that if they speak out, they will be ejected. 157. Reporting the same event, Marvin House states that the IDF sent soldiers, but too late, another case of unexplained inefficiency, and quotes a foreign human rights worker who said, "It seems the militias are deliberately trying to drive the Palestinian refugees out of the Sidon area." For more information on what he calls the Falangist murder and harassment campaign against the Palestinians, see Charles Hoffman, Jerusalem Post, February 2nd, 17th, 1983. See also Robert Fisk, London Times, March I, 1983, reporting from the Mia camp, which almost oozes fear. He describes the killings of Palestinians in the vicinity and the threats by the Christian terrorists who run the area under IDF auspices, which make an average skin creep. The record of murder and intimidation this past month does not do much credit to the occupying. 480. Noam Chomsky. The refugees fled to the ruins of the Einai Hilwa camp near Sidon, which was practically obliterated during the Israeli attack on the city last June, with 8,000 killed according to a representative of a religious aid organization, citing refugee reports, 1,500 killed according to the Red Cross. One of the women who fled, showing bruises still visible from beatings in the August 7th attack, asks, "Where can we go? Who will protect us now that we don't have our menfolk?" 158. In a clear case of Israeli-inspired lawlessness at 2 a.m. on the night of the 2nd of September, 2 armed men forced their way into the home of an elderly Palestinian woman in Sidon's Ain al-Hilwa refugee camp, beating the woman with a rifle butt, dragging her off to the home of one of the gunmen for further beatings, then taking her to the IDF military headquarters for further interrogation, and finally leaving her barefoot and far from home, at dawn. The fact that she was taken to the Israeli headquarters leaves little doubt that the plain-clothed gunmen were acting with Israeli support. The story is familiar from the West Bank, as we have seen. A few days later Haddad militia seized 2 teenaged Palestinian boys near the Mia camp, beating and torturing them. Others abducted a 25-year-old Lebanese with leftist connections. He has not been seen since. 2 other Lebanese leftists were seized the same night. One has disappeared. The body of the other was recovered from an East Beirut Phalange hospital. An official government doctor confirmed that he had died by strangulation, that his genitals had been bleeding, and that he had been tortured with a hot kebab skewer. 159. All of this was well before the Phalange and Haddad militiamen were sent in to purify Sabra and Shatila, where the Israeli command professed to be shocked at their behavior, having anticipated only the most gentlemanly conduct. The Lebanon project officer for Oxfam, Dan Connell, stated a few weeks later that reports of abduction, torture, murder and rape had been increasing through August and September in South. Authorities whose duty it is to protect civilians in Sidon and the nearby camps, he concludes, with a certain understatement. It also does not do much credit to the paymasters and their media, which provide little information about the matter. Aftermath. 481. Iran, Lebanon, though again, little is known, since foreign observers are few. At the same time, David McDowell, Oxfam field director in Lebanon, issued a statement calling on international bodies to monitor human rights violations in the south. The statement cited examples of intimidation, torture, forcible expulsion and appropriation of charitable foundation property by the militia forces, alleging that the IDF was allowing Phalange and Haddad militias to act without restraint, especially against Palestinian civilians. 160. Haddad, of course, denies that there are any atrocities under his rule, which he claims includes 100,000 Palestinians. I defy anyone to tell me that a Palestinian, civilian, was killed by one of our soldiers. 161. In the same issue of the Los Angeles Times, where Haddad's assurances are reported, a social scientist teaching at the U.S. Military Academy at West Point, who worked in southern Lebanon in 1981, tells a rather different story. In addition to well-publicized PLO atrocities, he writes, Israeli hands were also involved in a series of outrages that have escaped public notice before the June invasion, with Haddad serving as a useful facade behind which Israeli agents could direct and control events. The press was absent and the urbane Lebanese of Beirut were unconcerned, so houses could be demolished, political opponents murdered and tribute exacted by the Israelis supplied, directed and trained militia of Haddad. Israel blamed the excitability and uncontrollability of their Lebanese clients, but for anyone who cared to check, the involvement of Israeli agents was easy to detect. Israeli complicity with earlier Christian excesses is consistent with the early report's sense of Israeli involvement in the terror killings in Shatila and Sabra. 162. Just prior to the Sabra-Shatila massacres, the Beirut correspondent for a British journal observed that the Palestinians left behind by the PLO fighters now face the prospect of being victims of Bashar Gemal's Falangist militia out for revenge. He reports that misery is greatest in the south where, after destroying their homes and imprisoning their men, the Israelis have unleashed Haddad and the Phalangists upon them. A tacit division of labor allocates the daily dirty work of population control to the Phalangists. 482. Noam Chomsky. Haddad's men, allowing the Israelis to seem uninvolved, even arbiters? He reports, specifically, the murder of a Palestinian family on August 31st by Phalangist militiamen. The mutilated bodies of 3 women were dumped near the museum crossing between East and West Beirut as a grim advertisement. Half the cases of human rights violations in South Lebanon recorded recently involve Lebanese. For the Palestinians, the situation is worse than 1948, when most of them arrived after fleeing from Palestine, with much of the Maronite community itching to hit the Palestinians now that the fighters have gone, either sent to Israeli concentration camps or driven to Beirut, then sent away, and the economy and social structure demolished. 163. As the report appeared, the IDF was offering the militias under their control a chance to demonstrate their bravery in the camps in Beirut. Quite apart from the possibility of massacre and atrocities, We might ask what is to become of the hundreds of thousands of Palestinians who were driven out of their camps by the invading Israeli forces. Over 400,000, according to the calculation of Israeli correspondent Danny Rubinstein in early September. 164 Israel at first blocked any reconstruction of the bombed and bulldozed camps, though in its mercy, it later permitted UNRWA to bring in tents and subsequently offered assistance in reconstructing permanent dwellings, after a policy shift to which we return. Few wage earners remained, and the rather substantial economy created by the PLO had been destroyed along with the PLO network of social services, its workers either killed, imprisoned somewhere, or dispersed. There is no shelter, no employment, no protection, and nowhere to go. Articles soon appeared in the U.S. press on the problems faced by the Israeli occupying Red Army, compelled to spend the harsh winter in Lebanon. The New York Times expressed much concern about their grim fate. Under the subheading "All Those Jewish Mothers," the following paragraph appears. A Jerusalem man, a reservist himself and the father of a soldier, wondered how the army would react to all those Jewish mothers worrying about their sons freezing in the hills. He laughed, but then said it could represent a real problem. 165. Aftermath. 483. And all those Palestinian mothers, whose circumstances are perhaps marginally more severe, and who are not part of an invading army backed and supplied by the United States. From the coverage in the Times and elsewhere we must assume, again, that they must be made of sterner stuff, or perhaps they simply do not feel pain, as was alleged by some American sophisticates with regard to Vietnamese peasants, not long ago. In Israel, Colonel Dofir Meyer, whose reports from Lebanon were discussed on pp. 272f, wrote at the end of August that the Israeli government has done nothing yet to ease the misery of the Palestinian refugees, the victims of the war, and their fate in the coming winter is cause for alarm. The Prime Minister, who is so sensitive to memories of our own people, should remember what it means for families to be divided by war, the torture of not knowing what happens to relatives. His government is following a policy of cruelty for its own sake, refusing even to permit communication among divided families, that is, families with members imprisoned. 166 9 months later, that still remained true, but it is perhaps unfair to accuse the Prime Minister of moral inconsistency, as Yermiah does, since there is after all a difference between people and two-legged beasts. Some urged that Israel undertake humanitarian efforts for pragmatic reasons. Moshkol, a former minister from the Independent Liberal Party, observed that the refugees in the camps destroyed by the IDF are living in subhuman conditions, in orchards, on the streets, in shattered buildings, corners and cellars. He suggests that this is not the time to explain to the world that these camps were PLO centers and therefore Israel had to destroy them. Israel would substantially improve its image abroad, which suffered a sharp deterioration following the massive bombing from the air and the sea, if it addressed itself to this humane task. 167. This message was apparently heeded. After the complex events of September, including the cooling of relations with the Phalange and the international reaction to the Sabra Shatila massacres, the policy of dispersing the refugees shifted and Israel began to provide cement for rebuilding the homes that had been destroyed and prefabricated. 484. Noam Chomsky. Houses. Though Israel's publicized offer of prefabricated houses for all turned out to be not quite what people had expected, the Economist correspondent observes, some Israeli manufacturers did indeed put exhibition prefabs on display, but at prices that no refugee could afford. 168. Another fact passed over silently here. The situation of the Palestinians remained grim, if not hopeless, however. In Ain el-Hilwa, Trudy Rubin reports, self-appointed leaders who claim influence with Israel but are suspected by many camp dwellers of being opportunists or worse began to appear, while any genuine leadership left here is afraid to speak out lest the Israelis suspect them of PLO affiliation and arrest them, one respected camp president added. A report in the British journal Middle East International provides more details. A social and humanitarian committee was set up in the ruins of the camp. Its founder, Dr. Fateful, is suspected of having had connections with Lebanese intelligence and with Israel in the past. One of the first acts of the committee was to beat up an UNRWA official responsible for distributing land plots, a man known to be efficient and incorruptible. The presence of Israeli troops nearby suggests protection for the aggressors, not the victim. UNRWA had refused to deal with the committee, calling itself appointed. Israel wants an UNRWA that will not resist its policies, a tamed UNRWA. Attempts to impose the committee on the people of Ain Helwa have been backed up by threats and arrests, and worse. The Ansar concentration camp is used as a recruiting ground, with prisoners promised release in return for working with the committee. Refugees concerned about arrest or about their current plight are sometimes offered help by the occupying Red Army. The price: cooperation with the committee. The similarity to practices on the West Bank is striking. Dr. Fateful is reported by committee members to have had a meeting with Mustafa Dudin, head of the Israel's West Bank Village Leagues. Israel is reported to have offered arms to the Committee for Defense against the Falanist militia, a real embarrassment for the committee, which attaches as much importance to its relations with the Lebanese rightists as with the Israelis. These reports are confirmed by others. Robert Fiskington. Aftermath. 485. Viewed villagers in the south and reported their account of how Israeli soldiers forced them to pay protection money to Haddad forces and of the effective use of the concentration camps. Prisoners in Ansar, the villagers were told by the IDF, would be held there until the villagers paid the money. Such reports as these suggest that Israel is considering exploitation of the communal strife and imposition of a network of collaborators as methods, of the classic sort, to enable it to maintain control after eventual partial withdrawal. Urban middle-class Palestinians have also been subjected to threats, violence and terror by Falanists, and though the Israeli-Falanist relationship continues to be quite close, even since the Beirut massacre, it is unclear how much leverage the Israelis will be willing to exert on Falanists who want to harass Palestinians. The Lebanese government appears to believe that Israel has some leverage. A week later it asked the United States to intervene with Israel to halt a campaign of intimidation against Palestinians in southern Lebanon by Christian militiamen. Prime Minister Watson, describing this appeal to U.S. mediator Philip Habib, stated, "We are exerting every effort to stop the campaign of intimidation against Palestinians and Lebanese in southern Lebanon." The occasion for the appeal was the discovery of 15 bodies, most believed to be Palestinians, near Sidon. The intimidation campaign was also said to have been directed against Shiite Muslims. Nabi Berri, leader of the Shiite militia that fought alongside the PLO, described incidents in which Shiites were driven from their homes or killed in areas where Israeli-backed Lebanese Christian militiamen arrived. On the heels of the Israelis. The Christian militia involved are alleged to be Haddadists and from the ultra-right Guardians of the Cedars. The State Department had no comment. 169. As had long been predicted, by early 1983 Israel appeared to be laying the basis for domination of southern Lebanon, which may sooner or later become its North Bank if the U.S. continues to provide the wherewithal. It will hardly be a great surprise if sooner or later work begins on the canal linking the Litani River to the Israeli water system. Israeli officers began to distribute an elaborate questionnaire. 486. Noam Chomsky. Throughout southern Lebanon, Haaretz reports, citing a copy that reached the AP office in Beirut. This is to be the first census in the region since 1932. It requests detailed responses to questions about the male population between 13 and 65, pregnant women, children and grandchildren in every family, use of electricity and water, the names of the wealthy and village notables, etc. Reports that a Western diplomat who studied the questionnaire said it seemed designed to obtain intelligence information that the Israelis could use whether they stay in southern Lebanon or withdraw after transferring security duties to right-wing Lebanese militiamen with whom they are allied. At the same time, the Israeli government argued in Israel's Supreme Court that it has the right to continue the war against the PLO, even after the fighting has ended, by destruction of the local economy. The issue arose when a Christian Lebanese brought to the court a protest against the IDF's destruction of a plastic factory he had purchased from Palestinians near Damer. 170. Throughout the region, Israel began to arm militias that compete with one another and with Israel's client Haddad. Israel may have realized something that a number of well-informed Lebanese had long observed. Haddad is a dubious client, since he has little standing even in any local region in Lebanon, and furthermore, as a Christian, Greek Orthodox, he is not the optimal choice as Israeli-imposed suzerain in the largely Shiite south. A more efficacious policy is to encourage communal strife, exploiting the crazy quilt of local loyalties and fiefdoms in Lebanon. This will serve the dual purpose of justifying an Israeli peacekeeping presence and placing barriers in the way of restoration of a central authority, now unwelcome after the problems that arose with Bashar Gemayel and later his brother Amin. And if Israel is someday compelled to withdraw, a network of antagonisms and dependencies may be in place that will permit its indirect domination of the area. Some of the militias are reported to have been encouraged to infiltrate the areas controlled by the United Nations force, UNIFIL, which Israel would prefer to see removed, since it impedes the expansion of its control. As noted above, after relations with the Phalange began to cool in early September, Israel. Aftermath. 487. Switched its policy towards the Palestinians. Instead of driving them east, it began to encourage a degree of reconstruction under the control of collaborators. Some observers regard this modification of policy under the changed circumstances as part of an effort to enhance communal conflict and block imposition of a central Lebanese authority over the future North Bank. Nevertheless, Haddad has surely not been abandoned. In February 1983, he was encouraged to take over control of a 40 kilometers wide section of southern Lebanon, backed by Israeli-supplied tanks, armored personnel carriers and cannons. The Lebanese foreign minister stated that Israel held the area by force of arms. Relations between Israel and the Maronites had now soured to the point that Pierre Gemayel, founder of the Phalange in the 1930s, pleaded with Lebanese Muslims to join in blocking Israel's moves towards partition, moves also condemned by another Maronite elder statesman, Camille Chamaun. Meanwhile, The Economist reports, the pro-Israeli faction in the Phalange militia, led by Fadi Frem, one of the architects of the Beirut massacre, expressed their support for Sharon in opposition to the Gemayel central government. A few weeks before, Shimon Peres, head of the labor alignment, expressed his view that Haddad should take over a 40 kilometers security zone inside Lebanon, 171, yet another indication of the fundamental agreement on policy between Labour and Likud. At the same time, Israel began to implement what it calls normalization, specifically, flooding South Lebanon with Israeli goods, including agricultural products that may undermine Lebanese agriculture and ultimately provide Israel with another cheap labor force. In September, the Israeli press reported that hundreds of agricultural workers would be brought in from Lebanon in the coming harvest season. By January, it reported that Israeli exports to Lebanon might amount to $1 billion a year, flowing to the Arab world through Lebanon. Exports in December were reported by Israeli Army spokesman Colonel Aaron Gon and by the Lebanese government to have reached $20 million. Lebanese authorities attempted to put a stop to these practices, but to no avail. The Minister of Economy. 488. Noam Chomsky. Commerce and Tourism, Ibrahim Halawi, commented that the flow of illegal goods into Lebanon will rob farmers of their livelihood and spread unemployment in the industrial sector, though it is impossible for the Lebanese government to take action against these illegal practices with the Israelis still there. The Minister of Health issued similar warnings, reporting also a ban on purchase of medical equipment from Israel or other acts that would amount to de facto recognition, again noting the impossibility of implementing policy because of the Israeli occupation. In March 1983, senior IDF officers warned the Tyre Chamber of Commerce that its members must immediately stop threatening merchants trading with Israel. According to economist Peter Frank of the American University of Beirut, Israel has effectively exploited its military power and the destruction caused by its attack to penetrate the economy of the South. Israel has even begun to establish counterparts to the West Bank village leagues. Villagers who refuse to join are threatened with imposition of outside militias, or given incentives, the promise of future economic assistance or of release of relatives held in the concentration camp at Ansar. 172. These practices recapitulate what developed more slowly in the West Bank and Gaza. Normalization sounds fair enough when one neglects the circumstances and implications given the balance of force. It will mean subjugation of at least southern Lebanon to Israeli domination, and in the context of a full peace treaty, would amount to ratification by Lebanon not only of these arrangements but also of the extension of Israeli sovereignty over the occupied territories. Naturally, the government of Lebanon has resisted pressures for normalization and a peace treaty, though the reasons are much obscured in American commentary on the subject. 173, only one of them being regularly noted, namely, that such normalization would lead to isolation of Lebanon within the Arab world, as long as Israel persists in its rejectionism. 7.2 The Chouf. In the northern parts of the area occupied by the IDF, the Chouf region southeast of Beirut, communal conflicts began immediately. Aftermath. 489. After the IDF conquered the area and have continued since, this region had miraculously escaped the civil war, being recognized as the Druze homeland. Although there are Maronites in the Chouf, the Phalange did not try to assert its political presence south of the Damascus Highway during or after the civil war of the mid-1970s. All the communities in these hills, Druzes, Maronites, Greek Orthodox, Shias, lived blessedly at peace with each other throughout that war. It was only after the Israeli army occupied the Chouf last June, 1982, that the Phalange, then led by Amin's thrusting brother Becker Gmail, began to try to assert its presence in the Chouf and immediately met with vigorous armed resistance from the Druzes. For the Phalange, these clashes are part of a much larger pattern of attempted domination. The Sunni Muslim and left-wing forces in Beirut and southern Lebanon have been disarmed and rendered impotent by the Israelis and by the Lebanese army. The Shia Muslims are split between Israeli and Syrian-occupied areas. The Greek Orthodox have been cowed. Thus the Druzes are the only Lebanese obstacle between the powerful Phalange militia and its domination of Lebanon. The stakes are real and high. 174. The Phalange incited armed conflict and also carried out numerous atrocities, sometimes reported in the Israeli press. 175. Shmuel Segev reports that although the Phalange were heavily armed by Israel and Western countries, the Druze prevailed in the military conflicts that took place as the Phalangists followed the IDF into the Druze homeland. But in contrast to the results of open battles, in incidents of kidnapping and murder, the Christians, Phalange, held the upper hand, while in 90% of the incidents the Druze returned Christian captives healthy and well. There have been 36 incidents in which the Christians did not return the Druze captives, or there. While it is true that the Chouf region escaped the civil war, it did not completely escape violence. Charles Glass comments that after Druze leader Jamlat was assassinated in March 1977, the Druze went on a rampage, killing hundreds of Christians, with the Syrian army, much like the Turks 117 years earlier, standing idly by. Many Christians sought refuge in Beirut, their young men joining the phalange and swearing revenge. Others remained, but the Shah was quiet until the Israeli occupation. Victors and vanquished, Baedeker to the three Lebanons. 490. Noam Chomsky. Bodies, though, as we have seen, they sometimes returned parts of the bodies, cp. 292. In the early stages of the war, said Jeff continues, Israel tried to cultivate Druze, the Aslan family, who had been traditional rivals of the Gemalats and the current Druze leader Walid Gemalat, the leftist collaborator with the PLO and the Syrians. But the belief among the Druze that Israel is helping the Christians has overcome the conflicts among the Druze, and they are now appealing to Syria to allow Syrian Druze to come to their assistance. Within Israel, there has been much agitation among the Druze, who are treated differently from other Israeli Arabs, and serve in the IDF, which might drive the Druze of the State of Israel right into the arms of the most extreme Arab elements. Earlier, Druze reservists in the IDF threatened to refuse their mobilization orders unless they were sent to serve in the Druze villages of the Chuf, and 6 Druze sergeants were arrested for attacking phalangists. Israeli Druze complained that the IDF disarmed the Druze in Lebanon while arming the phalangists. We are part of the Israeli army, a Druze leader in Israel said, that we cannot just stand by and watch it arming the phalangists who are murdering our kin. 176. Christian and Druze leaders as well as Prime Minister Shafik Watson accused Israel of arming both sides in an effort to fuel hostilities and justify a continued Israeli presence. 177 A number of Israeli journalists agreed, adding substantial detail. Ahar and Bakar commented on the fact that in the early stages of the negotiations at Kalda, Lebanon, and Kiryat Shimona, Israel, when the Lebanese were refusing to accept Israeli demands, the relations between the IDF and Walid Gemalat's Druze supporters, who had formed part of the PLO Muslim coalition, became highly correct. In fact, Druze artillery was able to shell near Kalda, where the negotiations were in process, though it was evident that the IDF could. A Western diplomat confirmed that Israel is arming the Druze, basing himself on information from a Druze militia official who told him the Israelis were selling the Druze a variety of weapons, including heavy artillery. Rebecca Drownson, Boston Globe, February 15, 1983. Aftermath. 491. Have immediately silenced it had they chosen to do so. Bakar takes this to have been a message from Sharon to the Lebanese government that unless it accepted Israel's terms, Israel would back the Druze who are able to turn Amin Gmail from the president of Lebanon to the mayor of East Beirut in a week, with tacit IDF backing. He also notes that protests by Israeli Druze over phalange actions in the Chuf had suddenly stopped, and that the Lebanese government, caught in the trap that the Israelis had set for them in the Chuf mountains, had no choice but to take part in the peace comedy in Kalda and Kiryat Shimona, referring to the negotiations between Israel and Lebanon. 178. By the end of January 1983, Lebanese police reported that 115 people had been killed in the Phalange Druze fighting in the Chuf. 25 more Phalange fighters were reported killed a week later, when Druze militiamen seized the town of Aili. The Phalange again accused the Israeli army of helping the Druze, alleging that they were operating from positions next to those manned by Israeli troops, who kept Christian militiamen in the barracks. The Lebanese representative at the Kalda negotiations criticized Israel for permitting the Chuf fighting to continue. Israel responded by stating that the IDF had imposed a ceasefire and would not permit anyone to bear arms in the Aili or Chuf mountain regions. 179. The fighting continued, however. 7.3 Beirut after the Israeli invasion. In Beirut itself, conflicts continued between the Amin Gmail government and its undeclared opponents, The Israelis and the hardcore Christians, including the Guardians of the Cedars and the Lebanese Forces militia that had been formed and led by Bashar Gemayel with Israeli assistance. Its pro-Israeli leader Fadi Frem, identified as one of the leaders of the September massacres, spoke at a Falangist rally in favor of cultural and special ties between the minorities in the Middle East, that is, between Israel and the Maronites, a call that could only be seen as an ominous challenge to President Gemayel. 180. 492. Noam Chomsky. Immediately after Israel conquered West Beirut, the Muslim population was disarmed and the confiscated arms were either taken to Israel or handed over to the Falangists, whom Israel had just accused of the Beirut massacres, or the Lebanese army, according to IDF spokesman. The Muslims of West Beirut now fear most a rampage through their part of the city by the well-armed and equipped Falangists who have been their blood enemies since the 1975-76 civil war. 181. A few days later, the Lebanese army, now under Falange influence, cordoned off large areas of West Beirut to search for weapons and illegal residents, some foreigners but primarily Palestinians and Muslims who had fled to Beirut during the past decade, driven from their homes by the Israeli bombings from the early 1970s. The Falange policy of clearing Muslims out of areas under their control during the Civil War, the 1978 invasion, the subsequent heavy bombings and finally the Peace for Galilee operation. A Shiite ghetto, populated by poor refugees from the south, was bulldozed, and the squatters who lived there were denied permission to reconstruct. Hundreds of people were rounded up, including Lebanese Muslims. Most of those rounded up were probably Palestinians, whose number may have reached several thousand within the following months. David Ottawi reported that the government has already made clear that it wants the vast majority of the estimated 500,000 Palestinians in Lebanon to leave as soon as possible. He reports that a French officer of the International Peacekeeping Force saw 6,100 Palestinian men taken from one part of the Sabra camp. The Economist reported that fear and uncertainty in the camps today are even greater than they were when the Israelis briefly occupied West Beirut. See also Robert Fisk, London Times, February 9, 1983, reporting the vicious beating of a Druze woman by Falangists in Beirut, who justify the act, meanwhile, explaining that we are not violent people, also explaining that we need the Israelis and we dare not lose their help. We are too few here in Lebanon. We have just been driven out of Aili by the Druze. The Israelis let that happen to teach us that we cannot do without them. We are patriots and we are not brutal, but we are all alone. Aftermath. 493. There was at first a pretense that after the Muslims of West Beirut were disarmed, the Lebanese army would turn to East Beirut and disarm the militia there. That never happened. The Lebanese army did take over East Beirut in February 1983, though the Falange militia kept their arms and appear in Beirut harbor that they used for inputs without government control, then turning it over to the government after a reported agreement that they would receive funds collected at the port. Muslims who had welcomed Amin Gemayel's election, recalling his reputation for conciliation and diplomacy as contrasted with the militant fanaticism of his Israeli-backed brother Bashar, now fear that instead of Amin using the state and the army to curb the Maronite militants, the latter appear to have hijacked the state and the army for their own purposes, in the words of one disillusioned Muslim professor interviewed by Helena Con. 182. Exactly what is happening within the Falange government, with its apparent split between Israeli-oriented and more independent elements, it is difficult to ascertain. The torture of Palestinians under Falange rule continued. A team of Italian medical volunteers had attempted to reconstruct the services for Palestinians and poor Lebanese in the Acre hospital, where, according to Professor Walter Cavallari of a Rome hospital who headed the orthopedic unit of the team, medical personnel had been kidnapped, killed, tortured, raped. Following the practice of the IDF during the Peaceful Galilee operation, the Phalange government expelled the Italian team, leaving severely injured patients unattended and closing down virtually the last medical center for Palestinians and Lebanese poor. Dr. Cavallari reports that kidnappings and illegal arrests continue, and that in the camps, fear of disappearance, Latin America style, is very terrible. The people live in the ruins of the bombardment, while the government refuses to permit them to reconstruct their homes or the productive enterprises that had provided employment. The Italian doctors say that ill and wounded patients had begun to come to the hospital from other areas of Lebanon as well to receive medical assistance from the Italian team. They are now abandoned, some in the course of surgery, without help. 494. Noam Chomsky. And without hope. The Palestinian Red Crescent, which had provided free medical services to the poor, Palestinians and Lebanese, is denied legal status and unable to function. There is no other free medical service in Lebanon. The Italian government made no protest. 183 The US government had no protest to make, since there were no medical volunteers or equipment from the country that had backed and financed the operation that had created this situation. The one PLO institution in West Beirut that had survived the Israeli invasion and its aftermath was the PLO Research Center. As noted earlier, its 25,000-volume library and microfilm collection was looted and carted away by Israeli soldiers, but it was being restored by its director, Sabri Jurius. On February 5th, the research center was destroyed by a bomb that killed at least 20 people, including Jurius's wife. Reporting this incident from Beirut, Trudy Rubin notes also that in November the Lebanese army had confiscated $250,000 worth of medicine donated by foreign charitable agencies and that it was creating visa difficulties for foreign medical volunteers who made up the bulk of the staff of the Palestinian Red Crescent hospitals after the expulsion of the PLO, killing or arresting their staffs. She cites reports of 3,000 Palestinians imprisoned by the Lebanese government, and reports plans by Lebanese government officials to expel many Palestinians, perhaps all but 50,000 of the approximately 500,000 who remain. 184. A glimpse of what the invasion has created was given by AP reporter Paola Crochet, arrested and expelled, charged with contacts with undesirable elements, Palestinians. In prison, she was shown a room with hundreds of men piled on top of one another, a huge heap of human bodies with exhausted, desperate faces, without food or water, unable to move. The stench was unbearable. She saw torture victims and heard terrible screams, screams of pain of men subjected to torture during interrogation. More recruits into the ranks of the disappeared. 185. By early 1983, the multinational peacekeeping force in Beirut was coming under attack. Apart from continuing conflicts between Israeli forces and the U.S. Marine contingent, which elicited harsh aftermath. 495. Comment from Marine Commandant General Robert Barrow, 186. There were also attacks on Italian, Dutch and French forces by unknown assailants, all in Shiite neighborhoods. Lebanon's army commander, General Ibrahim Tanas, accused unnamed non-Lebanese parties of masterminding and staging the attacks in a campaign to drive the International Peace Force out of Lebanon. Some have speculated that the attackers might be from a dissident wing of Ermil, the Shiite militia, with Iranian contacts. Shiite religious and political leaders, however, have charged the Israeli Secret Service engineered the attacks to show that the Lebanese army and the international force was incapable of maintaining security in Lebanon. 187. Meanwhile, Israeli forces continued to come under guerrilla attack. 7.4 Under Syrian control. The remainder of Lebanon remains under Syrian control. Bitter communal fighting broke out in the fall of 1982 in Tripoli, with many killed, and factional conflicts of varied sorts continue, involving pro-Syrian groups, Palestinians, and a variety of others. What is happening in this region is obscure. The one extended description that I have seen remains unpublished. 188. 8. Israel's moral lapse. As of April 1983, the Lebanese-Israeli negotiations continued in limbo. Israel had little reason to bring them to a conclusion unless its basic terms could be imposed. Ashermanif points out that they drag their feet on Lebanese negotiations not because they want to stay there, but because they want to stay in the West Bank. Since Washington had linked the West Bank and Lebanon negotiations, Israel had an incentive to delay the latter so that it could continue with the intensive programs leading to extension of Israeli sovereignty in the occupied territories, derailing any territorial compromise. 189. Manif underestimates the Israeli interest in remaining in Lebanon, either directly, under some temporary form of de facto partition with Syria, until the next round, or indirectly, after some form of conditional withdrawal, through the system of collaborators and 496. Noam Chomsky. Dependent institutional structures that it is imposing. Either way, Israel will have its North Bank and can proceed, as circumstances permit, with further integration. As for the Reagan administration, at least at the rhetorical level it continued to press for a quick settlement and withdrawal of foreign troops from Lebanon, which, it is hoped, can then become an American client state, part of the American-sponsored strategic consensus in the region. Reagan even discovered that there's a certain moral point that we think the Israelis are neglecting or not observing. And that is the new government of Lebanon, after all these years of revolution and upheaval, has asked all the foreign forces to leave. For them not to leave now puts them technically in the position of an occupying force, that they are there by force in this country that has said to them, we now want you to depart. 190. Again, the press was disciplined enough to refrain from the obvious comment, though it may be that the process of self-indoctrination had reached such a point that it did not even come to mind. Throughout the summer of 1982, from June 5th, the government of Lebanon had been demanding in the clearest and most vigorous terms that the invading army withdraw forthwith, citing the Security Council resolutions calling for Israel's immediate and unconditional withdrawal. That did not place Israel technically in the position of an occupying force, for quite a simple reason, since at that time the US was backing the aggression, Israel was then not an echo. Like his predecessors, Reagan is having some difficulty in convincing the Arab states that Russia is the enemy they must fear. They have been much more concerned with threats closer to home, Israel and Iran. Shortly after the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, the well-known Egyptian journalist Mohammed Hakel wrote that any Arab leader who tried to stir his people's religious conscience by invoking the sanctity of Kabul to condemn an occupation that is 13 weeks old would only remind them of the occupation to which the holy city of Jerusalem had been subjected for 13 years. Op-ed, New York Times, April 2, 1980. Rejecting U.S. warnings about the Soviet threat, the Kuwaiti journal Al-Watan observed, at a time when the Israeli dagger is thrust deep in the Arab heart and U.S. planes are bombing thousands of Palestinians, we will not accept the argument that the threat comes from the Black Sea. June 18, 1982, The Middle East, July 1982. Aftermath. 497. Buying force that was rather engaged in self-defense, just like Americans in South Vietnam, Russians in Afghanistan, Germans in Belgium, and all aggressors, by their own lights. In October, immediately after his election as president, Amin Gemayel spoke at the United Nations, where he again referred to the Security Council resolutions of early June calling for the unconditional withdrawal of Israel's invading Red Army. These resolutions did not lead naturally to the liberation of Lebanon, and they did not put an end to the continuing and recurrent invasion. However, they condemned the act of aggression, firmly established the legitimacy of our rights, supported the sanctity of our soil, and contributed to the preservation of the unity and the sovereignty of our country within its internationally recognized boundaries. Contending with the Israeli invasion of March 1978, the United Nations peacekeeping forces in South Lebanon were shocked, as we all know, because they were prevented from performing their mission fully, either through the provocation of one party or through the obstructions set up by another. In June 1982, Israel violated the 1949 armistice agreement by invading Lebanon once more in circumstances known to all. The withdrawal of Israeli forces constitutes today the fundamental objective called for by your resolutions, and this objective must be achieved. Lebanon similarly awaits the simultaneous withdrawal of all non-Lebanese forces present on its territory. 191. Still, the IDF had not yet become an occupying force, even technically. They were not missing any subtle moral points during the events of the summer, or afterwards, though by early February 1983 a certain moral lapse could be detected, as they began to refuse American orders. The moral lapse becomes clearer when in a negotiating session, Israeli Major General Avraham Tamir declares, "Nobody is going to influence us on matters of our defense. We will do what we please." 192 Israel is entitled to do what we please, by the approved moral code, only when that is also what pleases its paymaster and sponsor. By early 1983, that was not completely the case, though it is difficult to imagine that in the short term at least, the United States will put any significant barriers in the way of Israel's objectives, at least, so long as no political force appears in. 498. Noam Chomsky. The United States committed to an end to U.S. rejectionism and dismissal of Palestinian rights. In May 1983, Secretary of State Schultz's shuttle diplomacy led to a Lebanese-Israeli agreement that Israel accepted over Labour Party opposition, signed on May 17. 193 as for the Lebanese government, in effect, the government of Beirut, as David Shipler observes, a government that was unable to negotiate forcefully, with most of their country under occupation. The Times continues, it appears to have agreed to the terms under duress, feeling that the draft agreement contained so many concessions to the Israelis that Lebanon could not afford to agree to it. 194 though it did, having little choice. In fact, the agreement was presumably a welcome one, considering the alternatives. The terms of the 11-page agreement with its 11-page military annex, side letters, and clarifications were leaked by Israeli sources, who claim that the pact is tantamount to a peace treaty, portraying it as a wide-ranging document constituting the second major agreement between Israel and an Arab country, thus neutralizing Lebanon along with Egypt in tacit acquiescence to the Israeli takeover of the West Bank, Gaza and the Syrian Golan Heights. The Israeli sources report that a 30-mile strip of southern Lebanon is to be under the control of a territorial brigade composed of the Haddad militia and other local forces, with Haddad himself in a command position that is not specified precisely. The exact terms are to be kept secret, reportedly at the request of the Lebanese government. Israeli officials stress that the real test of the agreement will come not in its language but in its application. Given the actual distribution of power, there is every reason to expect that Israel will ensure that the application conforms to the intent outlined by the sources cited, which would effectively place the region under Israeli control. Furthermore, Israel is permitted to conduct joint patrols with the Lebanese army beyond this region, to the Uri River north of Sidon. The Israeli interpretation of the accords corresponds rather closely to their demands on Lebanon in September 1982, cp. 409. It is also consistent with the published segments. Shipler adds that the high-sounding pledges in the accord ... appear to constitute a quasi-aftermath. 499. Legal arrangement under which Israel could intervene again in Lebanon if the agreement's terms were broken. Israel could interpret a subsequent violation, or from another point of view, subsequent resistance to its interpretation of the terms of the imposed agreement or to the integration of the occupied territories, as clearing the way for renewed Israeli military action in Lebanon. United Nations troops are restricted to the right to surveil and observe the Palestinian camps. 195 They cannot patrol these areas, which means that they cannot provide a barrier to further killings in the camps. This possible consequence is not noted in the Times news reports, which keep to the official Israeli line, that the UN had been unable to prevent a PLO buildup, which means, under recent and current conditions, a reconstruction of political, social and economic life under the organization that the Palestinians regard as their representative. 2 designated entry points are established for Israeli goods, and negotiations on future mutual relations are to start 6 months after an actual withdrawal of Israeli forces begins. The Times commented editorially that the result would come close to ending in a greater Israel. A pro-American coalition of Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Jordan and Lebanon would then acquiesce in the destruction of the PLO and Israel's absorption of the West Bank and Golan Heights, and, we may add, the Gaza Strip. And the coalition would use its financial strength to make Syria acquiesce as well. It then concludes that Syria holds the key to Lebanon's independence. And if the Syrians refuse to budge and cause Israel to stay in southern Lebanon, the onus for a tragic partition will be where it belongs, while the PLO, Jordan and Saudi Arabia have to accept the historic responsibility for rejecting the Reagan plan and losing the territory. 196 We have already discussed the latter point. See Chapter 6. Section 3.1. The import of the former is also clear enough. Unless Syria accepts a greater Israel within an American-dominated regional alliance, as the Times accurately outlines it, they bear the onus for partition of Lebanon and what may happen next. All of this again reflects the assumptions revealed throughout. As an American client, Israel inherits the right of aggression, so that 500. Noam Chomsky. The call for its unconditional withdrawal by the government of Lebanon and the United Nations may be dismissed as absurd, or to be more accurate, is not even noticed. Specifically, Israel had the right to destroy the society of the Palestinians and much of Lebanon as well, to impose the rule of its right-wing Christian allies along with Muslim privileged classes. Thomas Friedman, CP. 239, and to use its power to compel them to sign a virtual treaty that in effect endorses the takeover of the West Bank, the Gaza Strip and the Syrian Golan Heights while establishing arrangements in southern Lebanon that secure Israel's long-term dominance and that pave the way for new massacres and perhaps mass expulsion of the Palestinians, now defenseless in the face of the most brutal terrorist groups to have appeared in Lebanon, with Israel's constant support. Having achieved these goals, the conquerors were persuaded to agree to a partial withdrawal, a concession hailed by the paymasters as yet another proof of Israel's honor or even sublimity. If Syria rejects the arrangements imposed on Lebanon by Israel with U.S. assistance, that will stand as further proof of Arab perfidy. Naturally one would not expect the Israeli invaders to withdraw unconditionally after a comparable Syrian-Lebanese agreement imposed under the Russian aegis, but it is irresponsible to apply to ourselves or our clients the standards demanded of others, putting aside here the different circumstances of the entry to Lebanon of these foreign forces, discussed earlier, the question of the occupied territories, and the question, now unanswerable, of whether Syria would have withdrawn its forces in the summer of 1982 when its 6-year mandate expired, had Israel not chosen that moment to invade. Similar logic applies in other situations. Shortly after Israel announced its magnanimity in agreeing to a partial withdrawal from Lebanon under the conditions reviewed, the USSR announced that. Recall that Syria entered Lebanon at the request of the government and with the acquiescence of the US and Israel, since Syria intervened to fight against the Lebanese Muslim-Palestinian coalition, later turning against the Phalange and carving out an area under its own control. See Chapter 5, Section 3.2, and Section 6.2, on the Lebanese reaction to the Israeli invasion. Aftermath. 501. Kabul has expressed its readiness, in agreement with the USSR, for withdrawal of the total, limited Soviet contingent from Afghan territory and even expressed their willingness to give a timetable in this regard. The USSR is of course prepared to withdraw completely in conformity with the wishes of the legitimate government of Afghanistan. Through remains the problem of guaranteeing non-intervention in Afghanistan from the terrorities of other states, intervention which is taking place every day, which should be stopped, the Soviet spokesman asserted, referring to intervention by U.S.-backed guerrillas based in Pakistan, who carry out violence and disruption. We are all supposed to be deeply impressed. 197. Note that Israel has not only succeeded in realizing the basic goals of its invasion of Lebanon and in imposing its September 1982 demands, but also in separating the Lebanese question from the problem of the occupied territories, which it can proceed to take over without interference. CP 59. This result was achieved thanks to the success in interpreting Israel's rejection of the rejectionist Reagan plan with U.S. support as the fault of the PLO and the Arab states, as already discussed. A side benefit for the U.S. government is that Moscow can now be denounced for having again cast itself as a spoiler of the American peace initiative for the Middle East, while Secretary of Defense Weinberger issues stern warnings to the USSR and its proxies. The negotiations pointedly excluded Syria. Syria was simply presented with a fait accompli which, it could be presumed, would be unacceptable, in substance and in manner. It would surely have been possible to conduct these negotiations in a framework that included Syria, with an eye to realizing the scheduled Syrian withdrawal that was aborted by Israel's invasion and its attack on Syrian forces. See Section 2.2. It would also have been possible to engage the Soviet Union in the arrangements, in accord with the express wishes of the government of Lebanon, 198, again a step that would have enhanced the possibilities of mutual withdrawal. Instead of pursuing such options, Schultz chose instead to adopt a course that was designed to ensure an immediate Syrian rejection, with the political capital that could. 502. Noam Chomsky. Be gained from it, and also to minimize the likelihood of eventual Syrian compliance, thus increasing the probability that Israel will not withdraw and that a state of confrontation will persist. While the Reagan administration would no doubt be pleased to see Syria withdraw under the conditions it has established, in effect, following American orders, and may even try to facilitate such withdrawal in the longer term. Nevertheless, the Syrian refusal guaranteed by the framework for negotiations accords well with its broader aims. From its outset, the administration has sought international confrontations, anywhere will do, that can be blamed on the Great Satan and its proxies. The reasons derive in part from the domestic programs of transferring resources to the wealthy and expanding the Pentagon system of state intervention in the economy, a topic that would take us too far afield. 199. As in the case of the Reagan plan for the occupied territories, so also in the case of the Schultz plan for Lebanon, a program designed to minimize the chances for success has considerable utility if it can be presented in such a way as to place the blame for failure on official enemies and thus to restore eroding support for the U.S.-Israel military alliance, with all that goes with it, while also shoring up the statist militarist consensus at home. A further gain may be that the PLO might adopt a more militant posture, abandoning its unwelcome evolution towards political accommodation, now perceived as having been effectively blocked by U.S.-Israeli rejectionism, which was becoming something of a problem from the leaders of the rejectionist camp. See Chapter 5, Section 4.6.1. American diplomacy, as expressed in the Reagan and Schultz plans and the means by which they were pursued, has thus attained its short-term goals, thanks to the effectiveness of the ideological institutions, with the price to be paid by the Palestinians and, given the implications for the region and indeed far beyond, ultimately many others as well. It is intriguing to see how the terms of a discussion have shifted since Israel invaded Lebanon in June 1982. The May 1983 agreement is based on the principle that Israel need not withdraw its military forces unless Syria and the PLO withdraw. In the United States, this principle is accepted as just, virtually without question. Given. Aftermath. 503. This assumption, if the agreement is not implemented, Israel will also have the right to undertake what will be called security measures in the area under its control, gradually integrating the North Bank, if it so desires. Notice that if indeed Israel has a right to maintain military forces in Lebanon as long as Syria and the PLO do, as is now assumed, then Israel presumably had a right to introduce these forces into Lebanon in 1982 to bring about the conditions now recognized to be legitimate. That is, it had the right to invade Lebanon and take over the territory it now holds, merely because of the presence of Syrian and PLO forces in Lebanon. This proposition was then advanced by no one, apart from elements regarded as extremist. A principle from which it follows is now adopted by virtually everyone, without question. This radical shift in assumptions demonstrates, once again, the utility of force and violence in international affairs, at least, its utility within the ideological system of the patron who backs and finances the aggression. In fact, any concession that Israel would have been able to extract as a condition for its withdrawal would amount to a ratification of its right of aggression, and indeed, the acceptance of what it has already accomplished and the dismissal without comment of the demand of former Prime Minister Absalom and others that Israel pay reparations from the consequences of its aggression already amount to a ratification of this right. If there is a massacre and expulsion of defenseless Palestinians as a further result of the Peace for Galilee operation and the imprisonment of much of the male population, that will stand as additional proof of PLO cynicism and Arab barbarity, an additional reason why Israel cannot withdraw from the occupied territories. One can virtually write the articles and editorials in advance. Throughout, the claim has been that Israel has the right to impose conditions on Lebanon for its own security. It is by now completely ignored that the 1981 Habib ceasefire effectively guaranteed Israel's security. One of the main reasons why Israel felt that it had to invade Lebanon to undermine the increasing political legitimacy of the PLO, again, putting aside much else, such as the actual. 504. Noam Chomsky. History of the 1970s in southern Lebanon, discussed earlier. It is, in fact, another striking testimony to American racism on this issue that it is Israel, not the Palestinians, that is considered to be facing a security problem that must somehow be overcome. One may anticipate that Syria will not willingly accept the arrangements outlined in the New York Times editorial cited above, that terrorism, or resistance, will continue in areas of Lebanon occupied by the IDF and its clients, and perhaps even that terrorism will continue or increase in the land of Israel, as has, in fact, already been reported. 200. He turn in the next chapter to possible further consequences. 7. The road to Armageddon. 1. The fateful triangle. The United States, Israel and the Palestinians, three national entities so disparate in power that it seems absurd to link them in a single phrase. The United States is the world's most powerful state. Israel is ranked as the world's fourth greatest military power, a status that it can maintain as long as the United States adopts it as a strategic asset and preserves it as such. The Palestinians, in contrast, have scant hope even of national survival. Nevertheless, these three parties have become locked into a fateful triangular relationship, and within it they are drifting towards disaster. 2. The threat to the local parties. With regard to the Palestinians, the fact is too obvious for further comment to be necessary. For Israel and the United States, The threats are of different sorts, but they are real enough. 2.1 The logic of occupation. Since shortly after the 1967 war, Israel has set itself on a course of endless oppression and military conflict. As was obvious at once, and predicted at once, this course entailed international isolation, alliance with pariah states, and service to the interests of its sole protector. The US has been more than pleased to acquire a militarized dependency, technologically advanced and ready to undertake tasks that few are willing to endure. Support for Guatemalan. 505. 506. Noam Chomsky. Genocide, for example, while helping to contain threats to American dominance in the most critical region in the world, where one of the greatest material prizes in world history, in the words of the State Department, must be firmly held. A partnership has evolved in which Israel takes on such tasks while the United States maintains it in an artificial state of dependency. Increasingly, the values implicit in these tasks become internalized, reinforcing values that are ever more firmly implanted in a state controlling a conquered population by force in territories it intends to take for its own use, and founded on the principle of a discrimination against the minorities. The problems of dealing with the inherent contradiction in the concept of a democratic Jewish state with non-Jewish citizens were taxing enough. They become insurmountable under these conditions of moral decay and constant threat to survival, by now in large part self-generated. Sooner or later Israel will face military defeat. It came close in 1973, or the need to resort to a nuclear threat, with consequences that one hesitates to imagine. Short of that, it will drift towards internal social, moral, and political degeneration. While Israel has chosen this course since 1967, it has done so under pressures that have strongly influenced the choice, particularly the pressures imposed by its supporters, more precisely, the supporters of Israel's moral degeneration and ultimate destruction. Repeatedly, alternative paths have been blocked by the support that has been the despair of Israelis who had a different vision of what their society might become. We have seen some examples of what this support has meant for the society and culture of Israel. Some of the consequences are captured, often movingly, by soldiers returning from the occupied territories and the latest conquest, as in this soldier's lament by a reservist returning on leave to his kibbutz. They arrive home on leave miserable and depressed, young in years but old in spirit, tired and battle-weary. They smile, say everything is fine, but when you catch them off guard you find bitterness and what are almost guilt feelings. As one soldier puts, the road to Armageddon. 507. You are asking me how I feel? If I tell you I feel shitty, will you understand? You here in the kibbutz, can you understand what we, the soldiers, are undergoing out there? Take me as an example, he says. I was called up, sent to a training camp and then straight onto patrol Nablus, to chase demonstrating schoolgirls. Then I was transferred to Beitza, also in the West Bank, where we watched the beatings and the other ways in which the Arabs were maltreated. Then on to Yamat, into the war of Jews against Jews, against the opponents of the withdrawal. So you get hardened, and just as you have come to terms with it all you are sent off to Lebanon. Let me just throw a few names at you. Names like Beaufort Castle, Ain el-Hilwa, Dama. Do they mean anything to you? After that came Al-Uzai, West Beirut. All the time there is shelling and shooting, there are dead and wounded. So you look in at your mates. You attend the funerals, and you feel increasingly empty inside. Everything passes you by. I have become totally insensitive. I am an emotional cripple, though not a physical one. Do you really believe there is any hope of ending this war? Arik Sharon claims that the Fatah has withdrawn from Lebanon. Do you believe it? Come and observe our alert there and the fear in our eyes. Even the Lebanese girls long ago stopped smiling at us. Every carrier bag in Lebanon looks like a time bomb to me. When I am on leave I try to have fun, to relax so that I can return to Lebanon without that tension, but it never works out. Meanwhile, yet another bus is attacked here and another one over there, and Arik tells us that we have destroyed the terror. Tell me, you civilians, can't you do anything about it? One demonstration of 400,000 and that's it? Is that all you are going to do? Are you waiting for us to return in our coffins? 1. The consequences are revealed in other ways as well, for example, when a peace now demonstration calling upon Ariel Sharon to resign as the Cohen Commission recommended is taunted, heckled, shoved and occasionally attacked with fists by young men chanting begin, begin, and singing begin, King of Israel, and when Emil Grunswig, a mathematics teacher from Kibbutz Revivim, is killed by an Israeli army assault grenade while angry men wearing yarmulkes shout at a group of women demon straighters, you are Arab women. You should have been in Sabrin and 508. Noam Chomsky, Schaitler, and others shout, they shouldn't have rescued you from Hitler in 1945. The consequences are revealed in a different though complementary way in the pages of the Jerusalem Post, where Mordechai Nassen, a political scientist at the Hebrew University who has elsewhere expressed his approval for Jewish terrorism, writes the following lines, 3 which are treated with respect and proudly exhibited to the international audience of supporters of Israel. At the very dawn of Jewish history, contact with the land of Israel established the principle that the presence of non-Jews in the country is morally and politically irrelevant to the national right of the Jews to settle and possess the land. The Bible states the Jewish right regardless of non-Jewish presence. Much later, the rabbinic sages expounded on the patriarchal promise and articulated the following principle: dwelling in the land is the Jewish priority and it is in no way restricted, let alone nullified, by a non-Jewish majority population in any given part of the land. This principle was later codified by Maimonides in his legal work, thus lending his outstanding halakhic, religious legal, authority to this Abrahamic national imperative. The view that rejects the legitimacy of Jewish settlement in Judea and Samaria is a direct denunciation of Abraham, the first Jew, the father of the Jewish people, who set the precedent and model for settling there in spite of the fact that the Canaanite was then in the land. The Jewish presence in the land has always had to contend with, and at least partially overcome, an indigenous non-Jewish element in the land. As we read in the genocidal texts of the Bible, an implicit reference that his Israeli readers will understand. He continues. New York Times, February 11, 1983. There is more detailed reporting in the Hebrew press. The demonstration was violently attacked with many injured even before the grenade blast that killed Emil Grunswig and wounded others nearby. When Grunswig, already dead, and the wounded arrived at the hospital, they were again attacked and beaten, as were doctors on the scene, by men screaming, "Next time we will finish you off, Arik Sharon, King of Israel, a shame only one was killed," and so on. Marchers, some of them from elite fighting units, including one who took part in the Entebbe raid and other secret operations not openly discussed, were beaten and denounced as traitors, Arafat's children, who should be sent to crematoria. Journalists who participated wrote of the early days of Hitler Germany and warned of impending civil war, condemning Begin, the king of the hordes, for making no move to restrain them. 2. The Road to Armageddon. 509. In the democratic age we live in, it is a difficult task to openly adopt what seems like a non-democratic position. But it is nowhere provided that non-Jews will enjoy full equal rights as a national community. After all, the land is the eternal possession of the Jewish people alone. The tasks of politics, often involving the use of violence, can at times only be achieved by sacrificing the purity of the soul. It is this reality which Zionism rises to the plane of modern Jewish historical experience in the State of Israel, and it is clear that some people have yet to understand this, or have yet to accept it. Yet, this inexorable reality will move on and impress itself more deeply on the Israeli consciousness. This would become a smoother process if people realized that pouring Western liberal ideas into Jewish vessels, and serving them up as Jewish, is dishonest and dangerous. It is not my contention that such people err in their humanity, but rather in their claim that their personal views are an authentic reflection of Torah teaching, Jewish morality and Israeli interests. Even our era of intellectual and ethical relativism cannot sanction this forgery. Western Enlightenment is, in effect, a heresy that should be put aside in favor of Torah teaching. The sense that the age of the Enlightenment is over and that it was based on fundamental misconceptions of human nature and needs has significant roots in Zionist thinking, even among liberal Zionists. One of the most noted of these, long a spokesman for a liberal humanist perspective, wrote in 1934, in Berlin, that the coming to power of the Nazis, the German Revolution, signifies the end of the liberal era, the development from the unity of man of the Enlightenment to the unity of nation of the present contains within itself the principle of the development from the concept of mankind to the concept of the nation, a development that he appears to regard as a desirable and progressive one, and that places the Jewish question in a new light. Assimilation was natural in an era of liberalism and under the impact of the mistaken ideals of there. The author of these lines is a lecturer at the Hebrew University School for Overseas Students, where he teaches the moral foundations of Zionism to American Jewish students coming to Jerusalem to discover their heritage. On his support for terrorism, see The American Zionist, May, June 1976, cited in TNCW, p. 304. 510. Noam Chomsky. Enlightenment. But for the present era, what is needed is the principle of recognition of the Jewish nation and the Jewish race. As for the Nazi state, a state which is built upon the principle of the purity of nation and race can have esteem and respect for the Jews only when they identify themselves in the same manner as people of one nation and one race, abandoning Enlightenment errors. 4. Similar conceptions are found in many national movements. They are particularly striking in the case of Zionism because of the Jewish contributions to 19th and 20th century intellectual and artistic culture and to the Enlightenment ideals, and also, of course, because of what the principle of purity of nation and race soon came to mean for the Jews of Europe. Throughout the history of the Zionist movement, these issues have been central ones, and they only took on new forms with the establishment of Israel as the sovereign state of the Jewish people. This act raised the question of who is a Jew, to one of law and national policy, along with the question of the status of national institutions devoted to the benefit of people of Jewish race, religion and origin rather than citizens of the state, and including Jewish citizens of other states. With the decline of secularism and the growth of religious chauvinist tendencies in the expansionist post-1967 period, these questions are once again reformulated, often in an ugly way. Mordechai-Nissan's version is one example. Western left liberal supporters of Israel, many of them of the post-1967 variety, have sought to suppress these issues, insisting that the society was tending towards secularism, egalitarianism and democratic socialism precisely at the time when exactly the opposite was true as a direct consequence of the state policies that they were supporting. Typical examples have been cited above. The consequences of this support should by now at last be clear. We have seen, in Chapter 4, the expression of ideas of the sort that Nissan again puts forth from the pens of religious chauvinist extremists in their own journals. See, for example, pp. 140. As this and many other examples indicate, however, such communism is far broader. A further indication of its scope is given by the Israeli writer Amos Oz in a series of articles in Dava, based on interviews. One group is The Road to Armageddon. 511. From the settlement of Tekoa south of Bethlehem in the occupied West Bank, a detestable area, one settler explains, because the Arabs raise their heads here. A recent American immigrant from a religious family in New York tells him that she hopes for a war or a terrible disaster to the Jews abroad so that they shall be persecuted and come to Israel. There will never be peace, she says. The hatred the Gentiles feel towards the Jews is eternal. There never was peace between us and them except when they totally beat us or when we shall totally beat them. Maybe if they will give someone like Sharon the chance to kill off as many of them as possible, destroy their countries, until the Arabs will understand that we did them a favor in letting them remain alive. We are powerful now and power should talk now. The Gentiles only understand the language of power. Those who have had the pleasure of addressing an audience of young American Zionists, chanting their slogans and waving their Anti-Defamation League handouts like little red books, will recognize the mood and the sentiments, which are having their own corrupting effect in Israel. Her husband, from Aden, considers himself far more extreme, but knowing the Arabs, he sees possibilities of living with them. We know that the Arab is an obedient good creature as long as he is not incited and no one puts ideas into his head. He just has to be told exactly what his right place is. They must understand who the master is. That's all. A recent immigrant from the US with degrees from Yeshiva and Columbia universities, now teaching social science at Bar Ilan University, adds his contribution. Western culture is not for us, he explains, echoing Khomeini. The Torah is far more modern than Western culture, giving a person freedom without permissiveness. The ways of God are great and gradually all our opponents will understand that they are mistaken. As for the Arabs, they are a trial, but if we are strong and obstinate, it will be the beginning of salvation. All the difficulties are the pains of the coming of the Messiah. One must be totally blind not to see that the settlement in the occupied territories is the beginning of true salvation. 512. Noam Chomsky. An unidentified settler in a moshav, a well-established farmer, educated, of Western origin, apparently a person of some distinction who speaks with a sense of authority, takes a rather different stand. In his view, Israel should be a mad state, so that people will understand that we are a wild country, dangerous to our surroundings, not normal, quite capable of burning the oil fields or opening World War III just like that, with nuclear weapons if necessary. Then they will act carefully around us so as not to anger the wounded animal. Essentially, Richard Nixon's madman theory. The Lebanon War was fine, but didn't go far enough. It's a pity we didn't wipe that wasp's nest completely off the ground, referring to Ain el-Hilwa. We should have done it with our own delicate hands, referring to Sabra Shatla, instead of leaving it to the Phalange. Can you call 500 Arabs a massacre? We shall open another similar war, kill and destroy more and more, until they will have had enough. One great achievement of the Lebanon War was that it aroused anti-Jewish passions throughout the world, so that now they hate all those nice Zids, an anti-Semitic slur, who write books and play music, all those now often derided in Israel as beautiful souls. He is pleased with the designation Judeo-Nazi used by Professor Yeshai Albrovitz in a despairing indictment of what he fears Israel is becoming. This man's goal is to kill as many Arabs as necessary, to deport them, to expel, to burn them, to make us hated by all, to make the ground unstable beneath the feet of the Jews in the diaspora so that they shall be forced to rush here, crying. He wants to imitate the Australians who exterminated the natives of Tasmania, or Truman who destroyed hundreds of thousands with 2 bombs. If instead of writing books, Jews had come to Palestine and killed 6 million Arabs, or 1 million, then they would now be a people of 25 million, from the Suez Canal to the oil fields. It was a mistake that should not be made again. Afterwards, there will be time for culture and civilization. 5. This man's views are taken quite seriously by Oz and many others. See, for example, Boaz Evron, The Nightmares of C, as he is identified in Oz's interview, Dava, February 4, 1983, a detailed point-by-point refutation of his arguments, which are by no means dismissed as idiosyncratic. The Road to Armageddon. 513. If things continue on their present course, within the constraints that are at least induced, if not imposed, by support from the United States of the sort tendered in recent years, there is reason to expect that these will sooner or later become the authentic voices of Israel. Note that contrary to many oversimplified accounts, these are not the voices of Sephardic slum dwellers from Arab countries, but of educated people of Western orientation and origin. 2.2 The next round. As 1983 began, concerns were mounting about the next round. Katyusha rockets again fell near the northern settlements, something that had not happened until Israeli violence destroyed the 1981 Habib ceasefire. Galilee settlements were advised to introduce special alerts for an expected intensification of terrorist attacks. 6 Meanwhile, diplomatic sources in Damascus said yesterday that Syria has rebuilt its army in Lebanon's eastern Bekaa Valley in expectation of an Israeli attack in late spring or early summer. The USSR installed a new and more advanced air defense system in Syria, locating the bases near Damascus and staffing them with Russian personnel. Israel's new defense minister, Moshe Renz, warned that Israel could resort to a preemptive strike against Syria if the buildup of long-range Soviet SAM-5 anti-aircraft missiles continues there, and the Israelis conclude they are faced with a mortal threat. The USSR has warned Washington that it would intervene directly in the event of an Israeli attack on Damascus, and placing Soviet military men in Syrian bases would make this warning a great deal more credible, the London Economist observes. Ned Temko reports from Moscow that the USSR has warned Israel not to strike the SAM-5 missiles. John Yemra adds from Lebanon that the underlying fear is that Israel may be tempted towards a preemptive strike against the Soviet missiles in Syria. And if this were to occur, the Soviet soldiers manning the installations might be harmed. This, in turn, could precipitate heavier Soviet intervention in Syria and possibly a crisis between the two superpowers. If there are clashes between Israel and Syrian soldiers in Lebanon. 514. Noam Chomsky. As may occur if no serious withdrawal plan involving both Syria and Israel is developed and implemented, the Israelis will want air cover, and, to achieve it, Israeli warplanes might go after Syria's Soviet anti-aircraft missiles. 7 These prospects are not remote, and will remain threatening in the absence of a comprehensive political settlement. Israeli military experts believe that as a result of the Lebanon war, Syria has intensified its arms acquisitions and military training programs, and by the end of 1983 will have the operational capacity to undertake offensive action, an analysis which, whether valid or not, is likely to elicit a preemptive Israeli strike. One result of the war in Lebanon, Zef writes, was to prompt Syria to create a larger and more mechanized army. He also notes that in ground combat Syrian units fought well, though they were heavily outnumbered, and that their confidence increased for that reason. By seeking a general land engagement with the Syrian army in Lebanon in order to expel it from that country, Israel has accelerated a process detrimental to ourselves. Sif reports further that General Amos Gilboa expects that one of the Arab lessons from their 1982 war will be to obtain nuclear weapons, perhaps in alliance with Pakistan. 8. Long-term predictions in the volatile Middle East are a risky proposition. In early 1983, however, Syria probably viewed its strategy of supporting Iran against Iraq and maintaining its military position in Lebanon as relatively satisfactory, and in fact, its options are limited as long as return of the Golan Heights is not part of the peace process as envisaged by the United States. Even under the most optimistic assumptions concerning Lebanon, the chances that another war will erupt are not small. 3. The threat to the United States and the world. 3.1 The risk of superpower confrontation. The disasters threatening the Palestinians and Israel are evident enough. It also does not take a great deal of thought to perceive the risks to the United States, and in fact the entire world, from the unresolved Israel-Arab conflict. The world contains many trouble spots. The road to Armageddon. 515. But none pose such dangers of superpower confrontation as the Middle East, and of the many conflicts in this region, none approaches the Israel-Arab conflict, and at its heart, the conflict between Israel and the Palestinians, in the threat it poses of global, nuclear war. In comparison, the threat of a superpower confrontation in Europe, or elsewhere, seems slight. 9 Sheer self-interest alone, apart from anything else, should make it a priority item for Americans, or for anyone interested in survival, to seek a resolution of this conflict. The question is a particularly urgent one for Americans to address in the light of the role of U.S. rejectionism in perpetuating the conflict and undermining the possibility for political settlement. The risk that a nuclear war might erupt from a Middle East conflict is nothing new. When Eisenhower sent U.S. forces to Lebanon in 1958, it was his judgment that there was a risk of general war with the Soviet Union. Eisenhower's words, in his memoirs, an opinion shared by some of his advisers, for example, Loy Henderson, who felt that we should face the risk now as well as any time. 10 At the time of the 1967 war, the hotline between Washington and Moscow was used for the first time. There was apparently another close call, one that is never listed in the records of the all too numerous occasions when a nuclear war may have been imminent. When the U.S. Liberty was attacked by Israeli planes and torpedo boats during the June 1967 war, F-4 Phantom jets were dispatched from a 6th Fleet aircraft carrier to defend the ship, authorized to use force including destruction if necessary. Smith, quoting the official court of inquiry, nuclear-armed and recalled only by a direct order from Secretary of Defense McNamara and the Chief of Naval Operations in Washington, according to James N. It was unclear at the time who the attackers were, N., who observed all of this as an officer on the Liberty, writes that the jets might have saved the ship, or they might have initiated the ultimate Holocaust. In 1973, the U.S. called a strategic nuclear alert in the final stages of the October War. Reviewing this incident, Lichtman and Hart conclude that there was a serious threat of military conflict between the United States and the Soviet Union. 11 This is, in fact, a typical X. 516. Noam Chomsky. Ample of how a nuclear war is likely to break out, sooner or later, possibly through inadvertence or mistaken judgment as to intent. During the 1982 Lebanon War, American nuclear forces were not alerted, so far as we know, but the danger of superpower confrontation was not slight. In their sharp condemnation of the Israeli invasion, the foreign ministers of the European community warned that it posed the risk of leading to a generalized war, CP 33. The US and Soviet fleets were present in force in the Eastern Mediterranean. A senior Soviet official expressed concern the Mideast fighting may provoke a full-scale confrontation between Israel and Syria, triggering greater Soviet involvement, and it has been alleged that the Russians had threatened to intervene militarily, if the fighting between Israel and Syria did not stop. 12 If Israel's attack on Syrian forces had continued and the fighting had escalated a notch or two higher, the USSR might have made some move in defense of its Syrian ally, a step that surely would have brought about a US military response and possibly a superpower confrontation. As noted earlier, the USSR has warned that it would become directly involved if Damascus were attacked, and the war might well have escalated to Israeli bombing or shelling of Damascus. By September, Israeli forces were deployed north of Beirut and Syrian forces in eastern Lebanon had been cut off, with Israeli artillery in a position to shell Damascus. It is possible that further steps would have been taken in what military analyst Zef Sif describes as Israel's war to expel Syria from Lebanon, had it not been for the unexpected international reaction to the Beirut massacres. It is, in short, not impossible that the victims of this atrocity saved the world from nuclear confrontation. Even apart from the Syrian phase of the war, the risk of superpower involvement was considerable. The Soviet embassy was hit on several occasions and was heavily damaged during the Israeli shelling of West Beirut. Furthermore, during the Israeli invasion of West Beirut, Israeli troops occupied parts of the Soviet embassy and held them for 2 days, a gratuitous act of defiance in the course of the conquest of a virtually undefended city. 13 Assistant Secretary of Defense Richard Perle disclosed subsequently that Israeli jets killed the road to Armageddon. 517. 11 Russians whom they observed investigating a downed Israeli reconnaissance plane in Lebanon. 14. All of this was passed over calmly here, because we take it for granted that the USSR will back down in any confrontation apart from its immediate borders. Luckily for the world, this expectation once again turned out to be correct. But this should not prevent us from perceiving the seriousness of the provocation. Suppose that the situation had been reversed. Suppose that a Cuban army had invaded Costa Rica or Guatemala, purposely killing 11 American advisors, shelling the U.S. embassy and occupying it in the course of conquering the capital city. How would the U.S. have reacted? Of course, the question is academic, since at the first appearance of Cuban forces we would have blockaded or bombed Havana or perhaps even Moscow. But as we interpret the rules of the game, the Russians are expected to accept passively affronts that the US would never tolerate for a moment. And so far they have, or we would not be here to discuss the matter. The Soviet embassy was, incidentally, not the only one to have been occupied during the Israeli takeover of West Beirut. The governments of Iran and Algeria reported that their embassies had been taken over as well, with safes broken into and documents and official papers taken. 15 As noted earlier, CP 351, Lebanese sources allege that all embassies and other major institutions of governments that Israel regarded as unfriendly were shelled, looted, or otherwise damaged. 3.2 The evasions of the peace movement. When the ambassador of Lebanon, Ghassan Tweni, spoke at the UN disarmament session on June 22, 1982, see Chapter 5, Note 175, he observed that the war in Lebanon was becoming a danger not to Lebanon alone, but to others as well, and probably to the entire world. His statement was by no means exaggerated, and the fear was shared by many others. It is a startling fact that this quite obvious threat was ignored by the organizers of the huge anti-war demonstration mounted in New York in connection with a UN disarmament session that took place shortly after Israel's invasion. 518. Noam Chomsky. Of Lebanon. To be more accurate, the issue had been discussed, but it was decided to suppress it, though not all participants in the demonstration remained silent on the point. There have been many examples of a similar sort. Let me give just one personal experience. My article on directions for the disarmament movement cited in Note 9 was excerpted in Worldview, a journal published by the Council on Religion and International Affairs. The main point of the article was that it was crucial for the disarmament movement to focus attention on situations in which local conflicts or outside intervention might come to engage the superpowers, leading to global nuclear conflict. Indeed, one would think that this question would receive top priority among people concerned to avert this catastrophe. I listed 5 examples of such conflicts, the fifth and by far the most significant being the Israeli invasion of Lebanon with US backing. The first four cases appeared in the published excerpts. The fifth and most important case was omitted. One can only conclude that for the editors, the threat of nuclear war is a relatively insignificant matter when measured against the importance of protecting the policies of Israel from scrutiny and evading the question of the U.S. role in the Middle East. 16 All of this is surely to be understood as simply another facet of the ideological support for Israel discussed earlier, and of the still more general tendency to deflect critical analysis of one's own state and its policies and actions. The unwillingness of major segments of the peace movement to face this issue, and more generally, to confront the question of how a nuclear war is likely to break out as a result of tensions and conflicts in the Third World to which the US often makes a significant contribution, deserves some thought. It is a stance that reflects a curious arrangement of priorities on the part of people who are committed to reducing the likelihood of nuclear war. 4 prospects. The dangers to the partners in this triangular relationship are therefore clear enough. There can also be no serious doubt that US policies and actions will have a significant effect on what comes to be, as in the past. The current prospects are for a continuation of past tension. The road to Armageddon. 519. Size, support for Israel at the material, diplomatic and ideological levels, combined with conflict at the meaningless rhetorical level. If this remains so, what evolves will, in significant measure, reflect the workings of Israel's social and political order. Let us first consider that question and then turn finally to the possible consequences of a move away from the rejectionist positions of the past in the United States. Before entering into these two crucial questions, we might take note of some that are secondary in the present connection. As for the third partner in the triangular relationship on which attention has been focused here, the Palestinians, they are so weak and their options are so few that their impact on events will be slight. As discussed earlier, they have already approached or joined the international consensus, though one might also note, again, that both their actions and their propaganda, and their almost complete failure to reach an American audience, not wholly their own fault, have often been self-destructive, and particularly in earlier years, intolerable. Those marginal groups in the West that have given the PLO the kind of support that the overwhelmingly dominant groups and institutions have given to Israel merit the same reaction as do the latter, though the phenomenon is so slight in comparison with the support for Israel as to be barely worth comment. There are, of course, other actors in the Middle East, Europe, the Arab states, the USSR, and others as well. But in present circumstances their role is secondary at best, and in any event, of far less significance for Americans than the role of the US and U.S. supported Israel, for transparent reasons, which merit comment, if at all, only because of the constant pretense of inability to understand them. It is the policies of the US that we can hope to influence, and indirectly, the policies of others that are shaped to a degree by US action. 4.1 Assuming U.S. rejectionism. 4.1.1 The spectrum of Israeli political thinking. As has been made abundantly clear, the two major political groupings in Israel are alike in their rejectionism, but differ in the means by which they choose to implement it. Both intend to hold on to the 520. Noam Chomsky. Golan Heights and Gaza Strip. As for the West Bank, Likud advocates an extension of Israeli sovereignty while Labour prefers that Israel maintain control over its resources and a substantial part of its territory while overcoming the demographic problem by leaving the population stateless or under some form of Jordanian administration but Israeli military control. Neither position can be reconciled with the rather vague rhetoric of the Reagan plan, though Labour's position comes closer. For this and other reasons, the US government and a good part of the press appear to favor the return of Labour to power. Poll results indicate that none of the current Labour leaders come close to begin in popularity. Consequently, there has been some hope that former President Yitzhak Rabin, a Labour Party veteran who is of Sephardic origin and who ranks considerably higher in the polls, will agree to lead the party in the next elections. Whatever illusions there might have been about this dovish alternative were, or should have been, dissipated by his visit to the US in January 1983, arranged with considerable fanfare as affording a closer look at the alternative to begin. Rabin emphasized that Labour and Likud do not disagree on the legality of settlements in the West Bank and Gaza, but mainly on where Israelis should settle and at what pace. In other words, should new settlements be established in accord with a program of Likud or Labour as to how to integrate the territories within Israel. As for withdrawal of troops from Lebanon, Israel requires tangible expressions of peace from the country it invaded before agreeing to withdraw, a position that is not regarded as unreasonable within the remarkable framework of assumptions that constrains discussion in the United States. He refused to accept a freeze on settlement in the West Bank as a means for drawing King Hussein into the Reagan peace process. At a meeting in Boston, Rabin strongly defended Mr. Begin after CP 294. Some early 1983 polls indicated that if the Labour alignment were led by Rabin, it would draw even with Begin's Likud, though few political analysts in Israel appear to attach much credence to this possibility. On poll results in Israel in this period, see Khalid Nakhl's essay in the Palestine-Israel War of 1982, Institute for Arab Studies, Belmont, Mass., forthcoming. The Road to Armageddon. 521. A university professor criticized the Prime Minister. Those of us who thought that there would be massive shifts in Israeli policy if Begin were gone had better think again, a Washington-based Jewish activist said. 17 In fact, there was no basis for any such view before, and if recent history is any guide, the view will be maintained despite this disillusioning experience, and in fact, in complete disregard of whatever the facts may be. There is a rather detailed analysis sense of Israeli opinions on crucial political questions by Sami Smoor of Haifa University and the State University of New York, Binghamton, and Don Peretz of the latter institution, which provides useful background for these matters. 18 They based their conclusions on polls taken in July 1980. The prime focus of their investigation is the Arab population within Israel, Israeli Arab citizens, but more relevant to our concerns here are the comparative results they present concerning Israeli Jews. Israeli Arabs tend towards support of the international consensus as described earlier, no great surprise, since this position is virtually uniform outside of the United States and Israel. As for the PLO, 68% of Israeli Arabs believe that Israel should recognize it as the representative of the Palestinians, an additional 22% under certain circumstances, and half regard it as a representative for Israeli Arabs, while 58% justified federal actions in which Israeli Jews are killed, resistance activities from their point of view, terrorism from the point of view of those who hold the occupied territories by force. Turning to the Jewish population of Israel, 46% favor settlement in the occupied territories without reservations, an additional 27% with reservations. 1% favor a political settlement on the Green Line, pre-June 1967 borders, an additional 8% with certain modifications. 57% favor a settlement on the current borders with certain modifications, while an additional 33% favor present borders with willingness to compromise also in Judea and Samaria. Among Dovish leaders, 3% favor a settlement on the Green Line, an additional 44% with certain modifications, and 53% favor present borders with compromise in the West Bank. 86% of the public and 77% of the Dovish leaders oppose a peace settlement if it would entail GIF. 522. Noam Chomsky. In up annexed East Jerusalem, an annexation recognized by virtually no one, not even the US. On Israel's recognition of a Palestinian nation, 11% of the Jewish public was in favor, an additional 35% under certain circumstances, with 54% entirely opposed under any circumstances. The corresponding figures among dovish leaders were 59%, 27%, 15%. On recognition of the PLO as the Palestinians' representative, among the public 3% approved, an additional 13% under certain circumstances, while 85% opposed recognition under any circumstances. Among dovish leaders, the corresponding figures were 21%, 27%, 53%. As for a Palestinian state in the West Bank and Gaza, 5% of the public approved, an additional 18% under certain circumstances, and 77% were opposed under any circumstances. Among dovish leaders, the corresponding figures were 15%, 29%, 56%. It is clear, then, that massive changes would have to take place within Israel, and considerable changes among the dovish leaders, before any departure from far-reaching rejectionism would become a significant force. As to what the distribution of responses would be if the United States had not backed Israeli rejectionism with such consistency and commitment, one can only speculate. 4.1.2 From coexistence to hegemony. Given the state of opinion within Israel, and still assuming and changing U.S. support for Israel, what long-term policies is Israel likely to pursue, apart from continued steps towards integration of the occupied territories in either the Likud or Labour style? Surely Israel will not tolerate any military build-up in the surrounding region that it considers a potential threat, and there will be no end to such threats if there is no political settlement, a prospect virtually guaranteed by U.S.Israeli rejectionism. Furthermore, the costs of a permanent state of war are immense, and mounting, costs that Israel is increasingly unable to bear and that cannot be reduced as long as tension exists and its adversaries are not crushed. Hence the inducement to undertake a preemptive strike will always be high, and for a recent analysis of these costs, seized the Kessler, The True Cost of the Lebanon War, Kotra Trashit, February 23, 1983. Until the 1967 war, Israel's military. The Road to Armageddon. 523. With it, the likelihood of regional or even global war. It is only natural to expect that Israel will seek to destabilize the surrounding states, for essentially the reasons that lead South Africa on a similar course in its region. In fact, given continuing military tensions, that might be seen virtually as a security imperative. A plausible long-term goal might be what some have called an Ottomanization of the region, that is, a return to something like the system of the Ottoman Empire, with a powerful center, Turkey then, Israel with U.S. backing now, and much of the region fragmented into ethnic religious communities, preferably mutually hostile. A clear version of such a picture was presented just prior to the Lebanon War by Oded Yinon, who was formerly in the Israeli Foreign Service, in the ideological journal of the World Zionist Organization. 19 Yinon argues that Israel must restore the status quo that reigned in the Sinai before the mistaken peace agreement with Sadat. Egypt is weak, a corpse, and events will lead to Israeli reconquest of the Sinai. Furthermore, the dismemberment of Egypt should be the political goal of Israel in the 1980s on its Western Front. On the other fronts, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq and the Arabian Peninsula must also be dismembered into smaller factors, religious and ethnic, as in the Levant during the Ottoman period. Jordan will be handed over to the Palestinians and the population of the occupied territories will emigrate there, the Arabs to Jordan and the Jews to the territories to the west of the river. With the separation of the two peoples, there will be true peace. All of this is encased in ideological and geopolitical fantasies concerning the collapse of the West before the Soviet Third World onslaught, an upsurge of anti-Semitism in the West that will make Israel the last refuge for Jews, etc. Israel alone has the power to resist these awesome chill. Expenditures amounted to about 10% of GNP, rising to 18% at the time of that war and to 33% with the October 1973 war. After a decline to below 25% in late 1978, they began a steady rise, reaching 36.6% with Operation Peace for Galilee, and are expected to remain at about that level, if not higher. The plausible conclusion, which Kessler draws, is that Israel will have to seek new solutions, perhaps regular small wars to keep potential enemies weak or, as others have proposed, reliance on nuclear weapons. There is, of course, little reason to be confident that small wars will remain small. 524. Noam Chomsky. Lenges as the humanistic European civilization of the post-Renaissance period is collapsing, Yinon explains, with extensive reference to neo-conservative literature here and other sources. In this publication and other current developments, the Israeli writer Amos Seelin perceives the spreading of irrationalism in our collective existence. 20. Instead of recognizing and dealing with the phenomenon, American supporters of Israel prefer to deny that it exists, and to protect the facts from scrutiny by defamation of those who are concerned with them. In fact, the views that Yinon expressed in the official ideological journal of the World Zionist Organization are not those of the Zionist mainstream, but of an extreme fringe of Israeli politics, the Tehiyah Party. Essentially, the journal is, incidentally, not likely to feature the views of the other type of extremists, those who support the international consensus. Shortly afterwards, Tehiyah Knesset member Yuval Ne'eman, who had written in the Jerusalem Post in favor of a new order in which southern Lebanon would be incorporated in some fashion into Israel, was offered a major cabinet position with responsibility and ample funding for settlement and development in the occupied territories. Extreme these views may be, but they are not out of the political mainstream, and they may sooner or later come to dominate it in the natural course of events. The entire history of Zionism and later the State of Israel, particularly since 1967, is one of gradual shift towards the positions of those formerly regarded as right-wing extremists. Consider, for example, the general attitude in earlier days towards the current terrorist leadership, Begin, Shamir, et al., and their actions and doctrines. 21. Furthermore, in this case the conceptions of the Labour Zionist leadership were not radically different. Recall Ben-Gurion's strategic aims when the state was established in May 1948, to smash Transjordan and Syria, annex southern Lebanon and set up a Christian state in what remained, bombing Egypt if it resists, and to proceed towards realizing the longer-term vision, by force if necessary, once a state was established under the partition agreement as a preliminary step. See Chapter 4, pp. 190 and elsewhere. The Road to Armageddon. 525. In fact, much of what Yinon discusses is quite close to mainstream thinking. Both major political groupings agree that Jordan is the Palestinian state, though Labour wants it to take over areas of heavy Arab population concentration in the occupied West Bank as well, so as to relieve Israel of the demographic problem. Both political groupings look forward to an eventual transfer of large parts of the Arab population to Jordan, reflecting ideas that have deep roots in Labour Zionist thought, as documented earlier. The new order that Israel is attempting to impose in Lebanon is based on a conception not unlike what Yinon expresses, and there is every reason to suppose that similar ideas with regard to Syria may seem attractive to the political leadership. With regard to Iraq, Zefzif observed just before the Lebanon War that it would be in Israel's interest for it to be divided into 3 states, Sunni, Shiite and Kurdish, and it is difficult to see why Israel would refrain from seeking this objective. Zefzif's comments were a response to information that Israel was selling weapons to Iran, and it is indeed likely that Israel's support for Iran, in silent partnership with Syria and Libya, is aimed in part at weakening Iraq, eventually splitting it up into separate states as Sif and Yinon recommend. There is more involved, however. In an interview with the Boston Globe, Israeli Ambassador Moshe Renz, now Sharon's replacement as defense minister, stated that Israel had provided arms to the Khomeini regime in coordination with the U.S. government. At almost the highest of levels. The objective, he stated, was to see if we could not find some areas of contact with the Iranian military, to bring down the Khomeini regime. Publication of this report elicited official U.S. government. Recall that Israel was closely allied to Iran prior to the fall of the Shah. The nature of this alliance was revealed in part after the Shah's fall by discussion in the Israeli press, particularly the account by former Israeli ambassador Uri Lubrani, who reports that the entire upper echelon of the Israeli political leadership visited the Shah's Iran, including David Ben-Gurion, Golda Meir, Abu Ibn, Yitzhak Rabin, Yigal Allon, Moshe Dayan, and Menachem Begin, and who describes the warm relations that developed between Israel's labor leaders and the Shah's secret police, Savak, who hosted these visits, taking time off from torturing prisoners. 24. 526. Noam Chomsky. Denials, and as Arendz told the Globe, I caught a little flack from the State Department. Arendz then reiterated his statement about coordination with the U.S. government, that qualified the account of the objective. The arms flow was too small to bring down the Khomeini regime. Rather, the purpose was to make contact with some military officers who someday might be in a position of power in Iran. 22. More information on Israeli ideas with regard to Iran was presented in a BBC program of February 1982 concerned with Israel's arms shipments to Iran and what the moderator, Philip Teibenham, calls one of the most closely guarded secrets in the Middle East. Israel's attempt to trigger a military coup in Iran. 23. The first person interviewed was Jacob Nimrodi, head of Mossad, the Israeli CIA, in effect, in Iran undercover as Israeli military attaché under the Shah. He is described as the Israeli closest to the Shah and his military staff during the period of the Israeli-Iranian alliance. Nimrodi states that I think that we can do with the West together, of course, something to save Iran from this regime, namely, stage a military coup, which he thinks is possible and important. For the West. Unless there is a coup, Iran will fall into the hands of the communists, first into the hands of the Dude Communist Party, and after that in the hands of the Soviet Union. Former Ambassador to Iran Uri Lubrani adds, I very strongly believe that Tehran can be taken over by a very relatively small force, determined, ruthless, cruel. I mean the men who would lead that force will have to be emotionally geared to the possibility that they'd have to kill 10,000 people. Lubrani's background is with the Labour Party. He was a member of the kibbutz-based strike force of the Haganah, Palmach, in the pre-state period, and was later secretary to the Dovish Foreign Minister Moshe Eret, later Prime Minister, advisor on Arab affairs in the Ben-Gurion government, and a high official of the Levi Eshkol Labour government in the 1960s. He served as ambassador to Ethiopia and Uganda before being sent to Iran, where he was a strong supporter of the Shah's regime, for his positive views on the Shah, at the end of his rule. See TNCW, p. 455. In Iran, he was close to American ambassadors Richard Helms and William Sullivan. After he was appointed Defense Secretary, replacing Sharon, Moshe Renz recommended Lubrani for the new position of Coordinator of Israeli Activities in Lebanon, to replace David Kimk after negotiations on partial withdrawal are completed, and he was appointed by Begin, who had been impressed by the ambassador at the time of his Begin's secret. The Road to Armageddon. 527. Israel's purpose in sending arms to Iran is to find, maintain contact with and support such men, and then to re-establish the Israeli-Iranian alliance that was considered the foundation of American domination of the region in the 1970s, as discussed in Chapter 2. David Kimk, head of Israel's Foreign Office and former deputy director of the Mossad, emphasized that Israel wants the Iranians to be strong so that there may be an army takeover. To encourage just such a takeover, Taibanim adds, the Israelis embarked on a series of totally secret deals to supply arms to the Iranian military, establishing contacts through a Paris trading firm with the assistance of a French government agent. The thinking is rather like that of New Republic editor Martin Peretz, who in this as other aspects, as noted earlier, lines up with right-wing Israeli hardliners. His view is that it was the timidity of Jimmy Carter and Cyrus Vance that led to the fall of the Shah and stood in the way of the U.S.-backed military coup that he advocated when the Shah's regime was endangered. Israel's drive for a kind of Ottomanization of the region has been noted by others, among them, Boaz Evron, who describes Sharon's plan as a revival of the Ottoman Empire's millet system, that is, a system in which each religious ethnic group, Druze, Armenians, Maronites, etc., has its own internal administration but under Ottoman, Turkish, rule. Sharon is now offering to set up a millet of the same religious ethnic kind, but one that is armed and tyrannizing its own. Visit to the Shah in Tehran in February 1978. Reporting these facts, Shmuel Segev observes that Lubrani's experience in Iran in the last days of the Shah's rule should stand him in good stead in arranging Israel's affairs with various groups in Lebanon, including the Falanists but also, he says, the Druze leader Walid Jumlat with whom closer relations have been established. See Chapter 6, Section 7.2, and Shiite leaders in the south. Marif, April 22, 1983. Martin Peretz, Illusions, New Republic, October 14, 1982. He also denounces the Gauchists and mindless ones, The Nation and columnist Carl Rowan, for example, who are furious at Sadat for trying to keep Egypt from recapitulating the experience of Iran, referring, presumably, to the objections of these mindless types to the corruption, increasing class divisions and oppression that were among the factors that alienated much Egyptian opinion while Sadat became a hero in the United States. 25 The title of Peretz's piece is a rather appropriate one. On the facts concerning the alleged timidity of Carter and his advisers, see TNCW, pages 378-9, and references cited. 528. Noam Chomsky. Oppressed population. Moreover, since the millet is not territorial, but organized along religious and ethnic lines, it can have no clear boundaries. This plan aims at a breakdown of the national state system which was imposed by the colonial powers on the Middle East, as elsewhere, and is indeed an alien implantation, a fact that has given rise to endless turmoil and suffering. Recall what happened during the hundreds of years when the national state system was consolidating itself in Europe, without the contributions of external force. In Lebanon, Evron continues, the plan is to set Maronites, Sunnite and Shiite Muslims and Druze against one another. Israel will help each group to maintain itself in the perpetual civil wars that will result, based ultimately on the main, basic dispute between the ruling groups and the oppressed Muslims, extending this system beyond Lebanon into Syria, which will also be dismembered. He also points out that the policy derives from earlier Zionist thinking across the political spectrum, including Labour leader Yair Lapid, with the goal of creating an alliance between the Hebrew nation or the Jewish state, depending on the authors of the different versions of the same idea, with the other ethnic and religious minorities in the region, such as the Druze and the Maronites. This alliance would be aimed against the supremacy of Sunni Muslim Arabism. Evron believes that Israel too is retreating from the concept of a state in the modern sense, undermining its own civil structure in favor of Jewish religious and ethnic chauvinism as a reflection of the system it is attempting to introduce into the whole region. in which, of course, it is assumed that Israel will reign supreme. He believes that the deeper we will sink into this quagmire, the more our national base will disintegrate, and we ourselves will break up into rival ethnic groups. Since the structure of the State of Israel is also becoming increasingly ethnic-religious, this is entirely probable. 26. One might see the beginnings of the fulfillment of Evron's prophecy in the rise of religious chauvinist fanaticism to a position of some prominence in Israel and the internal ethnic-religious conflicts, as when Sephardic Jews riot against their Ashkenazi oppressors, shouting that they should all have been sent to Nazi. The Road to Armageddon. 529. Extermination camps. But as the examples cited earlier indicate, it would be an error to draw the lines too sharply in terms of Arab or Western origin. Some of the most extreme elements are recent American and Russian immigrants, generally with a religious background, and of the two chief rabbis, replaced in early 1983, the Sephardi had not adopted the communist stance of his Ashkenazi counterpart, among many other examples that might be cited. Evron himself comes from an old Jerusalem family. Evron is highly critical of the concept he outlines. Others, who are well within the mainstream, advance something like it, not in such explicit terms as Oded Yinon in the Hebrew Ideological Journal of the World Zionist Organization, but in a more measured form, for an American audience. Consider the study edited by Daniel Lelezer, president of the Jerusalem Institute for Federal Studies, published by the American Enterprise Institute, which I have cited several times. 27 In his summary remarks for this collection of scholarly essays, Lelezer argues that ethno-religious communities, not states, are the natural form of organization in the Middle East. Any general political settlement must remain dubious about those who claim statehood on the basis of 15 or 30 or even 50 years of national self-identification. A possible model is the Ottoman millet system, he suggests. He rules out returning the occupied territories to Jordanian or Egyptian rule, or the establishment of a Palestinian state. The latter option ignores the Palestinian character of Jordan. Furthermore, even disregarding Israel's own need for secure borders, such a state would be too small and poor relative to its neighbors to be viable. And hence it would be extremely vulnerable to extremist control and would be unable to control its crazies as Israel, the USSR, the US, and other states have so successfully done. The reasoning is not transparent. It is not obvious why a small and weak state should not, rather, fall under conservative control, fearing its more powerful neighbors and dependent for survival on their goodwill and on the support of the most conservative forces in the region among the Arab oil producers. But let us proceed. 530. Noam Chomsky. Lelezer also rules out territorial compromise on the labor model. What he advocates is a federative solution. He claims without reference that in 1969 Shimon Peres endorsed the pursuit of federative options and later elaborated a plan for a redivision of the entire Cisjordanian area into multiple Jewish and Arab cantons, while others within the Israeli political leadership also advanced federative solutions, though unfortunately none of these plans nor those produced by others outside of political life, such as this writer, Lelezer, produced any echoes in the Arab camp. Israel found no partners, the familiar tragedy in Israel's constant search for a peaceful political settlement. But now, perhaps, partners can be found, though he is unclear about what the arrangements will be. Surely not the Israel-Palestine Federation, which is sometimes proposed by well-meaning people. In the federative solution that he outlines, Israel and Jordan will maintain their own independence and status as politically sovereign entities, and the status of the Palestinians remains obscure. It is difficult to believe that Peres or anyone else in Israeli political life, or Lelezer, seriously proposed a cantonal arrangement, which entails the abandonment of the concept of a Jewish state but were rebuffed by Arab refusal. though it is true that Perez made vague remarks about some form of federation after the 1973 war had undermined Labour's plans for integrating the occupied territories in its preferred manner. Some did make such proposals. I did, for example, recalling suggestions by Ben-Gurion and others from the early 1930s, during the period before the 1973 war, though by then, as I also noted, the possibilities that might have existed before no longer did. 28 These proposals led to considerable outrage in Israel, across the political spectrum, and much more so here. If such proposals were serious, they might well have been reasonable, and might be resurrected, so I believe. In fact, Eliezer says little about what he has in mind, but enough to indicate that his proposal is not serious. In fact, it is simply a proposal for Israeli domination over the Palestinians, who are to be deprived of national self-determination. It will be noticed that there is one crucial exception to his remarks on the inappropriateness of the state system to the middle. The road to Armageddon. 531. East. While we are to remain dubious about those states that have emerged in the past decades, Israel is free from these doubts, and as for Jordan, it can claim sovereignty, but as a state with a Palestinian character, with obvious implications for the Palestinians in the occupied territories. The dissolution of the state system, hinted at though not explicitly proposed, in favor of a patchwork of ethno-religious communities, will leave Israel in a hegemonic position, and will leave the Palestinians with nothing other than a form of begins autonomy under Israeli rule. The rest is plainly window dressing. The interest of the article is to illustrate, once again, the appeal of the Ottomanization option to the Israeli political imagination. There can be little doubt that from shortly after the 1967 conquest, Israel has been moving in the directions indicated earlier: international isolation apart from pariah states, dependence on the U.S. with a concomitant pressure to serve U.S. interests, militarization of the society, the rise of religious chauvinist fanaticism, the internal feedback from the policies of oppression and domination, an increasing sense of the inevitability of permanent conflict, and with it, the perceived need to disrupt the region and establish a form of Israeli hegemony under the U.S. aegis. These tendencies have been widely noted within Israel. As a last example, consider a thoughtful analytic article by Noam Chomsky, former advisor to Prime Minister Rabin and European representative of the Labour Party, and a specialist on civil-military relations in Israel, in the Labour Party journal Dava, just after the fighting in Lebanon came to a probably temporary end. 29. Chomsky describes a true revolution that has taken place in Israel's basic military diplomatic conception, one that he dates to the political victory of Begin and Sharon, though the shift seems to me to have been more gradual and more deeply rooted than as he describes it. The earlier conception was based on the search for coexistence and maintenance of the status quo. Israel aimed at a peaceful settlement in which its position in the region would be recognized and its security achieved. The new conception is based on the goal of hegemony, not coexistence. No longer a status quo power, having achieved military dominance as the world's fourth. 532. Noam Chomsky. Most powerful military force, and no longer believing in even the possibility of peace or even its desirability except in terms of Israeli hegemony, Israel is now committed to destabilization of the region, including Lebanon, Syria, Saudi Arabia and Jordan. In accordance with the new conception, Israel should now use its military dominance to expand its borders and to create a new reality, a new order, rather than seek recognition within the status quo. The first step was the invasion of Lebanon, designed to destroy the Palestinian national movement and establish a new order in Lebanon. Next will come the overthrow of the Hashemite state in Jordan and its conversion to a Palestinian state while the occupied territories are absorbed within Israel, with consequences that he does not elaborate as regards the Arab population in the occupied territories. The next steps will be Damascus, Saudi Arabia, and who knows where else, as Israel strives to become the hegemonic power in the region, or as Begin sees it, to organize the whole world. Beery is concerned that this program, apart from its general madness, will sooner or later set Israel in opposition to the US, on which it now depends for its existence as well as its position as the world's fourth greatest military power. The reason is that the US is basically a status quo power itself, opposed to destabilization of the sort to which Israel is increasingly committed. The new strategic conception is based on an illusion of power, and may lead to a willingness, already apparent in some of the rhetoric heard in Israel, to undertake military adventures even without US support. The illusions become obvious when one considers the reality of contemporary Israel, dependent on. Elsewhere, Beery has expressed the fear that parallel developments within Israel itself may lead to a military democracy. Between batters and ballots, final chapter, the Begin era, will there be a military coup? This might happen, he envisions, if international pressures force Israel to sign a peace settlement with the PLO, involving evacuation of the areas occupied in 1967 and establishment of a Palestinian state, leading to a state of national emergency and a call to the military to take over. On the basis of the troubled history of civil-military relations and the high level of penetration by former senior army officers into the top political echelons, he questions the proposition that Israel is a stable democracy immune to military participation in government, and ends his study by stating that an upheaval should not be ruled out. The Road to Armageddon. 533. Others. He cites a recent report that Israel is 92nd in a list of 114 countries ranked in order of the danger of serious economic problems by international banks, considered barely more healthy economically than Angola, Haiti, El Salvador. It has one of the largest foreign debts per capita. Begin is a Napoleon in a balloon that will quickly burst if Israeli policy leads it into conflict with American objectives, a consequence inherent in the new drive for regional hegemony, he believes. Others too feel that Begin and company are treading on thin ice as they come to believe their own propaganda about Israeli power, pursuing an independent imperial mission, abandoning the traditional conception that Israel must act in alliance with some major power, in practice, the United States, if possible, in the framework of a regional arrangement such as Ben-Gurion's Periphery Pact or the Israeli-Iranian alliance of the 1970s. 4.2 Assuming an abandonment of U.S. rejectionism. 4.2.1 The effect on Israeli policy. These considerations lead to the final question. Suppose that the United States does modify or abandon its support for Israeli rejectionism, either because of a conflict in regional goals as Beery fears, or because the U.S. comes to join the international consensus which recognizes the right of Israel and the Palestinians to national self-determination within secure and recognized borders. How would Israel react to such a radical shift in the American stand? It would at first glance appear that the impact should be decisive, that Israel is incapable of resisting U.S. pressure. From its origins, Israel had relied heavily on outside support, and now its economy and military strength are highly artificial, crucially dependent on American largesse. One might assume, therefore, that Israel would have to bend to the U.S. will, since the alternative would be economic collapse and military defeat. 4.2.2 Israel's secret weapon. Some years ago, this line of argument might well have been valid. Perhaps it still is, though there are now other factors that cannot. 534. Noam Chomsky. Be ignored. By the late 1970s, some U.S. military analysts began to fear that Israel's military power had reached such a high level, thanks to U.S. assistance programs, that the state could no longer be controlled and might pose a major national security problem for the U.S. by carrying out aggressive actions on its own contrary to U.S. interests. Beery's observations, expressing concerns felt by many others, carry this analysis a step further, viewed now from an Israeli perspective. Quite apart from the question of hegemonic aspirations and a commitment to destabilize the surrounding region in accordance with a new strategic conception that Piri quite plausibly outlines, there have, on occasion, been barely disguised hints from Israel that if it is pressured towards a political settlement, it might respond by military actions that would severely harm U.S. interests. A case in point was the reaction to the Saudi, Fard, peace plan of August 1981, see Chapter 3, Notes 105-7 and text. Daniel Bloch wrote in the Labour Party journal Dava that all the handstands attempted by our propagandists will fail to dispel the impression that the Fard plan is a sign of open-mindedness and moderation on the part of the Saudis, a shift towards commitment to a political settlement. In fact, the shift has taken place well before. But let us put that aside. Bloch interprets Israel's reaction, provocative military flights over Saudi Arabia which spell out our position to international forces after the failure of our propaganda campaign against the Fard plan to persuade them, as the continuation of a diplomacy by other means. Jerusalem seems to believe that if rational arguments fail, we must threaten irrational behavior in order to discourage the world, and especially the United States, from putting any pressure on us. What is the irrational behavior that is threatened? Anthony H. Cordesman, Armed Forces Journal, October 20, 1977. For daring to raise this question, Cordesman was denounced as anti-Israel and anti-Jewish by the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith, consistent with the general practice of what was, at one time, a civil libertarian organization. 30. The Road to Armageddon. 535. Last week both Begin and Foreign Minister Shamir gave strong hints that the adoption of the Fard plan by the world might cause Israel to reconsider various policies, among them the planned evacuation of the rest of Sinai. This, and crucially, the military flights over Saudi Arabia, must have caused many foreign intelligence agencies to reach for old files containing statements by Israeli generals about Israel's capacity to bomb the Saudi oil fields. After the bombing of the Iraqi reactor, June 7, 1981, Israel is thought capable of such acts. 31. This analysis recalls the observation of the Moshav farmer interviewed by Amos Soz, CP. 512. That Israel should act as a wild country, dangerous to our surroundings, not normal, quite capable of burning the oil fields or even starting a nuclear war. This is a form of self-defense of a novel sort, one that cannot be easily dismissed. The threat is in this case directed primarily against the United States, but indirectly against the rest of the world as well. With this new style of self-defense, the special relationship takes on a more complex form, under the conditions that have been created by American support. In early 1983, the executive director of the officially registered Israeli lobbying organization AIPAC, American Israel Public Affairs Committee, Tom Dine, returned from a visit to Jerusalem where he met with senior Israeli government officials and policymakers, with some further threats to deliver. Wolf Blitzer outlines them in the Jerusalem Post. Dean explained that sanctions against Israel might force it to consider sweeping measures to eliminate their Arab threat while the IDF is still comparatively strong. The upshot of Dine's ominous message was clear, a possible preemptive strike by Israel against its Arab adversaries designed to cripple their military capabilities for a long time to come. Don't get Jerusalem too nervous, Dine implied. This is the real import of Kissinger's absurd comments, cited earlier, p. 386-7, on the danger of harassing Israel into emotional and psychic collapse unless it feels compassion on our side, maybe even affection, rather than unremitting pressure. If Dine's intention in outlining these views of top Israeli policymakers was to scare senior White House officials, Blitzer adds. 536. Noam Chomsky. Then he succeeded. 32. The fear has little to do with concern for the Arab victims of another Israeli attack, rather, with two factors of considerably greater significance to White House officials: U.S. relations with the oil producers, and the threat of global war, not an unlikely prospect if Israel moves on to attack its major current military adversary, Syria. See Section 2.2. Blitzer suggests that Dine's warning may have been the reason why the Reagan administration, in proposing another large-scale economic and military aid package for Israel for the coming fiscal year, refused to attach any political conditions, meaning any condition that Israel slow down its rapid absorption of the West Bank or that it withdraw from Lebanon. Testifying before Congress, Assistant Secretary of State Nicholas Velietz was specifically asked about tying U.S. aid to a retreat from the policy of expanding West Bank settlement in defiance of Reagan's plea for a settlement freeze, but he steadfastly refused to accept the notion of attaching political conditions for the assistance, or to be more precise, the notion that the U.S. should not pay Israel to establish these settlements. Blitzer's speculation is not implausible. The secret weapon that the U.S. has supplied to Israel is a powerful and ominous one. Nuclear threats are also not to be dismissed. I referred earlier to a recent study of Israel's nuclear strategies and capacities by a group of Israeli and American specialists. Amos Perlmutter, professor of political science at American University in Washington, military historian and strategic analyst, formerly a member of the Israeli delegation to the UN and the Israeli Atomic Energy Commission; Michael Handel, military historian at the Harvard Center for International Affairs, formerly of the Hebrew University; and Uri Bar Joseph, formerly in the Israeli Air Force, involved with training and tactical planning. 33. As noted earlier, they allege that Israel threatened to use nuclear weapons, and in fact prepared to do so, in the early stages of the October 1973 war, in order to compel their. There are, however, other reasons as well for U.S. support, rhetoric aside, for Israel's settlement policies, as discussed earlier. The road to Armageddon. 537. U.S. to provide a massive shipment of conventional weapons to Israel. Again, the threat was directed at the United States. The Israeli signals would make it clear to the decision-makers in the White House, the Pentagon and the State Department that any more delays might bring catastrophe to the Middle East. The authors then proceed to review the nuclear capabilities that Israel has developed in cooperation with South Africa and Taiwan. They cite reports, which they present as presumably accurate, that Israel has about 200 operational nuclear warheads, attributed to the CIA, including a tactical and strategic arsenal, and is working on a neutron bomb. The September 1979 incident in which American and Soviet spy satellites detected a suspected nuclear explosion over the Indian Ocean was in actuality the explosion of a nuclear shell launched from a cannon in a joint experiment of South Africa and Israel that involved one of the most advanced tactical nuclear systems to be used anywhere in the world. Cruise missiles are under development, jointly with South Africa and Taiwan, with a 1,500-mile range, sufficient to hit many targets in southern USSR. Israel has a variety of launching systems, including American and Israeli-made planes, surface-to-surface missiles, and soon to come, a nuclear gun and cruise missiles. Whether these reports are true or not, it is impossible to know. 34. But it is reasonable to suppose that they reflect what Israel would like others to believe. It may also be surmised that nuclear-tipped missiles that can reach southern Russia are not really intended to deter the USSR, but rather to put US planners on notice, once again, that pressures on Israel to accede to a political settlement may lead to a violent reaction that will bring the USSR into the Middle East, setting it in inevitable confrontation with the United States, with a high probability of global nuclear war. One might even speculate as to whether Israel had something similar in mind in its provocative actions against the USSR in Lebanon in 1982, discussed earlier, a hint to the US about what it could do, if pressed. Israel's secret weapon, which may compensate for its extraordinary economic, military and diplomatic dependence on. 538. Noam Chomsky. The United States is the threat that it may act as a wild country, if pressed. While these tendencies are now becoming too visible to be disregarded, they are not without precedent. In his personal diaries, the Dovish Prime Minister Moshe Sharett recorded in October 1955 his fears concerning Defense Minister Pinchas Levin of the Labour Party. Levin, he wrote, has constantly preached in favor of acts of madness and taught the army leadership the diabolic lesson of how to set the Middle East on fire, how to cause friction, cause bloody confrontations, sabotage targets and property of the powers, and perform acts of despair and suicide. 35. The occasion was the terrorist operation mounted by Israel in Egypt against US and British installations and public buildings, with the aim to break the West's confidence in the existing Egyptian regime and thus to prevent economic and military aid from the West Egypt. In the words of the instructions given by the head of Israeli military intelligence at a time when Israel was concerned over the apparently close relations between the US and NASA. 36. The growing threat has been recognized within Israel. Yaakov Sharett writes that the greatest danger facing Israel now is the collective version of Samson's revenge against the Philistines. Let me perish with the Philistines, as he brought down the temple in ruins, killing more Philistines than he had during his lifetime. 37. He cites the Sharett diaries, the entry just cited, and another one, where Defense Minister Levin is quoted as stating, "We will go crazy, Nishtergia, if crossed." Again from the diaries, he cites Labour Party official David Hackgan after the attack on Egypt in 1956, who tells Moshe Sharett that we have nothing to lose, so it is better that we go crazy. The world will know to what a level we have reached, and presumably will be afraid to interfere, a position that Moshe Sharett found appalling. 38. This Samson complex is not something to be taken lightly. Ariel Lover, Eliav, one of Israel's best-known and most influential doves, writes that the attitude of those who brought the Samson complex here, according to which we shall kill and bury all the Gentiles around us while we ourselves shall die with them, is a sign of the same sort. The road to Armageddon. 539. Of insanity that was manifested in the violent counter-demonstration in which Emil Grun's wig was killed, cp. 507, and he is a phenomenon of some significance in contemporary Israel. 39. It is reinforced by the feeling that the whole world is against us because of its ineradicable anti-Semitism, a paranoid vision that owes not a little to the contribution of supporters here, as we have seen. In short, Israel's secret weapon, which renders rational calculations somewhat questionable, is that it may behave in the manner of what have sometimes been called crazy states in the international affairs literature. The concept was developed by the Israeli scholar Yehezkel Dror of the Hebrew University. He writes that I am more sensitive to the possibilities and implications of seemingly irrational political behavior than either American strategists or the American public in general, referring to the dangers facing my own country. 40. He regards possible crazy states as a main danger to the world, to the United States, and to each country, noting particularly the Samson complex and the special danger of nuclear crazy states. The text is so abstract that one can only guess as to what exactly he may have had in mind, but the usual reference is to such states as Libya or Iraq, an equally obvious example being pointedly omitted. This kind of secret weapon is one to which a state that sees itself as threatened and dependent may resort, and it becomes an extraordinarily dangerous one in the hands of the world's fourth greatest military power, equipped with an extremely efficient and powerful air force capable of bombing the oil fields and nuclear weapons and missiles that can reach the USSR, and undergoing internal social and political developments of the kinds that have taken place in Israel since the 1967 conquest, thanks to US support. Would Israel actually resort to its increasingly visible secret weapon if faced with American pressure to accept a political settlement in which it would lose the conquered territories? Whether it would hazard this under duress might depend on its assessment of the state of American opinion. If it feels that it can count on its supporters to stand firm, it might very well go beyond its reaction to the Saudi peace threat in 1981 and the threat posed by the PLOs. 540. Noam Chomsky. Reliance on political means in 1982, perhaps employing its ultimate secret weapon. Sooner or later, the time will come when even a switch in US policy away from the rejectionism of the past years will be too late, either because the worst will have happened, or because Israel will be able to rely on its secret weapon to resist pressures to join the international consensus, or because the consensus itself will have eroded under the impact of US power and the Palestinians will have gone the way of the American Indians. Meanwhile, at least this much seems clear. As long as the United States remains committed to an Israeli Sparta as a strategic asset, blocking the international consensus on a political settlement, the prospects are for further tragedy, repression, terrorism, war, and possibly even a conflict that will engage the superpowers, eventuating in a final solution from which few will escape. 8. The Palestinian Uprising. A few weeks before the outbreak of the Palestinian Uprising, Intifada, in December 1987, a minor event took place in Gaza. A Palestinian girl, Intisa al-Attar, was shot and killed in a schoolyard by a resident of the nearby Jewish settlement of Gush Katif. The murderer, Shimon Yifra, was arrested a month later and released on bail because the Supreme Court determined that the offense is not severe enough to warrant detention. In September 1989, he was acquitted of all charges except causing death by negligence. The judge noted that he only intended to shock the girl by firing his gun at her in a schoolyard, not to kill her, so this is not a case of a criminal person who has to be punished, deterred, and taught a lesson by imprisoning him. Yifra was given a 7-month suspended sentence, while settlers in the courtroom broke out in song and dance. 1. None of this received any notice here, an understandable reaction. It was, after all, just another Arab, and since Israeli repression was still keeping a tight lid on protest, why take notice of what is happening under the benign occupation? We do not know, and few seem concerned to discover, what effect this and other such incidents had in preparing the ground for the uprising that finally captured the world's attention shortly after, though only briefly. As Yifra was freed in September 1989, the Israeli press reported that an army patrol fired into the yard of a school for boys aged 6 to. Based on an unpublished chapter intended for, but not included in, Deterring Democracy, Verso, 1991, Hill and Wang, 1992. 541. 542. Noam Chomsky. 12 in the West Bank refugee camp, wounding 5 children, allegedly intending only to shock them. There were no charges, and the event again attracted no attention here. It was just another episode in the program of illiteracy as punishment, the Israeli press observes, including the dosing of schools, use of gas bombs, beating of students with rifle butts, barring of medical aid for victims, soldiers entering the school and shouting that if I find children outside I will kick their asses and fuck them one by one, and threatening to arrest the teachers, and so on. Those arrested can be placed in the holding installations designed when the Intifada began. These chicken coopers, measuring 28 square meters, sometimes are crammed with over 70 people, many confined for several weeks, 2 months in the case of 2 14-year-old boys. Health care is minimal and sometimes refused, another chapter in the sordid story of the behavior of the Israeli medical profession. The Red Cross was barred for a long period until it made a rare public protest. 2. The null reaction to the court decision in the Yafra case is also understandable. The decision reflects the standard judicial treatment of Arabs. There was scarcely more notice here when, also in September, General Matan Vilnai, the military commander of the Gaza Strip, granted early release from prison to convicted soldiers of the Givati Brigade so that they could spend the high holidays with their families. They had served 6 months of the 9-month sentence they had received for savagely beating a Palestinian in his home, but not for murdering him, because, the court judiciously observed, his death might have been caused by the beatings he received a few hours later while under detention at military headquarters, a thought that led to no further inquiry. The centrist Shinui party charged that the early release signals to the soldiers in the field that the army reacts with forgiveness to cases of sadism and abuse and makes a mockery of the military justice system as if anything could do so by now. This outcome of one of the rare cases when soldiers, but not the senior officers responsible, were convicted of vicious crimes will be understood by many soldiers as permission to murder Arabs, legal analyst Moshe Negbi observed. 3. The Palestinian Uprising. 543. The Jerusalem Post reports a letter by Knesset member Dedi Zucker to Defense Minister Yitzhak Rabin charging that of 52 court-martials held for abuses in the territories during the uprising, no officer ranking higher than major has been tried, despite the fact that illegal orders are readily traceable to higher ranks, all the way up to the defense minister. One case is that of Colonel Yehuda Meir, who ordered soldiers to break the arms and legs of Palestinians in West Bank villages, but was never charged. Inquiries are perfunctory, Zucker alleges. He notes that eyewitness testimony from Palestinians is often not taken by army investigators. 4. Commenting more generally on the participation of the courts in repressive practices, Attorney Avigdor Feldman observes that Supreme Court justices who demolish houses, divide families, uproot trees, pull out the land from under the feet of its inhabitants, and decree for these inhabitants a life of invisibility are no less violent than soldiers who beat and shoot in a blind rage. 5. It is unnecessary to stress that Feldman's comment generalizes to the wider society, and to the paymasters across the seas who prefer to look the other way. One let us cry. With the inhabitants of the territories reduced to near invisibility, it is not surprising that the repression of the Intifada rose to new levels of racist brutality. Army killings in the Gaza Strip doubled after General Vilnai took command in July 1989, later tapering off when the population was considered sufficiently traumatized. In September, Lieutenant Colonel Elisha Shapira reported an increase in orders to soldiers to break bones and commit other excessive acts, relying on his own experience in the reserve service and reports from members of his kibbutz movement, Kibbutz Artzi, associated with the leftist Mapam party. Some 50,000 Palestinians have been jailed during the Intifada, many held under grotesque conditions, often without trial. 6. The army has destroyed the homes of over 3,000 people, often destroying or severely damaging others nearby, on the pretext that a family member is suspected of throwing stones or some other crime. 544. Noam Chomsky. This particularly ugly form of collective punishment, the Israeli press reports, is conducted under a law that also does not permit them to rebuild. General Amram Mitzner, who left his command to become a visitor at the Harvard Center for International Affairs, was particularly brutal in this regard while commander of the West Bank, the report continues, because he had to compensate for his left-wing image. General Mitzner's soulful expression was regularly seen on American TV screens, revealing the inner torment of the humanist compelled by Arab violence to resort to force in self-defense, to shoot and cry, in the conventional Hebrew phrase. Israeli journalist Tom Segev saw a different picture. Reviewing hospital records of victims of army shootings, with splinters of bullets in the upper part of the body and parts of the brain leaking out of an empty eye hole. He wrote that the name of General Amram Mitzner was not mentioned by the doctor, but his face was visible, so to speak, from the X-ray photos he was showing us, and it was disgusting, frightening, and negative of the image of the beautiful Israeli that his public relations experts construct for him. 7. Destruction of homes has been a regular method of collective punishment from the early days of the occupation, apart from the period when Menachem Begin, Likud, was Prime Minister. The practice was resumed on the return to power of the Labour Party, much admired here for its moderation and humanity. It escalated rapidly as Defence Minister Rabin of the Labour Party undertook the task of suppressing the Intifada. Much the same was true of torture, expulsion, and administrative detention, common practice under the Labour governments, halted or reduced during the Begin years, resumed when Labour of Shimon Peres took over as Prime Minister. Under Labour rule from 1967 to 1977, 1,180 people were expelled. Under Likud from 1978 to 1985, there were 13 expulsions. Israel appears to be the only country in the world that relies on this mode of population control as a regular practice, in violation not only of the Geneva Conventions but also of the very provision of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, to which Israel and its apologists appeal with great fervor and self-righteousness when condemning the Soviet Union for restricting the Palestinian uprising. 545. Emigration of Russian Jews. The very same sentence, in fact. The worst atrocities of the occupation were associated with Ariel Sharon, under the Labour government in the early 1970s when he instituted what the Hebrew press describes as a regime of indiscriminate terror in Gaza, and under Likud rule in 1981 too. The oppression has been severe throughout, but the correlations are not what the reader of the American press might be led to expect. 8. Cool statistics allow us, in yet another way, to decree for these inhabitants a life of invisibility by evading the reality of daily life. To draw an example virtually at random from current Israeli press coverage, take the case of 19-year-old Mohammed Abu Akar, an inhabitant of the Debizba refugee camp near Jerusalem who was flown to the US for treatment for severe bullet wounds and remains attached forever to the artificial feeding apparatus that replaces his lost gut. 9. On November 4, soldiers entered its home and arrested him. When it turned out that they were actually seeking his brother, he was freed, but another patrol told Mohammed clearly that if his brother will not give himself up before Wednesday, he will be himself arrested, possibly a quick death. At 8:30 p.m. on Tuesday, while Mohammed was in the hospital, army patrols broke into the house, throwing a smoke grenade into it and beating up his mother, breaking her hand. At 10 p.m., another patrol came, smashing the windows and pouring all the food onto the floor. A third patrol arrived at midnight. They broke everything that the other had left unbroken, and ordered the mother whose hand had been broken to go outside to erase graffiti on the fence 50 yards away, telling her that if her son did not give himself up, he would be shot on sight. At 1 a.m., the mother was allowed to go for treatment to the hospital, joining her son. This is also routine, not approaching the far more grim atrocities that are ignored, so it is again understandable that it passed unnoticed. Another device employed by Defense Minister Rabin is expulsion of Palestinians whom authorities determine to be living illegally in the territories. This program of invisible transfer began under the Labour Party shortly after the 1967 conquest as one of the means to deal with the demographic problem, the problem of 546. Noam Chomsky. Many Arabs in the Jewish state. The program was accelerated in August 1989, becoming a plague, the press reports, particularly in small villages around Ramallah. Over 90% of the victims are women and children, some as young as 4 days old. Almost all of the deported children were born in their villages. About half are recognized to be residents by the military government. Since Israel is a civilized state governed by the rule of law, it is possible for villagers to apply for legal residence in their homes for a fee of $100. 99% of the applications are rejected. Standard procedure is for the army to surround a village before dawn. Helicopters hover overhead and soldiers with loudspeakers order all men to congregate in the village center or they will be shot on sight. Soldiers then enter designated homes and inform the women targeted that they have 5 or 10 minutes to pack and leave. The women are forced to take an Arab taxi to the bridge over the Jordan and to pay a fee to cross, with a fine sometimes added because of their illegal residence. If they have no money, they may be forced to stand on the bridge with their children until some method of payment is arranged. Sometimes the women do not follow orders quickly enough, as in the case of one expelled on September 15th. Soldiers awakened her 2 children, aged 4 and 6, forced them into the taxi barefoot without allowing them to eat or drink, and sent them off to Jordan. The fate of their year-old brother and 28-day-old sister is unreported. Presumably they left for Jordan with their mother. When the fathers are allowed to return home, they find their wives and children gone. Sometimes the army shows extraordinary sensitivity, as in the case of a brain-damaged child who had undergone surgery a few days earlier. The mother was granted a week's delay before she and the child were expelled. This child was born in Israel and is registered as a resident on her father's ID card, the usual situation. Not all deportees are young women with children, however. For example, there is the case of Safira Mohammed Ahmed, a grandmother with a British mandatory birth certificate confirming that she was born in Pales. The Palestinian Uprising. 547. Tainem 1895, who was deported to Jordan on September 1st with only the clothes on her back, wearing house slippers. In the last few months of 1989, some 200 people were expelled in this manner, according to Palestinian sources, and about 200,000 fall in the threatened category. There are ways to avoid expulsion. 2 men report that they were told to become collaborators, but when they refused, their wives were deported, the first in advanced pregnancy with 2 children, the second with 1 child. 10. The Israeli occupation has relied from the beginning on a network of collaborators, often selected from criminal elements and prisoners, to intimidate the population and to aid in identifying targets for execution, imprisonment, torture, expulsion, and other means of population control. In the early stages of the Intifada, the network was dissolved as collaborators were called upon to repent, or driven out of their villages, or occasionally killed. As the military occupation has gradually reimposed a tighter and still more oppressive regime over the territories, reconstruction of the collaborator network has been a primary objective. Well-known collaborators who had been expelled from villages have been reintroduced under military guard and provided with weapons. Arabs are, of course, permitted no weapons unless they are agents of the occupying forces. They then return to the assigned practices, equipped with Israeli-supplied automatic weapons. They have terrorized the local population, assisting the army in making arrests, manning impromptu roadblocks and beating and kidnapping Palestinian activists. West Bank human rights activist Joost Hilterman observes. The reconstructed collaborator network also draws from the huge prison population, through a proven recipe of privileges, coercion and blackmail, including threats to imprison relatives or deport spouses who lacked proper residence documents. Such procedures are straightforward.